After dying overworked and unfulfilled, Lin Yu wakes up in his 20-year-old body, determined to save his selfless Aunt Qi Meng from financial ruin and a tragic end. His plans are thrown into chaos when his system activates, labeling his ordinary life a cultivation sect. Now, his home is the Huan Sect, his aunt is the Sect Master, and his simple acts of kindness like making breakfast or watering flowers grant him spirit stones and buffs. To unlock the resources needed to avert disaster, he must play along with the system's delusion, deepen his bond with his Sect Master aunt, and navigate a house full of female tenants who the system sees as potential Dao Companions. Can he game the system to save the woman he cares for? Or will the very power that gives him a chance also complicate his mission beyond control? Chapter 1. Rebirth at Annie's house, Huan Sect? Brain storage Shaolin, you finally answered the phone. Were you at the internet CAF all night again? I must tell you, Aunt Qi Meng was frantic this morning when she realized you were missing. If you don't come back soon, she's going to call the police. The pure and lively voice from the phone made Lin Yu's heart tremble. He glanced at the caller ID, classmate's twin, Qi. Then he looked at the time displayed on the internet CAF's computer. July 8, 2014, 06:58, what the hell? Reborn? Last night, after finishing a grueling shift, 31-year-old Lin Yu finally welcomed his first weekend in 3 months. At Hong Langman, he ordered an exquisite girl, consumed a copious amount of drinks, and stayed up all night, waking up to find himself reborn in 2014 at the age of 20. July 8th, the summer vacation between sophomore and junior year. Aunt Qi Meng. Yes, at this time, Aunt Qi Meng had not yet taken her own life, and Lin Yu would see her again. Shaolin, hello? Are you listening? Can you bring me a sweet cone on your way back? Hello? Lin Yu had no time to pay attention to Qi on the phone. He quickly hung up and prepared to head home. Suddenly standing up, a wave of dizziness hit him, nearly causing him to collapse back onto the chair. He supported himself on the keyboard, sending empty beer cans clattering to the floor. Did I drink all of this? Why did I drink so much last night? Having just returned from rebirth, many things in his mind were still muddled. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to ponder further, hastily paid his bill, and left the internet safe. Upon exiting, a strange yet familiar feeling washed over him. This residential area had been the place where Lin Yu and Aunt Qi Meng lived together for many years. Qi Meng, T35, she was Lin Yu's neighbor back in his hometown. Since childhood, Qi Meng had been on sisterly terms with Lin Yu's mother. Naturally, Lin Yu referred to Qi Meng as aunt. Otherwise, given their ages, calling her sister wouldn't be inappropriate either. After his parents passed away during his senior year of high school, Qi Meng, who was divorced and living alone, took Lin Yu into care for him and support his education. Qi Meng had endured a failed marriage in the second-tier city of Pingchuan, lasting merely 2 years. The reasons behind the divorce remained unclear to Lin Yu. Whenever he inquired, Qi Meng would deftly change the subject, avoiding any discussion about her previous marriage. That marriage left her with little to no assets. The only tangible thing was a modest 3-story building near Pingchuan University. In a second-tier city, an ordinary neighborhood, a 3-story villa, on the surface, it seemed quite admirable. In reality, she was burdened with a hefty mortgage each month. To keep up with payments and retain the house, all 3 bedrooms were rented out. Because Qi Meng was fastidious about cleanliness and harbored strong views against men post-divorce, the apartment housed not only Lin Yu and Qi Meng, but also 8 young women. The caller, Qi, was one of them. In a second-tier city, the rent for shared apartments was not exorbitant. Even with numerous rent payments, Qi Meng still had to allocate a portion of her flower shop's earnings to cover the mortgage. Alongside her and Lin Yu's daily expenses and his education costs, there was little left to save. Had it not been for genuine financial struggles, she would not have trusted the so-called partner. She signed a contract that led to a tragic outcome. This contract ultimately caused the flower shop to go bankrupt, forcing the sale of the 3-story building to repay debts. Qi Meng, unable to bear the blow, tragically ended her life. With the collapse of Lin Yu's sanctuary in his youth, the rental house without family no longer felt like home. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu instinctively quickened his pace. The internet CAF he frequented was merely a street away from his home. The round trip took no more than 10 minutes. Upon entering the Shuefu community, The first three-story villa with unobstructed light was his and Aunt Qi Meng's home. Standing before the door, Lin Yu felt an indescribable mix of emotions, both anxious and exhilarated. He feared it might all be a mere dream. Crossing through the small courtyard, he opened the sturdy apartment door, and a delightful aroma wafted into his senses. This is the scent. In back. Lin Yu's heart raced as he stepped inside. Ding! System successfully activated. Lin Yu's heart raced. Holy cow, it's real. This time, he could be certain that it wasn't a dream. Having read countless novels in his previous life, he knew a system was an essential element for transmigrators. With a system, his forthcoming days would undoubtedly be more prosperous. Following that, the system's voice continued to announce, "Welcome, host to Huan Sect." Lin Yu. He looked around the apartment. Everything appeared unchanged from his memories. Could it be that he had entered incorrectly? Lin Yu stepped back outside, this time leading with his right foot. Indeed, the system's prompt changed. Ding. Welcome, host to Huan Sect. Host Lin Yu. Age 20. Sect identity. Outer Sect apprentice disciple. Number of Dao Companions, soul cultivation, physical cultivation, 10. Sect contribution, 50 due to returning late last night after excessive drinking, violating sect rules 50. Ling stones 5. Current tasks 3. Host's physical condition. Hangover recovery, agility 20. Concerns of the acting Sect Master, all attributes 2. Friendly reminder. There are unfinished tasks you can view detailed content. Completing tasks will yield various rewards, such as sect contributions, Ling stones, tangible items, and status. Sect contributions can only be used for lottery draws. Ling stones can be used for purchases in the system mall or exchange for real currency. Lin Yu stood frozen in place. What on earth is this system? It was clearly his longtime residence, yet it insisted he had arrived at Huan Sect. It assigned him the title of Outer Sect Apprentice Disciple. Not even a Sect Master, at least he should be a Hall Master or leader of some sort. Was the system out of its mind? Xiaoyu, you're back. Where did you run off to so early? I thought you were still sleeping and didn't want to disturb you. Just right, I made some thin porridge and egg pancakes. Let's have breakfast together. In the open dining area, to the right front of the first floor, a woman wearing a light blue spaghetti strap nightgown and an apron peeked out, wooden spoon in hand, filled with porridge. The woman's figure was curvaceous, and her natural beauty was striking even without makeup. The morning light streaming through the window accentuated her fair complexion. The most striking feature, however, was a pair of bright, large eyes that sparkled with a clear, naive innocence. Previously, when Lin Yu encountered Aunt Qi Meng, he had not felt such a profound sense of reality. It was only through this rebirth that he realized she possessed an allure that suggested she was easily deceived by men. Suppressing the flutter of emotions at their reunion, Lin Yu changed into his slippers and entered the room, saying, "Aunt Qi Meng, are you making red bean porridge today?" Aunt Qi Meng's eyes lit up as she smiled gently. "Xiaoyu, is your nose that sensitive? Did you smell it?" Lin Yu merely smiled in silence as he approached her. In the midst of her surprised gaze, he reached out to touch her cheek. "Xiaoyu?" Aunt Qi Meng stiffened, momentarily at a loss. In the next instant, Lin Yu wiped a half-cooked red bean off her face. Chapter 2. Interacting with Annie for rewards. At the moment of their contact, a transparent information box suddenly appeared before Lin Yu. Aunt Qi Meng. Age, 35. Sect identity. Acting Sect Master of Huan Sect. Intimacy level with host. 55th stage, close bond. Number of Dao partners, soul cultivation, body cultivation, 00. Attribute skills. Host identity is lowly, temporarily unavailable for viewing. Other information. Host identity is lowly, temporarily unavailable for viewing. Current task. Protecting the sect's grand plan urgent task. Huan Sect is not only a place for cultivation, but also the last haven in the mortal world. If the residence is compromised, all beautiful memories will dissipate like smoke. Please address the financial crisis promptly to maintain the foundation of the sect. Caring for the sect's spiritual plants daily task. Spiritual fields and plants are essential for a powerful sect. Please promptly water the 12 pots of spiritual plants on the balcony. What a bizarrely misplaced system. This is real. The acting Sect Master of Huan Sect has appeared. The series of information felt as though he were playing a restricted level game. And yet, they dare to look down on novice players. With a lowly status, he was not allowed to view everything. Upon seeing Chun Qiming's information panel, Lin Yu's attention was immediately drawn to the number of Dao partner section. Soul cultivation and body cultivation, as Lin Yu understood, likely represented spiritual love and physical love. Chun Qi Meng was a woman who had a former husband and had been divorced. How could the number be 0? Or perhaps, past experiences do not count, and statistics only began from the moment the system was activated? Lin Yu's thoughts shifted as he summoned his own information. The complete information panel immediately imprinted itself in his mind. Under the Dao Partner Soul Cultivation section, the number 1 was clearly written. Lin Yu suddenly recalled that during his junior year, he had a romantic interest online. Thus, the Dao Partner in Soul Cultivation referred to this online romantic interest, perhaps. It must be that I accidentally smeared some on my face after tasting it just now. Xiao Yu, is there still some left? Xiao Yu? Chun Qi Meng's call brought Lin Yu back to reality. Oh, there's a bit left, Aunt Qi Meng. Don't move, I'll help you. Lin Yu retrieved a wet wipe from the dining table and gently wiped Chun Qi Meng's cheek. In his previous life, this woman, standing only at 1.60 meters, had selflessly supported Lin Yu for several years, ending her young life without receiving any return. Now that heaven had given him another chance, he at least wanted Chun Qi Meng to feel that her years of unconditional giving were worthwhile, and that deceitful partner of hers must pay the price. Xiao Yu, are you okay today? If you have any worries, you can talk to Annie. As for part-time work, I think you should reconsider. It's better to enjoy your summer vacation at home and have fun with friends. You don't need to worry about money. Look at Annie living in such a large house, and running a flower shop money is not a problem. Chun Qi Meng could clearly sense that today's Xiao Yu seemed different. On ordinary days, when she would ask him to have breakfast or do something, Xiao Yu would often respond with extreme impatience, saying things like, I don't want to eat, I have no appetite, don't worry about me, only old people eat breakfast. Sometimes, when he was in a bad mood, he would even snap back, you're not my mother, who are you to control me? Today, however, Xiao Yu seemed gentler, leaving Chun Qi Meng in a daze. Could it be that young boys mature slowly and have finally grown up? I don't have any worries, you're overthinking it. Lin Yu replied. Chun Qi Meng, pondering internally, naturally could not fathom Lin Yu's current thoughts. And he doesn't lack money? In his previous life, the foolish Lin Yu had believed such nonsense and had been unable to help at all. If he had been a bit more observant, not so stubbornly immersed in the sorrow of his parents' passing, perhaps he would have noticed some signs. Adolescence is a crucial stage in life, and losing one's parents during this phase, while living under someone else's roof, can lead to misunderstandings and mistakes. Only years later, upon entering society, could Lin Yu truly understand the depth of gratitude for someone who, despite not being a biological parent, could love and support him unconditionally. Such kindness could never be repaid. He could never allow Chun Qi Meng to walk down the same path again. Did I get that much on my face? Xiao Yu, is it still not clean? How about I go wash it? Just as Chun Qi Meng intended to turn towards the sink, Lin Yu pressed down on her shoulder, saying, don't move, till I'll be done soon. Feeling the firm hand on her shoulder, Chun Qi Meng's emotions were inexplicably stirred. Was it true that boys, after adolescence, changed so much? Ding. Daily interactions with the acting Sect Master to strengthen bonds is a shortcut for disciples of Huan Sect to seek the Dao. Reward, 10 spirit stones. Listening to the system's prompt, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. So, simply touching the acting Sect Master could yield rewards? If he touched her for an hour, wouldn't the spirit stones fill up instantly? All right, it's clean now, let's eat. Thank you, Xiao Yu. Do you still need to thank me? Chun Qi Meng smiled gently. You sit first, I'll serve you the porridge. Then, I'll water the flowers on the balcony before I eat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately placed both hands on Chun Qi Meng's shoulders and guided her to the dining table, saying, Aunt Qi Meng, sit down and have breakfast together, I'll take care of the watering later. Chun Qi Meng hesitated as she was pressed into the dining chair. Xiao Yu, you'll do it? Watering is quite troublesome, it's fine to eat first, I can handle it later. Upon realizing this, she noticed that the wooden spoon in her hand had already been taken by Lin Yu. As he filled the porridge, Lin Yu remarked, if it's troublesome, can't Annie just teach me? Just eating without working. You've grown so big for nothing. Chun Qi Meng sat on the dining chair, lost in thought for a moment, revealing a contented smile. Ding! Taking the initiative to express oneself is commendable, contributing to the sect's development aids in the rapid advancement of outer disciples. Reward: 10 spirit stones. It turns out that actively watering the flowers is considered a merit in Aunt Qi Meng's heart. Just how much of a scoundrel was he in the past? While enjoying his meal, Lin Yu began to delve into the recently activated system. No matter how he questioned or called out in his mind, the system remained unresponsive. The basic usage instructions were fairly detailed, and controlling it with his thoughts posed no obstacles. As for the areas not mentioned, he could only explore them gradually on his own. The current tasks in the system were divided into 2 categories: urgent tasks and daily tasks. There may be other types, but at least for now, he was unaware of them. There were 3 tasks awaiting completion: the protecting the sect plan and caring for the sect's spiritual plants, which were also listed on his system interface. In addition to these, there was another task: familiarizing with fellow Taoists' daily task. As a newcomer to the sect, one must adopt a humble demeanor and be kind to others, especially to fellow Taoists. Please engage in dialogue with no fewer than 3 fellow Taoists and review their complete information. Chapter 3. The Twin Sisters and Their Daily Tasks Completed. No fewer than 3 fellow disciples. Within the confines of the apartment. Continuing to meet the 2 female housemates is hardly a daunting task. The more challenging aspect lies in examining the information panel. Judging from the circumstances surrounding Aunt Qi Meng, merely seeing someone does not elicit any reaction. It is only through physical contact that one can truly engage in communication. Ah, the irony. According to memories from a previous life, my former self during this period was a quintessentially shy and straightforward young man, lacking both courage and emotional intelligence. Engaging in conversation with female classmates or housemates would leave me so flustered that I wouldn't know what to say after just a few exchanges. If one were to pinpoint the pinnacle of my existence over several decades, it would undoubtedly be this very moment. What kind of people reside in this apartment? There is a gentle and innocent aunt, twin classmates, the proprietor of a pet shop, a mysterious hacker girl on a break from school, a socially anxious artist, an elementary school language teacher, a nurse from the community hospital, and a restoration expert for antique clocks. It feels as though one could effortlessly host a beauty contest or a matchmaking event, selecting one's ideal partner. With 1 man and 9 women living under one roof, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a sect. Pray tell, how many opportunities does one have in life to cohabitate with 9 women? If that is not the zenith of existence, what is? Years later, when Lin Yu has matured and reflects on this time, he would truly wish to give his younger self a couple of hearty slaps. You're so introverted, for goodness sake. You're so shy, what is that about? Those unashamed individuals are the ones who truly savor life. Fortunately, the Lin Yu brimming with zest for life has returned. Aside from the tasks at hand, the system's warm reminder separately mentioned 2 items: sect contribution and spirit stones. A contribution value of 50 to the sect does not amount to much. Within the interface of spirit stones, beside the figure 25, there lies an option for withdraw. Aside from withdrawal, the other functions of spirit stones remain unknown for the time being. With such a minuscule quantity, it seems unlikely to achieve anything grand. A casual interaction could yield 20 spirit stones, indicating that the means of acquisition are not arduous. Perhaps it would be wise to first test how the withdrawal exchange rate is calculated. Ding dong. After selecting withdrawal, Lin Yu received a text message moments later. XX Bank. Your account 4679 received a deposit of 250 yuan on July 5th at 7:20. Current balance is 56,292 yuan. The exchange rate stands at 1 to 10. 1 spirit stone equals 10 yuan. This implies that the brief interaction with Aunt Qi Meng has netted a tidy sum of 200 yuan. While the rate is not particularly high, the ease of acquisition is commendable. With a little effort, surprises await at any turn. Calculating at this pace, with so many girls in the apartment, daily interactions could easily yield several thousand yuan, making a monthly income exceeding 100,000 entirely feasible. Why seek employment? Why embark on entrepreneurship? Why burden oneself with such toil? After breakfast, Lin Yu and Aunt Qi Meng made their way to the balcony on the first floor. The sunlight was just right, and the fragrance of the spiritual plants was invigorating. With a watering can in hand, Lin Yu followed Aunt Qi Meng's guidance, bestowing varying amounts of water upon different species of flowers. Aunt Qi Meng is truly remarkable. Among the plethora of flowers in the shop, she personally cultivates them, remembering the names of each flower while also mastering the methods of their cultivation. As Lin Yu tended to the 7th pot, a window in the bedroom near the balcony swung open. A small head with fluffy, light-colored hair poked out from within. Good morning, Aunt Qi Meng. Good morning, Shaolin. Oh, Shaolin, you're back. Ice cream cone. The girl, with her lips pursed and sharp canine teeth gleaming, bore a look of hesitation. Her delicate face was exceptionally charming. It was Qi, the girl who had called Lin Yu this morning to come back. She and her sister, Qi, were Lin Yu's classmates at Pingchuan University, majoring in broadcasting and television directing. While neither could be outrightly declared the campus belle, they were undoubtedly famous beauties within the film school. It is often said that twins share many similar traits. Yet, aside from their appearances, Qi and Qi personalities are strikingly different. The elder sister is an academic achiever, proud and somewhat aloof. The younger sister excels at eating, playful and indulgent in her love for the two-dimensional world. Who on earth eats ice cream cones at 7 in the morning? And she even went out of her way to deceive Lin Yu into returning. Aunt Qi Meng was completely oblivious to his all-night escapade at the internet CAF. What a clever little rascal. Had it been the old Lin Yu, he would have brusquely refused, saying, "If you want ice cream, buy it yourself. Don't come to me with this." But now, things are different. A fellow disciple with clear intentions is someone to be cherished. Once the task rewards are collected, wouldn't he be rolling in riches? Qi Meng waved in response. "Good morning, Xiaoqi." Lin Yu followed suit, raising his hand. "Good morning, Xiaoqi. Where's your sister, Qi? Is she still asleep?" Qi blinked rapidly, her small face awash with confusion. What has gotten into Shaolin today? Ever since moving into the apartment, Lin Yu had consistently referred to the sisters as simply Qi classmates. Their exchanges were limited to Lin Yu's brief, bashful responses to her inquiries, never once initiating a topic of conversation. Today, however, he had taken the initiative to ask about her sister, and here he was, helping Aunt Qi Meng with the flowers. Has he transformed into such a diligent and proactive young man? This newfound openness felt as though he had become an entirely different person. Has the all-nighter left him dazed? "Oh, my sister returned to Jizhou and will be back the day after tomorrow," Qi said softly. Upon answering, Qi became even more convinced of her thoughts. All-nighters truly do harm. Lin Yu had already been informed of her sister's return to their hometown yesterday. Yet today he asked again as if he had forgotten, speaking in a perfectly normal tone. Lin Yu was not forgetful. Rather, how could he recall every detail from over a decade ago? It was only after Qi's mention that he vaguely recalled. During that summer vacation when Aunt Qi Meng passed away, the twin sister Qi indeed did not return home but stayed in the apartment, seemingly to prepare for some summer festival video content. Not being part of the two-dimensional world, he could not integrate into the realm of homebody girls. Ding. Engaging in mutual communication and heartfelt greetings with fellow disciples has deeply endeared you to the acting sect leader. Reward, 10 spirit stones. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu couldn't help but glance over at Qi Meng. A warm smile adorned her face as she watched him. How could she not feel gratified? Since bringing Lin Yu from his hometown to Pingchuan and living together, numerous female tenants have moved in, yet Lin Yu had hardly engaged with any of them. He would only respond with curt answers when spoken to, often neglecting to initiate conversation himself. The tenants had privately expressed to her on multiple occasions that Lin Yu's personality seemed somewhat reclusive and that he ought to be guided more normally. Being overly introverted would not benefit his future social interactions. Now, witnessing him chat comfortably and cheerfully with a female classmate is indeed a heartening sight. Qi Meng felt a sense of pride, akin to watching her little Yu grow up. Auntie Qi Meng and her female roommates had no idea that Lin Yu was anything but aloof or reclusive. In truth, he was merely timid, with a complex inner world, and his fragile masculinity prevented him from expressing himself. Qi Meng moved closer to the window, offering a gentle reminder. "Xiaoqi, breakfast is ready in the dining room. Why not tidy up and have some red bean porridge and egg pancakes?" Qi raised his small fist above his head. "Auntie Qi Meng is the best. I'll change my clothes and head over." Qi Meng blinked in confusion, still unaccustomed to the secret codes of youth after listening for so long. Before long, the 12 pots of spiritual plants had been thoroughly watered. The system's notification chimed in as expected. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the daily task of caring for the sect's spiritual plants, earning 50 contribution points and 20 spirit stones. As this is the host's first completion of a daily task, an additional reward of 1 lottery chance in the system marketplace has been granted." Chapter 4, The First Lottery. Shengyan Yutsue Dan. With 50 contribution points in hand and an equivalent of 200 soft currency, this job was indeed quite rewarding. With the 50 contribution points acquired, the debts incurred from a night out were finally settled. Even more delightfully, there was the added bonus of a lottery chance. Taking advantage of Qi Meng's time spent pruning flower branches, Lin Yu swiftly opened the system's lottery interface. With a mere thought, A colossal spinning wheel resembling a marketplace lottery appeared in his mind. A spectrum of colors, white, blue, green, orange, and red, filled the wheel, adorned with countless squares, each marked with a question mark, shrouded in an air of enticing mystery. Behind the start lottery option, it was specifically noted, "This lottery is free, requires 200 contribution points." Having earned 50 contribution points from one daily task, acquiring enough for another lottery was not an insurmountable challenge, especially if he completed an urgent task, which would surely yield greater rewards. Without wasting a moment, Lin Yu activated the lottery. The wheel began to spin rapidly, gradually slowing to a halt within a blue square. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won a physical reward. Shengyan Yutsue Dan. Description: with skin as smooth as jade and eyes like stars, our sect's disciples walk the world, possessing an innate charm that captivates the heart. Shengyan Yutsue Dan was indeed a remarkable find. In simpler terms, it was a beauty-enhancing elixir that elevated one's appearance to unprecedented heights. As a disciple of Huan Sect, beauty held great significance. A handsome man paired with a beautiful woman was the ideal. Unless one possessed endless financial resources or exceptional charm, beauty remained the most potent weapon. In Qi Meng's presence, Lin Yu refrained from consuming the elixir directly from the system, concerned about the potential drastic changes that might arise. Once the watering was complete, Qi Meng set the watering can aside and tidied the balcony before hastily rushing up to the third floor to grab her bag, preparing to head to the flower shop. An early bird catches the worm. Opening the store early could lead to greater profits. Diligence and a willingness to endure hardships were practically ingrained in Qi Meng's nature. While changing her shoes, she noticed Lin Yu standing in the lobby, watching her intently. "Xiao Yu, if you're not too busy, I'll come back to make lunch. If I can't leave the shop, I'll send you a WeChat message in advance. Do you have enough pocket money? I can give you some cash." Despite the existence of Alipay and WeChat Pay in 2014, these payment methods had not yet achieved universal adoption. In second-tier cities, small vendors and shops still relied heavily on cash transactions. Lin Yu shook his head, replying, "Aunt Qi Meng, I still have plenty of money, so I don't need any for now. I'll let you know if it runs low." "Are you really heading out dressed like this?" Qi Meng was taken aback. "What do you mean? She usually left the house early, so what was different today?" As she pondered, a sudden realization struck her. With one foot in a sneaker and the other in a slipper, she quickly approached Lin Yu and wrapped her arms around his waist, giving him a gentle hug. Lin Yu was taken aback. "Aunt Qi Meng, are you really planning to go to work in an apron and nightgown?" he teased. Qi Meng glanced down and exclaimed, "Oh no. In my haste to grab my bag, I forgot to change." Seeing her flustered rush up the stairs, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It was hard to say who would take care of whom in the days to come. After Qi Meng left, Lin Yu returned to his bedroom, quickly showering. Having spent the night at an internet CAF and consumed a fair amount of beer, he certainly did not want to smell unpleasant when interacting with his other roommates. Lin Yu and Qi Meng's rooms were on the third floor. Many tenants disliked the daily climb, which was why they chose to reside on the highest floor. Naturally, they were not the only ones living there. Other tenants also occupied the space. Qi Meng took great care of Lin Yu, allowing him to stay in the largest bedroom on the third floor, complete with an ensuite bathroom and a small study separated from the main room. After getting dressed, Lin Yu retrieved the Shengyan Yutsue Dan from the system. It appeared as a white pill, resembling a white chocolate bean. He swallowed it whole, feeling the elixir flow like a refreshing stream down his throat. He could distinctly sense a change occurring within his body, as his footsteps felt lighter. When he looked into the mirror once more, his amber eyes shimmered with a golden hue, exuding an aura of allure, while his brow was more sharply defined than before. His wheat-colored skin radiated a cold, jade-like luster, with faint golden veins subtly coursing beneath, resembling molten lava sealed within. However, such extraordinary transformations were merely figments of imagination. The actual changes were not as monumental as he had envisioned. Lin Yu's foundation was decent. He was neither overweight nor short, possessing a hint of charm. Under the influence of the elixir, several faint acne marks on his face vanished completely. His skin appeared even fairer than before, as though illuminated by a cool white filter. His eyes, previously tinged with fatigue, now shone with clarity and vitality. It seemed that his nose bridge had also become a touch more prominent. Overall, his features appeared more three-dimensional than before, and his hair had noticeably improved in quality. With no immediate responsibilities ahead, he mused that he could perhaps become a charming online personality, enticing Annies out of their money. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, captivated, and examined himself for over a minute. Lin Yu thought, "Wow, I seem to have become a tad more handsome, haven't I?" After his shower, Lin Yu rummaged through his modest wardrobe. Though he had no particular demands regarding attire, he couldn't help but lament the abundance of black, white, and gray garments that characterized his wardrobe. He recalled how poor his fashion sense had been in his youth. In a corner of the closet hung a plaid short-sleeved shirt, a piece personally chosen for him by Qi Meng during a shopping trip. In his previous life, he had dismissed this attractive shirt, adamant that it was unappealing and refusing to wear it, almost as if opposing Qi Meng's taste was a matter of survival. Lin Yu took out the shirt and selected a pair of knee-length shorts to wear for now, intending to revamp his wardrobe when time permitted. Once he was presentable, Lin Yu made his way to the dining area. As expected, Qi was still at the table, absorbed in her phone while enjoying breakfast. Just as Lin Yu had predicted, she was not only greedy but also ate at a leisurely pace. In the same time frame, Lin Yu could have finished 2 meals. "Hey, Xiaolin, are you coming down?" Qi noticed Lin Yu descending the stairs and turned to catch a glimpse of the newly transformed Lin Yu, still chewing on a piece of egg pancake, momentarily stunned. Lin Yu eagerly surveyed the dining area. Qi Meng had left for work, and the other sect members had either departed or were still asleep. Now, only he and Xiao Qi remained in the dining room. It was time for some meaningful interaction with his sect mate. Chapter 5. The Surprising Task Fairy. Ding. Your handsome appearance has closed the distance with your sect mates, enhancing your charm. Reward, 10 spirit stones. Lin Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. So this is the advantage of being handsome. Qi was lost in thought. What on earth is happening with Xiaolin today? Is it just my imagination? He seems much brighter and more cheerful. Where did this youthful exuberance come from? The transformation after a shower and a change of clothes is so dramatic. It was akin to the before and after effect seen in those makeover videos on Bilibili. If only the tall and fair Xiaolin would help him film a cosplay photoshoot, the views would surely skyrocket. How had he not noticed this charming neighborly vibe before? Snapping back to reality, Qi realized that Lin Yu was standing less than 20 centimeters away, staring at her in a daze. Startled, Qi jumped up, her fluffy skirt quivering slightly. Lin Yu appraised her casual attire. That dress must be referred to as a Lolita dress. The white skirt, adorned with delicate pink flowers, was delightfully fluffy and accentuated her slender calves. A pair of pale, lace stockings clung to her skin like gossamer. So delicate, it's truly exquisite. What are you doing getting so close? It's quite frightening. Qi exclaimed, patting her chest while continuing to nibble on her food. Despite her fright, she wasted not a morsel of her meal. Lin Yu sauntered over to Qi and countered. I was actually going to ask you why you were staring at me with a silly smile after calling my name. Nonsense. I wasn't smiling, Qi retorted. You were smiling. I saw it clearly, Lin Yu insisted. I absolutely was not. You clearly were. I truly wasn't. Then swear that if you were smiling, you'd get a blister on your tongue and couldn't enjoy delicious food for a month. Lin Yu, you're so cruel. Lin Yu, mimicking Donnie Yen, pointed at her and laughed. Look at you, still denying it. As the words hung in the air, Qi hesitated to respond. Under Lin Yu's relentless questioning, she began to doubt whether she had unconsciously smiled while lost in thought. How embarrassing. The awkwardness rendered her temporarily incapable of coherent thought. She had no time to ponder how the previously shy and reticent Xiaolin had suddenly become so talkative. Seizing the moment while Qi was lost in contemplation, Lin Yu casually placed a hand on her shoulder. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Finish your meal. In the next instant, a transparent information panel appeared once more, confirming his success. Qi, age, 20, sect identity, Huan Sect bell ringer, closeness level with host, 30, third level. Friends and neighbors, number of Dao Companions, soul and body cultivation, closeness level with host not met, temporarily unavailable for viewing. Attribute skills, host's identity is lowly, temporarily unavailable for viewing. Other information, host's identity is lowly, temporarily unavailable for viewing. Current tasks, dining requirement, daily task savor worldly delicacies to satisfy cravings, which will further aid the sect disciples in their cultivation. Please promptly enjoy the ice cream cone. Dining requirement, daily task savor worldly delicacies to satisfy cravings, which will further aid the sect disciples in their cultivation. Please promptly enjoy the fried chicken pieces. Dining requirement, daily task savor worldly delicacies to satisfy cravings, which will further aid the sect disciples in their cultivation. Please promptly drink cola. Sect treasure clothing, daily task different attribute treasure clothing can enhance charm cultivation. Please promptly purchase a Rem cosplay outfit. Sect treasure clothing, daily task different attribute treasure clothing can enhance charm cultivation. Please promptly purchase the latest Hatsune Miku cosplay outfit. Spirit artifact treasure, daily task specially crafted spiritual artifacts significantly enhance combat power. Please promptly purchase blue contact lenses. Spirit Artifact Treasure. Daily tasks. Specially crafted spiritual artifacts significantly enhance combat power. Please promptly purchase the same tarot cards as Room 202. Spirit Artifact Treasure. Daily tasks. Specially crafted spiritual artifacts significantly enhance combat power. Please promptly purchase a Catgirl bell. Lin Yu was taken aback. What on earth? A task fairy? He had initially presumed that only a couple of tasks would be revealed, but instead, there were a staggering 8. Did the little homebody have so many wishes? Upon reviewing the tasks, aside from the slightly expensive cosplay outfits, the other desires appeared quite easy to fulfill. Well, you've been caught. Now you're the one gazing at me with those flirtatious eyes. Her expression of surprise seemed a touch excessive, bordering on the ridiculous. Qi seized the opportunity to retort. Unbeknownst to them, the dialogue between the two had a hint of ambiguity. Lin Yu, devoid of any fluster, confidently proclaimed, I possess a pair of eyes adept at discovering beauty. What fault lies in that? Qi had prepared herself, ready to assert that Lin Yu had merely looked and nothing more. To her astonishment, Lin Yu unexpectedly confessed on the spot. This sensation was akin to striking a fist against cotton, only to be gently struck back. It was soft and painless, perhaps even a tad pleasurable. The system chimed in, proclaiming that linguistic praise was an effective shortcut to pursue the path of Huan. A reward of 10 spirit stones was granted. Even if you say that, I shan't be pleased. Qi turned away, diligently consuming her egg pancake. Her puffy cheeks while eating resembled a hamster, though she voiced her dissatisfaction. Her true feelings were effortlessly perceived by the system. Lin Yu continued, that is true. In such sweltering weather, feeling irritable is only natural. If only I could visit the nearby KFC for a refreshing ice cream cone. Qi eyes widened, and perhaps order a portion of golden chicken nuggets. Freshly fried this morning, Lin Yu added. Qi excitement grew, and wash it down with a chilled cola. The taste is simply exquisite. In mere moments, Lin Yu's words had transformed Qi into a pouting figure. The egg pancake in her hands suddenly lost its allure. Her eager expression seemed on the verge of exclaiming, I want that too. After a brief silence, Lin Yu pretended to take a step away, deliberately circling around to pass behind Qi. Predictably, she succumbed to her cravings. Shaolin, can I join you? Qi gazed up with pleading eyes, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Had he been the 20-year-old of his previous life, he would have undoubtedly acquiesced. But now, he could not so easily yield to the homebody. Oh, so now you call me Shaolin? Was I not the silver thief? Qi retorted, I was merely jesting. Don't take it to heart. Lin Yu settled beside her. Sharing a meal with you is not out of the question. Qi eyes sparkled. Really? Lin Yu frowned. However, given your current demeanor, you hardly seem to be in a begging posture. Qi eyes filled with confusion. A begging posture? Chapter 6. The Online Romance Girlfriend in the Shadows. The system chimed again, indicating a remarkable maneuver had rendered the Huan Sect's bell ringer eager to serve him, making her an indispensable member of the sect in due time. A reward of 20 spirit stones was granted. At the dining table, Lin Yu turned his neck, relishing the shoulder massage from Qi. Her small hands gently kneaded his shoulders. While the physical comfort was debatable, the emotional delight was undeniable. Lin Yu was quite satisfied with Qi's service, yet he felt a twinge of discontent regarding the system's description. What did it mean to be humiliated? The bell ringer of the Huan Sect sounded like a rather insignificant position, akin to that of the pure altar messenger. As an outer sect apprentice, surely he deserved some enjoyment as well. Before long, Qi lamented, Shaolin, is it enough? My hands are sore. Lin Yu quipped, I wouldn't mind if you used your feet. Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. You, Shaolin, you are quite the lecher, I never noticed before. You are truly a master of disguise. Lin Yu teased, oh, from silver thief to Shaolin, now from Shaolin to the scheming male. Perhaps I should reconsider the KFC plan. Qi, hastily retracting, insisted, withdraw that. You cannot backtrack. I've already massaged you for 10 minutes. For the sake of an ice cream cone, chicken nuggets, and a chilled cola, she could only temporarily submit to his whims, though internally, she was quite incensed. Qi decided to prop herself up on her elbows, deliberately applying pressure on Lin Yu's shoulders. To her surprise, the earlier gentle kneading had not provided a strong enough sensation. Now, with just the right amount of pressure, it was truly delightful. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel reluctant to let Qi go. He glanced back at her, having already accessed her information panel. He could summon it again with mere thought. The intimacy level, previously at 30, had now risen to 31. The progress was commendable. With just a bit of interaction, and without having completed her 8 major wishes, The level had already increased by 1. With a little effort and dedication, reaching the maximum level seemed entirely feasible. Observing Qi Qingqi's information panel deepened Lin Yu's understanding of the system. A low intimacy level meant he could not ascertain how many romantic partners she had. Upon reflection, this was quite reasonable. How could one truly know if the other was AC king or C queen without delving deeper into their character? Soon enough, Lin Yu escorted Qi Qingqi to the nearby 24-hour KFC. Accompanying a two-dimensional girl through the streets garnered high rates of admiration. Whether in 2014 or the future Lin Yu had experienced, the number of girls in Lolita skirts was quite scarce. If only the girls' looks were more striking, she might have attracted a throng of street photographers in the future. Presently, the trend had not yet reached such extremes, but it allowed Lin Yu to savor the taste of envy from passers-by. This was not mere arrogance or self-satisfaction on his part. It was purely the system reporting back. Upon arriving at KFC, Lin Yu instructed Qi Qingqi to secure a suitable spot while he approached the counter to place their order. Ice cream cones, chicken nuggets, and cola. Everything was accounted for, ensuring a full order. One transaction would yield 3 times the task rewards. Lin Yu also ordered a half-priced ice cream cone for himself. Enjoying the cool treat, it was not a matter of frugality. He simply had no room left in his stomach after breakfast. 2 ice cream cones could not be balanced on a tray. Thus, after Lin Yu lifted his meal, the serving girl kindly placed the cones into his hands. During this exchange, their hands inevitably brushed against one another. Curiosity piqued. Lin Yu attempted to access the information panel to see if anything peculiar would appear regarding the serving girl. Indeed, a panel emerged, displaying a question mark. The system chimed again, reminding him that only those who were not companions of the Huan Sect would not share paths. Only those who could develop into his romantic partners must be fellow sect members. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yu turned to leave. Initially, it was an unintentional encounter driven by curiosity. Now it seemed the system had determined that his residence was the Huan Sect's headquarters. Once outside, the system would prompt his worldly interactions. The restriction on romantic partners could only pertain to tenants within the apartment. As for the quantity, it was indeed sufficient. What man would complain of having too many companions? Thus, it could be concluded that the system's romantic partners, tasks, and rewards were all centered around the inhabitants of the apartment, rendering them ineffective outside its confines. Narrowing the focus allows for greater concentration. It proves ineffective for those outside the apartment. Lin Yu suddenly realized a detail he had previously overlooked. He hurried to the table where Qi Qingqi was seated, placing the chicken nuggets and cola down, swiftly handing her the ice cream cone. A seamless series of actions was followed by an announcement from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the daily task of meal requirements, ice cream, earning 50 sect contributions and 20 spirit stones. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the daily task of meal requirements, chicken nuggets, earning 50 sect contributions and 20 spirit stones. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the daily task of meal requirements, cola, earning 50 sect contributions and 20 spirit stones. Current data. Sect contributions, 150, spirit stones, 160. Qi Qingqi expressed her gratitude with sparkling eyes, completely captivated by the snacks. To the extent that she did not notice Lin Yu's astonished expression throughout. One action yielded 3 waves of rewards, significantly enhancing the value of his hourly earnings. Logically, Lin Yu should have been elated by this turn of events. However, his entire attention was captivated by another matter. The system only acknowledged individuals within the apartment, a fact recently verified and explicitly stated in the system's prompts. According to this rule, where did his soul cultivation partner originate? Had he not seen Aunt Qi Meng's data earlier, perhaps he could have speculated about her. After all, within the apartment, she was the only female with whom he shared a close bond. Yet, he clearly observed that Aunt Qi Meng's partner count was 0, thus eliminating her as a suspect. The only remaining candidate, given Lin Yu's limited experience at the age of 20, was his online girlfriend. Their relationship most closely aligned with the identity of a soul cultivation partner, existing solely in the realm of spirit and text without any physical contact. In summary, the conclusion drawn is that his online girlfriend, as his soul cultivation partner, is someone within the apartment, excluding Aunt Qi Meng. How naive he had been. Oblivious to the fact that someone was playing tricks under the lamp's light. Who could it be? Lin Yu first glanced at Qi Qingqi, who was eagerly devouring the ice cream cone, inadvertently getting it on her chin. She remained unfazed, wiping her chin with a tissue before continuing to eat, repeating the cycle. Lin Yu thought. First, eliminate little Qi, although he couldn't ascertain her partner count. A girl so openly expressive could hardly conceal anything. Furthermore, based on Lin Yu's deductions, mutual soul cultivation partners would likely reflect some intimacy level. The closeness indicated by friends and neighbors would likely fall short. Moreover, being mutual soul cultivation partners suggests that the other person harbors some affection for him, rather than simply seeking amusement at his expense. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu felt a twinge of regret. How could he have missed such an opportunity? He retrieved his phone and opened WeChat. The first chat window displayed his conversation with his online girlfriend, whose username was Qi Meng, a name imbued with a touch of artistic flair. Their chat history halted at 10:30 last night, the eve of his decision to pull an all-nighter. Upon reviewing the content, Lin Yu recalled the true reason behind his excessive beer consumption the previous night. It was the anniversary of their online relationship. The introverted and timid Lin Yu had boldly asked if there was a chance to meet, only to receive a reply suggesting that maintaining their current relationship was preferable. His solitary act of initiative resulted in deeper introversion and self-inflicted torment. He had even playfully sent a message with a few cans of beer, half in jest, celebrating their anniversary. The pain was excruciating. It felt as if Lin Yu's toes were about to tear through the KFC floor. Really? How could he still be a junior in college, wallowing in such morose literary angst? If it weren't for the fear of pain, Lin Yu would have slapped himself twice. The last two replies from Qi Meng were, "Happy anniversary. Don't do this. Why drink so much?" After that, there was nothing more. Lin Yu, aloof, chose not to reply, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He truly deserved to be single. If he hadn't scared the girl away, it was merely a stroke of luck for her. Meanwhile, outside the KFC, a young couple strolled hand in hand. The boy's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the window where Lin Yu and Qi sat. The girl noticed his gaze and immediately pinched his arm. The boy winced in pain. Ouch. The girl, unimpressed, asked, "Is the Lolita style appealing to you? So, you like girls like that?" Saying this, she released his hand, ready to stride ahead alone. The boy, seeing this, quickly smiled and grasped her hand again, explaining, "How could that be? I swear, I only like you. I just didn't expect to see an acquaintance here. It's Zhao Yuhao from our class. You know him." The girl looked toward the couple inside KFC, skeptical. "Come on. Zhao Yuhao is a bit chubby. I remember him. That boy looks too slender to be Zhao Yuhao. He is not as fair-skinned either." The boy hastily pulled out his phone, showing her Zhao Yuhao's WeChat. "It's not the boy, it's the girl. Look, Zhao Yuhao posted a group photo from the anime club. She's the goddess he's been pursuing for 2 years." The girl's expression brightened with intrigue as she compared the girl in the photo with Qingqi's visage. "No way, it's really her," she exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. "But if that's the case, doesn't it mean she is cheating?" Looking at Lin Yu's profile, the girl could somewhat understand Qingqi's infidelity. Zhao Yuhao's looks were no match for Lin Yu's. Many female university students remain shallow, often fixating on superficial beauty. The boy raised his phone cautiously, snapping a photo of Lin Yu and Qingqi, grinning. It's hard to say if she is cheating. After all, Zhao Yuhao often brags about how he has won her over, claiming he has a two-dimensional girlfriend. How cool is that? Let us send this to him and see how he boasts now. Chapter 7. The External Evil, Coveting the Bell Wielder? Inside KFC, Lin Yu continued scrolling through his phone, persistently searching for clues about his online girlfriend. He had just sent a message, "Have you woken up?" Currently, he awaited her reply in vain. In 2014, WeChat could still be registered with a QQ number, devoid of stringent real name requirements. When he opened the transfer interface, he was unable to view the last character of her name. Even if there is, Qi Meng is evidently a secondary account, a backup. This is clear because Aunt Qi Meng created a WeChat group within the apartment, and there is no trace of Qi Meng among its members. It is undoubtedly a secondary account. Moreover, Lin Yu is using his primary account, making his identity unmistakable to the other party. In Qi Meng's social circle, no information can be found. Only some internet pictures, scenic views, and a few poetic, refreshing phrases. There are no personal photographs, and thus nothing to investigate. Recalling the initial process of adding Qi Meng, it seems he was so constrained that he nearly suffocated, leading him to frantically add contacts from nearby people. At that time, he was indeed a paragon of thoughtlessness. He didn't even consider creating a secondary account for flirting, instead opting to pursue it with his sole WeChat account. Eventually, the number of girls he could chat with dwindled to merely 2 or 3, with Qi Meng evolving into his online girlfriend. After establishing their relationship, their conversations occasionally ventured into suggestive territory, but never to a point that warranted concern. Following Aunt Qi Meng's passing, Lin Yu gradually lost contact with Qi Meng. It felt as if she were an AI girlfriend, existing solely in the virtual realm. Upon reflection, there was a girl in the apartment with whom he frequently crossed paths, engaging in clandestine chats that felt somewhat thrilling. Shouldn't he hastily uncover her identity? The methods of real name verification and searching through social circles proved futile. Perhaps there could be clues within the username? From Lin Yu's memory, since he added Chun Ming Ting Yu, she had not changed her name. Thus, the Yu in her name is undoubtedly unrelated to his Yu. There is no need for any misguided confidence. Strangely enough, there is indeed a girl in the apartment whose name contains Meng. She is even more introverted and socially anxious than Lin Yu. Truly a quintessential socially anxious individual. A girl harboring a secret underground romance, yet too timid to meet in person, is likely her. With a clear direction, he naturally needed to conduct some tests upon returning. Shaolin, could you spare me that ice cream cone? Lin Yu was jolted back to reality by the soft-spoken request. Sitting across from him, Qi gazed longingly at the melting cone in his hand. In his pursuit of information, he had neglected the presence of Qi. In what felt like mere moments, both the ice cream cone and a serving of chicken nuggets had been entirely consumed. How do adolescent girls maintain such figures? Eating sweets and snacks without gaining weight is astounding. One ice cream cone was insufficient. She wanted twice as much. After all, the purpose of their visit to the shop was not primarily to indulge in ice cream. Lin Yu generously handed over the cone, once again witnessing the sparkle of delight in the girl's eyes. The system chimed, rewarding him with spiritual stones for his generous gesture. In a short span, the spiritual stones earned from Qi had exceeded 1,000. He would not hesitate to part with a half-price ice cream cone. Following a few exchanges, Chi's affection level had risen to 36, drawing near to the next intimacy tier. More importantly, with just 50 more points of sect contribution, he could engage in another lottery. Thus, it was imperative to seize the opportunity with his task companion. Chi slurped her ice cream, firmly stating, Shaolin, once my sister returns, I will have money. I will treat you to a grand meal. You are truly wonderful. Lin Yu leaned on the table, appreciating the sight of the gluttonous girl eating, finding it rather pleasing. Is that so? Not quite yet, he replied, with ice cream smudged on her lips. Chi paused her slurping, her expression shifting as she retorted, You are truly quite lecherous. Lin Yu chuckled, TSK, am I being wrongfully accused again? Chi's eyes twinkled mischievously. Humph, I've seen let the bullets fly. I know what you're implying. I may be a homebody, but I am not foolish. Inappropriate behavior among classmates is forbidden. Lin Yu remained silent, realizing he had underestimated the cinematic knowledge of the little homebody. By the way, did your sister leave you any money when she went back home? Chi averted Lin Yu's gaze, nodding uncertainly. Yes. My sister is quite stingy and frugal. It would be shocking if she left me anything. How could she possibly not save money for her dear sister while living lavishly back home? Lin Yu inquired. Surely she spent money on clothes and merchandise? Chi exclaimed. How did you know? As expected, she was not difficult to read. Truly a model of a devoted otaku. She would rather go without snacks than forego saving for merchandise. It was likely that while her sister Shui was present, Chi would have been more restrained. Now that she was back home, it was likely her little savings had been entirely depleted on shopping. A new task notification chimed. Crisis imminent. The host and the Huan Sect's Lingling have been discovered by external malevolent forces who have long coveted the Huan Sect's Lingling. Please ensure the safety of your sect members and retaliate within the given time frame to assert sect sovereignty. Lin Yu. It turned out that besides daily and urgent tasks, there were also time-limited tasks. External malevolent forces? Targeting Chi. And for a long time, Lin Yu hurriedly scanned the shop. There were not many patrons, and he did not spot any suspicious individuals. How had they discovered them? Who exactly were these malevolent forces? Could they not provide clearer hints? The time-limited task differed from the other two types, revealing the rewards upon completion. The trio of sect contribution, spiritual stones, and a lottery was undeniably enticing. Simultaneously, a time limit was set, indicating that failure to complete the task within 8 hours would result in its cancellation. While he was still piecing together the situation, Chi's WeChat pinged. She picked up her phone, glanced at it, and typed a quick response. Lin Yu cautiously asked, Is that from your sister? Chi shook her head. No, it's a classmate. Lin Yu pressed further, a boy from our class. Chi again shook her head, a club member. Oh ho, no need to search further. Wasn't this external malevolent force now right before them? Although he was uncertain how this mysterious adversary had spotted them, it was inconsequential. The next steps required him to consider how to ensure the safety of his sect member, retaliate, and simultaneously assert his claim. After some contemplation, Lin Yu realized he ought to express gratitude to this malevolent force for their timely appearance. Without them, Pursuing other daily tasks with Qi might have felt rather unnatural. With their presence, everything became far more manageable. Lin Yu spoke again. Qi, I remember you joined the anime club, right? Qi beamed with pride. Yes. It's one of the 3 major clubs at our school. Lin Yu continued. Perfect. Please ask your club friends where I can purchase a high-quality Zoro figurine in Spring Square. The price is not a concern. Spring Square. The bustling shopping mall in Pingchuan City is immensely popular among the youth. The most renowned section is the 2nd floor, aptly named Dongman Lin Yu, which houses a plethora of anime merchandise and second-dimensional products, making it a beloved paradise for the city's boys and girls. Upon hearing the words Chun Tian Guangchong and figurine, Chi's eyes sparkled brighter than any spotlight. Shaolin, so you adore Suoda? She exclaimed. I'll inquire with him. He is the vice president of our club and should know which store offers quality products at reasonable prices. To her surprise, she learned of Shaolin's fondness for the 3-sword style, which elicited a chuckle from her. As the conversation shifted to Chi's area of expertise, she became animated, exchanging messages while discussing her favorite characters from One Piece with Lin Yu. They debated whom she liked or disliked, the most touching moments, and the deaths she found hardest to accept. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Crisis alert. The host has successfully attracted the attention of external malevolent forces, who harbor deep hostility and have taken further action. The host must exercise caution and continue to protect fellow disciples while eliminating evil spirits. An additional reward of 20 spirit stones was granted. Lin Yu smiled as he listened to Qi speak with such fervor. The experience of being reborn with a system was truly delightful, allowing him to stay ahead in everything he did. Their conversation continued until Qi finished the last sip of her cola, producing a fizzing sound from the empty can. Lin Yu then interjected. Thank you, Qi. I am heading to Chun Tian Guangchong to check out the store your friend recommended. You should head home now. Weren't you planning to watch an anime series today? Upon hearing this, Qi remained seated, her eyes darting towards Lin Yu as she bit down on her straw. Lin Yu feigned curiosity. What's wrong? Aren't you going home? Qi replied. I can watch anime anytime. With such a long holiday, can Shaolin take me along? Another notification chimed in. Remarkable operation. The companion request has been issued again. Lin Yu hesitated, murmuring, I'm not sure, as your hand might get tired. Qi immediately sprang up, assuring him. It won't hurt when I return, I promise. I can manage for an hour. Determined to visit her favorite place, Qi was willing to negotiate. Lin Yu pretended to contemplate. An hour is not out of the question, but what if your hand hurts again? He glanced at the hem of Chi's skirt without reservation. She instinctively pulled her feet back, aware of his intentions. As she stated herself, she was an otaku. Not foolish. Qi understood Lin Yu's implication. If it were someone else, she would have left long ago, but for some reason, she found herself unable to feel annoyed by Lin Yu's overt sincerity. Was it because of his previous image as a shy boy that made her let her guard down? Or was it because she felt a bit inferior after consuming his food? Qi was unsure and had no inclination to ponder it further. Her sole focus was on going to Chun Tian Guangchong. Resolutely, she declared, if my hand hurts, I'll heed your advice. Lin Yu raised his palm. A promise from an otaku. Qi slapped his palm. A promise that cannot be broken. Chapter 8. A gift for his girlfriend. How artistic. Lin Yu and Qi opted to take the bus to Chun Tian Guangchong. Not due to an inability to afford a taxi or for the cost-effectiveness of the bus, but primarily to allow time for the malevolent entity. If they arrived too quickly, they might miss their encounter with the malevolent entity, rendering their trip futile. On the way, Lin Yu withdrew the 210 spirit stones he had just acquired, increasing his bank balance to 641 yuan. The speed of earning money was indeed commendable, yet he still needed several times that amount to alleviate Aunt Qi Meng's financial predicament. He had to devise a plan to expedite his earning process. The urgent task of the protecting the sect plan lacked a deadline reminder. Recalling his past life, Lin Yu remembered hearing the term partner from Aunt Qi Meng around the end of the month. He estimated that he had about a week to 10 days to prepare and strategize. Suddenly, a WeChat notification sounded, not from Qi, but from Lin Yu's phone. Upon unlocking it, he discovered a message from his online girlfriend. Chen Ming Ting Yu. Have you sobered up? Is your head still hurting? His girlfriend, shrouded in mystery, had finally switched to her secondary account. Now that he was certain she was within the apartment, Lin Yu would avoid raising any alarms during their conversation. Continuing to prompt a meeting would only make her wary. Lin Yu, I truly am not adept at drinking. My head throbs, crying emoji. Chen Ming Ting Yu, it's all my fault, sigh. Lin Yu, how could it be your fault? I attempted to disrupt our current bliss, if anyone is to blame. It's me. I've realized that this is wonderful as it is. Qi Meng Ting, you really? You genuinely think so? Lin Yu. Indeed, dear. When have I ever deceived you? Qi Meng Ting, you. Thank you for your understanding, darling. Cute emoji. Another notification chimed. Remarkable operation. Your sincerity has moved your partner, enhancing the bond between soul cultivators, aiding in your cultivation, and expediting your ascension to a higher stage. Lin Yu felt elated. The rewards were indeed substantial. Reflecting on his past experiences, he found that whether short-term relationships or online dating, they had only provided fleeting satisfaction, lacking any profound sense of fulfillment. This pure, untainted online romance was a rarity in adulthood. Exchanging affectionate terms online indeed evoked a nostalgic feeling. Regrettably, Lin Yu was no longer the naive and bewildered youth he once was. He had to dig deeper and uncover the truth. Merely calling her dear was insufficient. Lin Yu employed a roundabout approach to initiate a conversation. Lin Yu, what are you up to now, my love? Qi Meng Ting, you. Just chatting with you. Lin Yu, apart from chatting? Qi Meng Ting, you. I'm solely focused on our conversation. Lin Yu, haha. Lin Yu sought to infer what his online girlfriend might be doing at that moment. However, his inquiries yielded little insight. Just as he contemplated this, another opportunity arose. Qi Meng Ting, you. Honey, what are you doing? Lin Yu, I'm getting ready to go shopping and buy a few things. Qi Meng Ting, you. Hee. We're quite in sync. I'm also preparing to head out to buy some items. At this juncture, Lin Yu cast a suspicious glance at Qi, who was also engrossed in her phone. As she was heading out, there were a few items she wished to purchase. Could it truly be her? Observing her unperturbed demeanor, I pondered what she might be doing on her phone. Should I sneak a glance? Before Lin Yu could make a move, the next moment, Qi, holding her phone, burst into laughter, mumbling, "Ha, I'm going to die from laughter." Lin Yu thought to himself, it can't possibly be her. She lacks the intellect for such antics. He continued typing, attempting to launch his campaign. Lin Yu, yesterday was our anniversary. We couldn't spend it together. I want to gift you something, though we can't meet. May I send you a present? Once this message was dispatched, it was evident that it had caught the recipient off guard. The dialog box repeatedly indicated that the other party was typing, yet no message followed. Finally, Qi Meng Ting, you, darling, could you send me a song? I'll put it on repeat while I'm out, and you can listen along with me. What do you think? Lin Yu was taken aback. Is this really a thing? Such an artistic soulmate. There were no chinks in her armor, no angles left unguarded. It seemed that pursuing the matter further might disrupt the delightful atmosphere of their conversation. Lin Yu, sure, just wait for me. I'll be right there. Following that, Lin Yu opened his music player and began searching through the charts. The playlist in his mind consisted of songs from over a decade later. He had no clue what tunes were popular in 2014. Scanning the list, he saw titles like Little Apple, Bubble, Super Cool, and Knowing Mistakes. None seemed fitting for the current mood. Reluctantly, he navigated to his personal collection and began to sift through the songs. To his surprise, he actually found one. This song was released in 2012. It must have endured for over a decade to resurface. This would do. Lin Yu, QQ Music Fingerprint Lao Hu, play button. Ding. A splendid maneuver. A perfect soul connection, sharing life's beauty with a partner, documenting every moment of the long journey. Reward, 50 spirit stones, how splendid. 2 consecutive rewards, and another 1,000 credited to his account. If only a few more partners would join, who would still need to work. Qi Meng Ting, you, thank you for the gift, darling. I'll listen repeatedly, and you must too. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Lin Yu, definitely on repeat, kiss. Qi Meng Ting, you, I'm going to tidy up and head out now. We'll chat later. Goodbye, darling. Lin Yu, okay, goodbye, wife. Qi Meng Ting, you, cute, cute. This exchange indeed bore fruit. He speculated that his online girlfriend was likely a girl who adored wearing headphones and listening to music, based on memories from his past life. He couldn't recall anyone in the apartment who enjoyed music through headphones. Such trivial details, who would remember after over a decade. Sighing in resignation, Lin Yu turned to look at Qi. The little homebody was swaying her head to the music with her headphones on. Lin Yu, Qi, noticing his gaze, cheerfully removed one earphone and said, Shaolin, would you like to listen together? Lin Yu took the earphone cord and placed it over his ears. Kawa ada kwai emo nuaka walana emo luo. Akiku iwado 11 na. Indeed, it was the perfect song for a homebody girl. It seemed like a theme song from some story, titled Platinum something. Listening, he felt an uncontrollable urge to follow up with The King Calls Me to Patrol the Mountains. Watching Qi laugh and sway to the beat, he felt a refreshing comfort. Qi, Shaolin, isn't it nice? Lin Yu, very nice, quite kawaii. Qi, he of course. It's good because I recommended it. Lin Yu teased her, hey, I see you're not wearing headphones today. Is there a secret pocket in that outfit? Qi. Sensing Lin Yu's playful claw-like gesture, immediately twisted her waist to the side. Demay, no peeking. Lin Yu, stingy. Upon reaching the bus stop near the mall, the two strolled leisurely to the anime area of Spring Square. Qi's outfit indeed turned heads on the street, being quite rare. However, upon entering Spring Square, particularly the anime section, she became less conspicuous. Everywhere were figures of two-dimensional girls, some even dressed in hanfu and cosplay, taking photos and shopping. Arriving at Qi's domain, she chattered incessantly, enthusiastically explaining things to Lin Yu. Perhaps lacking acquaintances who shared her interests, she seized the opportunity to discuss her passions today. When immersed in a favorite topic, one tends to lose the ability to control their speech. Lin Yu attentively observed, noting which shops made her eyes sparkle. The stores that lit up her face likely contained the items she desired. These were essential tools for completing daily tasks. They had come all this way not just to eliminate a malevolent spirit. Daily tasks also needed to be directly addressed. Chapter 9. A clear-minded little homebody. While Qi introduced shops, Lin Yu discreetly glanced at the prices. In his naive understanding, anything related to the two-dimensional world was inherently expensive. Indeed, the prejudice in his mind was as weighty as a mountain. Witnessing the prices firsthand made him realize how ignorant he had been. The typical price for cosplay outfits ranged from 1 to 200, with very few exceeding 300. Some costumes with less fabric were even cheaper. It made sense. They would only be worn once or twice for videos, photo shoots, or conventions. If the prices were too steep, how could little homebodies afford them? This was still a mall. Online prices should be more favorable. Calculating this, he found that two-dimensional girls were actually quite affordable. In school, he had thought they were all wealthy and spent money freely. Once in society, when a girlfriend asked for bags and jewelry, he realized how easy it had been to support university students. Ding! Crisis alert. A malevolent spirit has appeared nearby. Please remain vigilant and respond appropriately. Here it comes, brother. If the malevolent spirit didn't make an appearance, Lin Yu would miss out on significant rewards. Qi, where's that store your classmate mentioned on this floor? I'll buy the figure first, and then accompany you to continue shopping. Lin Yu inquired eagerly. Hearing that they could keep shopping afterward made Qi skip lightly to the left and point out, sure, it's the 5th shop over here. I know the way. To describe Qi at this moment would be to say she was as swift as a startled rabbit. Regardless of whether Lin Yu could keep up, she dashed ahead. Lin Yu hurriedly followed. However, upon reaching the store entrance, Qi suddenly halted. Lin Yu could surmise what was happening. Surely, there was someone inside she did not wish to see. Why not go in? Lin Yu feigned ignorance. Qi took a couple of steps to the side and remarked, the vice president of our club, whom you mentioned, is inside. Lin Yu exaggeratedly exclaimed, what a coincidence. Qi pursed her lips and replied, it's not a coincidence. It should be. TSK. A smart two-dimensional girl. Just a homebody, not foolish. Generally speaking, not so easily swayed. Lin Yu inquired, Qi, what kind of expression is that? Don't you want to see someone familiar? Qi replied, it's not that. Lin Yu probed further, does he like you? And you don't like him? Qi nodded slightly. Lin Yu continued his dramatic performance. It can't be what you're guessing. Qi, don't get too full of yourself. Qi, a bit disheartened, said, the vice president has confessed to me 7 or 8 or 9 times. I can't remember. Lin Yu was taken aback by this revelation. The vice president was so persistent. If it were Lin Yu, being rejected once would be enough to leave him embarrassed. To be rejected 7 or 8 or 9 times. And still follow along. A fellow disciple from the outer sect has truly lost their composure. I suggest that if you don't like him, you should give him a clear answer next time. Refuse him directly and decisively. Never leave him hanging as if you've given him hope. Lin Yu, from a male perspective, offered his advice. However, Qi lamented, of course, I rejected him, very decisively and directly. But the vice president seems to find reasons to try again every time. It's quite troublesome. Understood. A pure two-dimensional admirer. This type of admirer constantly concocts excuses for themselves. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu said, ha. Do you want to shake him off? I can help you. Qi blinked, brainstormed for a few seconds, then shook her head decisively. No. Lin Yu was puzzled. I haven't even said how I could help you, and you say no? Qi thoughtfully analyzed. Perhaps I could pretend you are my boyfriend. Engage in some intimate interactions to make the vice president back off. The best way to shake off a boy's harassment is simply to have a boyfriend. Such scenarios are quite common in comics and light novels, albeit somewhat outdated and kitsch. Lin Yu exclaimed, that's quite impressive. Not only did you perfectly dismantle my thoughts, but you also disdainfully dismissed my approach as outdated. The portrayal of a homebody in anime should be adorably naive, yet she is unexpectedly astute. Truly too clever. Not easily deceived at all. Lin Yu hurriedly defended himself. Does it matter if the method is outdated? As long as it works. Qi shook her head again and launched into a lengthy discourse. But that won't do. It would put our relationship in a precarious atmosphere. What if, after the pretense ends, you cling to me? What if you monopolize me at school under the guise of being my boyfriend? What if, in the presence of the vice president, you start making affectionate gestures typical of couples? What if, after you overstep your bounds, you threaten me by saying you wouldn't want others to know our secret? Lin Yu, with a darkened expression, swiftly covered Chi's mouth, which was firing questions like a machine gun. All right, no more what ifs. If you keep going, I'm going to lose my composure. What if I punch you and knock you out? What will you do then? At this point, Lin Yu's perception of homebodies as adorably naive was utterly shattered. This homebody was infuriatingly meticulous, not conducive to the precarious situation at hand. However, it did indirectly affirm the credibility of her earlier statements. Such a Chi must have clearly rejected the vice president. While the two outside were engaged in animated discussion, the trio inside was likewise brainstorming at their meeting. Beside the vice president, Zhao Yuhao, stood a boy and a girl, the two who had photographed him at the KFC entrance. The boy was Zhou Yang, a friend whom Zhao Yuhao considered to be on good terms with him, and the girl was Zhou Yang's girlfriend, Hao Qian. This couple, eager to witness the unfolding drama, had come to the scene to enjoy the spectacle. As soon as Qi appeared at the door, the trio had already noticed her. Zhou Yang, with a curious mindset, whispered, "How go? Wasn't that the younger sister of your girlfriend's twin sisters at the entrance?" She seemed to glance our way but didn't come in. Typically, Zhao Yuhao was one of those who loved to show off his knowledge in class, capable of discussing any topic. He was the type who, once engaged in conversation, would enter lecturing mode. Such individuals rarely have deeply connected friends, maintaining most relationships at a superficial level, like with Zhou Yang. When the topic of girlfriends arose, Zhao Yuhao felt a bit insecure. Yet, he still put on a fade. He adjusted his black-rimmed glasses with a casual air and said, to be honest, our relationship has been a bit rocky lately. It's inevitable for couples to have some disagreements. Hao Qian, you might not understand. I previously told Zhou Yang that Qi doesn't want our relationship to be widely known, so it's more of a semi-public secret. She probably felt a bit awkward seeing you all. Hao Qian, being named, nodded in agreement. Oh, I see. I wasn't really aware of who the boy beside Qi was. Zhao Yuhao's smile instantly froze on his face. Welcome. The enthusiastic voice of a female shop assistant interrupted the trio's conversation. Lin Yu and Qi entered the store side by side. Zhao Yuhao immediately approached to greet her. Qi, you're here? I knew you would come to this store, so I came over. Don't be upset. I was wrong before. Qi asked, upset? Lin Yu, suppressing laughter, remarked, what a dramatic scene, starting with an apology. Can't you see that even Xiao Qi is bewildered? In the outside world, Xiao Qi's elaborate light novel love tactics had truly astonished Lin Yu. Yet, in actual practice, she still struggled to keep up with her thoughts. It was clear that the unwarranted apology wasn't meant for Qi, but rather for the two companions behind him, including Lin Yu. Lin Yu contemplated introducing himself graciously, but upon entering, it felt as if they had stepped into the vice president's domain. The pace of interaction was entirely under his control. Good to know you're not upset. I knew you wouldn't be angry over something trivial. Qi, let me introduce you to my good buddy, Zhou Yang, whom I often mention, and this is Zhou Yang's girlfriend, Hao Qian. As he spoke, he naturally positioned himself beside Qi, turning to face his two companions. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This admirer was quite adept at carving out his space. After introducing his companions, the vice president adjusted his glasses in a self-important manner and finally turned his attention to Lin Yu. Qi, why don't you introduce your friend? Mr. CMO, the aroma is simply exquisite. It feels as though I have contracted an affliction that would lead to my demise if I were to find a pair of suitable spectacles that do not slip off. To be frank, prior to meeting Mr. CMO, Lin Yu had somewhat underestimated him. This silky introduction is intentionally crafted to create an illusion of an extraordinary connection between him and Qi. He belongs to a cunning category among those who fawn over others. It is no wonder that despite Qi's numerous rejections, she still cannot rid herself of him. Oh, Shaolin, he is the vice president I mentioned, Zhao Yuhao. This is Lin Yu, my good friend, and also a classmate of my sister and me, Qi introduced. As for their shared living arrangement, she refrained from explicitly stating it, fearing that Zhao Yuhao might trace her whereabouts through Lin Yu. Upon hearing Qi's introduction, Zhao Yuhao scrutinized Lin Yu while straining his memory. Was there such a handsome fellow in Qi's class? He had assumed Lin Yu was someone from another circle, only to discover he was a classmate. Zhao Yuhao had frequently visited Qi Qingqi's class, often sweeping through to scout for potential rivals. If a fair and handsome male student existed, he ought to have remembered him. Ding! Crisis warning. An external malevolent force has been detected, harboring intense animosity. The host is advised to take immediate action to ensure the safety of the sect members. Lin Yu bore no recollection of Zhao Yuhao. In his previous life, he had little interaction with the twin sisters and, consequently, was unfamiliar with their entourage. Since the system urged him to act, he could not ignore the subtle provocation. To act? Then act he shall. Chapter 10. The Pitfall Arranged by Mr. CMO. Lin Yu genuinely extended his hand, hooking gently into Qi Qingqi's arm. With a slight effort, the slender Qi stumbled 2 steps forward, easily drawn to his side. Xiao Qi, you brought a classmate along without giving me a heads up? Lin Yu inquired rather domineeringly. Qi Qingqi looked up and exchanged a glance with Lin Yu. What was Xiao Lin up to? The posture of their arms brushing against one another suggested a closeness that was quite intimate. They had clearly established a boundary against acting like a couple in public. Was he now attempting to coerce her into it? However, compared to the polite closeness with Xiao Lin and the vice president's unwelcome advances, yielding to Xiao Lin seemed the better option for the time being. I'm not sure. The vice president didn't inform me he would be coming. Ding. Outstanding maneuver. Your assertive display has greatly reassured the Lingdang Master of the Huan Sect. Please continue your excellent efforts. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Ding. A decisive strike. The external malevolent force has suffered a severe attack from the host, inflicting considerable pain. Reward, 20 spirit stones. The consecutive system rewards vividly illustrated the notion that the joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another. The reassurance of the Lingdang Master of the Huan Sect is indeed quite intriguing. Clearly, while conversing at the entrance, he appeared as a paragon of clarity. Yet when confronted with forcefulness, he submitted obediently. The complexity of the introverted girl's nature continues to deepen. The weight of Zhang Wuji's maternal law is certainly on the rise. The affectionate gesture not only left Zhao Yuhao at a loss for words, but also widened the eyes of his 2 companions in astonishment. Was the unfolding of events truly this explosive? A duel between faux boyfriends right before their eyes. Zhao Yuhao dared not meet the gazes of his companions and promptly shifted the topic. Lin Yu, right? Hello. You are the one mentioned by Qing Shui regarding the purchase of the Zoro handcraft, correct? I am quite familiar with the store manager and came to take a look in advance. The 3 best models in the shop are right over in the display case across. Shall we go take a look together? Ding. Crisis alert. The external malevolent force, unable to bear the humiliation, is preparing a fierce counterattack. The host is urged to continue exerting strength to demonstrate the capabilities of the sect disciples. Sure, thank you. Vice President, you are truly kind, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Even without the system's warning, Lin Yu could sense something amiss. There was a trap. It was not merely selecting one model, but rather 3. How could Mr. CMO possibly be so benevolent? He was eager to discover his true intentions. Under Zhao Yuhao's guidance, the group arrived at the display case. 2 distinct Zoro handcrafts of varying sizes were displayed within the case. As for the reason there were 2, one Zoro was precariously placed on a small table beside the display. This Zoro barely resembled the character. There was no mention of craftsmanship. It was evident that it was an exceedingly cheap and crude item. Palm-sized, it appeared to be crafted from clay, and the sword was even crooked. It hardly deserved a place in the display case. Zhao Yuhao spoke with an air of expertise. I consulted the store staff, and these are the 3 best models available. They are priced at $99, $299, and $2,399. When he reached the price of $23.99, Zhao Yuhao's tone notably paused for emphasis. Enlightenment dawned. He was here to assess financial capability. Zhao Yuhao continued. If you are inexperienced, I would recommend the one priced at $99 as a mere pastime. Hee, no offense intended. But treating the handcraft as a hobby can be quite costly. If you can avoid the pitfall, do so. As someone who has ventured down that path, I can now genuinely appreciate how expensive this hobby can be. Qingqi mentioned to me that the budget isn't high. So I asked the store manager to select an affordable option. What a splendid excuse. He could not have been more obvious. Knowing the budget was tight, he specifically chose 2 expensive items for comparison. Truly a display of excessive enthusiasm. It would not be surprising if, after Lin Yu purchased the 99 yuan model, Zhao Yuhao swooped in to buy the 23.99 one, executing a final blow. This entire operation not only catered to Xiao Qi's eagerness, but also showcased his professionalism while simultaneously undermining Lin Yu. Had Lin Yu, who previously struggled financially, been present, he would have felt the weight of social disparity, the harshness of reality, and the embarrassment of being overshadowed by Xiao Qi. The battle between two-dimensional boys is strikingly simple and understated, engaging in comparisons of handcrafts instead of cars or watches. How painfully naive. The vice president is truly professional and exceedingly enthusiastic. Thank you. Xiao Qi, which one do you think is better? Lin Yu inquired of Qi Qingqi. Qi Qingqi opened her mouth as if to respond, but quickly bit her lip, stealing glances at Lin Yu's reaction. She was well aware of Lin Yu's familial and financial circumstances. It was Aunt Qi Meng who supported him, providing him with money for his education. Even if Lin Yu had saved a little pocket money, it would likely be no more than a few hundred yuan. Spending on hobbies requires a clear understanding of reality. One must not act blindly. In Qi Qingqi's view, Lin Yu's inquiry at this moment was likely an attempt to seek her counsel in identifying the more affordable option, one that would not seem too embarrassing. As she prepared to point it out, she hesitated. She could somewhat comprehend Zhao Yuhao's intentions. Should she follow Zhao Yuhao's suggestion and recommend the 99 figurine? Would the ensuing scene further wound Xiaolin's pride? Observing the complex and fluctuating expressions on Qi Qingqi's face, Lin Yu instantly surmised that the introverted girl was undoubtedly engaged in a mental brainstorming session. Casually, he placed his hand on her shoulder and lightly patted it, saying, "Is it truly that difficult to choose? There are merely 3 options. It's fine. Select the one you find most appealing. Money is not an issue." Zhao Yuhao, standing nearby, fixed his gaze intently on Lin Yu's hand. At that moment, he thought to himself, "You're putting on a facade." Embarrassed to pick the cheaper option, you shift the burden onto Qingqi, exploiting her kindness to alleviate your financial awkwardness? Shameless, despicable, and utterly contemptible. If only your gaze could wield a blade. Lin Yu's hand would have been sliced into sashimi by now. Qi Qingqi, witnessing Lin Yu's confident demeanor, resolved to take a small gamble, betting that Lin Yu's wallet contained over 300 yuan. If need be, she could wait for her sister to return and use her allowance for the latter half of the month to buy the figurine from Lin Yu and claim it was her favorite. I think the second option is quite striking. I choose the 299 variant. Upon finishing her statement, she immediately observed Lin Yu's reaction, hoping she had not misinterpreted the situation. However, Lin Yu's subsequent frown and hesitation, coupled with his nose-scratching gesture, filled Qi Qingqi with guilt. Had she made the wrong choice? Had she known, she would have suggested the 99 option. Behind them, the 2 onlookers, Hao Qian and Zhou Yang, exchanged whispers, with Hao Qian murmuring in Zhou Yang's ear, "Are figurines really that expensive?" Zhou Yang nodded slowly, covering his mouth as he replied, "For our generation, such luxuries are rare. I suspect Lin Yu is reluctant to spend 300 on a mere toy." Hao Qian gave Zhou Yang a thumbs up in agreement. Zhao Yuhao, meanwhile, was reveling in his delight. Arms crossed and pushing his glasses, as he listened to Lin Yu mumble, "Vice President recommends the 99 variant, while Xiaoqi prefers the 299 option. I personally think the 2399 one is the most appealing. What a dilemma." Internally, Zhao Yuhao scoffed, deriding, "What dilemma are you having? Keep playing your part. Qingqi has already revealed your budget is limited. Hurry up and take the 99 to the checkout. Don't dawdle." As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Lin Yu appeared resolute. "No more indecision. I'll take all 3. After a prolonged wait, Zhao Yuhao finally had his chance to speak. "Heh, you're actually choosing." But he was abruptly stunned into silence, realizing, "What? All 3? Chapter 11, The Challenge of Choices. Qi Qingqi's face mirrored his shock. Purchasing all 3 would cost nearly 3,000 yuan. How could Lin Yu possess such funds? Even if he did, such expenditure seemed extravagant. In front of everyone, Qi Qingqi hesitated to voice her concerns directly, opting instead to tug at Lin Yu's sleeve and shake her head subtly to dissuade him. Lin Yu smiled, raising his eyebrows and lightly patting her small hand. This affectionate gesture was clearly witnessed by the trio, resembling a girlfriend chastising her spendthrift boyfriend, only to be comforted by him. Lin Yu turned to Zhao Yuhao, inquiring, "Am I correct in saying I want all 3, Vice President? I'm new to this dimension of fandom. Can I purchase them all at once? Is there a rule against it?" Upon hearing of the intent to make 3 purchases, the ponytailed shopkeeper hurried over. "Of course you can buy them all together. If you do, I can offer a 10 discount. Plus, you'll receive a complimentary membership card which accumulates points for gifts." Typically, the stores sold many items in the range of hundreds, but larger figurines seldom made it to the checkout. However, in the realm of anime merchandise, no shop could afford to lack large figurines, otherwise it would lack prestige. Realizing a significant sale was imminent, the shopkeeper was positively elated. At this juncture, Zhao Yuhao's composure began to falter, and with skepticism, he warned, "Lin Yu, are you absolutely certain? The items in this store are non-returnable." He remained doubtful that Lin Yu intended to purchase them only to later return them in secret. Yet, the warning fell on deaf ears as Lin Yu confidently addressed the shopkeeper. "Miss, may I pay by card?" The shopkeeper responded eagerly, "Certainly. Just wait a moment while I prepare your figurines." Subsequently, Lin Yu and Qi Qingqi proceeded to the counter, with Qi Qingqi leaning against Lin Yu. In a hushed tone intended only for his ears, she urgently whispered, "Shaolin, are you out of your mind? Buying figurines worth over 2,000 yuan. Is that competitive spirit among boys really worth such reckless spending? Please reconsider. I'll say I dislike the more expensive one, and we can just buy the other two. All right." This statement elevated Lin Yu's opinion of Qi Qingqi. She was genuinely a good person with sound values, aware that one should not squander money for the sake of pride. However, she was unaware that today, to vanquish the evil spirits, this expenditure was necessary. After the confrontation, the majority of the costs would be borne by the malevolent spirit. "Shaoqi, let me confide in you a secret. Do not share it with anyone. I've recently come into a small fortune." Qi Qingqi regarded him with a face full of disbelief, her expression questioning. "Really? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Lin Yu, exuding confidence, replied, "Who could possibly deceive you? Otherwise, how would I have such funds? I've been writing a novel online, and it has garnered some popularity, earning me a decent sum in royalties." Lin Yu concocted a reasonably plausible explanation to dissuade Qi Qingqi from further objections. Writing novels and earning royalties was hardly an implausible endeavor. It sounded entirely credible. Before long, the shopkeeper personally packaged the figurines and approached the counter to finalize Lin Yu's payment and membership card registration. Lin Yu withdrew the spirit stones stored in the system, revealing a balance exceeding 4,000. After settling the bill, his remaining balance stood at 152 for 162 yuan. The membership card accrued points at a rate of 10 yuan per point, approximately equivalent to 1 yuan in redeeming power. This purchase would earn him 251 points. While registering as a member and entering his phone number, Lin Yu nudged Qi Qingqi. "What is your number?" Qi Qingqi, a mix of surprise and excitement, questioned. "Mine?" Lin Yu affirmed. "Who else would it be?" Qi Qingqi, biting her lip in hesitation, remarked, "That's over 200 points. We could exchange those for many small gifts." Lin Yu nodded. "I understand. Consider this a reward for you. You can enjoy it. Just help me out more often in the future, and we'll be all set." Upon hearing this, Qi Qingqi no longer hesitated, nodding eagerly as if pecking at grains. "Thank you, Shaolin." Hee. Ding. A remarkable maneuver. The gift that resonates with the heart is the most potent weapon to forge bonds with allies, elevating the relationship with the Huan Sect to the 4th level. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Indeed, gifting must strike the heart's core. If he had simply given Qi Qingqi 200 yuan, she would have likely refused and been far from pleased. A was presented, and not only was the money refunded, but the intimacy level also saw an elevation. At this juncture, a glance at CHQNGCH's information panel revealed intimacy level with host, 40, 4th realm, Lingxi dark degree. Mastering the manual on scoring for the petite homebody, it seemed that breaking through to a higher intimacy level was merely a matter of time. At the counter, LNY and CHQNGCH found their hands brushing against each other, shoulders aligned, completely oblivious to the feelings of the individual on the opposite side. ZHOYHO stood amidst the shelves, gazing vacantly towards the counter. Everything had fallen apart. He had meticulously crafted the narrative, only to find LNY had taken center stage. Some individuals appeared to be alive but had, in fact, departed long ago. His companion, HOCN, linked her arm with ZHUYing and continued to spectate. What more can ZHOYHO do to salvage this? Even a blind person can see they are a couple. ZHUYing had initially approached with a mindset of watching the drama unfold at CHNTIN Square. Witnessing Geo Gu being humiliated sparked a twinge of sympathy. Let us spare Geo Gu some dignity and refrain from saying too much. Ding. Critical strike. The external demonic entity has sustained severe damage and is on the brink of collapse. The host is urged to seize the opportunity for a fatal blow. Reward, 20 Ling stones. Not yet dead? The demon truly proves to be difficult to vanquish. Such formidable psychological resilience. After contemplating for a moment, LNY proclaimed loudly, "Shopkeeper, if it weren't for our vice president's recommendation, I might not have discovered such an excellent store for merchandise. Having purchased so much, might I receive a little gift? Perhaps something for my recommender, the vice president? He is a loyal customer of your establishment. Could you possibly gift him a 99 Zioling, akin to mine? ZHOYHO. ZHUYing. HOCN. A heartless act in addition to murder. Was CHQNGCH's boyfriend truly this ruthless? A dazed Zhou hurriedly waved his hands. No, no. It's unnecessary. Yet, his reaction was slightly slower than that of a business-savvy shopkeeper. A 99 Zhou was already placed before LNY. LNY personally retrieved it, while Zhou struggled against it. Really, you should keep it for yourself. LNY graciously replied, oh, why would I keep two identical ones? Vice President, did you not mention you favored this model? CHQNGCH swiftly added another cutting remark. Indeed, Vice President. Thank you for your recommendation today. It's complimentary. Please accept it as a token of our appreciation. Our heartfelt token initially. LNY's actions did not seem overly painful. It was CHQNGCH's words that were the true sharp blade, piercing straight to the heart. Zhou appeared to have lost all strength, accepting the free gift like a soulless entity. The small present felt like a great burden in his hands. Ding! Heavy strike. The external demonic entity's physical form has been obliterated, leaving only a remnant of its consciousness. Should the host refrain from delivering the final blow, future troubles may arise. Please seize the opportunity. Reward, 20 Ling stones, LNY. The remnants of the soul. Even in such a state, one still needs to deliver a final blow? System, do not be so cruel. Speaking of which, Zhou's perseverance was indeed remarkable. At this level, he had not entirely perished. It was as if a short film was unfolding before him. There was no choice but to resort to extreme measures. LNY naturally took out his phone, casually opening a recent deduction message. With a convincingly furrowed brow, he remarked, I almost forgot, Ch. We need to pay the water bill for our apartment. We should head back to settle it before the property management closes for lunch. Chapter 12. The welfare segment for the victorious. CHQNGCH stood stunned in place. She understood the implications of this statement. LNY was exploiting the information disparity. Knowing they were cohabitants, this statement seemed unremarkable. For outsiders, however, it conveyed a significant amount of information. They were merely sharing an apartment. Yet it was described as if they were living together. Regrettably, CHQNGCH found herself at a loss for explanation. At that moment, she deeply regretted not complying with LNY's earlier suggestion to act as a couple. Now, it was evident they had not merely claimed to be a couple, but had directly transitioned to cohabitation. It felt as though he had forcibly pushed her into this situation, leaving her with no means of resistance. Ding! Fatal strike. The external demonic entity has been completely slain. Congratulations, host. You have successfully protected the Huan bell bearer and declared your dominion. Reward, 100 sect contributions, 200 Ling stones. 1 free draw from the system shop. WH. Finally, it has perished. What a thoroughly exhilarating battle. Vice President, we shall return home now. Let us dine together next time. LNY genuinely wished to shake Zhou's hand, expressing gratitude for his generous gift. Observing Zhou as if he were shattered, forcing a stiff smile and waving, LNY made an effort to leave him in one piece. Goodbye, Vice President. Farewell, classmates. CHQNGCH politely bid farewell to the group, obediently following LNY's lead. Watching the two depart, Qi couldn't help but remark, being handsome truly grants one the ability to do as they please, such a large figure. Yet they have CHQNGCH carrying it. Zhuang patted the nearly shattered Zhou, offering consolation. Stop staring. It's evident they have been living together for quite some time. It was bound to happen. Let it go, GOZ. While LNY and CHQNGCH verbally expressed their intention to leave, they were not in a rush to depart. Their visit to CHNTI and Square was not solely for vanquishing the external demon. There were also daily tasks to complete from the Task Princess. The current sect contribution had accumulated to 250 points. With an additional 150 points, they could directly engage in a double draw. What a delightful prospect. CHQNGCH, feeling dejected, assisted LNY in carrying the figurine, her mind swirling with thoughts. In the eyes of her classmates, wouldn't she become the girl cohabiting with a male classmate? Oh dear, the cost of shaking off Vice President Zhou seemed excessively high. LNY noticed CHQNGCH's inner turmoil and teased. Do not fret. Rest assured that Zhou will not spread this around. CHQNGCH looked up at LNY. Is that true? Don't deceive me. LNY, with a tone of assurance, analyzed, of course. Think about it. Your vice president would undoubtedly claim you as his girlfriend, or at least as a potential girlfriend. How could he possibly reveal that his little goddess is already cohabiting with another male? That would be a severe blow to his own pride. CHQNGCH pondered LNY's reasoning, murmuring, it does seem plausible. Seeing her visibly relieved, Lin smirked mischievously. He definitely wouldn't say anything. But his two companions might not be so tight-lipped. It's quite possible that when school resumes, you will be perceived as a married woman. CHQNGCH's face quickly filled with distress. Lin, return my innocence. Teasing a young girl was indeed quite delightful. In a previous life, I busied myself for over a decade, oblivious to the futility of my endeavors. The aspirations one chases are often those we have long possessed. If purity cannot be restored, how about gifting you a Rem cosplay outfit as a reward for your obedience? Upon passing a store selling Rem cosplay attire, Lin Yu halted his steps. Had Lin Yu merely mentioned a cosplay outfit without any prefix, or suggested another female character's costume, Qi would have undoubtedly declined to linger. Today, she had already received her membership card reward, and Lin Yu had spent a considerable sum. Any further expenditures would naturally be dismissed. However, Lin Yu had precisely mentioned a Rem cosplay outfit, striking a chord deep within her heart. Noticing Chi's internal conflict, Lin Yu pointed to the Rem statue positioned at the store entrance and remarked, Xiao Qi, haven't you noticed? Your figure bears a striking resemblance to hers. Wearing this outfit would undoubtedly enhance your beauty, wouldn't it? It's the perfect anime character tailored for you. Absolutely stunning. Ding. The heartfelt and sincere compliment sent the Ling Yu of Huan Sect into a frenzy of joy. Reward, 20 spirit stones. With the user manual in hand, the little homebody was effortlessly in control. Observing Qi, one could see her eyes sparkling with infatuation once more. Shaolin, you have a good heart and keen insight. Hee, I too feel I am suited for cosplaying as Rem. Let us do this together. How about I write you an IOU for the borrowed money? When my sister returns, I will certainly repay you. Once again, that exasperating meticulousness. Lin Yu found it rather agreeable. At least she wasn't a heartless girl who indiscriminately extracted value from boys. Having a boundary in her actions was quite commendable. After reaching an agreement, the two ventured into the store, embarking on a new round of spending. Before long, Lin Yu inquired, doesn't it match with the aquamarine contact lenses? Otherwise, it won't resemble Remington. Qi replied, Shaolin, you truly understand. Lin Yu exclaimed, wow, this one is even more perfect. The latest Hatsune Miku cosplay outfit. And the price is so reasonable. Qi responded, indeed, the material feels quite comfortable. In the store, there were 3 daily tasks that could be completed, making it exceptionally pleasant. A salesgirl approached, gently reminding them, I'm sorry, handsome and beautiful, but we do not allow fitting here. You can only purchase the correct size. Cosplay outfits are like this. Too many people come in just to try them on for a photo, snap a picture, and leave, posting it on social media. Thus, every cosplay store in the anime realm prohibits fitting. This was not a challenge for Lin Yu. Miss, I'll pay first, and then let her try it on here. We absolutely do not accept returns except for quality and size issues. We want both the Rem and the latest Hatsune Miku outfits. Is that acceptable? At this point, the salesgirl had no reason to refuse and readily agreed. Shaolin, wouldn't it be better to try it on at home? The size and material should be fine. It's just about how it looks when worn, right? As for the reason to try it here, it's obviously for the visual pleasure. The subsequent phase was the reward segment following a victorious transaction. How could one allow Qi to shut herself in her room to try it on? This clever little one could still be observed. With so little fabric, it was imperative to wear it promptly and enjoy the view. Who doesn't admire Hatsune Miku? Who doesn't appreciate a maid outfit? It couldn't possibly look bad. What a joke. You surpassed those online cosplayers by far. Truly the best two-dimensional hanger. Beautiful clothing. Of course, must be worn and admired immediately. Ding. The splendid praise caused the Ling Yu of Huan Sect to perceive you as a kindred spirit in the mortal realm. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Hee, Shaolin, your words make me so happy. Wait for me. I shall try it on right now. Qi, clutching her coveted outfit, skipped joyfully toward the fitting room. Simultaneously, the system's prompt echoed once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the daily task of acquiring the sect's treasured attire, Rem cosplay outfit, earning 50 sect contribution points and 20 spirit stones. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the daily task of acquiring the sect's treasured attire, latest Hatsune Miku cosplay outfit, earning 50 sect contribution points and 20 spirit stones. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the daily task of acquiring the spiritual artifact, aquamarine contact lenses, earning 50 sect contribution points and 20 spirit stones. Current data, sect contribution, 400. Spirit stones, 360. How delightful, not only in monetary gains, but also in the enhancement of sect contributions. With 400 contribution points, one could indulge in a double draw. While waiting for Qi to change, Lin Yu opened the lottery interface. Chapter 13, Limited Time Task, Invasion of Spirit Beasts. Inputting the 400 sect contribution points. A colossal spinning wheel appeared in his mind. Unlike before, this time the lottery pointer had transformed into 2. Moments later, the pointer slowly came to a stop, revealing the lottery results. Ding! Congratulations, host, for winning a physical reward. Bone refining body pill. Description: as strong as rock, enduring all forces. With a physique as resilient as iron, overcoming countless challenges, and moving like a dragon, free in action. Ding! Congratulations, host, for winning a skill reward. Joyful foot inviting finger. Description: with agile finger techniques, the foot meridians become unobstructed, banishing fatigue and refreshing the body, attracting beauty like a phoenix. The first reward materialized as a tangible pill. With a slight thought, it appeared in Lin Yu's hand. The first lottery had yielded a beauty pill. This time, the pill could be deemed a fitness elixir. The second reward seamlessly merged into Lin Yu's consciousness as a proficient technique. He lightly moved his fingers, contemplating, perhaps if I have no classes in the future, I might audition as a male foot therapist. Joyful foot inviting finger sounds rather artistic. After all the flowery rhetoric, it is merely a skilled foot massage technique. With his rich experience of being pampered in his past life, the set of techniques acquired would undoubtedly surpass 99 of legitimate therapists available. He ought to find a target upon returning and thoroughly demonstrate what it truly means to invite beauty like a phoenix. Without hesitation, Lin Yu consumed the bone refining body pill. With this pill, he would possess the means to converse effectively with the foolish. As he swallowed the pill, it felt as though his body was filled with a warm water bag. The heat was intense, causing Lin Yu to grit his teeth. Simultaneously, he felt subtle changes occurring within his body. Fortunately, the burning sensation did not linger for long. After exhaling a hot breath, he felt utterly relaxed, the pill perfectly integrating into his body. Lin Yu attempted to clench his fist, the sensation of power igniting a desire to punch a sandbag. Shaolin, I'm ready. Qi approached Lin Yu, adorned in the Rem outfit, appearing refreshingly radiant. Adorned with a delicate blue wig and a whimsical expression, she exuded an undeniable charm. The classic maid outfit, complemented by white stockings and the subtle allure of her fair skin, embodied a perfect amalgamation of desire and cuteness. It was unclear whether it was the lingering effects of the elixir or the exceptional allure of Qi. But Lin Yu quickly adjusted his posture to conceal any changes in his lower body. He then raised his thumb in commendation, exclaiming, "Perfect. I truly did not misjudge." Outside the store, in the corridor, a young couple, Zhou Yang and Hao Qian, accompanied by the dazed Zhao Yuhao, prepared to make their exit. Alas, fate had other plans. Hao Qian's attention was drawn to the sight of Qi, dressed as Rem, and Lin Yu, who was affectionately patting her head. Hadn't they said they were going home? Just as Hao Qian began to voice her thoughts, she caught sight of the two boys' gazes, prompting her to retract her words hastily. Zhao Yuhao trembled, his arms shaking in despair. The duo's sharp remarks were merciless, as if they were cruelly sprinkling salt on an open wound. Zhou Yang patted Zhao Yuhao on the shoulder. Speaking with earnestness, "Stop looking, Xiao Hao. No matter how splendid she is, she belongs to someone else. We simply lack such fortune." At that moment, Zhao Yuhao's face turned ashen, as if a cherished crystal he had held for years had shattered into 1,000 pieces, not from a mere fall, but violently crushed by another's hand. Lin Yu and Qi strolled until approximately 11 o'clock, before contentedly hailing a taxi home. They had failed to procure the tarot cards and Catwoman bell from their daily tasks, and even items reminiscent of those two had eluded them. It seemed that successfully completing all tasks was not as straightforward as one might hope. Nevertheless, today had proven fruitful, and there was no need for undue demands. On the way home, Lin Yu received a WeChat message from Aunt Qi Meng, stating that she would return at noon to prepare lunch and inviting him to join. After a night spent battling in an internet CAF, he had roamed the mall for a good part of the morning. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, fatigue washed over him, and he reminded Qi to wake him upon their arrival home, as he intended to indulge in a refreshing nap. In contrast, Qi, brimming with youthful energy, busied herself in the car, taking selfies and capturing moments. In addition to emulating Rem's hairstyle, she cradled Lin Yu's $23.99 version of Zorro for a commemorative photo. Once her photographic endeavors were nearly complete, she reflected on the day's events and glanced at the sleeping Lin Yu. Had she previously underestimated him? She had not realized how articulate he was, how sharp his mind remained, and how pleasing his appearance was. Aside from some superficial awkwardness, He seemed devoid of significant flaws. The joy of the day stemmed entirely from him. With the intention of documenting the beauty of life, Qi once again picked up her phone, using the slumbering Lin Yu as a backdrop for a delightful selfie. After capturing the moment, she prepared to edit the photos. However, as she began to enhance them, she felt her cheeks flush. Was Lin Yu perhaps dreaming of something peculiar? She froze for a moment, stealing glances at the still sleeping Lin Yu. One must strive to remind oneself not to dwell on certain matters, which, in essence, serves as a subconscious acknowledgement that these thoughts are too conspicuous. Yet, when Qi regained her focus, she was startled to find Lin Yu wide awake, staring at her. "Ah," she gasped, nearly dropping her phone. I wasn't doing anything." "Lin Yu, you misunderstood." Lin Yu blinked, inquiring, "What did I misunderstand?" "I was thinking of nothing at all." Qi sighed in relief. Her reaction had been excessively dramatic. Hadn't Lin Yu been asleep just moments ago? He likely hadn't noticed anything amiss. However, Lin Yu continued, "If you wish to see, you can simply ask. I can show you without needing to sneak a peek." Qi face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for a retort. Cursed curiosity. Lin Yu chuckled inwardly, reveling in having caught her red-handed. He was neither feigning sleep nor experiencing any telepathic connection. Rather, the sudden ping of a temporary task notification had jolted him awake, revealing the amusing sight of Qi peering and measuring beside him. After exchanging a few playful remarks, Lin Yu delved into the system interface to review the freshly updated temporary task. Ding! Time-sensitive task issued. Crisis imminent. The acting sect leader is currently within the sect, besieged by rampaging spiritual beasts. Please assist the acting sect leader in capturing the beasts and safeguarding the sect's spiritual herbs and plants from disruption. Time limit, half an hour. Task rewards, 50 sect contributions, 100 spirit stones. Chapter 14, The Transformed Body, Easily Capturing Spiritual Beasts. Upon returning home with Qi, Lin Yu had yet to open the door when he was greeted by a cacophony of noise from within. How peculiar. What could Aunt Qi Meng be up to? That certainly sounded like her voice, Qi remarked with uncertainty. As Lin Yu swung the door open, he was taken aback by the chaotic scene in the living room. It appeared as though a thief had ransacked the place. The shoe rack was askew, with slippers strewn across the floor. A vase lay toppled on the wooden table, water spilling everywhere. Before either of them could inquire, a girl clad in thick gloves called out, Xiao Qi, quickly close the door. Don't let Budong escape." The girl sported a high ponytail, with a few stray strands brushing against her fair cheeks. Clad in a white short-sleeved top tucked into light blue overalls, her slender legs showcased her youthful vibrancy, reminiscent of an oxygen-rich girl. Mao Rue, the manager of a small pet store, was usually generous and enthusiastic, passionate about sports and animals. Lin Yu recalled she was around 25 years old. At that moment, Mao Rue appeared somewhat flustered, her overalls hanging loosely from her shoulders as she crouched like a little leopard. Not far from her was Budong, a ragdoll cat, typically gentle and affectionate. This particular feline had its tail high and fur bristling, emitting a fierce growl. It seemed poised to dash off unpredictably at any moment. Qi complied promptly, shutting the door to prevent Budong from escaping. She then quickly hid behind Lin Yu, while she was unafraid of docile animals. Budong clearly did not fit that description. Xiao, there are gloves by the door. Please remember to wear them. Be careful not to get scratched by the little cat. It just had surgery and is quite irritable. Qi Meng's voice called from the kitchen corner. Evidently, Budong had not spared the kitchen either, as evidenced by the broom and dustpan lying in the corner, serving as proof of its chaotic escapade. Seeing Qi Meng, Lin Yu was momentarily speechless. She approached stealthily, cradling a stainless steel pot meant for steaming buns, ready to lend a hand. Lin Yu, this is utterly ridiculous. I can understand changing to a laundry basin, but a steamer? No wonder Budong is so irritable. Poor Mr. Plush has just been forcibly transformed into Grandpa Plush. In the future, facing a room full of female kittens at the pet shop, he won't even be able to hold his head high as a cat. Coming home to sulk, he then encounters two women relentlessly pursuing him. How could he not be agitated? Whoosh. Before Lin Yu could ponder further, Mao Rue made the first move. She lunged towards Budong on the ground like a cheetah spotting its prey. Unfortunately, despite being of the same feline family, a cat's speed is 7 times that of a kitten. With a thud, Mao Rue fell to the ground as Budong nimbly dodged and maneuvered around the obstacles, sprinting towards the stairwell. It got away again. Qi Mengjia, I'm coming for you. Mao Rue lamented, slapping the floor. Qi clutched Lin Yu's sleeve, exclaiming in astonishment. Wow, this little cat is fiercer than the last one, able to jump so high. How are we supposed to catch it? It's too fast. Lin Yu picked up the gloves from the table and slipped them on. Fast. It certainly has a graceful elegance. Budong's movements appeared rather ordinary in Lin Yu's eyes. Could it be the result of the physical changes brought on by the elixir? Regardless, if no action was taken now, the next one to scream would surely be Qin Shi Meng. As Budong dashed past, Qin Shi Meng raised her pot, gesturing and retreating, trusting more in the pot in her hands than in the cat returning to its cage. Lin Yu swiftly ran out, heading straight for the stairwell on the first floor. Qi felt a gust of wind sweep past her. Only after realizing Lin Yu, who had been in front of her, had vanished did she comprehend what had occurred. Qin Shi Meng's actions had indeed served as a distraction, causing Budong to momentarily slow its escape, thus granting Lin Yu precious time. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu dashed forward. Qin Shi Meng merely perceived a fleeting shadow pass by, unable to discern who it was. Budong, reacting slightly quicker, leapt onto the stair railing, preparing to play a game of evasion before springing back to shake off the pursuing human. Alas, the wild speed Budong prided itself on was, in Lin Yu's eyes, akin to a child clambering and jumping about. Just as it was about to spring into action, Lin Yu's hands shot out with remarkable speed, firmly grasping Budong. The little creature continued to struggle, its paws flailing in the air, letting out menacing growls. Yet, to Lin Yu, these posed no threat. Ding! A splendid capture. The rampaging spirit beast has been completely subdued. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the time-limited task. Reward, 50 contribution points to the sect, 100 spirit stones. Ding! Your agile prowess has caught the attention of the sect's elders, recognizing your potential. This child possesses the grace of an immortal, with an immeasurable future ahead. Reward, 30 spirit stones. Rue Jia, I've caught it! Lin Yu exclaimed, holding up Budong, calling out to Mao Rue, who had just risen at the doorway. The three women in the living room turned in unison to look at Lin Yu. The entire process, from Lin Yu's action to the capture, was so swift that the three women had scarcely grasped what had transpired. Amazing. Thanks to you, Xiao Yu. Your reflexes are incredible. Wait for me for 30 seconds. Mao Rue exclaimed excitedly, then seemed to recall something and dashed toward the shoe rack. Subsequently, she retrieved a cat carrier from the corner and, along with Lin Yu, carefully placed Budong inside. During the process of returning the cat, their arms inevitably brushed against each other. A virtual information panel appeared beside Mao Rue. Mao Rue, age, 25, sect identity, elder of the Spirit Beast Garden, intimacy level with host, 25, second realm, casual acquaintance, number of Dao partners, soul and body cultivation, intimacy level with host not met, temporarily unavailable for viewing. Attribute skills, host's identity is lowly. Temporarily unavailable for viewing. Other information. Host's identity is lowly. Temporarily unavailable for viewing. Current task. Spirit beast feeding. Daily task. The treated spirit beast is extremely weak and urgently needs nourishment to replenish its spiritual energy. An elder of the Spirit Beast Garden. What a prestigious title. So, it seems he is the only outer disciple in the entire apartment? Based on Lin Yu's judgment, it's highly likely that Rue Jia is not his online romantic interest. If she were, there should at least be some indication in the intimacy level. Among the 9 women in the apartment, 3 have already been ruled out, further narrowing the range. Xiao Yu, thankfully I have you. I was about to be driven mad by it. I'll take it upstairs now, and later, I'll be sure to thank you properly. Mao Rue said gratefully as she picked up the cat carrier. Lin Yu casually replied, no problem, just a small effort on my part. It really jumps quite high. Mao Rue suspiciously leaned closer to the cat carrier and sniffed. It doesn't smell, does it? Seems like it hasn't urinated at all. Lin Yu, among the female roommates, Lin Yu did not have a deep impression of Mao Rue. Hearing her response instantly reminded him of the deaf sister in the apartment. He was talking about how high the cat jumped. While she was commenting on the cat's urine smell, both were clearly talking past each other. Qin Shi Meng hurriedly approached after placing the steamer on the ground. She removed the gloves Lin Yu was wearing and thoroughly checked his palms, backs of hands, and elbows. Fortunately, he wasn't scratched. Xiao Yu, you're incredible. Your reflexes are so quick. I hadn't even registered what happened before you caught it. Qin Shi Meng praised, giving a thumbs up with gentle concern. Qi also approached Lin Yu, gazing up at him with starry eyes. Shaolin, you just swooped in and caught the ragdoll cat. Wow, like an actor from an action movie. Chung Long. So cool. Qi animatedly gestured, her skirt fluttering. From the perspective of the 3 women, Qi was the only one at the door, capturing every action of Lin Yu. His agile posture and sharp movements stimulated the nerves of the little homebody. Haha, Chung Long is too exaggerated, isn't he? Lin Yu felt a tinge of pride within. Sincere compliments are appreciated by both genders. Mao Rui contentedly cradled the cat carrier. Qimeng Jia, Xiao Qi, I'm heading upstairs now, you all chat. Qi nodded in agreement. All right, Rui Jia. And little kitty, you must be good. Watching Mao Rui's figure ascend the stairs, Lin Yu couldn't help but lower his voice to Qimeng, whispering, Rui Jia is still the same. She seems quite hard of hearing. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Mao Rui halted on the stairs. Lin Yu's heart raced, and he awkwardly looked up towards the staircase. Could she have heard that? Isn't she supposed to have poor hearing? But Mao Rui gazed out the staircase window. Where is the eagle? Lin Yu. Qimeng. Qi. After the farce concluded, Qi embraced a gift and Lin Yu's figurine before returning to her room. Lin Yu, on the other hand, remained in the kitchen, eager to assist Qimeng with her tasks. Although the 10 individuals residing in the apartment shared the same roof, their daily meals were prepared separately. There was a small kitchen on the second floor for communal use. Qimeng typically prepared meals solely for herself and Lin Yu, occasionally calling upon those who had skipped meals or were reluctant to eat. Today, she had even prepared a portion for Qi. As her sister Qi was not at home and her ability to care for herself was rather concerning. Before returning to her hometown, Qi had specifically asked Aunt Qi Meng to look after her younger sister and had even insisted on providing several days' worth of meal expenses. Though both sisters were young, they were quite capable. Observing the array of fish, beef, and various vegetables laid out on the kitchen table, Lin Yu inquired, Aunt Qi Meng, even if we were to add another pair of chopsticks, do you really think we could finish all this? It seems rather extravagant. Is today a special occasion? While selecting vegetables, Qi Meng replied, it's not just for 3 of us, it's for 4. Inger from upstairs will join us as well. Chapter 15. The Genius Girl in the Apartment. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Inger is dining with us. Merely mentioning Inger's name caused Lin Yu to flinch involuntarily. Mo Shangying, a girl who was merely 3 days older than him, yet insisted on being called sister. She was indeed a legendary figure within the apartment. After only half a year of college, she had dropped out to live in the apartment, claiming that the education was too simplistic and that attending school was a waste of time. Her major was the prestigious computer science program at Pingchuan University. Had she truly become a burden on her family by dropping out? This was certainly not the case with Mo Shangying. As Lin Yu understood, ever since turning 18, she had become the financial backbone of her household. While others her age were still asking their parents for living expenses and pocket money, Mo Shangying had already begun to give back. As for her sources of income, Lin Yu had initially thought she made a little money doing freelance cybersecurity work. However, after years in the workforce and a deeper understanding of the industry, he recognized the true value of her achievements, such as ranking in global hacking competitions, independently running a technical forum, and testing security vulnerabilities for large corporations. Among all the individuals Lin Yu had encountered in his previous life, Mo Shangying was undoubtedly a world-class talent, unmatched in her abilities. To describe Mo Shangying as a genius hacker girl felt almost like an understatement, as he struggled to find words that could adequately capture her brilliance. However, the source of Lin Yu's trepidation regarding her had nothing to do with her extraordinary talents. Rather, it stemmed from her peculiar personality. She was the girl Lin Yu had most dreaded encountering during his previous life in the apartment. Fortunately, he was no longer the naive young boy he once was. Having lived another life, he resolved not to be toyed with by an eccentric young lady again. Xiaoyu, do you remember Annie mentioning that you could place orders through a website on WeChat? The platform's commission was too high, so I opted out. Inger was kind enough to help me create a small website for free. Now, many of my old customers are using this site to order flowers from my shop, which has proven to be incredibly convenient. They are even sharing it with others. I wanted to give Inger a red envelope as a token of gratitude, but she refused. After much thought, I decided to invite her for a meal to express my appreciation. Qi Meng explained the reason behind preparing so much food. Understanding now, Lin Yu decided to inform Inger to come down for dinner shortly. In his previous life, Lin Yu had no recollection of this thank you dinner, likely lost in the anguish of an online relationship with a girlfriend who refused to meet. Qi Meng glanced at Lin Yu, who was busy washing vegetables, and with a thoughtful tone, said, Xiaoyu, isn't it true that your major requires you to purchase a DSLR camera starting from your 3rd year? I asked a friend and found out that the newest model, the 5D3, along with 2 lenses, is quite reasonably priced this year. You'll need a computer for editing as well, right? I'm not very knowledgeable about computers, but you can check them out at stores or online in the coming days. Once I sign the contract next week, we can purchase them together. Lin Yu was taken aback. He had never heard such words in his previous life. The signing of a contract was often the precursor to misfortune. Thus, Qin Shi Meng's urgency to find a partner to secure investment funds was originally motivated by her desire to buy him a camera and a computer. The 5D3, released in January, cost around 20,000 yuan for just the body, and coupled with 2 lenses, it would likely reach 30,000. Adding a computer for editing would bring the total to nearly 40,000. For Qin Shi Meng's current income, such an expenditure was indeed unfeasible. A DSLR did not need to be the latest model, and the computer need not be of the highest specifications. Such non-essential items, were they truly worth sacrificing a lifetime for? Observing the blissful smile on Qin Shi Meng's face stirred something within Lin Yu. He did not desire these gifts, yet she was intent on giving them to him. She was exerting all her efforts to show the utmost care for someone with whom she had no blood relation. Lin Yu refrained from voicing any refusal, knowing that no matter how he expressed himself, Qin Shi Meng would interpret it as fear of spending and an attempt to save her money. Such a response would only backfire. Thus, he chose to remain silent, temporarily acquiescing to her intentions. In this life, he would strive to alter everything through his actions. Gently, Lin Yu tucked a loose strand of hair behind Qin Shi Meng's ear, eliciting an even brighter smile from her as she took the vegetables from his hands. I'll wash these. Xiao Yu, please go downstairs and tell Inger to come down for dinner in an hour. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Lin Yu stood before room 301 and knocked gently on the door. Who is it? A languid voice called from within. It's me, Inger. Lin Yu. I'm here. He replied. Inside the room, a gleeful laugh echoed, unmistakably directed at him. Lin Yu was well aware that this laughter belonged to her. Memories of the past surged within him, leaving him both anxious and slightly eager. With a click, the door unlocked, revealing a narrow gap. Through it, Lin Yu saw the dimly lit room, illuminated by alternating blue and yellow glows. He recognized this light as emanating from Mo Shangying's computer. The curtains were evidently drawn, as no one would keep them closed during the day. Inger, may I come in? Lin Yu inched closer, ready to push the door open. In the next moment, a slender, snow-white arm swiftly reached out from inside, pulling him forcefully into the room without giving him a chance to react. Bang! Click, click. The girl at the door quickly shut and locked it, her movements executed with seamless precision. The room was filled with the delightful fragrance of shower gel, suggesting that Mo Shangying had just bathed. Dressed in an oversized white short-sleeved nightgown adorned with various symbols and letters, she had the neckline casually loosened, exposing her delicate collarbone. Half-dry strands of hair clung to her collarbone, exuding a relaxed and carefree aura. Between strands of hair, bright and clear eyes flickered with excitement in the dimly lit room, reminiscent of a hunter spotting its prey. Beside Msh Ying, a message box pertaining to her emerged. Msh Ying. Age: 20. Sect identity: Elder of the Formation Hall, Trader of the T New Jersey Pavilion. Intimacy level with host: 41, 4th realm. Lingxi and Du. Number of Dao Companions, Soul and Body Cultivation. Intimacy level not met, temporarily inaccessible. Attribute skills: Host's identity is lowly, temporarily inaccessible. Other information: Host's identity is lowly, temporarily inaccessible. Current tasks: Formation Discourse. Urgent task: a powerful mortal invites the Elder of our Formation Hall for a discourse. Whether to reveal her true self is the Elder's greatest dilemma. Heavenly Insight. Daily task: the heavenly mystery is unfathomable. The Elder is ensnared in a fog of confusion. While bystanders see clearly, please help the Elder gain enlightenment as soon as possible. Predict the outcome of the next match. Hidden Afflictions. Daily task: the Elder, with an unusual cultivation posture, has long been absent from the hall. Her body harbors hidden ailments that urgently need to be addressed. Massage therapy. The prodigious hacker girl was indeed extraordinary. She even possessed dual identities. The tasks available to her, though fewer than those of CHQ and GCH, were still not insignificant. Lin Yu was rather surprised by the intimacy level between them, second only to the data he had with QMing Auntie. Was this level a product of the trials of spirit and flesh? The intimacy boundary of Lingxi and Du was not low, yet the number of Dao Companions remained temporarily inaccessible. Whether Msh Ying was Lin Yu's online romantic interest remained a question mark for now. Soon after, the familiar tormenting session commenced. Msh Ying spoke softly. Little Y, how audacious you are. It has been over a week since summer vacation began. Yet you have not come to pay your respects to your elder sister. Humph, are you perhaps entangled with some little flirt, wishing to escape from my side? Not a chance. Let me see if you've grown. As her words fell, Msh Ying lunged towards Lin Yu like a peculiar creature. Even a recently neutered ragdoll cat could not match her enthusiasm. Msh Ying was petite, comparable in height to the CH sisters. If CHQ embodied the essence of a pure and sweet two-dimensional otaku, then Ing was the epitome of a fallen girl. Her gaze imbued with a genuine wickedness, as if she were ready to seize Lin Yu at any moment. What an eccentricity, utterly bizarre. In his previous life, the naive Lin Yu had never encountered a girl like her. Each time Ing caught him for a session of adjustment, he was thoroughly frightened. She pursued. He fled. She blocked. He escaped. She teased. He yelped. Over time, this led Lin Yu to develop a conditioned fear upon seeing Ing. Yet now, was this not a pure benefit? Why fear? Seeing Ing charging at him, Lin Yu stood firm, opening his arms to embrace her, feigning a fall onto the plush bed behind him. Together, they landed on the mattress, which quivered slightly. Lin Yu could not help but marvel at the comforts of wealth. How splendidly soft the mattress was. Once lying down, Lin Yu relaxed completely, as if he were in his own room, feeling at ease. Ing's eyes pierced through her hair, filled with confusion. This time, Ing was bewildered. Normally, at this stage, little Y would be the one fleeing and begging for mercy, yet today was different. This audacious boy was astonishingly compliant. Lin Yu chuckled inwardly, realizing how foolish he had been in his past life, being so innocent and fearful, leaving behind a legacy of muscular dread. He could not even see that Ing was merely putting on a show. When it came to genuine cooperation, she had faltered. Come on, weren't you so boastful? Didn't you always say, little Y, you pretender, I shall make you solidly realize your place. When it comes down to it, you lack the courage. Are you angry, little Y? Why are you so still? Ing tilted her head in suspicion. To her, Lin Yu still appeared as that little boy. Suddenly ceasing his resistance and struggle might indicate that he had been pushed too far and was upset. Their private games usually did not anger him. What was happening today? I'm not angry, how could I be? In front of you, I cannot resist. Rather than struggle painfully, I might as well submit. I'm not angry. I've simply come to terms with it. Ing. Come to terms with it? Could it be that the legendary overnight transformation has occurred? The once timid boy, who had fled in tears, now stood as if a seasoned warrior. Ing was utterly perplexed. After pondering for a few moments, a tiger tooth flashed from the corner of her mouth as she grinned mischievously. Little Y, are you just pretending? Clearly, you are nervous inside, feigning indifference. Do you think I won't dare? I am an eagle that catches sparrows. Lin Yu grasped Ing's smooth arm, laughing as he replied. Ha ha, Yinger. I told you, you ought to study more. You haven't even grasped biology. You can at best be a female eagle, not a male. You simply lack that capability. Go on. Come on. Catch me and show me what a true eagle is. In the very next moment, their eyes widened simultaneously. Lin Yu, why isn't she dodging? Ing. Is he serious? Lin Yu, Ing. Ding. Outstanding maneuver. The bold and proactive intimate assault left the rebellious elder of the formation hall astonished. Intimacy coefficient skyrocketing. Reward, 50 spirit stones, simultaneously. A virtual information panel beside Ing automatically popped up. The numbers in the intimacy level with host section fluctuated continuously, measured in seconds. 42, 43, 45, 50 ding. Congratulations, host. Your intimacy with the elder of the formation hall has advanced. Reward, 50 sect contributions, 50 spirit stones, ultimately. The number 4, intimacy level with host, stabilized at 56, surpassing that of the current Ing Auntie. The section for the number of Dao Companions was successfully unlocked. Number of Dao Companions, soul and body cultivation 00. The two exchanged glances, maintaining their position. From each other's eyes, they mutually confirmed one thing. He was not merely putting on an act. Silence enveloped the room for half a minute. The atmosphere thick with an intensity that only allowed the sound of their gradually quickening breaths. Lin Yu's inner heat surged, escalating rapidly. Was his first experience after rebirth arriving so swiftly? So soon, without any preparation? Lin Yu blurted out nonsensically. Your hands are so cold. You must be a bit chilly. Ing's smile widened. You are quite warm, aren't you? Still playing with fire. At this moment, if not to fight, when else? Lin Yu, empowered by his extraordinary core strength, sat up from the bed, poised for a grand confrontation. Unexpectedly, wait. Mo Shangying suddenly interjected, withdrawing her hand and leaping from the bed. She hastened to the computer before 4 monitors, adopting an unusual squatting position as she settled into the chair. The rhythmic clatter of the keyboard followed suit. Lin Yu was left bewildered, wondering how she could so easily transition from one state to another. Was he mistaken about the earlier atmosphere? Was Mo Xiangying merely engaging in idle chatter? Such irresponsibility was astonishing. To draw someone in only to abandon them. Even her seemingly casual remarks carried weight. The recently intensified bond between them, coupled with Mo Xiangying's gaze, suggested that Lin Yu, a seasoned player in the game of relationships, should not have misjudged the situation. With a sigh, Lin Yu made his way to Mo Xiangying's workstation, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, she halted her rapid typing, raised 4 fingers, and declared, "Next Thursday. That is the optimal time." Lin Yu was perplexed. What was this about next Thursday? Mo Xiangying, still perched on her chair, pointed directly at his forehead, stating, "According to my calculations of the least likely days for pregnancy, based on my physiological cycle, that day is next Thursday." Lin Yu was taken aback. Chapter 17. It turns out he is the chosen one. Ding. Remarkable maneuver. The host has just entered the sect, and yet a senior within the sect has actively proposed a joint cultivation invitation, demonstrating the host's undeniable allure. Reward: 50 spirit stones. Even with Lin Yu's extensive experience in discerning human nature, he was momentarily stunned by Mo Xiangying's bombshell revelation. The implications within those 2 brief sentences were profound. First, Mo Xiangying was not merely jesting. She was serious. Second, she had calculated the dates with precision. Third, in today's world, where safety was paramount, she was still concerned with timing? Was she contemplating venturing out on a rainy day without an umbrella? Such audacity was astonishing. Before long, Mo Xiangying employed a series of compelling arguments that left Lin Yu utterly submissive. She resumed her rapid typing and subsequently adjusted the monitor's stand to face him. "Little Yu, here are all the records related to your identity card usage since you obtained it. The highest frequency is at Internet CAFS, followed by 2 bank cards. With no hotel stay records. So, you are still a fledgling, aren't you?" Lin Yu felt as though Mo Xiangying, while gazing at him, could see through his very essence. It was quite terrifying. One should never provoke a hacker. There were no secrets left to uncover. Yet, reflecting on it, the 20-year-old Lin Yu indeed remained somewhat naive. And there was no shame in admitting it. He nodded silently. Mo Xiangying continued, "Just as I suspected, I am also a fledgling." Lin Yu pondered whether this was true. Initially, he believed it was likely, but seeing Mo Xiangying's enthusiasm in calculating the days left him with lingering doubts. With a calm demeanor, Mo Xiangying proceeded to analyze. "Little Yu, I will only say this once, so listen attentively and provide me with a response. I adhere to a philosophy of singleness, at least for the time being. I find it difficult to comprehend the motivations behind romantic relationships and marriage, which often stem from foolish impulses. Is living alone not satisfactory? Why invite trouble into one's life? Thus, I will not engage in a romance, let alone marriage. After turning 20, I occasionally explored some peculiar websites. Their content appeared somewhat intriguing. Through extensive research, I concluded that this mindset is typical for adults. If the entire process ultimately leads to that final step, is it not acceptable to bypass the journey and rush to the conclusion?" As Lin Yu absorbed Mo Xiangying's audacious discourse, he felt profoundly shaken. If a 30-something woman were seated before him, articulating such thoughts, he would undoubtedly commend her wisdom. Yet, here was a girl of the same age as him. A mere 20 years old. At this age, he was still preoccupied with trivial matters, contemplating which game to play next or where to enjoy spicy hot pot. Meanwhile, she seemed to be contemplating decades of her future. Discussing such serious yet unconventional topics with someone of his own age, like Qi, would have resulted in embarrassment and scorn. However, Mo Xiangying spoke of these matters with the nonchalance of mundane activities such as eating, drinking, or breathing, expressing herself with extreme rationality. Indeed, the thoughts within the mind of a genius diverged significantly from those of ordinary individuals. It was essential to substantiate everything with reason and evidence. Mo Xiangying gestured with her delicate hands, stating, having determined the need for a partner to achieve these conclusions, "I have established certain criteria. Your measurements should exceed the national average, which surprised me. You initially appeared malnourished when I first saw you. What have you been consuming lately? Little Yu, you've grown remarkably fast. You seem to be more handsome than before. Height, features, dimensions, purity, and likability. Your scores exceed the passing mark. Based on my observations from videos, you were just about ready to take flight as a fledgling, were you not? So, will you become my partner in this endeavor?" Mo Xiangying articulated this impulsive proposition with such a starkly rational tone that Lin Yu, with over 30 years of life experience, found himself utterly confounded. This was not an affair of charm, affection, or attraction. It turned out he was indeed the chosen one. Noticing Lin Yu's hesitation, Mo Xiangying spun in her chair and added, "Just to clarify, Little Yu, you may be a naive and innocent young man, but do not mistake this collaboration for a romantic relationship. I know myself well. Completing a complex code, conquering a game, watching an intense football match, or finishing an exhilarating film. Once I've experienced these seemingly delightful activities, they become dull. The same goes for a fledgling learning to soar. If you perceive this as a romance, it would cause me great distress. Lin Yu listened in disbelief, feeling overwhelmed. The circumstances were surreal. The secrets shared between them. The notion of venturing out in the rain without an umbrella, the refusal to engage in romance, and the mutual lack of obligation felt like a dream come true. So many sentiments echoed those he had previously expressed to others. If a boomerang could return in such a way, it would surely bring back more. I agree. Lin Yu replied, both relaxed and resolute. Mo Xiangying flashed a toothy grin. Really? You agree to everything? No reconsideration? Lin Yu maintained his composure. I agree completely. No need for contemplation. Let us set it for next Thursday. If I backtrack, I'll be like a dog. Mo Xiangying. Hee, what a malicious vow. A promise is a promise, and going back on it makes one a dog. After agreeing, there is still one more request. Lin Yu, another request? With Mo Xiangying's imaginative thinking, Lin Yu truly couldn't fathom what she would say next. Tap, 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 tap. Mo Xiangying's fingers once again danced across the keyboard, this time for a longer duration than before. His entire focus had just been on her, and Lin Yu had the chance to scrutinize the equipment in front of her. Now that he had time, he began to observe it seriously. 2 mainframes were equipped with 4 monitors, mounted on a wide desk. A laptop and a tablet were also present, automatically displaying codes and images that Lin Yu couldn't comprehend, as if testing something. In the midst of blue and yellow LED strips, there even hung an electronic fish tank, one of the few decorative items amidst the electronic devices on the workbench. It was termed an electronic fish tank merely because Lin Yu didn't know a more suitable name for it. The square transparent glass structure housed various pixelated fish swimming about. Occasionally, a turtle would pop up. Such a digital product was rarely seen in the world. It was likely a DIY creation of this genius girl. All right, with the preliminary remarks concluded, only the final step remains. This. Xiao Yuzi, look at the screen. Mo Xiangying reminded him. Chapter 18. For our mutual safety, a health check is necessary. A comprehensive form appeared on the display. The densely packed small print and data were unclear to Lin Yu, but the title was quite legible. This was Mo Xiangying's health report. As the form opened, the report automatically flipped pages, scrolling through them one by one. Lin Yu had seen numerous health reports before, but this was the first time he encountered one with over 40 pages. What on earth had been examined? A thorough 360-degree check of the body? Wasn't that a bit excessive? Xiao Yuzi, for the sake of our health, it's essential to undergo a health check before our one-time collaboration. This is a report from my checkup last week. If you're too lazy to read it, I can summarize it for you. Aside from cold hands and feet and a weak spleen and stomach, I'm in excellent health. I've just made an appointment for you at the same hospital. You can go anytime 2 days before Thursday with your ID. I've already paid. You just need to show up. Professionalism. Truly remarkable professionalism. A girl who can easily breach cybersecurity indeed possesses a strong sense of safety. If one is genuinely worried about falling ill, wouldn't it be more sensible to adopt the most time-efficient and effortless method? Lin Yu, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Inger, if I may interject. Why are you so cautious about this? Isn't it common to carry an umbrella on a rainy day to avoid getting drenched and falling ill? Yet your mindset seems to revolve around exploring how to avoid illness after getting soaked. Mo Xiangying, though a novice without a license, wore a smile akin to that of an experienced driver. Xiao Yuzi, tell me honestly, why is your mentality different from that of most men? I've perused much information, tracing even back to primitive times, regarding the conquest and territorial instincts of male animals. Isn't that your preferred approach? My thought is simple. Who would willingly entrust their first experience in life, potentially the only one, to an umbrella? Mo Xiangying's offhand remark struck at Lin Yu's core. As a true experienced driver, his instinct was to prioritize safety and protect himself at all times. After being schooled by this pseudo-theoretical master, it indeed stirred his primitive instincts. Noticing Mo Xiangying's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Yu diverted the topic. That makes sense, Inger. You underwent this extensive health examination. How much did it cost? Mo Xiangying casually replied. I do it once a year, and to ensure thoroughness, it cost me 18,800. Lin Yu, that's incredibly extravagant. 18,800 for a health check? Is that a cellular level examination? Truly, I missed out on this hidden wealthy woman in my past life. Who would have thought that the relationship would progress so rapidly in this life? Lin Yu pondered and then asked, what about my health check? Mo Xiangying spun in her chair and replied, oh, Yours was 238. Lin Yu was taken aback. 238. Mo Xiangying nodded. Yes. Just the routine blood and urine tests along with 5 viral tests. That is sufficient. No need to waste money. Lin Yu, reasonable. Adequate. Quite rational. Having often indulged in leisure, he understood the value of those few tests. Not only was she a wealthy woman, but also a frugal one. First, there was Qi, and now Mo Xiangying. Today, both women had thoroughly refreshed Lin Yu's stereotypes regarding female groups. After reaching a consensus with Lin Yu, Mo Xiangying suddenly recalled, Xiao Yuzi. Speaking of which, what did you come to me for in the first place? Mo Xiangying's sudden inquiry threw Lin Yu off balance, nearly making him forget the serious matter at hand. Subsequently, Lin Yu recounted the situation regarding Aunt Qi Meng cooking downstairs and inviting her to dinner. Mo Xiangying readily responded, Sister Qi Meng is still being too polite. Making her flower shop's webpage only took me a few minutes. Once I finalized the game selections, I'll head down with you to eat. Intrigued, Lin Yu asked, Game selections? What game are you referring to? Mo Xiangying looked at Lin Yu as if he were an ancient primitive. Xiao Yuzi, you are a university student. Can you really be this uninteresting? When we mention games, it's obviously the World Cup. Upon hearing Mo Xiangying's words, Lin Yu recalled that summer of 2014, indeed the phase when the quadrennial football World Cup was fervently underway. Lin Yu was not particularly fond of football. The only complete match he had watched was 8 years later when the football king Messi achieved his Grand Slam. Dragged to a bar by colleagues during the frigid weather, his understanding of football was limited to recognizing stars like Messi, Ronaldo, Mbappe, and Neymar. Reflecting on the World Cup of 2014, Lin Yu exclaimed, That's right. It was 2014, a year marked by rare records and historic regrets. You need not be an expert in football. As long as you have friends who love watching it, there are several unavoidable topics when discussing the World Cup. For instance, the formidable nation that forcefully advanced to the semi-finals thanks to referees, Zidane's infamous headbutt, Germany not sparing the host nation, ensuring they wouldn't leave Brazil standing, Messi gazing at the World Cup trophy, I am Messi, and I am currently panicking, the birth of the French supercar, Neymar's dramatic tumbles, and Lukaku's misses right in front of goal. Indeed, one must express gratitude to colleagues who love football, as they have inadvertently helped Lin Yu remember quite a bit. Inger, what stage is the World Cup at now? Who is playing next and when? Lin Yu inquired eagerly. Mo Xiangying, unhurried, opened the website she had prepared for purchasing and responded, Weren't you indifferent just now? It seems a bit late to show concern now. The match should conclude soon. It is scheduled for around 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, the semi-final match. The corner of Lin Yu's eye twitched. The semi-final. Is it Germany versus Brazil? Mo Xiangying appeared slightly surprised. Yes, you seem quite knowledgeable. Unfortunately, my favorite player, Neymar, was injured in the last match and cannot participate. Alas, in the quarterfinals, I only predicted one correct outcome, and the others were such a devastating loss. I wonder if the host team, Brazil, can withstand the might of Germany. She expressed her dilemma regarding which team to support. Lin Yu exclaimed, even with Jin Zhongzhao and Tai Bushi, they might not hold up. Among Lin Yu's scant memories of football, this match stood out. Germany's overwhelming victory over Brazil in 1971. Chapter 19, the World Cup semi-final of 2014. What a coincidence. Xiao Yuzi, I've been rather unfortunate lately. You seem prosperous. Sit down and help me analyze which team to choose, Germany or Brazil. Mo Xiangying squatted on her swivel chair, playfully nudging the rolling stool with her bare foot. Reflecting on the recently appeared daily task of predicting the future, Lin Yu realized the match he was supposed to predict was this one. What a coincidence. He discreetly withdrew all the spirit stones from the system. The balance on his bank card surged to 7,924 yuan. In just half a day, his total earnings exceeded 10,000 yuan. If it weren't for the pressing money-making task of protecting the clan, Lin Yu wouldn't need any additional investments. By completing tasks with his female roommates daily, he would soon be affluent. Even lacking extensive experience in betting on football, Lin Yu understood the absurdly high odds for significant score differences. Multiplying by dozens, perhaps even 100-fold, shouldn't be too difficult, right? He momentarily suppressed his excitement and countered, Inger, which team do you intend to support? Mo Xiangying hovered her mouse over Brazil's emblem, hesitating as she said, emotionally, I wish to choose Brazil. Germany always seems to win with difficulty. They only triumphed in the round of 16 after extra time and barely won the quarterfinals by a single goal. Logically, as the host team, Brazil winning by a goal against Germany shouldn't be unreasonable. No wonder I lost so much money. Pure football folly. Relying on luck isn't terrifying. What is frightening is a luck-driven player who insists on using their intellect. Lin Yu pointed at Germany's emblem and declared, "If it were me, I would choose Germany. By the way, what is this special purchasing channel?" Mo Xiangying made a shushing gesture, speaking mysteriously. "Even if I tell you the website, you won't be able to buy anything, so don't get any funny ideas. The money Aunt Qi Meng gave you is your living expenses. I can't lead you astray. You choose Germany, and to commemorate your upcoming partnership with me, I'll trust you once." Another girl with her principles. After Mo Xiangying finished speaking, she swiftly operated her device, leaving Lin Yu feeling quite envious. He pondered for a moment, then pressed, "Inger, on such a memorable day, could you buy me a bit too? I'll send you a red envelope later. I assure you it won't be Aunt Qi Meng's money. It's my earnings from writing novels." Mo Xiangying cast a skeptical glance. "You? Writing novels?" Lin Yu responded firmly. "Yes, my writing skills are quite commendable. Do not underestimate me." Mo Xiangying retorted. "Are you sure it's from writing?" Lin Yu affirmed, "Absolutely." Without allowing Lin Yu to elaborate further, Mo Xiangying began typing rapidly on the keyboard. Lin Yu asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Before he could finish his question, the display showed a balance of 792,462 yuan. Mo Xiangying's eyes widened in astonishment. "You have so much money? You spent over 3,000 today and still have 8,000 left." Lin Yu's eyes were as wide as hers. "Have you no decorum? You are infringing upon another's privacy." Mo Xiangying's eyes darted around before she unexpectedly reached out, executing a swift maneuver akin to a thief stealing a peach. Her move was incredibly quick, catching him off guard. Yet to Lin Yu, it felt like slow motion. He not only observed Mo Xiangying's actions, but also anticipated her maximum reach. He planted his feet firmly, sliding his chair slightly to evade her stealthy hand. "Attempting another sneak attack? You are directly violating someone's privacy," Lin Yu teased while tilting his chair. Mo Xiangying, slightly surprised, remarked, "Oh, your reflexes are impressive, Xiao Yuzi. This isn't an invasion of privacy, it's necessary background checking. Can writing novels be this lucrative? Over 10,000 a day? Let me see the source of your transfers." Lin Yu tried to intervene, but he couldn't outpace Mo Xiangying's fingers on the keyboard. With a few rapid keystrokes, the records of his withdrawal income surfaced, filtered out as data streams. "Yinbei City Long Ago Network Literature Company. Is this truly a payment for writing?" She mused. "Impressive, Xiao Yuzi. At such a young age, you can support yourself, earning over 10,000 daily." The shrewd glint in Mo Xiangying's eyes indicated her swift calculations. Lin Yu focused on the company name appearing on the screen, lost in thought. Yinbei City Long Ago Network Literature Company? This was undoubtedly a fabrication. Such a company did not exist. Could it be that the system had overheard Lin Yu's thoughts and adjusted the source of the funds accordingly? This suggested that the system was perhaps more humanized than he had anticipated. Regardless, Mo Xiangying's doubts seemed to dissipate. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu quickly asserted, "A daily income of 10,000. If I were like you, I would have dropped out too. This is a week's earnings. Hence, using my own money. Could you assist me in making a purchase? It wouldn't be so bad to have a man accompany you to watch the match in the early morning, would it?" A notification chimed. "Well done. Proactively offering to accompany the elder of the formation hall greatly pleases them. Reward, 20 spirit stones." What truly impressed Mo Xiangying was the last statement. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, she murmured, "I'm not alone when watching matches either. There is another sister in the apartment who joins me. You are the first guy to watch a match with me. All right, just this once, and it won't happen again." Lin Yu's heart soared with joy. Once was enough. Seizing this opportunity could alleviate Aunt Qi Meng's financial troubles and yield substantial returns. After Mo Xiangying agreed, she confirmed, "You recommended I choose Germany, so you are indeed selecting Germany, correct?" Lin Yu leaned in closer, nodding, "Correct. I am also choosing Germany, not for win-draw-lose, but for the score." Mo Xiangying responded with confusion. "You can't select the score when deciding where to invest?" Mo Xiangying was once again taken aback. "You can choose, but Xiao Yuzi, is it wise to gamble so boldly on your first bet?" Unbeknownst to her, this is not a gamble, it is merely an open book examination. Although she expressed such thoughts, she obediently accessed the score interface. The intricate English was beyond Lin Yu's comprehension, yet he could decipher the numbers pertaining to the scores and odds. Indeed, through Mo Xiangying's channel, the options were far more extensive. Scores ranging from 00 to 1010 could be purchased at will, with a staggering 6,500 times multiplier for a 7-to-1 score. Should he invest the entirety of his 8,000 yuan into the 7-to-1 bet, it could potentially transform into over 50 million. The dilemma lay in how to explain such an outrageous score to Mo Xiangying after the match concluded. It was utterly implausible. Additionally, there was the looming risk of whether this channel would honor his payout. It was highly likely they would simply deny any obligation and abscond with his funds. Can you understand this? Mo Shangying inquired, pointing at the scores and corresponding multipliers. Which one do you wish to buy? Chapter 20. Directly betting on 7 to 1. Let us watch the match tonight. Lin Yu jested. It's not complicated. I can understand. These folks truly know how to make money. Inger, I see there are several multipliers in the thousands. He chuckled. If one were to win with such a score, those on the other side of the internet would surely flee, wouldn't they? Mo Shangying smirked confidently. Rest assured, they wouldn't dare run away with me around. In a similar situation in his past life, Lin Yu would have silently scoffed at her bravado, wondering how a mere girl in her 20s, who could barely walk steadily, could intimidate the big players. But now, they genuinely feared her. The girl seated on the chair was, after all, a top-tier hacker ranked globally. Which establishment would dare to play tricks under her watchful eye? She could dismantle their entire operation online. With such a formidable ally, there was no need to worry about non-payment. Lin Yu felt an exhilarating rush. Impressive indeed. No wonder you're Ing. I want to place a bet. Mo Shangying raised her hand to interrupt. 500 yuan. At most 500. Earnings are hard-earned. We can't risk too much on such matters. Besides, you don't even like football. 500 is already quite sufficient. If you wish to invest more, I will directly inform Aunt Qi Meng. After all, this isn't a wise endeavor. Lin Yu retorted, if it's not a good thing, why are you still buying? Are you trying to save money for others? Is this saving money? Isn't this losing money? Calculating quickly in his mind, he realized that 500 yuan at a 6,500 times multiplier could yield over 3 million in returns. Suddenly, he felt considerably less wealthy. However, 3 million was more than enough to resolve the Huzong Deji issue. As for making money, with a system and past experiences, why worry? 500 was better than nothing. Initially, Lin Yu pondered how to frame his reasoning to make such a large bet appear less conspicuous. He even considered placing several smaller bets as a smokescreen. Now, the budget had plummeted from 8,000 to 500. Forget the smokescreen. He was going all in. Inger, to be honest, I dreamed about football last night. A celestial being revealed a score to me. I've decided to place my entire budget of 600 yuan on the 7 to 1 score. Lin Yu gestured towards the screen displaying 71, 6,500 times. Mo Shangying was momentarily stunned. What? 7 to 1? If you say you're serious, that's quite an absurd reason. If you say you're joking, that's still an extraordinarily ludicrous rationale. Mo Shangying exclaimed. Lin Yu, are you foolish, or do you think I am? What do you mean by that? Lin Yu responded. 7 to 1. Do you understand what that signifies? Then, as if on fast forward, Mo Shangying recounted the various World Cup semifinal scores. What is the largest score ever recorded in a semifinal? Historically, a 6-goal lead has never occurred. The host nation receives special treatment. Others would show them courtesy. She elaborated on every aspect for 5 minutes until her lips were parched, finally asking, this is football we're discussing. Do you understand, Lin Yu? Do you still believe Germany can score 7 goals in the semifinals? Lin Yu gave a thumbs up and replied, you are incredibly knowledgeable. I choose to believe in the football deity. 600 on 7 to 1. Mo Shangying felt an overwhelming sense of regret. After witnessing Lin Yu's balance, she shouldn't have suggested such a high investment. Had she known he would opt for such a fantastical score, she would have simply proposed 100 or even 50. Reluctantly, she placed her hand on the mouse, inputting the numbers, only to realize, wait, we agreed on 500. Why has it become 600? Lin Yu quickly pressed her hand down, smiling. 600 is a lucky number. 500 doesn't sound as nice. Let us round it off. Mo Shangying protested. You call 500 rounding to 600? Unable to resist Lin Yu's insistence, Mo Shangying decided to let him add another 100, thinking that losing once would teach him a lesson. To give you a sense of participation, please enter the verification code sent to your phone. Lin Yu replied. This is the first time I've heard that entering a verification code for a transfer is about participation. You're quite the bandit. The implication was clear. She could easily abscond with the funds without needing the verification code. Letting her slide this time, he found joy in the prospect of an additional 100 yielding over 60,000 profit. His excitement overshadowed Mo Shangying's smugness. Ultimately, she was still a young girl, albeit with a higher intelligence. When Lin Yu mentioned the fantastical football deity, Mo Shangying's focus shifted entirely to that. Failing to realize Lin Yu's true point was simply to add 100. A little societal experience suggested that presenting an absurd rationale first, followed by the actual request, made it easier to achieve one's goal. Had he directly proposed adding 100 to the 7 to 1 bet, he would have been outright rejected. All set. We agreed to watch the match together tonight. If you fail to rise, we will certainly drag you up and give you a good thrashing, Mo Shangying declared, shaking her little fists. As she continued, She attempted to launch a surprise attack. Lin Yu bent down, nimbly evading, leaving Mo Xiangying grasping at thin air. Who else is watching the match in our apartment? Mo Xiangying mimicked a zipper motion with her mouth. It's a secret. I'll give you a surprise in your room tonight. In my room? Lin Yu questioned. What did you think? Your bedroom in the apartment is the largest. It is truly the chosen space for watching matches. Fine, my room it is. With thoughts of soon acquiring millions swirling in his mind, the location of the viewing became inconsequential. Upon receiving the system's notification, Lin Yu redirected his focus towards it. Mo Xiangying had 3 tasks assigned to her, with the football match being half completed. Following the match's conclusion in the early hours, it was highly probable that the task would be settled. 2 tasks remained: formation discourse, urgent task, and hidden injuries, daily task. The nature of the formation discourse was unclear from the hints provided. Perhaps it was related to her business partners in the outside world? The hidden injuries task was more comprehensible, as it involved an official health examination report detailing cold hands and feet and spleen stomach deficiency. Mo Xiangying concluded that, aside from these issues, she was otherwise in good health. Cold hands and feet were common symptoms, often stemming from insufficient blood supply to the extremities, likely due to a sedentary lifestyle and work environment. Observing Mo Xiangying's posture while seated on the chair, Lin Yu mused that her back and legs would inevitably encounter problems. He pondered the world of geniuses. Could it be that working while squatting on a chair had some miraculous benefits? Contemplating the conditions of her cold hands and feet, Lin Yu wondered what he could do to assist her. After a moment of thought, it struck him. He had nearly forgotten about the skill book he had just acquired. In a few minutes, within the confines of the room, after discussing their pertinent matters, Mo Xiangying returned to her keyboard work. Lin Yu, searching for the right moment to interject, noticed that she was more engrossed than an internet-addicted youth, with the sound of her typing never ceasing. Waiting idly was futile. He resolved to take the initiative. Inger, he called. Call me sister, she replied. You're merely 3 days my senior. Stop using your birthday to pressure me. How long will you be busy? Mo Xiangying glanced at the time. I'll be busy until dinner, which is in half an hour. If you're hoping to sleep with me tonight, I suggest you resign yourself to waiting downstairs for the meal. The boy was truly amusing, previously so shy. Now he displayed unabashed confidence, chuckling to himself. Do I look like someone in such a hurry? Lin Yu feigned an exaggerated performance. You really are taking kindness for foolishness. I was merely considering helping you. But look at you. His lackluster acting piqued Mo Xiangying's interest, and while her fingers continued to dance over the keyboard, her gaze turned to him. Oh, you want to help me? Little Yu, do you intend to write code for me? Finally, they were getting to the crux of the matter. Lin Yu returned to his rolling chair and quickly replied, Is writing code the only way to assist? I just heard you mention your cold hands and feet, right? I've recently learned a foot therapy technique that significantly promotes blood circulation and alleviates the coldness of the extremities. I assure you, the results are immediate and honest. Mo Xiangying raised an eyebrow, her expression peculiar. Man. Lin Yu, feeling slighted, retorted, What s with that expression? You don't believe me, do you? Mo Xiangying turned her chair to face him directly, for the first time since Lin Yu entered the room. He saw her seated comfortably. Then, without hesitation, she placed one of her petite feet on Lin Yu's leg. Knowing how to massage and perform foot therapy, that's quite the classic approach. Starting with the feet, gradually moving up the leg, she teased. Please don't do that. Keep it lighter, she added. Unable to resist the unfolding situation, Lin Yu raised his brows, hastily responding, Listen to yourself. You're speaking filth and harboring dirty thoughts. You should watch less of those dubious things. You're turning into a rogue, and now you're suspicious of a gentleman like me. As he spoke, Lin Yu playfully grasped Mo Xiangying's delicate foot. I must say, your skin is quite smooth. Do you apply lotion regularly? Mo Xiangying burst into laughter. The playful version of Little Yu is more intriguing than the innocent one. She continued to jest, Little Yu, are you excited to touch a girl's foot for the first time? It seems you enjoy this. Feel free to admit it. I'm quite generous. Though she jested, Lin Yu was not merely all talk. He possessed the skills to back it up. The latest reward from a lottery draw, joyful foot guiding technique, was his source of confidence. Do I pretend? Inger, remember what you said. Do not beg me later. With the technique imprinted in his mind, Lin Yu began to move his hands. Mo Xiangying, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, remarked, What could you possibly be begging me for? Hee, are you asking me not to eat? Before the lottery, Lin Yu had no understanding of foot reflexology. Now, however, he could pinpoint each reflex area with precision, knowing exactly how much pressure to apply and how many times to press to enhance the experience. He moved with the ease of a seasoned foot therapy expert. Initially, Mo Xiangying believed it was merely a fleeting flirtation, completely unaware that this moment marked the beginning of her descent into bliss. Ouch, that hurts a bit. It feels. Lin Yu's every two presses altered her expressions, shifting from dull pain to warmth and comfort. The sensations of soreness surged, causing her body to soften gradually. Occasionally, her legs would twitch as if responding to an electric shock, a testament to Lin Yu's exceptional technique. Mo Xiangying, with her eyes closed, unwittingly adjusted her posture, extending her other foot towards him. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly withdrew his hands, halting all massage movements. Mo Xiangying quickly opened her eyes and grasped his arm. Little Yu, how can you stop halfway through a foot massage? Lin Yu leaned closer, bridging the gap between them, and noticed the faint blush that adorned the tips of her ears. What a remarkable effect the joyful foot guiding technique had. In merely 2 or 3 minutes, it had captivated Mo Xiangying so profoundly. Lin Yu chuckled internally, yet outwardly declared, "Ah, what a lecherous rogue I am, pretending to be an esteemed physician. Perhaps I should press a few more times, and then stop immediately." Mo Xiangying was not so naive. It is evident that Lin Yu deliberately spoke in such a manner to counter her previous disdain. For the first time, she, who has always suffered from cold hands and feet, felt a delightful warmth coursing through her body, a sensation both soothing and invigorating. How could she so easily allow Lin Yu to conclude this? "Please, Xiao Yu, may we continue?" "I was wrong," she implored, shaking Lin Yu's arm with a soft, pleading tone. Chapter 22, The Extremely Socially Anxious Girl of Room 202, a thief with a guilty conscience. Ding. Outstanding maneuver. Your adept finger techniques have rendered the elder of the formation hall unable to resist, lowering their status to actively seek your assistance. Reward: 20 spirit stones. Upon uttering these words, Mo Xiangying's momentum had completely diminished, and the initiative had returned to Lin Yu. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Yu mirrored Mo Xiangying's earlier peculiar expression. "Inger, please do not say that. I rather prefer your earlier rebellious demeanor. Regain that spirit." Mo Xiangying, flustered, began to kick her legs against Lin Yu's, exclaiming, "I won't be rebellious anymore. I promise not to be arrogant." "Xiao Yu, just a little longer, please?" Lin Yu pointed at Mo Xiangying's flailing legs and remarked, "Oh, I see you have discerned my ulterior motives, dear thief. How could I possibly grant a thief such an opportunity? Be mindful of your influence, pure young maiden." Seeing her foot movements ineffective, Mo Xiangying resorted to pulling on Lin Yu's arm, shaking it insistently. "Oh, Xiao Yu, just continue. It's not you who is at fault. It's me. I assure you, I will not let you suffer. During the World Cup finals, I shall cover your expenses. 600, no, 1,000. Please." Hearing Mo Xiangying's promises and sweet temptations, Lin Yu's eyes flickered, and he assertively gestured towards the bed. "Sitting here only allows me to utilize about 10% of my abilities. Lie down on the bed and wait for me." Mo Xiangying swiftly complied, obediently lying down, her heart brimming with anticipation for Lin Yu's next move. Lin Yu flexed his fingers, internally steeling himself. Today, he must unleash the full repertoire of Huan Zhu Yin Feng Ji to ensure this prodigious hacker becomes utterly addicted. 40 minutes later. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the daily task. Masked injuries, massage therapy, gaining 80 sect contributions and 40 spirit stones. Current data: sect contributions, 180, spirit stones, 100. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu set aside the moisturizer and withdrew his powers. Continuing further, he was unsure if he could withstand it. The fact that he endured for 40 minutes was already miraculous. With Mo Xiangying having willingly come to him, there was no need to hastily conquer her. After washing up in the restroom, Lin Yu grabbed a few sheets of paper from the table, tossing a whole pack of tissues to Mo Xiangying. "Wipe yourself. I shall take my leave." Before exiting, he reminded her to remember to go downstairs for a meal. Inside the room, left alone, Mo Xiangying felt a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. She curled up, her hands and feet ablaze with warmth. It was the first time since living alone that she felt such comforting warmth. "How impressive! Xiao Yu is truly remarkable," she murmured incessantly. Lin Yu descended from the 3rd floor, exhaling a contented breath. The first day of his rebirth had indeed been fruitful. Reflecting on the wasted opportunities of his youth in his past life, he vowed not to live the life of a foolish boy again in this life. Beauty, wealth, and now a sect. He desired them all. As he reached the corner of the 2nd floor, a sudden clatter startled Lin Yu. He paused to investigate. A tall girl, clad in a pink and white hooded sweatshirt dress, had dropped something. The oversized sweatshirt billowed, revealing 2 shining, straight white legs beneath. At first glance, it appeared as though she wore the sweatshirt as a dress with nothing underneath. Upon closer inspection, one could catch a glimpse of white shorts at the hem. The girl stood at least 7 meters tall. Despite the hood covering her head, it could not contain her fluffy chestnut hair, with a playful tuft peeking out. Large black-rimmed glasses had slipped down to her nose, her eyes meeting Lin Yu's gaze. It was the sweltering summer, and although the apartment was cool, it was not cool enough to warrant wearing a sweatshirt. Why cover oneself so thoroughly? Were there monsters in the apartment? Such an outfit would seem exceedingly odd on anyone else in the complex, yet Lin Yu instinctively accepted it on her. Yi Mingfu, a 22-year-old girl residing in room 202. Her occupation was said to be an illustrator for children's picture books. Due to the nature of her work, she spent most of her time drawing in her room. She was undoubtedly the most socially anxious girl in the apartment. Having moved in over 6 months ago, she had exchanged no more than 5 words with Lin Yu, each conversation never exceeding 3 words. Other roommates had mentioned her in passing, noting that not only did she seldom speak to Lin Yu, but she was similarly taciturn with everyone else. When she first moved in, some even speculated that Yi Mengfu was mute. Moreover, Lin Yu was particularly concerned about one detail. Yi Mengfu was another individual in the apartment with Dream in her name, aside from Aunt Qi Meng. She was also the prime suspect of Lin Yu's online romantic interest, Chunming Tingyu. Afraid to meet in person, she would only engage in online relationships, a behavior that seemed perfectly suited to Yi Mengfu. Lin Yu glanced down at the drawing board that had fallen to the ground. It seemed Yi Mengfu intended to venture out with her supplies to find a place to draw, or as artists might say, to seek inspiration. Even with his suspicions, Lin Yu did not plan to investigate overtly. Maintaining a warm smile, he waved and politely greeted her. Sister Xiaofu, off to draw? Before Lin Yu could finish his sentence, he froze on the staircase. Yi Mengfu looked as if she had seen a ghost. She bent down to retrieve the drawing board and quickly dashed back toward her room, as if fearing Lin Yu might devour her if she delayed even a moment. Lin Yu thought, something is amiss. Why is she running away? Could it be a guilty conscience? Is Chunming Tingyu truly her? He pursued. Yi Mengfu, like a startled deer, hurriedly retreated to her room. Click, click, click. After spinning the doorknob 2 or 3 times, she finally realized the door was locked. As she reached for her keys, it was too late. A dark shadow loomed, blocking the sunlight streaming through the corridor window, enveloping Yi Mengfu completely. She instantly stiffened, unable to dare turn back. Clatter. In her heightened tension, the drawing board slipped from her grasp once more. This time, as she bent to retrieve it, a larger hand reached out before her, picking up the board. Yi Mengfu swiftly stood upright, facing the closed door with trepidation. Behind Lin Yu. Does she have a problem? Social anxiety should have its limits, shouldn't it? Is she really going to keep her back turned to him? Chapter 23. Is it you with whom I am in an online romance? Eavesdropping leads to trouble. 3 minutes later, Yi Mengfu stood motionless while Lin Yu leaned against the window, astonished. Today has truly broadened his horizons. The various divine sisters in the apartment are indeed like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique talents. The tall girl before him is particularly impressive in her skill set. Lin Yu was curious. If he stood behind her for half an hour, would she be forced to stand facing the door for the same duration? Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding. The sound of a phone ringing emanated from Yi Mengfu's pocket. Lin Yu straightened up, eager to see what Yi Mengfu would do next. However, she remained unmoving. Lin Yu, completely exasperated, broke the silence first. Aren't you going to answer your phone? Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Yi Mengfu's shoulders visibly shook. Subsequently, her hands rustled in her pockets. Though she didn't take out her phone, the ringing ceased. Lin Yu exclaimed, "You really are something. You're not going to answer?" Yet, this display made Lin Yu realize that while Yi Mengfu remained silent, she did respond to his words to some extent. He continued to try. Turn around. Yi Mengfu's rigid posture visibly bent as she slowly lowered her head and turned to face him, much to Lin Yu's astonishment. Lin Yu thought, is she really this obedient? Could she truly be his online girlfriend? Otherwise, why would she heed his words so readily? It seemed quite favorable that his online girlfriend was a children's book illustrator. Engaging with children in art, coupled with her social anxiety, surely made her rather innocent. Although she was 2 years his senior in terms of presence, Lin Yu clearly overshadowed Yi Mengfu. Gaining confidence, Lin Yu pointed at the door and said, "You made me wait at the entrance for ages. Why haven't you opened the door? Open it." Hearing Lin Yu's words, Yi Mengfu discreetly glanced up, noticing Lin Yu looking at her. She quickly lowered her head and began to search for her keys in her pocket. Ding! A remarkable maneuver. The Huan Sect's talisman bearer has taken the initiative to open the door to her chamber for you. This presents an excellent opportunity to deepen your connection. Reward, 20 spiritual stones. The Huan Sect's talisman bearer. That was Yi Mengfu's position in the sect. It sounded significantly more formidable than the bell ringer at Qi Qingqi. Lin Yu never expected his online girlfriend to be so obedient. Reflecting upon his past, he regretted missing out on such a tranquil and delightful girl. Just as Lin Yu was lost in thought, Yi Mengfu, having opened the door, nimbly slipped into the room and quickly shut the door behind her. Lin Yu's eyes widened. What a trick! Just as I was silently praising her, she attempts to escape, given their proximity. It was far too easy for Lin Yu to thwart her attempt to shut him out. He would not tolerate being left outside. Inside the room, after Yi Mengfu entered, she felt a slight relief. Just 10 minutes prior, she had visited the third floor to seek her sole friend in the apartment, Imo Shangying. Standing at Imo Shangying's door without knocking, she overheard peculiar sounds from within. Imo Shangying typically wouldn't make such noises. One moment they were pleased to stop, and the next, there were exclamations of pain. Alongside Imo Shangying's voice, there was a male voice. Who else in the apartment could it be? Only one person. Yi Mengfu, though socially anxious, was not foolish. At the very least, she was educated enough to grasp the situation. After rushing back to her room, she took a long while to calm her racing heart. What a sin. She had merely stumbled upon this. It was not her intention to eavesdrop. Anxiously, Yi Mengfu prepared to step outside once more to clear her mind in the park. By sheer coincidence, she encountered Lin Yu in the hallway as he descended the stairs. Perhaps due to her eavesdropping, she felt a twinge of guilt. Her instinct was to avoid Lin Yu, prompting her to hastily retreat. To her surprise, Lin Yu blocked her path. Fortunately, having seized the chance to rush inside, she felt secure as long as she could firmly shut the door. Despite the potential for chaos outside, she knew she would be safe within. However, when Yi Mengfu forcefully closed the door, she was horrified to discover that it would not shut. Peering through the gap, her heart nearly leapt from her chest. Lin Yu's foot was stuck in the door, preventing it from closing. Fearing that applying more force might injure his foot, Yi Mengfu quickly eased her grip. In truth, it would not have made much difference. Given Lin Yu's physical prowess, how could a slightly taller girl possibly harm him? However, above the mild pain in his foot, Lin Yu's frustration grew. You, Xinming Tingjiu, you think you can leave your boyfriend outside while you hide away? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you truly cannot distinguish between right and wrong. Just as Yi Mengfu relaxed her grip, Lin Yu effortlessly opened the door and strode in confidently. Yi Mengfu immediately reverted to a startled deer, nervously retreating to the easel in the room. Click. After entering, Lin Yu locked the door behind him. Seeing this, Yi Mengfu fell into utter panic. Staring at the locked door, she stammered out 2 words. No way. She was far too anxious. In public settings, she struggled to engage in conversation with unfamiliar individuals, let alone in such an intimate atmosphere with a boy. Her plaintive no nearly awakened Lin Yu's inner beast, reminiscent of scenes from a dramatic film, leaving him with a dry throat. Lin Yu adopted a commanding tone befitting a boyfriend, questioning, just because you say no, does that mean it's no? Are you instructing me on what to do? You see me and run away. It's as if you have something to hide. You can't keep such a secret from me. So it's isn't it? Lin Yu's inquiry naturally pertained to his online girlfriend. However, to Yi Mengfu, it took on a different meaning. She fidgeted with her hands in front of her, her gaze lowered, unwilling to respond. Lin Yu pretended to make for the door, saying, Fine, you want to admit it? That's all right. I'll go share the good deeds you've secretly done for me with others. I'll head upstairs to have a chat with Imo Shangying. Upon hearing this, Yi Mengfu felt a pang at her core. Imo Shangying was her only good friend in the apartment. Even if she had merely overheard something by accident, if Lin Yu were to expose her, branding her a snoop, how could she ever face Imo Shangying again? Making friends as a socially anxious person was no easy feat. Don't go, Yi Mengfu exclaimed, hastily trying to stop him, her voice rising considerably. Lin Yu wore a triumphant smile and turned back to inquire, Are you willing to admit it now? Yi Mengfu dared not deny it any longer, only able to nod in resignation. Chapter 24. Intruding into the little painter's room, acting authoritative. Upon seeing Yi Mengfu nod, Lin Yu's heart fluttered. Indeed, it is her. This morning, he had been pondering which celestial being in the apartment was playing tricks on him. By noon, he had directly captured this elusive little rabbit. The process was remarkably smooth. Observing Yi Mengfu's delicate, tightly clasped legs, and recalling the affectionate exchanges between her and her husband online, he couldn't help but feel a thrill. Since Yi Mengfu had acknowledged him, the subsequent interactions would be considerably easier. The online husband was determined to assert his authority in reality, letting her feel the shadows, compelling her to flee, and leaving her with the cold shoulder. Lin Yu was not in a hurry. Instead, he took his time admiring the little painter's fragrant sanctuary. How to describe the decorative style of Yi Mengfu's room? It resembled a rainbow bursting forth in the sky. Strings of sketches adorned the walls, varying in style. Traditional elegance, Oil-painted windmills, cartoon girls, a sunlit study. Yi Mengfu's artistic flair was eclectic and versatile. She was certainly more than just a mere children's book illustrator. The only work genuinely related to children's illustrations was the chibi rabbit being painted on the easel. The chibi rabbit held a sign for help. Much like Yi Mengfu's current predicament, Lin Yu circled around the easel and strolled toward the bedside. Yi Mengfu, in panic, hurriedly dodged, maintaining distance between them. Lin Yu chuckled. The room is this small. Where can you run to? Yi Mengfu, feeling wronged, bit her finger, watching helplessly as Lin Yu sat on her bed. She chose to stand near the window, where the breeze provided a sense of security, and more importantly, kept her farther from Lin Yu. Yi Mengfu had no idea what Lin Yu truly wanted. She had never experienced the intrusion of an unfamiliar man into her room and was utterly unsure how to respond. Lin Yu reclined lazily on the soft mattress, propping himself up. Xiao Fu, after I've discovered you, are you prepared to say nothing? The dissonance in their communication left Yi Mengfu in a state of anxiety. What should she say at this moment? She wasn't very articulate. Biting her finger to the point of almost breaking the skin, Yi Mengfu grabbed a small blank drawing board from the table, accompanied by the sound of her pencil scratching. A simple chibi rabbit soon sprang to life on the paper, presented to Lin Yu. The rabbit was bowing, holding a sign that read, "I'm sorry." Communicating through drawings? This was a novel form of interaction for Lin Yu. Was this shy girl truly this adorable? Lin Yu feigned annoyance. Such a significant matter. And all you say is, "I'm sorry." Yi Mengfu flipped the drawing board to another page and began sketching again. Before long, a chibi rabbit with tears streaming down its face appeared on the board. This time, heart-shaped bubbles floated above the rabbit's head, inscribed with the plea, "Please let me go." Unfortunately, the socially anxious artist was utterly oblivious to the desires of men. At this moment, such words would only provoke him further. Lin Yu, deep in thought, remarked, "Letting you go? That's not entirely out of the question." Yi Mengfu, filled with anticipation, slightly raised her head, wondering if Lin Yu would finally cease his inquiries. However, upon looking up, she saw Lin Yu patting the spot beside him. "Do I look like a monster? Why are you so far away? Come sit here. If you behave, I might consider letting you go." He had no intention of letting her off the hook easily. He would not tolerate the demise of their online romance. Shen Mingting had been flirting with him online for quite some time, making veiled references to more intimate encounters. He couldn't simply shift gears from sixth to first upon arriving in person, even if Yi Mengfu wished for their online romance to fade. She ought to inquire whether Lin Yu would agree. The timid Yi Mengfu, hearing Lin Yu's words, felt her heart racing as if she had indeed shifted into sixth gear. Despite her mind protesting vehemently, she found herself unable to articulate any refusal. With a thud, Lin Yu slapped the mattress again, startling Yi Mengfu. Trembling, she began to move her feet toward the bed. Her once safe haven now felt like a gobliness lair. Each step felt incredibly heavy. Upon reaching the bedside, Lin Yu adjusted his posture, sitting upright. The sudden movement startled Yi Mengfu, prompting her to dart to the wall beside the bed and sit against it. Feeling unsafe, she pulled a small blanket from the bed, wrapping herself tightly. After completing this act, she awkwardly realized that Lin Yu had made no further move. He was merely sitting upright. Yi Mengfu felt wronged. Have I overreacted again? He won't be more upset, will he? This demonstrated how little Yi Mengfu understood men. Her series of defensive actions not only failed to protect her, but also rendered her situation even more precarious. It was akin to a textbook demonstration of 100 ways to excite a villain. However, Lin Yu was not a villain. He merely wanted his online girlfriend to take the initiative. In a commanding tone, Lin Yu stated, "You are the first to apologize while fully armed, asking for mercy. Remove your hat." Yi Mengfu pondered Lin Yu's words for a moment. It seemed somewhat reasonable. She had indeed eavesdropped and offended him first. Feeling guilty and reluctant to admit it. Although it was all an accident, Lin Yu did not appear to have acted inappropriately. Instead, it was she who was overly guarded, lacking a proper apologetic demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Mengfu slowly removed her hat. Her fluffy yet tidy short hair tumbled out from beneath the hood, with the most prominent feature being a tuft of rebellious hair that stood up high, perhaps a result of a restless night. Upon seeing Yi Mengfu comply, Lin Yu issued another command, "Call me husband." Yi Mengfu's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched across her bright gaze. She could hardly believe her ears. Did she hear that correctly? Call him husband. Was that something one could casually say? In Yi Mengfu's mind, such a term was reserved for wives addressing their husbands within the bounds of marriage. Furthermore, Lin Yu had just come from the room of her good friend Ing Er. How could he say such a thing to her? Ing Er was not only her sole friend in the apartment, but also her closest companion in life. How could she possibly do this? How terrifying. The man before her was simply too frightening. Indeed, her instinct to flee had been correct. She should have run away. Alas, she found herself unable to escape, forcibly drawn into his presence. Chapter 25. Upsetting the talismans. Something seems off? Watching Yi Mengfu in a daze, Lin Yu was prepared to give her another push. With such a timid and socially anxious personality, it was no wonder she was reluctant to meet in person. If this continued, how could their relationship progress further? At this moment, the best way to encourage her was not to call out. No worries. I will publicize the good deeds you have done. Following the original plan, he decided to seek Inger first. A single skill can conquer the world. Lin Yu even spared the pretense of making a move to leave. Yi Mengfu anxiously pleaded, "Don't go." Lin Yu raised his right hand and said, "You have 5 seconds left. 5, 4. The sudden countdown struck Yi Mengfu's heart like a bolt of lightning. What should she do now? Why was this happening to her? If Inger found out, she would undoubtedly feel extremely embarrassed and avoid her, and then, would she have to lose her best friend? As Lin Yu's pinky finger remained the only one raised, Yi Mengfu finally succumbed, trembling as she uttered, "Husband." Ding. The outstanding maneuver of the Huan Sect spellcaster calling the host husband greatly emphasized the host's status. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Compared to the system's rewards, the true achievement was having the little artist actively transition their ambiguous relationship into reality. With the utterance of husband, Yi Mengfu completely lost her composure. It was over. Completely over. She had actually called her best friend's boyfriend husband. Although this compromise was made to protect her friendship with Inger, Yi Mengfu felt that the scoundrel Lin Yu would not let her off easily. Just as Yi Mengfu feared, a sharp clap echoed. It was not Lin Yu clapping her thigh, but rather, he was clapping his own. After finishing, he pointed to the space on his leg. Yi Mengfu was baffled. Having already called him husband as he requested, did he still not intend to leave? What strange thing was he going to do now? Seeing Yi Mengfu's lack of response, Lin Yu clapped his thigh again and said, "What are you looking at? I'm asking you to bring your leg over. Don't you always love to flaunt how fair your legs are, as white as snow? Come here, let me check." Tears were nearly spilling from Yi Mengfu's eyes. What outrageous words was he uttering? Occasionally witnessing Inger tease Lin Yu, Yi Mengfu had even felt a tinge of sympathy for him, thinking him a gentle and somewhat soft-hearted boy. Yet unexpectedly, her perception of Lin Yu shattered so easily. Even more unexpected was that he was a scoundrel who had captured her best friend and was now extending his wicked hand towards her. She had thought that calling him husband would end the matter, yet Lin Yu audaciously pressed further, attempting to touch her, leaving Yi Mengfu feeling insecure. Had she ever flaunted her fair legs? Wasn't it common for most girls to dress like this in summer? Did this truly imply something suggestive in the eyes of boys? Was it really necessary to wear long pants? In truth, Lin Yu wasn't quite so foolish. His mention of flaunting was merely banter reminiscent of conversations with his online girlfriend. Noticing that Yi Mengfu had fallen silent again, Lin Yu felt a sense of helplessness. Did he have to give her another push every time to continue? Though he wasn't a good person, he didn't want to be known for such threats. Wasn't the result of their transition to reality earned through countless conversations? Lin Yu boldly seized the summer blanket draped over Yi Mengfu. "What are you doing? Wearing a hoodie in this sweltering heat is one thing, but covering yourself with a blanket? Aren't you hot?" He then raised his hand and yanked off the blanket covering her. Yi Mengfu. The startled little artist's reaction was quite comical. She pressed herself tightly against the wall, desperately trying to retreat. Perhaps due to the awkwardness of her movements, she inadvertently stood up. In her stiff posture on the bed, her slender, straight legs were fully exposed. No man who had been restrained for 20 years could claim not to desire such a view. Lin Yu's situation was a tad different. Not only could he look, but he could also reasonably touch her as her boyfriend. Exactly, how delightful. Your shorts are so short, with so many threads hanging. Let me see if they're frayed. Don't move, okay? He teased, reaching out to see where Yi Mengfu would try to hide this time, having already squeezed against the wall. Was there truly anywhere else to escape? It wasn't Lin Yu who had forced her into a corner. It was Yi Mengfu's own series of actions that had led her to this predicament. There she stood, with 2 straight and beautiful legs trembling at the wall's edge. In her rigid stance, it seemed Yi Mengfu had given up resisting, showing no intention of stepping away. However, before Lin Yu's hand could reach her, warm tears fell onto his hand. Drip, drip. The warm sensation left Lin Yu momentarily stunned. Oh no, this was not good. He hadn't intended to make his online girlfriend cry upon their first meeting. He merely wanted to tease her, not to the point of tears. Lin Yu quickly withdrew his hand and stepped down from the bed. He hurriedly explained, "Why are you crying?" "Oh no, I was just joking." "Are you scared?" "It's my fault, my fault. Please don't cry. Sit down. I won't tease you anymore." Initially intending to pat Yi Mengfu's shoulder to comfort her, Lin Yu realized that given her height of 1.7 meters, standing on the bed made it awkward to reach her shoulder. Thus, He simply took her hand gently to console her. Yi Mengfu felt her hand enveloped by a larger palm, trembling with grievance. Hadn't he said he wouldn't tease her? Why was he still holding her hand? Was he truly deceiving her? Yi Mengfu wanted to pull her hand away, but hesitated. She feared provoking Lin Yu, leading him to extend his hands towards her legs again. After all, hands were better than legs. She could only hope Lin Yu wouldn't go too far and would cease his mischief. As their contact continued, an information panel regarding Yi Mengfu appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Yi Mengfu, age, 22, sect identity, Huan Sect spellcaster, intimacy level with host, 1, first stage. Veiled in mist. Number of partners, soul cultivation, body cultivation 00, special constitution, unprotected. Attribute skills, host's identity is lowly, temporarily unviewable. Other information, host's identity is lowly, temporarily unviewable. Current task. Purchase talismans, daily task. The remaining talismans in the sect are few. Urgent need to purchase talismans for writing talismanic scripts. Purchase drawing paper. Lin Yu. Wait a moment. It seems that something is amiss. Chapter 26. No more closing the door on me. Dear Aunt's esteemed client. Level of intimacy at the first realm. Only a data point of 1. More importantly, due to Yi Mengfu's unique constitution, it displayed the number of Dao Companions even with insufficient intimacy levels. Both the soul cultivator and physical cultivator companions are 0. What is going on? Is this a joke? Yi Mengfu is not his online girlfriend, is she? Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. Immediately following, Mo Xiangying's voice floated in from outside the door. Xiao Fufu, are you there? The mention of Xiao Fufu caused Lin Yu's heart to race. If Mo Xiangying discovered that he had sneaked into Yi Mengfu's room after coming downstairs, he would have no way to explain himself. However, Lin Yu soon realized that his worries were unfounded. Yi Mengfu was even more frightened than he was. Standing on the bed, she covered her mouth with her hands, sobbing quietly, terrified that her sniffles would be heard by Mo Xiangying outside the door. What a grave misunderstanding. If it weren't for the belief that Yi Mengfu was his online girlfriend, Lin Yu would not have acted so brazenly. Seeing Yi Mengfu's pale face made Lin Yu feel a pang of guilt. Outside, Mo Xiangying muttered to herself, "How strange, has she gone out? I wonder if Xiao Fufu went upstairs to find me." After the elixir's enhancement, Lin Yu's hearing had significantly improved, and he could hear Mo Xiangying's whispers clearly. It seemed that the relationship between Mo Xiangying and Yi Mengfu was quite close, allowing someone with social anxiety to take the initiative to knock on a door. No wonder Yi Mengfu had reacted so nervously when Lin Yu had threatened to expose her good deeds to Mo Xiangying. Mo Xiangying's casual mention of going upstairs to look for him went unheard, as Lin Yu was too preoccupied with his own antics. It dawned on him that Yi Mengfu, who had run away upon seeing him, likely overheard something she shouldn't have at Mo Xiangying's door on the 3rd floor. Thus, the entire situation began to connect in his mind. What a blunder. It seemed that in Yi Mengfu's eyes, his image as a lecherous scoundrel would be firmly established. As the footsteps outside gradually faded, both Lin Yu and Yi Mengfu let out a sigh of relief, exchanging a peculiar glance. Yi Mengfu instinctively crossed her legs tighter, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Yu quickly stepped back, maintaining a respectable distance from the bed. While he was indeed lustful, he had no intention of forcing himself upon her. Such actions, devoid of mutual consent, held no allure for him. Awkwardly, he said, "Xiao Fu, please stop crying. I won't touch you." Upon uttering these words, he felt a peculiar sense of discomfort. Having just faced a unique punishment, Yi Mengfu was terrified. Hearing Lin Yu's statement, she dared not move, remaining in a corner with her head bowed in sorrow. Lin Yu, with a sincere heart, wished to engage in gentle conversation. Yet Yi Mengfu was in no state to listen. Changing his tone, he said, "Xiao Fu, I insist you sit down." 3-2. Surprisingly, before he could utter one, Yi Mengfu promptly crouched along the wall and quickly sat down. Lin Yu, with a resigned expression, realized that he could only issue commands rather than speak kindly. It appeared that he had taken on the role of the villain today. Maintaining a serious demeanor, he instructed, "Wipe away your tears and stop crying." Immediately, Yi Mengfu complied, hastily brushing away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Although her shoulders continued to tremble, her tears ceased to flow. Such obedient behavior stirred a hint of mischief within Lin Yu. Her extraordinary constitution truly made her incapable of refusal. Had she been exposed to the outside world, a girl like Yi Mengfu would have undoubtedly been taken advantage of long ago. Lin Yu pulled over a chair and sat down, gathering his thoughts. In their earlier conversation, he had inadvertently mentioned Mo Xiangying, striking a nerve with Yi Mengfu. It seemed that Mo Xiangying held significant importance in her life, possibly her only friend. Regardless, the image of a scoundrel was now inescapable for him. The best way to prevent further complications was to maintain the charade. Xiaofu, I can let you off the hook, but I do not wish for anyone else to know what transpired in your room today. This shall remain our secret. Do you understand? Yi Mengfu nodded vigorously. Compared to his earlier demands, keeping the events in her room confidential seemed trivial. Even if Lin Yu chose not to speak of it, she would never tell anyone, as there was no one to whom she could confide. Lin Yu then seized Yi Mengfu's drawing board, unclipping the 2 pieces of artwork he had admired. Her artistic skills were commendable, and he found these 2 drawings to his liking. These shall be mine, as a token of your apology for today. Do you have any objections? Yi Mengfu hastily shook her head, too intimidated to voice any disagreement. Moreover, being merely 2 casual sketches, they held no great significance. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Lin Yu hesitated to leave, approaching the door with a sense of reluctance. Having witnessed the societal phenomena of prioritizing wives in his previous life, he felt a profound admiration for the young artist before him. As he reached the door, he glanced back to see Yi Mengfu stealing a glance at him. She must have been frightened, eagerly wishing for him to depart quickly. Will you not see me off? He inquired. Yi Mengfu, upon hearing this, hesitated, fidgeting with her fingers as she stood up. She moved toward him but kept a safe distance, uncertain of whether Lin Yu might suddenly change his mind and return with ill intentions. This time, however, Lin Yu made no inappropriate moves. After opening the door and confirming the hallway was clear, he stepped outside. Yi Mengfu let out a sigh of relief, intending to close the door securely. Yet, Lin Yu's head unexpectedly popped back in, startling her and freezing her in place. One last thing, when I come to find you, do not pretend you are not home. Do not leave me waiting outside. If I discover you deliberately keeping the door shut, his gaze lowered ominously. Watch your legs. His fierce words made Yi Mengfu feel weak at the knees once more. Only when Lin Yu's footsteps faded into the distance did she timidly rush to the door, locking it swiftly and leaning weakly against it. Reflecting on everything that had transpired and Lin Yu's parting words, Yi Mengfu pulled her hat over her head, sobbing quietly. In the days to come, would he not be completely entangled? Lin Yu, upon stepping outside, could not help but sigh inwardly. Despite his resolve not to employ coercive tactics, he found it difficult to resist when he witnessed Yi Mengfu's obedient demeanor. He admonished himself that this was a one-time occurrence and vowed to communicate more amicably with the young artist in the future. After descending to the dining area, he found Mo Xiangying and Qi Qingqi already seated, awaiting his arrival. Noticing Lin Yu's tardiness, the 2 could not refrain from expressing their grievances. Xiao Yu, did you have an upset stomach? Why are you so late? Surely, you weren't catching up on sleep, were you? You must have been exhausted last night. Lin Yu chose not to respond to their teasing, but instead searched for Aunt Qi Meng's presence. Despite her efforts in preparing a lavish meal, she was conspicuously absent from the dining area. Where is Aunt Qi Meng? Why are only the 3 of us here? Lin Yu inquired. Aunt Qi Meng mentioned she had an urgent order for 300 roses from a female client. She left without even having a meal, asking us to save some for her to warm up later. Mo Xiangying explained as she gestured for Lin Yu to sit down and eat. The familiar phrase 300 roses stirred Lin Yu's thoughts. Qi Qingqi handed him a card, saying, Xiao Lin, this is a card Aunt Qi Meng dropped. Please return it to her when she gets back. It seems to be a client's order card. Hee. Aunt Qi Meng still hasn't shaken off her habit of misplacing things. Lin Yu accepted the card and glanced at the name inscribed upon it. He Jing. Indeed, it was her. One of the partners who had caused Aunt Qi Meng's demise in his past life. The reason he referred to her as one of the partners is that there were multiple individuals who had conspired against Aunt Qi Meng in his previous existence. Besides He Jing, there were surely others who had colluded with her. In his past life, as a university student, Lin Yu lacked the capability to investigate thoroughly. With the passage of time and experience, the events had become nearly impossible to unravel. He only recalled Aunt Qi Meng weeping before him after being deceived. Her words echoing in his mind. I trusted He Jing too much, which led to my downfall. I had no enmity with them. Why would they want to harm me? In the past, Lin Yu had been powerless to uncover the truth. Now, he was determined not only to investigate, but also to prevent any such occurrences from transpiring. After dining with Qi Qingqi and Mo Xiangying, Lin Yu did not hasten to engage in further conversation with them. The future was long, and as long as the apartment remained, they would also be there. The most pressing matter at hand was, of course, confronting the Guardian Sect's grand strategy. In his previous life, Aunt Qi Meng had showered Lin Yu with meticulous care, and he had etched her kindness into his heart. With her unable to spare time for lunch, Lin Yu certainly would not allow her to return to cold leftovers. Before the trio commenced their meal, he promptly packaged a portion of the dishes into a thermal container. After swiftly finishing his lunch, he set out to deliver the meal to Aunt Qi Meng at her flower shop. The commercial street housing the flower shop was not far from the apartment, merely a leisurely 10-minute walk away. Along this route, besides Aunt Qi Meng's flower shop, there lay Mao Rui's pet store, as well as the shops where his other two roommates worked, including a community hospital. In the future, if he found himself with leisure time, visiting his roommates' shops would not be a bad idea. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at Aunt Qi Meng's flower shop, Xinghua. Through the glass window, he could see Aunt Qi Meng busily working inside, beads of sweat adorning her forehead, her hair held back by a purple headband. Whenever she immersed herself in work, she would don this accessory to prevent sweat from dampening her hair, thereby reducing the time spent on grooming. Alongside Aunt Qi Meng was a woman in her 30s, assisting her in wrapping roses. The two appeared to share a good rapport, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. Upon entering the shop, Aunt Qi Meng exclaimed, "Welcome, Xiaoyu. What brings you here?" Almost mistaking him for a customer, her face instantly brightened with joy upon recognizing him. Lin Yu raised the thermal container in his hand and replied, "You've been busy preparing meals all afternoon without eating, so I thought I'd come as your delivery person." This act of kindness prompted a notification from the system, a warm-hearted gesture, remembering to bring a meal to the acting sect leader while they are occupied. Has endeared you to the acting sect leader. Lin Yu felt a twinge of guilt for receiving rewards for something that was essentially Aunt Qi Meng's doing. He was merely running an errand. After Lin Yu's arrival, the woman beside Aunt Qi Meng leaned closer and whispered, "Qi Meng, is this the male university student you have at home? He is quite handsome. No wonder you keep refusing introductions. You must be so happy." Aunt Qi Meng's face flushed crimson to her ears as she hurriedly swatted the woman's arm, murmuring, "Be serious. I'm Xiao Yu's aunt. Don't let him hear you." After a brief exchange, the woman boldly waved at Lin Yu, saying, "Hello, handsome. I'm your aunt's good friend, He Jing. Please don't call me aunt. It makes me feel old. Just call me Jingjia." The system then issued a crisis alert, the instigator of the sect's greatest crisis. "The cunning fox has made an appearance. Please remain vigilant, host." Indeed, it was she. The automatic crisis alert from the system was a fortunate development. This way, if he encountered any accomplices of hers, the system would likely provide a warning. By staying close to Aunt Qi Meng, her accomplices would eventually reveal themselves. The woman, He Jing, had long hair cascading down her shoulders, dressed in a black off-shoulder bodycon dress, her makeup artfully applied. Her fiery lips bore the allure of a seemingly respectable lady. Had he not been aware of her ulterior motives hidden beneath her polished exterior, he might have been deceived by her amiable demeanor, believing her to be a true friend of Aunt Qi Meng. Suppressing his disdain, Lin Yu adopted the sunny disposition expected of a university student and said, "Hello, Jingjia. I apologize for not realizing there were others in the shop. I only prepared one portion of food. Would you like me to grab something else from the restaurant next door for you and Aunt?" Rather than appear aloof or disdainful, it was far more prudent to present himself as an innocent student, thus making He Jing feel more secure in her approach. He Jing's smile became even more radiant upon hearing Lin Yu's words. She shook her head and said, "Little handsome guy, thank you, but I've already eaten. Just take good care of your Qi Meng Ai. You need not worry about me." After saying this, she cast a meaningful glance at Qi Meng. Lin Yu inferred the nuances between mature women. In his past life, he might have found such subtleties overwhelming. However, even if they exchanged banter now, it was no longer a concern for him. At this moment, Qi Meng felt a mix of gratitude and emotion. Since venturing into the flower business, Lin Yu had only visited her a handful of times. His visit today, bringing her food, genuinely delighted her. The boy she had brought home had finally grown up. "Xiaoyu, thank you for making the trip. Just set it on the table. I'll finish wrapping the flowers and then eat. If you have nothing else to do, feel free to look around the shop." Qi Meng's last statement was delivered with great caution, for she was unsure whether Xiaoyu would want to linger in the shop. The thoughts of a youth can sometimes be more inscrutable than those of a maiden. What if Lin Yu was merely making a brief visit and had other plans? Wouldn't her words be an unwelcome imposition? Lin Yu silently sighed within. In his previous life, he would have likely turned and walked away, especially with others present. He would be even less inclined to stay. The fact that Qi Meng expressed a desire for him to remain so tentatively made Lin Yu feel an ache in his heart. Instead of responding directly, he approached Qi Meng, took her hand, and placed the warm food container into her palm. "When are we eating? Are we combining lunch and dinner? Let's eat now. I'll wrap the remaining flowers." Qi Meng's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh?" Beside them, He Jing watched the young man's assertive action and smiled knowingly. Lin Yu continued, "It seems like it isn't too difficult to learn. Don't worry, I'm quite clever and can master it. Isn't Jingjia wrapping them beautifully? I'll ask her for guidance. By the time you finish eating, I might have it all done. Hurry and eat while it's still warm." Perhaps it was due to his recent conversation with Yiming Fu, which had created a habitual way of speaking, or perhaps an instinct within him was awakening. By the end, Lin Yu spoke almost with an authoritative tone. Suddenly, Aunt Qi Meng felt an unusual stir in her heart from his assertiveness. In the past, Xiao Yu's words had been firm but mostly cold and resistant. Today, however, it was a strong concern. Holding the food container, Aunt Qi Meng wished to respond affirmatively but hesitated, considering He Jing, who was there to assist. He Jing placed her hands on Aunt Qi Meng's shoulders and urged, "Quickly go eat. The little handsome guy will be worried. Leave it to us. We promise to teach you in 3 minutes. Do we need to say more?" Lin Yu observed He Jing's actions closely. He could only describe her as formidable, truly formidable. If not for the memories of his past life and the reminders from the system, he would have had no doubts about the relationship between He Jing and Qi Meng Ai. The current impression he received felt akin to that of close sisters. Aunt Qi Meng expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Then I'll trouble you two to handle things for a bit. Xiao Yu, take your time learning. There's no rush. I will finish eating soon." After Aunt Qi Meng moved aside to eat, Lin Yu and He Jing earnestly began to learn how to wrap flowers. The task involved over 300 roses, with the request being to bundle 10 into a small bouquet, totaling 30 bouquets. The workload was neither excessively large nor small. Due to the urgency of the last-minute request, it had delayed Aunt Qi Meng's lunch. Through his conversation with He Jing, Lin Yu gleaned a wealth of information. He Jing had been divorced for 3 years, remained single, and was seeking entrepreneurial opportunities from home. She mentioned that she was consulting Qi Meng Ai for insights, indicating that she would soon have a new job. The implications in her words suggested she was on the verge of becoming Qi Meng Ai's partner. Perhaps she thought Lin Yu was merely a child, which is why she did not state it outright. Simultaneously, Lin Yu learned that the significant client was not He Jing herself, but someone else entirely. "Little handsome guy, now you understand my relationship with your Ai, right? We share a bond of revolutionary friendship. I must thank your Ai for providing me with this job opportunity." Aunt Qi Meng, who was eating, quickly interjected, "Jing Jing, please don't say that. I should be the one expressing gratitude. If it weren't for your introduction, I wouldn't have had the chance to connect with Boss E. Such a significant client. My little flower shop has been struggling. I desperately need customers." Lin Yu shook his head in disappointment. After all, he was an adult who had been in society for years. It was surprising that Aunt Qi Meng was so unwary of others. In the real world, there are no free lunches. Everything is driven by self-interest. Any seemingly selfless assistance from others surely harbors unseen motives. The boss he mentioned by Qi Meng Ai was likely another perpetrator. Whether Lin Yu's judgment was accurate would be revealed when he encountered the person. "Qi Meng Ai, where do these flowers need to be delivered later? Since I have nothing else planned this afternoon, why don't I take them? You can stay here to manage the shop." Lin Yu volunteered. He was eager to meet Boss E and confirm their identity. Before Qi Meng Ai could respond, He Jing placed her hand on Lin Yu's shoulder and said, "Little handsome guy, there's no need for you to deliver them. Boss E will come here to pick them up. He always arrives on time." The moment He Jing leaned in, a potent scent of perfume wafted over. Her seemingly casual gesture of placing her hand on his shoulder, coupled with her perfectly timed smile and alluring gaze, felt familiar. Was she a good friend of Ai? He Jing's inner prowess seemed profound. Even Lin Yu, who had weathered many storms, found it difficult to discern whether He Jing's actions were instinctive flirtations or genuine intentions. If it were the latter, he truly owed a debt of gratitude to the Sheng Yin Yu Sui Dan for its transformative benefits. The ordinary appearance he once had would never have attracted such a multifaceted vixen. If He Jing genuinely had an interest in him, perhaps this could serve as a breakthrough point for their relationship. Lin Yu pretended to be flustered and averted his gaze. His current identity was that of an innocent young man, ill-equipped to withstand the advances of a mature woman. The more he played the role, the more he would pique her interest. What a decent person might think eluded Lin Yu, but he was well aware of the thoughts of those less scrupulous. The more bashful a young man appeared, the more enticing he became to those who wished to toy with him. Lin Yu received a notification from the system, which made him inwardly chuckle. Not only did she want to take his sister's business, but she also sought to take his sister's affections. Ah, women, your name is greed. Chapter 29, The Profound Fox and the Appearance of Boss E. Sister Jing, the bossy you mentioned, orders 300 to 400 roses weekly. He must be quite wealthy, right? Lin Yu seized the opportunity to divert the conversation and inquire about Boss Yi's information. His speech flowed naturally, reminiscent of a young boy unable to resist teasing, casually seeking a topic of discussion. He Jing continued wrapping the roses, explaining, "This is just the beginning, handsome young man. There will be even larger orders ahead. Have you heard of Shanghui Film City? He is the manager of the procurement department there, responsible for the purchase of props for many film crews. Collaborating with someone like Boss E means your aunt is bound to strike it rich. Strike it rich? Haha. It turns out this is the great trap that Aunt Qi Meng is about to fall into. Shenghui Film City is located in the city of Baku, under the jurisdiction of Pingchuan City, and is one of the 8 major film cities in the country, a preferred choice for many legitimate film crews. The public persona of Boss E is indeed significant. However, one must ponder why he would resort to underhanded tactics against a small flower shop owner. His reputation is likely a fade. Investigating Boss Yi's background within a short time frame presents a considerable challenge given Lin Yu's current capabilities. When one cannot accomplish a task alone, the best course of action is to enlist help. Within the apartment, there resides a brilliant hacker girl adept at uncovering personal backgrounds. After all, he is now a designated contestant for the initial experience of love. He would find a suitable opportunity to request her assistance in investigating this individual. It shouldn't be a difficult task. Handsome young man, when tying the ribbon, you must hold the bouquet tightly while securing it. Like this. The flowers 1T scatter and will look much better, don't you think? He Jing, seizing the moment to instruct, grasped Lin Yu's hand, helping him tighten the flower stems. Lin Yu could guarantee that he had already tightened them as much as possible. He Jing was undoubtedly intentional in her actions, choosing to do so in a manner concealed from Aunt Qi Meng. This created a physical connection, drawing the two closer together. Lin Yu had introduced himself twice, stating his name was Lin Yu, and he could be called Xiao Lin or Xiao Yu. Yet, He Jing insisted on referring to him as handsome young man with an approving tone. Wasn't this obvious enough? Previously, he employed clumsy tactics, never anticipating that one day they would rebound upon him like a boomerang. Want to play? Very well, I shall play with you. Lin Yu feigned innocence, nodding like a chick pecking at grain, stammering, "Thank you, Sister Jing, I will be careful." Still not enough. Such behavior merely painted him as a naive university student, unacquainted with the world. When He Jing withdrew her hand, Lin Yu quickly stole a glance at her, discovering she was smiling and observing him intently, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. This was precisely the point. He intended to let He Jing catch him sneaking a glance. Now, Lin Yu's image transformed into that of an unworldly youth, brimming with restless enthusiasm. One must first let the fly know that one is a cracked egg if one wishes to attract it. Handsome young man, I hear from your aunt that you are a student at the Pingchuan University Film Academy. I have lived in Pingchuan for many years and know several professors from Pingchuan University. There is one particularly impressive professor who often mentors graduate students. If the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you, paving the way for my good friend S. Handsome young man. He Jing continued her advances. Lin Yu pondered within. Which professor, I wonder? In this day and age, boasting requires no foundation. Outwardly, he replied, "Thank you, Sister Jing, as long as it doesn't trouble you." He Jing responded with youthful exuberance. What trouble could there be? With your looks, you might even become an actor one day. If you become an idol, do not forget about me, sister. As she spoke, He Jing picked up her phone and called out loudly, "Qi Meng, would you mind if I added your university student as WeChat?" Qi Meng quickly swallowed her food and innocently replied, "How could I? Xiao Yu. You and Jingjing should become friends. Jingjing, if you know any professors, please take good care of our Xiao Yu." Lin Yu thought, "Oh dear, Aunt Qi Meng, how now very foolish. Is this care? It is pure sacrifice. Your university student is being consumed, and you are proudly flaunting your meal." Ding. Perfect disguise and proficient charm techniques have lulled the cunning fox into lowering its guard, leading it to willingly leave behind traceable communication symbols. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Lin Yu naturally would not refuse the request to add WeChat. He opened the friend request interface, waiting for He Jing to provide her number. Thus, not only could he add her on WeChat, but he might also obtain He Jing's phone number in the process. Qi Meng ate remarkably quickly. By the time Lin Yu had wrapped 2 bouquets, she returned to the fray. The 3 of them worked together, and within mere minutes, they successfully completed all the bouquets. The legendary Boss E was indeed punctual. No sooner had they finished than a BMW X5 with a provincial license plate pulled up outside the flower shop. Lin Yu even suspected Boss E had been waiting nearby for news from He Jing. A WeChat message sent here, and immediately the car arrived. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man around 40 emerged. He wore a deep blue polo shirt, dark gray casual pants, and black leather shoes. His hair slightly graying and styled in a side part. Were it not for the expensive-looking watch on his wrist, he could easily be mistaken for a leader of some organization. It must be said, the act of stepping out of the car while flaunting his watch could impress many. Ding. Crisis alert. The planner behind the Sect's greatest crisis, Wu Xiangxiao, has made an appearance. Please exercise caution. Host. Task correlation. Protect the Sect's grand plan. Wu Xiangxiao, the planner, Sounds even more sophisticated than the cunning fox, from what I have observed. Even if He Jing is not a serious person and has her own agenda, it is unlikely she could orchestrate anything significant. It appears that Mr. Wu Xiangxiao is secretly orchestrating everything. Upon seeing a major client arrive, Chen Qiming attempted to rise and personally open the door. However, Lin Yu seized her arm, stepping ahead to open the shop door. At the same time, he leaned in to whisper to Chen Qiming, Aunt Qi Meng, what is Boss Yi's full name? Chen Qiming reflected and said, I remember it is Yi Haizhou, with Hai meaning ocean and Zhou meaning boat from the idiom carving a boat to seek a sword. As they spoke, Yi Haizhou entered the shop. Out of courtesy, Lin Yu took the initiative to greet him. Welcome, Bossy. Since Aunt Qi Meng and He Jing have always referred to him as such, Lin Yu naturally followed suit. However, Yi Haizhou merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yu, giving a slight nod before greeting the two women. Manager Qi Meng, good to see you again. Jing is here too. How wonderful. Does he only have eyes for women? Lin Yu, a mere background character, was clearly disregarded. Man, you are playing with fire. Chapter 30. With a well-crafted persona, one cannot blame Andy. What more is there to say? Jing is also present, acting as if she were someone significant. Do you not have a clear understanding of Jing's presence in your heart? Chen Qiming discreetly glanced at Lin Yu, noticing that Yi Haizhou had overlooked him. However, in the face of a major client like Yi Haizhou, it was not prudent to say much. Chen Qiming yielded her position and remarked, Mr. Yi, please come in and have a seat. All the flowers have been packaged. He Jing leaned against the flower table and meaningfully stated, with such a large business, Mr. Yi, you must have many procurement tasks, right? If there is anything needed, please remember to support our little shop first. Yi Haizhou graciously replied, of course, the quality of the flowers at Qiming's shop is excellent, and the prices are fair. She is a particularly esteemed partner among the suppliers nearby. I apologize, but I cannot stay today as I have many matters to attend to. Could you please place the flowers in the trunk for me? I will transfer the payment to your bank account. Yi Haizhou's straightforwardness surprised Lin Yu. Was it really this uncomplicated? According to the normal course of events, shouldn't he collaborate with He Jing to further embellish his identity as a big boss, aiming to earn Aunt Qi Meng's admiration? Or perhaps, attracted by the single Aunt Qi Meng, he should exhibit concern and kindness? None of that occurred. His first act upon arrival was a direct business discussion, devoid of any superfluous words. Perhaps, after the flowers were moved, would Yi Haizhou's true ambitions begin to unfold? Lin Yu had no time for further contemplation. He followed Aunt Qi Meng and He Jing to load the bouquets into Yi Haizhou's car. To prevent the flowers from being crushed during the journey, Chen Qiming thoughtfully prepared 3 small boxes to keep the bouquets upright in the trunk, displaying meticulous care. After completing these arrangements, Lin Yu intended to return to the shop to see what Yi Haizhou would do next. However, Yi Haizhou bypassed even the step of returning to the shop and directly addressed Chen Qiming, saying, Qiming, the payment has been transferred to your account. Next week at this time, the same as usual, 300 bouquets. Chen Qiming glanced at her phone and hurriedly exclaimed, Mr. Yi, why did you transfer so much? It's 2,000 more. Yi Haizhou, now at the driver's door, humbly waved his hand and smiled. Consider it a prepayment for next time. It has been a pleasure working together. Just as he was about to enter the car, he suddenly paused and casually remarked, by the way, Qiming, I will bring the contract for the large order of Damascus roses in 2 weeks. You can seek out suppliers in the meantime. I trust you. Until next time. Chen Qiming's face lit up with excitement as she replied, all right, I will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Yi, drive safely. Watching the BMW X5 gradually disappear, Lin Yu felt a weight in his heart. One could not blame Aunt Qi Meng. It was no wonder she fell victim to deceit. That fellow Wu Xiangxiao truly possessed remarkable skill. His actions were prompt and decisive, humble and courteous, and most impressively, he effortlessly glossed over the 2,000 extra as a prepayment. This subtly exhibited a successful person's trust in a small shop owner eager to earn. He had expertly tapped into the vulnerabilities of human nature. Lin Yu had only about 2 weeks to act. He needed to expedite his efforts to resolve the crisis surrounding the Huzone project. Upon returning to the shop, He Jing seized the opportunity to boast, Qiming, look at Mr. Yi, a successful person who is truly carefree. What a pity you aren't looking for a partner. Otherwise, I would gladly introduce you. Chen Qiming quickly dismissed her, saying, Jing, don't joke about that. How could Mr. Yi look at me? I'm just an ordinary worker. He Jing made an okay gesture, laughing as she said, don't worry. I've got this. I know a flower merchant in Hetian. The wholesale prices are very reasonable. With the large order Mr. Yi wants, we could conservatively estimate a 30% profit. Lin Yu listened to their conversation and began to comprehend the scheme between He Jing and Yi Haizhou. Yi Haizhou crafted an impressive persona while He Jing stirred the pot, creating a seamless illusion that would be difficult for an ordinary person to discern. Judging by Lin Yu's assessment, both Yi Haizhou's large order and the flower merchant mentioned by He Jing were likely fabrications, intended to ensnare Qin Shi Meng. The weekly order of 300 roses was merely a sweet bait. Once Qin Shi Meng took the hook, that small sum would be insignificant. Not long after Yi Haizhou departed, He Jing excused herself, claiming she needed to go for a beauty treatment. Lin Yu did not follow her. Doing so would not resolve any substantial issues. Alerting Aunt Qi Meng to be wary of He Jing and Yi Haizhou was equally futile. Without any evidence, relying solely on intuition would hardly persuade a money-driven Aunt Qi Meng. It could even backfire, potentially alarming the snake before striking. On a positive note, neither He Jing nor Yi Haizhou regarded Lin Yu as a threat, completely unaware that their meticulously planned scheme had already been unraveled by him. At this moment, Lin Yu's priority was to spend quality time with Aunt Qi Meng. If it weren't for the necessity of supporting a university student and purchasing expensive filming equipment for him, he would not have been so anxious to earn money and fall into the traps set by the schemers. After helping Aunt Qi Meng tidy up the shop and dispose of the packaging waste, she once again entered her polite mode, saying, "Oh, with your help, the work has gone much faster. Thankfully, you brought me lunch. Otherwise, I would surely be starving. Thank you, Xiao Yu, for all your help today." What she referred to as help was merely watering the flowers in the morning, delivering lunch at noon, and occasionally wrapping flowers. The meal was prepared by Aunt Qi Meng herself. Yet she expressed gratitude multiple times. It was not that Aunt Qi Meng and Lin Yu were not close. Rather, these mundane tasks were things Lin Yu had never done before. The change from 0 to half a point made him feel that this person had suddenly become exceptionally kind. In reality, the full score might be 100. "Xiao Yu, you should quickly return to rest or go out with friends. Do you have enough money?" As she spoke, Aunt Qi Meng reached for the drawer to retrieve some cash. Seeing this, Lin Yu grasped her arm, saying, "I have plenty of money on me. There is no need for that right now. In the future, please refrain from thanking me with every little thing. If I must hear thank you 24 hours a day for such minor matters, I might as well be repeating it endlessly." Qin Shi Meng gazed at Lin Yu in a daze. Realizing that he had truly grown up, he no longer found her bothersome and even expressed gratitude for her kindness. In that instant, she forgot the hardships of life, feeling that all her efforts were worthwhile. Listening to the system's prompt, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at how easily Aunt Qi Meng was satisfied. Just a few words could bring her immense joy. With no pressing matters this afternoon, his greatest desire was to spend quality time with the special relative from his past life, whom he regretted not cherishing enough. "Aunt Qi Meng, don't just ask if I'm tired. Why not sit back in the lounge chair? I've recently learned a new technique. Come and give it a try." In Chapter 31, serving Auntie and a new friend to watch ball together, during the midday hours, Qin Shi Meng would often take a nap at the shop. There was a comfortable folding lounge chair specifically for this purpose. When Lin Yu expressed his intention to massage her shoulders, Qin Shi Meng hesitated for quite some time. It was only after Lin Yu's persistent urging that she finally settled into the chair. Lin Yu brought over a chair and positioned himself behind her lounge chair. The angle was just right for a massage. The technique he had learned, Huan Fengji, was intended for foot reflexology rather than shoulder and neck massage. However, he believed the techniques and control could be applicable, and at the very least, it wouldn't worsen her discomfort. Even when it came to a shoulder massage, Aunt Qi Meng was reluctant. If he suggested giving her a foot massage in the shop, it would be out of the question. After a few minutes of gentle foreplay, Lin Yu excused himself, claiming he needed to apply more pressure, and began to massage through her sleeves. Despite a busy day, Aunt Qi Meng's skin remained refreshingly smooth, devoid of any sticky perspiration. As he continued, the collar of her garment sometimes loosened, sometimes crumpled. The captivating sight, reminiscent of a delicate beauty partially concealed, stirred Lin Yu's emotions. After a while, Aunt Qi Meng transitioned from her initial resistance to closing her eyes and reveling in Lin Yu's ministrations. Her occasional deep breaths and the blossoming blush on her neck conveyed her physical pleasure. A chime sounded, announcing, "Your heartfelt actions and warm words have deeply endeared you to the proxy Sect Master, further bridging the gap between you. Reward, 20 Ling Shi. Xiao Yu, when did you learn this technique? It's amazing. I feel so light and unburdened," Qin Shi Meng said, eyes closed, fully in a state of relaxation. Lin Yu, kneading her neck, replied, "I just learned it over the past few days. Seeing how hard you work, I wanted to do something special for you." In his heart, Lin Yu thought, "I enjoy telling a little white lie. Occasionally uttering a kind fib is not a significant issue." After saying this, Lin Yu observed Qin Shi Meng's reaction. Had she fallen asleep? "You seem to be enjoying your nap," he remarked. Was it appropriate for her to doze off at such a pivotal moment? Nevertheless, Lin Yu continued his massage for another half hour. In this blissfully relaxed state, Aunt Qi Meng fell into an even deeper slumber. Since it was a rare opportunity to visit the shop, Lin Yu was in no hurry to leave. He quietly sat beside her, keeping her company during her midday nap. After silencing his phone, he devoted himself to a message from his online girlfriend. Transitioning into a flirty banter mode. Ming Yu, I'm back from shopping. The streets are so crowded. It seems the students are on break. Ming Yu, darling, look at the snacks I bought. Hee, I got a whole bunch. Ming Yu, picture of snacks. As Lin Yu perused the messages, he pondered the implications of students being on break, suggesting that his online girlfriend was likely not a student herself. A romance with an older woman. How thrilling. The sisters in his apartment were all in their 20s, each a fine choice. Lin Yu enlarged the image of the snacks, searching for any clues. However, aside from the snacks, all he could discern was a common beige table, yielding no further useful information. What a cautious girl, leaving no trace of her whereabouts. Lin Yu, I'm craving, salivating. Lin Yu, do indulge. I prefer my little wife to be plump and fair. Lin Yu, how is the weather on your side? Send me a photo. It's sunny here. Lin Yu, picture of clear blue skies. Throughout their conversation, Lin Yu intentionally guided the dialogue. If his online girlfriend was indeed in her apartment, the subsequent weather photo might reveal some details. Different orientations of the apartment rooms could hint at the floor's height and view. To uncover the identity of his online girlfriend among the 4 remaining girls in his apartment, he knew he had to invest time and thought. After a while, Ming Yu replied, Stop lying. You guys prefer fair and slender girls. My wife is quite slim and very fair, whiter than the clouds outside. Are you under this cloud? Ming Yu, picture of a white cloud against a blue sky. Lin Yu, okay. Ming Yu, okay. Lin Yu thought to himself, how clever. Not only did she deftly evade my trap, but she also managed to tease me. This sister was quite adept. He had now ruled out Aunt Qi Meng, Ji Qingqi, Mo Xiangying, Mao Rui, and Yi Meng Fu from his suspicions. For girls in the apartment remained unencountered. He found it hard to believe that such a high-level sister could elude him. He boldly proclaimed a challenge. Within 24 hours, he must unearth the hidden online girlfriend among the 4. If a chance to meet arose, he would seize it. If not, he would create one. After 2 hours, Qi Meng finally awoke from her slumber, stretching and struggling to regain her consciousness, pondering her whereabouts. Upon noticing the clock hanging in the shop, she quickly remembered it was still afternoon, and she had just taken a nap. Xiaoyu, she exclaimed, suddenly recalling, and hurriedly got up from the lounge chair. Have you been here the whole time? Lin Yu's voice startled her. Since Qi Meng fell asleep, Lin Yu had remained by her side, never leaving. During those 2 hours, Lin Yu gained insight into why Qi Meng was so eager to earn money. The shop's atmosphere was rather dismal. Not a single customer had entered during such a lengthy span. Not even someone inquiring about prices. If business continued this way, financial woes were inevitable. Today, they had avoided Zhang San's scam, but tomorrow they might fall prey to Li Si's schemes. Xiaoyu, you've been here all this time? Oh my, I can't believe I slept for so long. Qi Meng said, covering her cheeks, feeling slightly embarrassed. It wasn't entirely her fault. Lin Yu's massage had been so soothing that it completely alleviated her fatigue, leading her into a state of blissful emptiness. This had been the most comfortable nap she had experienced in the shop. As she moved, a few tissues slipped from her shoulders. Observing the damp tissues that had yet to dry completely, Qi Meng paused for a moment, reflecting on the situation. Blushing and feeling embarrassed, she exclaimed, "Ah, I hope I'm not drooling. How mortifying." Lin Yu, stretching lazily, comforted her, saying, "There's no shame in that. You're still beautiful. Seeing you sleep so soundly brings me joy. It shows that my skills have not gone to waste." Qi Meng nodded incessantly, praising, "It's truly delightful, Xiaoyu. You are even more skilled than those who claim to be professionals. Teach me too. Andy can help you with the massages." Meanwhile, in apartment 202, Mo Xiangying lay on Yi Mengfu's bed in nothing but her underwear, sprawled out like a starfish. In the summer, with only girls in the room, Mo Xiangying was already dressed quite modestly. She often locked her door, perfectly embracing her natural state. "Xiao Fufu, why do you look so glum? Did someone upset you today? If you don't want to talk, you can draw it for me." As Yi Mengfu's sole friend, Mo Xiangying understood her personality well. When anxious, Yi Mengfu often struggled to articulate her thoughts, making drawing a swifter means of communication. Yi Mengfu, leaning against the headboard with a pillow in her arms, shook her head. She truly did not know how to broach the subject of the events that had transpired today with Mo Xiangying. This incident would inevitably remain a secret between her and Lin Yu. "Oh, is it because of that person?" Hee, cheer up. Tonight is the much-anticipated World Cup semi-final. I have good news. I found a like-minded friend for us to watch the game together. Mo Xiangying leaped beside Yi Mengfu, her petite figure diving into her embrace. A new friend? Yi Mengfu asked suspiciously. Chapter 32. Awakened in the early morning. The hacker girl's thought process. After leaving Aunt Qi Meng's shop, it was already nearing evening. To spare her the burden of cooking dinner, Lin Yu opted for a casual meal of noodles outside. He also remembered to pack a portion for Qi, the reclusive girl who was waiting at home for her meal. While dining, Lin Yu withdrew 360 Ling stones accumulated in the system, raising his balance to 10,001 yuan. This could be considered living the high life. He did not rush home, but instead strolled along the commercial street, discovering an art supply store. Excuse me, do you have this type of drawing paper? Lin Yu unfolded the artwork he had taken from Yi Mengfu's room to show the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper glanced and promptly retrieved a pack of A4 sketch paper. 10 yuan a pack, 50 sheets per pack. How many do you need, young man? Lin Yu compared the size and found them to be identical. He had assumed that the paper used by little artists would be pricey, but it turned out to be more affordable than he imagined. Please get me 10 packs. Can I pay online? No problem. I'll get you a bag. Lin Yu had not forgotten about Yi Mengfu's daily task. Bringing these drawing papers back for her would also contribute to his sect's merits. Furthermore, considering the improper actions he had taken earlier in Yi Mengfu's room, buying her something she needed could help ease the tension between them. He was not concerned about whether Yi Mengfu would accept it. If necessary, he could be a bit forceful, and she would surely relent. If Lin Yu's judgment was correct, the drawing papers would be successfully delivered by early morning. He hoped that the daily task's time limit would not be too short, allowing it to last until dawn. The friend Mo Xiangying mentioned for watching the game was likely Yi Mengfu. It was rather surprising that these two girls could bond so well. After purchasing, as he prepared to leave, Lin Yu passed by the door adorned with rows of cartoon stickers. One particular sticker captured his attention. Isn't this the rabbit from that series? Lin Yu crouched down to take a closer look. It was 2014, and the animation of Nan Yin Na 2 had yet to be produced. At this point, it was merely a serialized comic from the Meiyao Animation Factory, just gaining some popularity with a few merchandise items released. The sticker in his hand depicted the main character rabbit from Nan Yin Na 2, with a comical pose that sparked joy. The reason it caught his eye was that it reminded him of the two apology rabbits and pleading rabbits he held. Such trinkets, beloved by young girls, would not detract from his efforts. At the very least, they wouldn't earn him negative points. Lin Yu casually purchased it to take home. Upon returning to the apartment, he found the communal area devoid of other roommates. His hopes of completing a task were dashed. Today marked the first day of his rebirth, and Lin Yu was not overly anxious. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. He and Mo Xiangying had agreed on a time to watch the match, Germany versus Brazil in the semifinals, scheduled for 4 in the morning. They planned to gather in his room half an hour early. To avoid disturbing others, Lin Yu informed Mo Xiangying that he would leave the door unlocked. Otherwise, knocking at 3 or 4 in the morning would surely disturb the surrounding roommates, including Aunt Qi Meng, who lived next door. After their agreement, Lin Yu chose not to linger in the apartment. Instead, he returned to his room early to catch up on sleep. Having just spent a night at the internet CAF, he needed to wake up early again to watch the game. Even the youngest body couldn't withstand such a schedule. To ensure he wouldn't miss the match, Lin Yu set an alarm for 3:15. This way, he could wake up and tidy up before the two girls arrived. He expected a peaceful and serene night. However, at 2 in the morning, he was jolted awake by a system alert. Ding! Exceptional operation. The host's innate charm has drawn 2 senior sect members into the room to enjoy the beautiful scenery together. Reward, 40 Ling stones. In his dreams, Lin Yu's mind was forcibly activated. He never anticipated that it would not be the alarm clock waking him, but rather the system notification. Had he overslept past 3:30? Lin Yu fumbled for his phone, illuminating the screen as he squinted to check the time. It read 2:02. He was an hour and a half early. They should have at least given him a heads up. With his enhanced hearing from the elixir, Lin Yu did not miss the faint conversation at the door, residing in the largest suite of the apartment. Anyone wishing to enter his bedroom had to first pass through the small living room. At the door, Mo Xiangying was holding her phone, using its dim light to stealthily guide Yi Mengfu as they entered. The phone screen was bright enough, but since Mo Xiangying had not turned on the flash, the illumination was merely sufficient to discern the space in front of them. Hey Xiao Fufu, come on in. Don't worry, I'm here. Mo Xiangying grasped Yi Mengfu's arm, half pushing and half leading her into Lin Yu's room. Yi Mengfu hesitantly raised her voice slightly, stammering, "Could you turn on the light?" After gently closing the door, Mo Xiangying hurriedly responded, "Sure, the phone screen is sufficient." Turning on the light will reveal our presence to Xiao Yu. During the day, that brat was so arrogant. I'll pull back his covers and see if he dares to act so cocky again. Yi Mingfu shook her head repeatedly, striving to free her hand. In her heart, she had already defined the relationship between Mo Xiangying and Lin Yu. Upon hearing Mo Xiangying's words, her mind raced with the thought, please, do not involve me in your couple's playful escapades. The daytime had already been awkward enough. The night could not afford to be more so. Xiao Fufu, wait for me here, all right? Once I signal, you can come into the bedroom. Mo Xiangying did not insist her good friend accompany her inside, knowing well Yi Mengfu's nature. Faced with a boy, she could scarcely utter a word, let alone undertake the audacious task of pulling back covers. Mo Xiangying, however, was different. She had caught an eagle. Inside the room, Lin Yu exclaimed, is there no law? Is there no humanity? Sneaking into a male roommate's room in the dead of night to pull back his covers? Is this something a normal human could conceive? What audacity! Only someone with Mo Xiangying's extraordinary thinking could even entertain such an idea. Since she wished to play, Lin Yu had no reason to back down. He must impart a lesson on the harsh realities of life to the young hacker. Chapter 33. I thought a thief had entered. Who will take revenge on whom? Lin Yu's suspicion proved correct. The friend Mo Xiangying brought along to watch the game was indeed Yi Mingfu. The girls. The situation began to grow intriguing. To Lin Yu's surprise, even in the absence of any light source, he could still perceive his surroundings clearly. Though the visibility and detail were not as sharp as during the day, discerning the broad outlines of his environment posed no difficulty. The effects of the Cui Gu Dan were indeed astonishing. With the enemy in the dark and himself illuminated, he held the advantage. As Lin Yu stealthily descended from the bed, he slipped out of the bedroom before Mo Xiangying located the door, silently merging into the darkness of the living room. Within his line of sight, he could clearly see Mo Xiangying, phone in hand, inching toward the bedroom along the wall. The meticulous hacker had even removed her slippers at the entrance, opting to tread barefoot to avoid making noise, displaying both courage and cunning in her mission to pull back the covers. Unfortunately for her, she was on the second floor while he was in the atmosphere. After observing Mo Xiangying enter the bedroom, Lin Yu proceeded to approach, grinning as he advanced toward Yi Mengfu at the door. Which soft fruit to pick first? It was a no-brainer, the softer one. With Mo Xiangying gone, the living room was plunged into complete darkness, devoid of even the faintest light. Yi Mengfu yearned to retrieve her phone to illuminate her surroundings, but fear paralyzed her. She could only lean against the doorframe, motionless, straining to listen to the sounds within. As Lin Yu gradually drew closer, he made hardly a sound. It was solely due to Yi Mengfu's heightened focus that she detected the faintest rustle of the floorboards. Inger. Yi Mengfu assumed it was Mo Xiangying returning empty-handed and instinctively reached out in front of her. In an instant, she grasped what she thought was Inger's arm. In that unfamiliar and anxious environment, she found solace in the presence of a companion. All Yi Mengfu could think was, I need a hug. Without hesitation, she embraced the shoulder of who she believed to be Inger. This embrace caused her heart to leap into her throat, plunging her into a state of ultimate rigidity. There was a significant height difference between Yi Mengfu and Mo Xiangying. In their previous hugs, Yi Mengfu had always felt like a koala bear mother, cradling her koala baby. But today, she found herself as the koala baby. She desperately wished to escape but found herself unable, for in that moment of embracing, the koala father had instinctively wrapped his arms around her. A large hand naturally encircled the koala baby's curvaceous form. Yi Mengfu wanted nothing more than to push away, to spring up, to scream, but in a state of extreme tension, her body trembled uncontrollably, rendering her soft and voiceless. Her cries stifled alongside her racing heart. Only heavy breaths and a pounding heart remained. Then she pondered, aside from Inger, who else could be in the room? Only Lin Yu. Ding. Heavenly skillful maneuver. The Huan Sect's charm actively envelopes the host. This marks significant progress on the path of Huan. Reward. 20 spiritual stones. The scene, the sensation. Compelled Lin Yu to compose a poem. Translate this for me. What on earth does very smooth mean? What the hell does very smooth mean? He could not be blamed this time. It was Yi Mengfu who had lunged at him first. He too was caught off guard. Lin Yu realized that if he were to take things further, engaging in kisses or touches, Yi Mengfu would likely remain in a state of silent paralysis. However, if he overstepped, would it not lead to regrettable consequences if she were to move out? Every roommate is an indispensable talent for the sect. A decline in a great enterprise often begins with the loss of talent. For the sake of long-term development, it is prudent to seize the moment, advancing through multiple gradual breakthroughs. Xiaofu. Is that you, Xiaofu? You must have grabbed the wrong person. It's me, Lin Yu. You scared me. I thought a thief had entered. Isn't it too early for the game to start? Why did you come in alone? Lin Yu swiftly donned a gentlemanly demeanor, helping Yi Mengfu to her feet. I. Lin Yu's earnest demeanor caused Yi Mengfu's mind to momentarily short-circuit. Her thoughts were completely diverted. Just moments ago, she had been internally struggling, repeatedly telling herself that if Lin Yu dared to touch her inappropriately again, she would scream. She had to scream. Yet now, Lin Yu had suddenly released her, presenting a remarkably reasonable explanation. The truth was that she and Mo Xiangying had sneaked into his room without his knowledge. Although it was not her intention, she had indeed been the one to initiate the embrace with Lin Yu, who had merely stood still, not evading her. Thus, when considering the circumstances, it seemed Lin Yu had done nothing wrong. In the dark, they were so close that Lin Yu could see Yi Mengfu's dazed expression mixed with confusion. For him, it mattered little, as long as she wasn't crying or causing a scene. Besides, there was still a small one awaiting his attention. As for Mo Xiangying, he certainly did not need to hold back. Xiaofu, wait for me here. In my room, there is still some commotion. It might truly be an intruder. Allow me to investigate further. With that, Lin Yu disregarded the stammering attempts of Yi Mengfu to explain and hastily walked toward the bedroom. How could he afford her an opportunity to elucidate? If she were to clarify her intentions, Lin Yu would have no basis for reprimanding her. Inside the room, Mo Xiangying stealthily approached the bedside. Her ascent onto the bed was methodically executed in several stages, as she endeavored to keep her petite frame from causing any disturbances. She had already memorized the location of the bedside lamp. Once she pulled back Lin Yu's covers, she would yell, "Ha ha ha! Wake up! It's time to have some fun." Following that, it would be time to revel in Lin Yu's embarrassment. He had been so arrogant during the day, and now he would find himself at her mercy. Having successfully climbed onto the bed, Mo Xiangying raised her phone screen, inching closer to the pillow in search of Lin Yu's visage. She took several pictures, yet surprisingly, she could not locate him at all. Where could he be? Had he slipped under the covers? With a twinge of skepticism, Mo Xiangying pinched the corner of the blanket and slowly lifted it. She wanted to confirm whether Lin Yu was as restless in his sleep as she was, prone to sliding off the pillow. However, as soon as one corner of the summer quilt was lifted, the other corner inexplicably rose as well. In the next moment, the entire quilt enveloped Mo Xiangying's upper body. A muffled sound escaped her lips as she was submerged beneath the blanket. Lin Yu swiftly pounced, securing her neck firmly in his grasp. Now it was his turn to take action. Chapter 34, New Attributes Unlocked. What kind of constitution is this? Mo Xiangying, with her upper body trapped beneath the quilt, lay on the bed kicking her legs in frustration, attempting to shout and struggle. Lin Yu, without needing to exert much effort, easily subdued her. How ridiculous! Did she not realize whose room this was? To come and go as she pleased and create a ruckus. If he did not teach her a lesson, she would never understand the consequences of her actions. Stealing from him. Such a bold little thief. With that, Lin Yu acted swiftly. So, you think you can steal, huh? Let us see if you dare to try again. He was cautious, knowing that he might still need her assistance later. Who would help him if he damaged her? To his utter astonishment, initially, Mo Xiangying's cries of protest grew quieter, as if she were resigning to her fate. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the skill of the Elder of the Formation Hall, Reverse Dao Body. Congratulations, host. Your relationship with the Elder of the Formation Hall has deepened, upgrading to the 6th realm of Red 1 Heartbeat. Upon completing subsequent tasks, you may bind her as your soul and cultivation partner. Reward: 50 Sect Contribution. 50 Spirit Stones, Lin Yu. A Reverse Dao Body. Goodness. Is Mo Xiangying's constitution truly that extraordinary? The rewards of Sect Contribution and Spirit Stones paled in comparison to her allure in that moment. Lin Yu yearned to execute immediate justice upon Mo Xiangying. What reason and calculations? Strength was the true miracle. Alas, he lamented that there was another small artist in the room. Her timing was simply dreadful. Lin Yu detested not being Li Xuanhuan. If only he could deliver a line about how she had arrived at the perfect moment for everyone to enjoy. Meanwhile, Yi Mengfu stood at the entrance of the living room, truly enduring a torment of both mind and body. She was still a child. Why was she forced to endure such experiences, hearing those sounds from within? Was this some kind of playful exchange between Ying and Lin Yu? Yi Mengfu, having reached the legal age of adulthood, was not an ignorant fool. The noises from inside were not merely the sound of hands striking arms. Helpless, Yi Mengfu could only cover her ears, striving to block it all out. So, Lin Yu was such a volatile person in private? She had never witnessed this before. It was quite terrifying. She resolved to keep her distance from him in the future. In the bedroom, Lin Yu reluctantly halted his actions. If he continued, he would risk making Yi Mengfu an unwitting audience to a private performance. With her personality, advancing their relationship would undoubtedly become more challenging, considering the long-term strategy. He gritted his teeth and bore it. After stopping, Lin Yu rose to turn on the bedroom light. Mo Shangying, sensing the illumination, immediately sprang upright on the bed. According to any reasonable logic, a restored Mo Shangying would certainly scold Lin Yu with playful indignation, or perhaps adopt a fierce demeanor to chase him down. As Lin Yu prepared to release her, he was ready to bolt to the living room at the first sign of her retaliation. With her good friend present, she could not act out without acknowledging her defeat, could she? Of course, all this rested on the assumption that Mo Shangying was a rational individual. But she was not. Mo Shangying sat on the bed, first touching her flushed cheek, then adopting a contemplative expression. Lin Yu, observing, inquired, "What is the matter? Did you short-circuit your brain from being overpowered?" In reality, Mo Shangying was genuinely reflecting. The moment the quilt enveloped her, she realized she had been outsmarted by Lin Yu. Initially, she was furious, having been taken advantage of during the day and then caught off guard at night. She longed to leap up and tightly grip Lin Yu's neck until he repeatedly called her sister. However, Lin Yu's intervention made her frustration dissipate. How peculiar. Lin Yu raised his hand and waved it before her eyes, forcibly bringing her back to her senses. Mo Shangying grasped Lin Yu's hand, scrutinizing it closely. Lin Yu felt a pang of anxiety and hastily warned, Hey, you were the one who intruded first. Don't seek revenge on me." Nevertheless, Mo Shangying earnestly analyzed, "Little Yu, does your hand possess some strange magic? It was like this during the day, and just now it was different. How curious. What phenomenon could this be?" Lin Yu, what a remarkably composed rationalist. So, she encountered an unknown dilemma and intends to apply scientific reasoning to explain it. But it's quite amusing to witness her pondering. What an oddity she is, with her hidden AI Mu constitution. Such matters were not something Lin Yu intended to disclose to Mo Shangying. Since she was the epitome of cold rationality, he decided to toss the conundrum back to her for her to ponder. Oh, and what about Xiao Fufu? After being lost in thought for a considerable time, Mo Shangying nearly forgot about Yi Mingfu at the door. She hurriedly leaped off the bed and, as she rushed toward the living room, tossed her hair back and said, "We will settle this later. Once I figure out what just happened, I'll test it out." Lin Yu, being shy is out of the question. That will never happen. She is thoroughly validating her theories through practice, devoid of any girlish charm. Not only is her constitution extraordinary, but so too is Mo Shangying's intellect. Under the vast heavens, it is exceedingly rare to find another like her. The farce has temporarily reached a pause. Yi Mengfu's face still bore a look of panic. Unable to recover from the recent commotion, when Mo Shangying pulled her into Lin Yu's bedroom, observing their contrasting states, it seemed as if she were the one who had just been wronged in bed, even more anxious than the one who had been struck. In the living room, Lin Yu had not paid much attention. This evening, Yi Mengfu had surprisingly donned a long-sleeved tracksuit, truly embodying a style that defied the warmth of the night. Who was she trying to protect herself from? In stark contrast, Mo Shangying wore a close-fitting ice silk dress, half nightgown, half casual wear. The fabric was so thin that it seemed to cling to her skin. No wonder it felt as if one could touch flesh. The two women's attire appeared to belong to entirely different climates. Clearly, the events of the day had affected Yi Mengfu significantly, as her enviable legs were now concealed. "Xiao Fufu, do sit down. Xiao, you won't bite," Mo Shangying exclaimed as she jumped onto Lin Yu's bed, noticing Yi Mengfu standing awkwardly beside her. She embraced Yi Mengfu's shoulders, pulling her weight onto the bed. With a startled gasp, Yi Mengfu lay back on Lin Yu's bed, quickly straightening up. Glancing nervously at Lin Yu, their eyes met. Lin Yu grinned. "Exactly, Sister Xiao Fu, don't be so restrained. I want to bite, haha." Yi Mengfu shivered in response, feeling even more frightened. "You may not bite, but you do touch and hit. That is quite terrifying." Chapter 35. The excitement lasted no more than 10 minutes before the elbow came in. Witnessing Lin Yu's mischievous smile, Mo Shangying leaned against Yi Mengfu's back, boldly stating, "Hey, Xiao Yu, why are you grinning at Xiao Fufu so lecherously? You better not have any designs on her. She is the purest girl under heaven and not suited for you." Lin Yu innocently pointed to his own face, saying, "How could I be lecherous? I am quite the sunny boy. Don't you think you two sneaking into a boy's room at midnight is rather more lewd?" The two girls were left speechless. Behaviorally, they indeed seemed more clandestine. Mo Shangying accepted the criticism, while Yi Mengfu was the most innocent, never imagining she would be associated with such a term. Mo Shangying had caused this trouble, and it was her responsibility to address it. "I'm just too excited to sleep. It's the World Cup, a once-in-4 years football spectacle. I can't help but be a bit more spirited. Xiao Yu, please understand." Lin Yu mused, How much did the little hacker wager? Is it really enough to lose sleep over? At least 5 figures, right? Wealth breeds recklessness, especially since Lin Yu knew she had bet correctly this time. Stirring his frustration further, wasn't it primarily due to his efforts? Noticing Lin Yu was unfazed, Emo Xiangying shifted tactics. Wouldn't it have been better to arrive earlier? You could have had 2 beautiful ladies to chat with. Lin Yu had no intention of dwelling on such trivial matters, casually waving his hand. Next time, please inform me in advance. No more surprise attacks. At 20-something, one should not engage in such childish antics. Content that they had successfully navigated the situation. Both women felt a slight relief, especially Emo Xiangying, who immediately resumed her usual demeanor with Lin Yu. She rolled backward, like a serpent, wrapping herself in the summer blanket, excitedly declaring, "All right, let us chat." Lying down and monopolizing your bed, shall you? Isn't it odd? Aren't boys' rooms supposed to be smelly? Emo Xiangying continued. Your room smells so nice, even cleaner than mine. Lin Yu retrieved 2 bottles of chilled cola and placed them on the bedside table. Come on. Don't stereotype our pure male group. I am quite attentive to personal hygiene. While there was a hint of exaggeration in his words, the cleanliness and lack of odor in his room were largely thanks to Aunt Qi Meng. In reality, Lin Yu had hardly ever cleaned his room. Whenever Aunt Qi Meng had the time, she would tidy up, informing him beforehand. Emo Xiangying, still rolling around, sought to pull Yi Mengfu up as well. Xiao Fu Fu, do join us. Xiao Yu's bed is big, soft, and really comfortable. Yi Mengfu quickly shook her head. No, I can't sit on the bed. It took tremendous courage for her just to sit quietly at the edge of a boy's bed. To take another step would be utterly mortifying. Lin Yu listened, secretly amused. Did the little hacker intend to frighten her best friend with such a daring invitation? Clearly, she did not understand the proper approach. In such circumstances, it was not about asking if she wanted to join. It should have been a directive. Xiao Fu Fu, come sit beside me. In the realm of assertive beings, it seemed the rational approach was utterly lost. Following Emo Xiangying's suggestion, the 3 began a lively conversation before the match. After 10 minutes of chatter, a steady, rhythmic breathing emanated from the head of the bed. Yi Mengfu, Lin Yu. What a contradictory young lady. Wasn't she just too excited to sleep? Having exchanged fewer than 10 sentences, how could she be asleep already? Did she only recognize Lin Yu's bed and not her own? Or perhaps this was merely the fatigue following her earlier excitement, necessitating a nap? If so, that was rather unfortunate. Lin Yu chuckled. I haven't even started, and you've already conked out? On the bright side, Emo Xiangying's deep slumber might be a blessing. Lin Yu turned to Yi Mengfu, noticing her wide-eyed gaze fixed intently on the window. At that moment, her inner thoughts played out like an ancient zombie drama. You don't see me, you don't see me. Simultaneously, she inwardly berated her best friend Emo Xiangying. Oh dear, Inger, you've deceived me terribly. You speak of being a night owl, yet here you are, sleeping in a boy's room. Is this your usual routine? I do not wish to become a part of your daily occurrences. Inger, wake up. What am I to do if you sleep? Amidst her tangled emotions, a soft voice whispered in Yi Mengfu's ear, follow me. Yi Mengfu froze once more. He has come. With a light comment, Lin Yu offered no opportunity for Yi Mengfu to respond, turning on his heel and departing. Yi Mengfu wrestled with her thoughts. Don't go. I want to say I want to go. Why won't you listen to me? By the time she lifted her head, Lin Yu had already reached the door of the small study. She raised her chin at YMNGF and commanded, Elbow, come with me inside. LNY felt a wave of gratitude towards QMI once again. Thanks to her thoughtful provision of a spacious room, he found it truly advantageous to have ample space for his affairs. YMNGF clenched her small fist, unable to fathom that it was still possible for her to refuse. In her subconscious, accepting choices offered by others and declining requests were entirely different matters. After the events of the afternoon, LNY had, with the aid of the system's hints, completely grasped the intricacies of YMNGF's persona. Her mind was racing, contemplating the consequences of either agreeing to enter the room with LNY or refusing him. What if he unleashed his primal instincts and divulged the events of the day? Conversely, should she comply, what if he succumbed to those very instincts? After considerable internal turmoil, the astute YMNGF conceived a third possibility. What if she suddenly stood up from the bed, causing the sleeping YNR to awaken? If YNR were to wake, nothing untoward would transpire, as LNY would surely hesitate to act in her presence. It was a viable strategy, far preferable to resigning herself to fate. With her heart heavy, YMNGF solidified her resolve. She first exerted herself to compress the mattress, then rose with what she believed to be the utmost noisiness. Yet, the mattress remained undisturbed, and the occupant continued in peaceful slumber. WWW. It's over, she lamented. now standing and deprived of any opportunity to feign ignorance. She cast her gaze towards Lin's study, where he had kindly turned on the light. The clear white illumination now felt akin to the eerie green glow emanating from a goblin's lair, adding to her trepidation. With no path of retreat, YMNGF slowly entered, as if a heavy weight bore down upon her. The sound of LNY locking the door echoed ominously, and she felt as though the door to her life had been irrevocably sealed. Chapter 36. Affix the sticker, and you are mine. LNY's study appeared quite respectable, akin to that of a diligent student. Regrettably, YMNGF was far too anxious to appreciate it. Her mind was spinning, her vision clouded, teetering on the brink of fainting. She was preoccupied with thoughts of whether she should protect herself from above or below if LNY were to make a move. Just then, he presented her with a packet of white, fluffy items, bringing her blurred vision into focus. YMNGF stared blankly at the objects he offered, inquiring, "Drawing paper?" LNY scratched his head and chuckled. "We had some misunderstandings earlier. I apologize for my rashness. Before I left at noon, I noticed your drawing paper was running low. I bought some according to the dimensions of the 2 drawings I took." The sudden shift in atmosphere left YMNGF unprepared, caught between the depths of despair and the heights of elation. She hesitated as she regarded the drawing paper, and LNY added, "If you refuse it, you are denying my apology." With those words, how could she dare to decline? She swiftly accepted the drawing paper, murmuring a timid, "Thank you." Holding the familiar brand and dimensions in her hands, her perspective shifted once more. It dawned on her that LNY had taken her 2 casual drawings merely to procure matching paper. Could it be that she had genuinely misinterpreted his intentions? Was he simply wishing to apologize? Upon reflection, her fear of LNY stemmed entirely from the events in the room earlier. If his actions had merely been a reaction to her eavesdropping, perhaps they were not so terrible after all. People often act inexplicably when angered, later feeling regret and remorse. Perhaps LNY's nature was just that way. His gift of drawing paper was a manifestation of his contrition, was it not? The embrace from earlier that night was not initiated by him, but rather by her. Though she had been touched, he had not proceeded further. With this reasoning, YMNGF truly managed to convince herself. In fact, feeling guilty for being on guard against him, she rummaged in her pocket and retrieved her phone. "I'll transfer you the money." LNY feigned distress. "Transfer me money? So you still won't forgive me?" "Accepting your money would negate the essence of my gift of apology. Not just 1 pack, I bought many." As he spoke, he showcased the remaining 9 packs along with the bag, presenting them to her. Afterward, he packed the one he had just given her back into her hands. YMNGF was taken aback, realizing the truth in LNY's words. Transferring money would indeed alter the nature of the gift. Perhaps she could find a way to return the money later through alternative means. With this thought, she nodded slightly, her voice gaining strength. "Thank you, LNY." Inwardly, LNY counted. "Thank you, LNY," 5 words. There has been progress. Previously, uttering more than 3 words would have been a struggle. Simultaneously, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Your intimacy with HHNZang's talisman bearer has deepened, advancing to the 2nd stage of fleeting encounters. Reward, 50 spirit stones." Ding. "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the daily task of purchasing talisman paper, drawing paper, earning 50 sect contributions and 20 spirit stones. Current data, sect contributions, 280, spirit stones, 180. LNY was taken aback. While the rewards for daily tasks were within his expectations, he was astonished by the surge in intimacy with YMNGF. He examined her information panel, noting her intimacy score had skyrocketed from 1 to 12. It had leaped a significant boundary. Was she truly so unguarded? With just a slight gesture from him, the increase was remarkably gratifying. Perhaps YMNGF's progress in winning over was on par with those in the foundational 3rd and 4th realms. This clearly indicated that her family had shielded her exceptionally well. Remarkably, she had not fallen prey to deceit throughout her upbringing. What a miraculous achievement. More gullible than QMing, realizing that a mere gift proved so effective, LNY seized the moment and retrieved a rabbit sticker from his desk. Xiao F. I stumbled upon this character from a domestic animation, a rabbit, while leaving the art supply store today. The instant he produced the sticker, YMNGF's attention was entirely captivated. Hearing LNY's introduction, she interjected, "That year, that rabbit." LNY nodded vigorously indeed. "Have you seen it? When I saw it, it reminded me of the rabbits you draw, and I couldn't resist buying it." As expected, a professional little artist would be well versed in the popular comics of the day. The casually purchased gift must have reached the heart. Why must it? When Yi Mengfu took out the drawing paper, she still exhibited some signs of hesitance and excuses. However, upon seeing the rabbit sticker, her expression conveyed nothing but an intense gaze and a desire that bore no semblance of resistance. When the advantage lay with me, it was the perfect opportunity to inch closer. Let me select the cutest one for you. I believe it should be worn this way, Lin Yu remarked as he opened the sticker packaging and peeled off a smiling rabbit. Subsequently, he politely aimed to affix it on Yi Mengfu's shoulder. While a placement on her chest would have been ideal, the current circumstances did not permit it. The hard-earned trust could not be shattered so swiftly. Testing her compliance on her shoulder first seemed prudent. Just as Lin Yu had anticipated, when an innocent and unguarded girl encountered something she adored, she would instantly become defenseless. Yi Mengfu not only refrained from dodging but tilted her head to the side, fully exposing her shoulder and facilitating Lin Yu's actions. Lin Yu did not betray this trust. He refrained from any inappropriate advances. After gently applying the sticker, he simply pressed it with 2 fingers to ensure its adherence. There we go. It complements your artistic style perfectly. Next time we meet, you must wear it. You can affix any design you fancy. Lin Yu carefully repacked the sticker, placing it into the tote bag with the drawing paper, creating a tangible connection between them. This would ensure that even when Yi Mengfu could not see Lin Yu, thoughts of him would inevitably cross her mind, akin to the sentiment, "With my sticker on you, you belong to me." Such tactics were seldom employed, as not all individuals were as naive as Yi Mengfu. Engaging in discussions about anime with a worldly girl and presenting her with small gifts worth mere cents would only render one a pitiable figure in her eyes. For such individuals, stickers were inconsequential. Even if one were to offer her a key to unlock her heart, she would remain unattainable. Ding! The remarkable act of gifting, coupled with an additional present, made the hearts of the Huan Sect's talismans blossom with joy, further strengthening the bond between them. Reward: 40 spirit stones. Oh, gifting must be discerning. When bestowed upon the right person, even the system's spirit stone rewards may double. Yi Mengfu touched the sticker on her shoulder, tilting her head in curiosity. For the first time, a gentle smile graced her face as she expressed, "Thank you, Lin Yu. You are quite handsome." Indeed, one must not underestimate the charm of a smiling artist, as it enhances her cuteness. With the warm atmosphere nearly established, it was time to broach serious matters and encourage her to shed that dreadful sports attire. Chapter 37. Progressing with ease, they finally climbed onto the bed. A simple sticker elevated their intimacy level to 18. Just a few small gifts remained to reach the next tier of closeness. Was this not more effective than tipping a borderline streamer? Xiao Fu, there is something I wanted to discuss with you, but I feared it might be too forward, Lin Yu said, furrowing his brow in apparent distress. Having just received a dual gift from her, Yi Mengfu would certainly not impede Lin Yu's expression. She nodded and replied, "You may speak." Lin Yu seized the moment, his analytical side emerging as he conveyed, "Xiao Fu, you might not be aware, but I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. You should have noticed this from the state of my room and study. If there is dust or any mess, it greatly unsettles me. In my bedroom, I always wear pajamas because sitting in outer clothes could introduce dust and bacteria. You are wearing outer clothes, correct?" Any normal person hearing this would undoubtedly think, how utterly presumptuous. Moreover, upon closer examination, Lin Yu's arguments seemed rather weak. A cleanliness obsession? Avoiding outer clothes in the bedroom? Yet, he had been casually seated in Xiao Fu's room, wearing outer clothes. Oh, is his cleanliness limited to his own space? Selective cleanliness, perhaps. Yet, these glaring inconsistencies were of little consequence. What mattered was the listener's immediate reaction. Yi Mengfu gasped. Lin Yu's series of actions upon entering the study had firmly established his image, particularly following the sticker incident, which subtly upgraded him from an ordinary boy to a close friend. Yi Mengfu, devoted to her friends, cared deeply about their feelings. The thought of sitting on a friend's bed, only to later discover that friend had a cleanliness obsession. Oh, the horror. Yi Mengfu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over her. "I'm sorry, I can sit on a chair." Her anxiousness rendered her speechless. She wished to convey to Lin Yu that she could sit on the chair later. However, she then recalled that even if she switched to the chair, she had already sat on the bed. Lin Yu, unaware of how effective this line of reasoning was with the young artist, seized the opportunity to further establish his persona. "It's perfectly fine. You can sit with Inger, and it will feel more comfortable. There's only one chair. And if you find it uncomfortable, I can sit instead. I understand that sitting beside a friend in an unfamiliar room provides a greater sense of security." Yi Mengfu's eyes welled with tears. How considerate of Lin Yu to worry about her sense of security, while she had harbored unjust judgments about him since entering the room. His thoughtfulness nearly brought her to tears. As the atmosphere reached its peak, Lin Yu finally revealed his intentions, albeit hesitantly. "Actually, It could also be arranged this way. Isn't Inger asleep? You could take the drawing paper back to your room and change into your pajamas. Of course, if you find it troublesome, it's perfectly fine not to change. I know you, Xiao Fu, are undoubtedly a clean girl, and your outer clothes must be spotless. After laying the groundwork, Lin Yu finally broached the main topic. This time, he did not employ a commanding tone, but rather presented it as a choice. However, despite the illusion of choice, there was truly none. Everyone expected Yi Mengfu to eagerly agree and rush back to her room. Yet, she began to fidget with her fingers, her voice dropping once more. No, I want to go back. Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock. What? Had he misjudged the situation? Was wearing pajamas a life-threatening endeavor? Yi Mengfu took a deep breath and continued, I can wear them too, Lin Yu. Not going back, but can wear? After a few moments of bewilderment, Lin Yu finally comprehended. Goodness. So beneath her outer clothes, she was wearing pajamas. Truly, a person impervious to heat. What was she trying to protect herself from? With a dawning realization, Lin Yu quickly stated, Oh, I understand now. I'll step outside, and you can change in the study. Place your discarded clothes in this bag. Lin Yu casually grabbed a tote bag and handed it to Yi Mengfu. This time, he adopted a commanding tone, leaving no room for Yi Mengfu to choose. Alone in the study, Yi Mengfu bit her fingers incessantly. What had she just been saying? Hadn't Lin Yu mentioned that she could change in her room? She could just go back. Yet, she unwittingly expressed her guilt and anxiety, suggesting that she could change without going back. Their relationship had not yet reached the level where she could casually remove her clothes in his bedroom. However, the words had already escaped her lips. To suggest returning to her own room now would be rather disrespectful to Lin Yu. Ding. The request for unfastening made by the host was something the Huan Sect spellcaster could not refuse. Reward, 40 spirit stones. In the bedroom, Lin Yu wore a smile reminiscent of a dragon king. Could a simple set of sportswear truly pose a challenge for him? With the match approaching at 4 o'clock, Mo Xiangying suddenly cried out in pain, bolting upright from Lin Yu's bed. Who was it? Was someone twisting my arm? Pouting, Mo Xiangying glanced at Yi Mengfu sitting beside the bed. She blinked curiously, fixating on Yi Mengfu. Hey, Xiaofu, why did you take off your clothes? I remember when you came. Yi Mengfu inhaled sharply, momentarily at a loss for words. When she had agreed to Lin Yu earlier, she had only considered his personal habits, completely neglecting how to explain the situation to her good friend upon returning. Fortunately, Lin Yu spoke up in time. I noticed Xiaofu was feeling too warm, so I let her go back to her room to change into her sleepwear. You seem quite comfortable in your attire, oblivious to others, truly a good friend. This excited lady who couldn't sleep. If I don't wake you up, are you planning to watch the results of the match directly tomorrow? Yi Mengfu cast a grateful glance at Lin Yu, thankful for his timely explanation. Moreover, he emphasized the importance of her returning to her room. Mo Xiangying awkwardly scratched her head, saying, Who told you to have such a comfortable bed? Since Xiaofu has changed into her nightgown, come lie in my arms to watch. It must be even more comfortable. Lin Yu added, Xiaofu, hurry up. Don't let her ramble on. After experiencing so many shifts in mindset, Yi Mengfu's attitude towards Lin Yu had lost its resistance. Now, upon hearing Mo Xiangying's request and Lin Yu's demand, she slowly maneuvered her long legs beneath her nightgown and finally climbed onto the bed. Chapter 38. Let go of that girl, come for me. The live broadcast of the World Cup semifinals commenced. During the player entrance phase, Lin Yu did not remain idle. In preparation for the important football feast of the night, he offered an assortment of chips with varying flavors and some opened sunflower seeds from his room. In terms of beverages, he generously provided the last 2 cans of Pepsi from the fridge to the 2 young ladies, opting to drink plain water himself. This gesture garnered him immense satisfaction. Ding. The generous offering of his meager provisions to host the 2 senior members of the sect exhibited a remarkable spirit of hospitality. Reward, 40 spirit stones. Earning 400 easily was enough to purchase several times the quantity of snacks. This generous act was exceedingly worthwhile. Lin Yu received not only monetary compensation, but also a significantly enhanced atmosphere. Xiaoyu, is it comfortable to sit in that position on the chair? Come sit with us. It is your bed after all, and it's unreasonable for us to occupy it without leaving you a third. Xiaofu is a bit shy. She can sit beside me. With such a request, Lin Yu naturally complied. After sitting down beside Mo Xiangying, he did not forget to toss a summer blanket to the 2 girls. If the air conditioning is too cold, you can cover yourselves with this. He truly embodied the essence of a considerate gentleman. Mo Xiangying, uninterested in the summer blanket, jumped up and swiftly turned off the bedroom light. This way, watching the match would be much better. Xiaoyu's room is really nice. The TV screen is much larger than my computer screen. A rather unremarkable comment, but indeed, Watching television in the dark created a much better ambience. The whistle blew, and the match officially began. The players from both countries quickly entered into combat mode. Lin Yu recognized few of the athletes' names mentioned by the commentator. He was merely an outsider enjoying the spectacle. In the first 3 minutes of play, the Brazil team displayed a strong offensive posture, launching 2 waves of attacks and a particularly threatening shot on goal. From the visual display, it did not appear that they would suffer a devastating defeat. Mo Xiangying watched intently, occasionally voicing her frustrations. "Oh, Mler, tackle him. That shot was terrifying. Marcelo, you're a defender. For goodness sake, don't shoot." How could Brazil be playing so aggressively without Neymar? It was evident that Mo Xiangying was exceedingly nervous. The chips she had been holding since the start remained unopened. In contrast, Yi Mengfu sat quietly, savoring her chips with contented nods, not in response to the match, but to the flavor of the chips. "Xiaoyu, you said Germany would win, right? The dream and the football god shouldn't be wrong, right?" Mo Xiangying anxiously inquired of Lin Yu, seeking some emotional reassurance. Lin Yu poked her forehead and muttered, "Just how much did you wager? You're even more nervous than the players on the field." Mo Xiangying pinched her thumb and index finger together, just a tiny bit. Trust her? More like she had bet a whole house. Seeing that he couldn't extract the truth, Lin Yu turned his attention to Yi Mengfu, who sat nearby. "Xiaofu, did you place a bet too? On which team?" Yi Mengfu honestly replied, 50 on Germany. Look at her. This was how one should watch a football match. Not betting a house or land, just a few dozen bucks to add some excitement. If it weren't for knowing the outcome in advance, Lin Yu would have found even 10 bucks excessive. Xiaofu had good judgment. The German team would surely win. Lin Yu gave her a thumbs up. Yi Mengfu paused her chip eating and nodded obediently. As Mo Xiangying's close friend, Yi Mengfu had watched quite a few matches under her influence. Typically, the outcome of each game was unpredictable. Football is round, and many goals are filled with drama. Occasionally, one might even witness a script unfolding. Even in mismatched contests, an underdog could triumph over a stronger opponent. Thus, Yi Mengfu had never believed in win rates or records. Yet today, for some reason, when Lin Yu asserted that Germany would win, she found herself genuinely inclined to believe him. As the match reached the 10th minute, the inevitable occurred. Germany's corner kick was taken, and Mler's shot within the penalty area opened the scoring for the match. 1-0. The away team, Germany, took the lead. Here it comes. Good. Upon witnessing the moment of a goal, Mo Xiangying leapt excitedly from her bed. Just as she was about to erupt in celebration, Lin Yu, quick-witted, swiftly covered her mouth. "Hey, Yinger, be mindful not to disturb the neighbors. It's the middle of the night, and we need to let them sleep." Lin Yu reminded her urgently. Yamufu observed their antics and smiled subtly, her expression poised. "I'm so sorry, I got a bit too excited. That goal was spectacular. There will surely be more to come." Mo Xiangying moderated her volume, struggling to contain her exuberance. Lin Yu was well aware that more goals were indeed on the horizon. This was merely the first, with the German team poised to score 6 more. If Mo Xiangying celebrated wildly with each goal, they wouldn't last until the third, as Aunt Qi Meng would surely intervene to halt their clandestine rendezvous. The brief silence lasted only 10 minutes. In the 22nd minute of the match, the German team scored again. It's 2-0. Remembering Lin Yu's caution, Mo Xiangying refrained from a chaotic celebration. Nevertheless, her overwhelming joy had nowhere to be contained. She unexpectedly leapt onto Yamufu, exclaiming, "Yes, 2 goals. We've got this, Xiaofu. Come let me kiss you, don't shy away." Unprepared, Yamufu was easily toppled. The 2 girls created a stunning tableau before Lin Yu. Shy Yamufu, with her long legs beneath her nightgown, kicked playfully on the sheets, murmuring in a soft voice to Mo Xiangying, "Yinger, don't do that." Lin Yu exclaimed, "Is it really necessary to be this excited? The score will only get larger." He felt compelled to pull Mo Xiangying aside and admonish her, "Let go of that girl. If you dare, come at me." Chapter 39. Divine Footballer, please take me as your disciple. Ding. Heavenly skills. The host has actually allowed 2 senior members of Huanzong to rest upon the bed, presenting a rather beautiful scene. Reward. 40 spirit stones. Lin Yu reflected that sometimes the system's rewards were quite absurd. As a spectator, he surprisingly received rewards. Soon, the players proved that Mo Xiangying had indeed celebrated prematurely. In the 24th minute, the German team struck again, opening the door to the Brazilian team. 3-0. Mo Xiangying demonstrated the meaning of shared joy, as she nimbly leapt from Lin Yu's back, directly mounting his shoulders. Had it not been for Lin Yu's newly upgraded stability, the sudden impact might have sent Mo Xiangying tumbling to the floor. It was no wonder that so many people had leaped from buildings over a football match. Mo Xiangying's behavior was the very embodiment of a fervent fan. Were all fans in the world this fervent, or were only those who had placed bets truly this wild? Lin Yu did not comprehend the nature of fans, but he understood Mo Shanjing well. As she clambered onto him, he instinctively secured her legs for her safety. Yes, purely for her protection. The next moment, Mo Shanjing rubbed Lin Yu's head, trying to control her volume as she exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, you are my deity. Germany has scored 3. Do you understand what this means? In the World Cup semifinals, no team has ever come back from a 3-0 deficit. The German team was already half a foot into the World Cup finals." Lin Yu, steadying the swaying Mo Shanjing, replied irritably, "I don't know which foot the German team has stepped forward with. All I know is that if you keep swaying, you'll definitely fall." Yamufu raised her arms, prepared to catch her friend, observing that Mo Shanjing's daring antics could lead to a fall at any moment. "Be careful," Yamufu smiled, reminding her. Seeing her best friend so elated filled her with joy as well. Mo Shanjing quickly knelt beside Lin Yu, asking, "Xiaoyu, how are you able to predict so accurately? It's only the 24th minute. Your score prediction truly seems plausible. How did you foresee it? I didn't realize Germany would be this powerful. Great deity. Please take me as your disciple." Yamufu curled her legs, resting her chin on her knees, casting a sideways glance at Lin Yu. Lin Yu's predictions had indeed proven correct. Germany was on course to win. Yamufu was now even more curious if Lin Yu's score could actually materialize. In their pre-match conversation, she had learned that Lin Yu had wagered 600 on a German victory over Brazil. Although she did not react as dramatically as Mo Shanjing, she too had not anticipated such an outrageous scoreline. Now, it appeared that the outcome could indeed be a devastatingly lopsided affair. Lin Yu, moving his shoulders with a sense of triumph, declared, "Of course my score prediction has merit. Just take a good look. What is the score?" The two girls turned their gaze towards the television. Just a minute after the next kickoff, the German team scored once more, bringing the score to 4-0. In just 25 minutes, 4 goals had been scored in an unprecedented one-sided affair. This was the World Cup semifinals. The fans tonight were destined to be particularly fervent, especially those supporting Germany. Mo Shanjing, filled with shock, could only feel awe. Her bet on Germany to win was now 99% secure. Her overwhelming excitement stemmed from discovering a true oracle in the realm of predictions. Previously, she had mocked Lin Yu, a young man claiming to have football deities whispering to him. Now, she began to silently envy him, pondering if there was indeed such a thing as metaphysics. Could Germany truly score 7 against Brazil? By the 28th minute, when Germany scored their 5th goal, Mo Shanjing could no longer contain herself. She once again knelt closely beside Lin Yu, pleading, "Yushin, please take me as your disciple." Lin Yu sat upright, arms crossed defiantly, questioning with a hint of arrogance. "Have you ever seen a deity ridden by a disciple? Have you ever seen a master ridden by a disciple?" "Sorry, I don't take disciples. I only accept mounts." Mo Shanjing could clearly detect the irritation in Lin Yu's voice. She hastily shook his arm, imploring, "It's my fault, my fault. A disciple can also be a mount. If the master feels displeased, you can ride me back. I'm strong enough to handle it." Yamufu was taken aback. Lin Yu was bewildered. What kind of lewd words are these? For goodness sake, your best friend is right here. Had Yamufu not been present, Lin Yu might have considered accepting the offer. Who could refuse a devoted disciple as a mount, especially one ready to take on their master? Moreover, she was a rebellious disciple willing to challenge him. Not a chance. I refuse. I've already stated that I dreamt of this score. What use is it to take you on as a disciple? To maintain his persona, Lin Yu reluctantly declined. It wasn't that he didn't want to agree, but rather that he couldn't. He had not delved deeply into football at all. Aside from knowing about the infamous 7-1 defeat and Messi's heart-wrenching overtime loss in the following match, he remains utterly ignorant of the intricacies of the other major leagues, such as the 5 and 8 leagues. Should he overreach, it could lead to an undesirable conclusion. Mo Shanjing harbors doubts that Lin Yu merely stumbled upon good fortune. Even if that were the case, having a guide blessed with extraordinary luck is undoubtedly more advantageous. Numerous plots in Hong Kong films depict seemingly inconsequential characters endowed with remarkable luck. Lin Yu's sincere rejection appears to Mo Shanjing as nothing more than a display of childish temperament. To swiftly win a man's heart, the most effective approach is to first conquer his desires. "Master, grant me an opportunity. Accept me as your disciple, and the benefits will surely outweigh the drawbacks." Mo Shanjing incessantly winks at Lin Yu, her peculiar gaze brimming with cunning. Lin Yu begins to ponder. Surely, the benefits she speaks of imply something more? Just as he is lost in thought, Mo Shanjing casually remarks while rubbing her legs, "Master, the air conditioning in your room is rather chilly. Xiao Fufu, let's cover ourselves a bit more. We mustn't catch a chill." especially since your nightgown is quite thin. Yi Mengfu obediently takes hold of one side of the summer quilt, replying, thank you. Mo Shangying then drapes the other side over Lin Yu's seated legs, saying, Master should cover up too, lest you become cold. As she speaks, she offers the quilt to him. Lin Yu supports himself on the bed, continuing to explain earnestly, refrain from calling me master so casually. I haven't agreed to that. He genuinely wonders about the little witch's ulterior motives. The term master seems to carry an affectionate intimacy. During the intermission of the match, after Mo Shangying returns from the washroom, Lin Yu listens with a complex mix of emotions to the system's notifications while he silently washes his clothes in the restroom. He must wash them promptly. Delaying would complicate matters further. Everything must be cleaned, including the need to change into fresh sleepwear. The system's reward notifications are undeniably meticulous. Half a session of cultivation? It seems that without unlocking, it cannot be deemed a complete session, right? One must admit, the audacity of the little hacker is indeed remarkable, and under the right circumstances. It evokes a certain lingering taste in the heart. The improvement in his system status is quite significant, most notably reflected in his enhanced sect identity. At this moment, Lin Yu's information panel displays, Sect Identity, Inner Disciple. Not only has he ascended from the outer sect to the inner sect, but the apprentice label has also been removed. This elevation in status has altered the prize pool for the upcoming draw, which should yield more intriguing rewards. After hastily washing and changing, Lin Yu returns to the bedside clad in pristine sleepwear. His change during the match piques Yi Mengfu's curious interest, while Mo Shangying sits nearby, struggling to contain her laughter. Having worn the same sleepwear for over a day, Lin Yu feels somewhat uncomfortable and sees the need for a change. Even someone as formidable as Lin Yu can only articulate these sentiments. The precision of his reasoning is of little importance. What matters is that Yi Mengfu believes him. As it turns out, Yi Mengfu not only believes but also gains a clearer understanding of Lin Yu's fastidious nature. Changing sleepwear after just one day is indicative of a severe obsession with cleanliness. Henceforth, she must exercise greater caution in her interactions with him, ensuring that today's incident does not recur. Lin Yu sits back down beside Mo Shangying, who meaningfully suggests, Master, if you are weary, you may rest for a short while. I shall awaken you when the match resumes. Your expression suggests you are quite fatigued. He. Isn't your disciple treating you well? Lin Yu responds with a resigned expression. It seems I have indeed been designated as master. Opportunities to showcase my prowess as a master are scarce. With only the next final match remaining, it is quite the challenge to embody the role of a master. Sleep? Absolutely out of the question. I am a night owl. Lin Yu sits upright, displaying his remarkable vitality. He is not a man in his 30s, but rather a spirited youth in his 20s, fully capable and energetic. Mo Shangying gives him a double thumbs up, exclaiming, Master is truly impressive. After this, she retrieves the summer quilt, preparing to cover Lin Yu's legs. Startled, he quickly pushes the quilt away, stating, Ahem, Master is not cold. It is not that Lin Yu wishes to decline. Rather, he has no spare clothes to change into. This rebellious disciple harbors ulterior motives. Seizing the moment before the second half of the match begins, Lin Yu accesses the system's lottery interface. With the accumulation of several tasks, the system's backend displays, Sect Contribution, 400, Spirit Stones, 590, sufficient for 2 draws. Given the system's indication that new items have been added to the lottery pool, he is compelled to give it a try. Investing 400 points of Sect Contribution, the virtual lottery wheel reappears with 2 pointers. After spinning for several dozen seconds, the pointers gradually come to a halt. Congratulations, host. You have received a secret treasure, 100 Beasts Command. Description: this command resonates through the mountains, commanding the beasts, and allows one to wield the skies and control countless birds. Those who possess this command will see all beasts submit without resistance. Congratulations, host. You have received an external martial art, Bone Transformation Soft Fist. Description: the fist is as gentle as a willow, capable of wielding immense force. The palm flows like clouds, dissipating all strength. With a display of might, it can dismantle armor and shatter foes with ease. The poetic language is quite comprehensible. The first reward, 100 Beasts Command, is a virtual insignia that integrates directly into Lin Yu's consciousness. If he interprets it correctly, it is essentially a charm that compels small animals to obey. With this, should he encounter a mischievous creature in the future, he should be able to resolve the situation effortlessly without lifting a finger. Once integrated into his being, Lin Yu senses a unique and mysterious power awakening within him. The precise effects will be revealed when he tests it on a small animal tomorrow. The second reward fills Lin Yu with great delight. He has indeed drawn a martial art. Setting aside the effectiveness for now, the fact that it was drawn shortly after being added to the prize pool indicates a favorable probability. The name Bone Transformation Soft Fist immediately conjures images of techniques from a certain Xinxia romance novel, reminiscent of the bone melting palm. Based on the description, it likely does not possess the terrifying ability to dissolve bones and blood. Rather, it appears to focus on employing force against force, thereby neutralizing attacks and breaking defenses. This external technique will require further opportunity for practice, as none of his current roommates are capable of serving as opponents. Once the second half of the match commences, the atmosphere remains firmly under the control of the German team. At the 69th minute, the 6th goal is scored. By the 79th minute, the 7th goal follows. The score of 7-1 sends Lin Yu's bedroom into a frenzy. He employs both physical gestures and verbal reminders to keep Imo Xiangying calm, urging her to lower her voice. Ultimately, he resorts to the threat of expelling her from their mentorship if she does not behave, which finally quiets her down. Imo Xiangying indeed falls silent, but the restlessness within her transforms into frenetic movements. One moment she is bouncing on the bed, the next she darts to the ground, inching closer to the television. She hops on the floor, resembling a spirited rapper. As the 86th minute arrives, with regular time and stoppage included, there are less than 10 minutes remaining. Master, weren't you nervous back in the day? Just one goal makes a difference of 3,900,000. Imo Xiangying appears even more anxious than Lin Yu, as if she were the one who had placed a bet on the score of 7-1. Initially, Lin Yu harbored slight concerns about potential butterfly effects following his rebirth, fearing that past events might alter. However, upon witnessing the basketball-like scoreline in the first half, he dispels these worries entirely. In this life, significant events are bound to unfold as they always have. Nothing has changed, only he is transformed. Why rush? There is still time left in the match. Football is round, and the Brazilian team has not given up. He should simply enjoy the game. In bed, Yi Mengfu counts on her fingers, trying to calculate the astronomical sum of 500 times 600. Previously, she only knew that Lin Yu had placed a high-stakes bet on 7-1, but she was unaware of the specifics of how high that multiple truly was. Upon hearing Imo Xiangying mention the figure of 3,900,000, Yi Mengfu remains engulfed in shock for some time. What does that even mean? It implies that if the Brazilian team scores another goal, a college student could overnight earn nearly 4 million. The notion is utterly foreign to Yi Mengfu. She has never encountered such a concept before. As the final minutes of the match unfold, the atmosphere in the bedroom grows increasingly intense. In the 89th minute, the German team gains a prime opportunity for a one-on-one shot. Imo Xiangying's throat constricts. She holds her breath, afraid to exhale. If another goal is scored, it could escalate to 8-1. Lin Yu's bet would also go up in smoke. Fortunately, the shot misses the target, veering off the post. Although the difficulty of the shot seems manageable, the miss is rather absurd. With a sigh of relief, Imo Xiangying finally exhales. Yi Mengfu, who had been frozen in tension, also relaxes. Observing the two women's expressions, Lin Yu chuckles. Why are you both so tense? It's just a football game. Upon hearing these words, the way the two women look at Lin Yu shifts dramatically. Imo Xiangying exclaims, a once-in-a-century score about to slip away, and you can be so relaxed? Yi Mengfu adds, the difference between 0 and 3,900,000, and you can still be this calm? The two women think to themselves, his mindset is incredibly strong. Ding. Remarkable maneuver, unshaken even when faced with great adversity, earning admiration from both companions and the disciples of Huan Sect. Reward, 60 spirit stones. Lin Yu's spirits soar. Is he anxious? Not in the slightest. As a great prophet of this era, what does he have to fear? Just as Lin Yu had foreseen. In the last minute of regular time, with only 30 seconds remaining, the Brazilian team finally breaches Neuer's defenses, scoring a consolation goal. The score of 7-1 is successfully achieved. Imo Xiangying, Yi Mengfu. The two fixate on the score displayed on the television, momentarily speechless, as if they have just walked a considerable distance. After a silence of several seconds, Imo Xiangying suddenly leaps into Lin Yu's embrace, using his pajamas as a makeshift muffler. Little Yu, oh no, master. Why didn't I follow your lead and place some bets? I can't believe such an outrageous score actually occurred. I missed the chance for immense wealth and the fame of a football career. Lin Yu can still comprehend the beginning of her remarks, but as she continues, her words become garbled and incomprehensible. He understands that she is overwhelmed with excitement and regret. Lin Yu firmly grips the back of Imo Xiangying's collar, not out of fear she might fall, but rather to prevent her exuberance from causing her to tumble. He glances at Yi Mengfu, finding her also gazing back at him. Their eyes meet, and Yi Mengfu instinctively lowers her gaze. However, unable to suppress her excitement. She looks back up and gives Lin Yu a thumbs up, softly saying, "Impressive. For a socially anxious girl, this is a significant display of courage." A rare compliment offered voluntarily. Although she may not be as boisterous as Mo Shangying, her shock and excitement are no less evident. As the raucous celebration continues, the final whistle of the match sounds. This year's World Cup has not seen extended stoppage times of 7 or 8 minutes, or even 10. The score of 7-1 is only accompanied by 2 minutes of added time. The score ultimately settles at 7-1. Upon hearing the final whistle, Mo Shangying, her face flushed, retrieves her phone from her pocket. She opens a screen filled with English text and begins to operate with haste. Yi Mengfu hesitates, unable to contain her curiosity, and gathers her courage to lean closer to Mo Shangying. Lin Yu is puzzled about where Shangying has produced her phone from, perhaps from her pajama pocket? Temporarily setting aside his curiosity, he returns to the matter at hand and asks, don't you usually have to wait for a while after the match before the winnings are paid out?" Mo Shangying shakes her finger and replies, "Master, that applies to others. Here, it's not necessary to wait. Look, the winnings for the three of us are all right here." Lin Yu scrutinizes the backend Mo Shangying is displaying. The balance is not a round number, but rather a specific figure beginning with 6, including several zeros and cents. After counting it carefully, he exclaims in disbelief, "6, over 6 million? Did you both also bet on 7-1? Yi Mengfu shakes her head, "Just 50 on Germany to win." Mo Shangying follows suit, shaking her head in disappointment. "Aside from your 390,000, master, the rest is mine. I also bet on Germany to win. How frustrating. If I had followed your lead, I would have achieved financial freedom by now." Lin Yu, you still need wealth to be free. Even Lin Yu, a complete novice, knows that the odds for betting on a strong team in such matches rarely exceed 2. This indicates that Mo Shangying must have wagered a 7-figure sum. Yet she keeps insisting to Lin Yu that it was merely a small bet. Perhaps for her, it truly was just a small wager. Originally, Lin Yu was contemplating the situation when, thanks to Mo Shangying's reminder, he did not miss the significant score of 71. Adhering to the principle of sharing the spoils, he considered offering around 10 to 20,000 as a token of gratitude to the two young ladies. However, now, does a mere 10 or 20,000 still hold any value? Would it be appropriate to present such an amount? While Lin Yu remained astonished by Mo Shangying's financial prowess, this rebellious disciple had already linked her arm through his and exclaimed, "Master, it's all up to you in the finals. This time, if you say east, I shall not stray west. I promise to be your loyal disciple. Xiaofu, would you like to join in on this apprenticeship?" Lin Yu stroked his chin and inquired, "So, if you say east and I do not go west?" Mo Shangying promptly replied, "Of course." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu articulated his request, "I have an idea. Good disciple. Tell me, if one wishes to uncover the true nature of a person to see if they are a nefarious villain, would this task pose a challenge for you?" Since Lin Yu had assumed the role of master, he intended to make good use of this newfound identity. The matter of safeguarding the sect had always weighed heavily on his mind. Mo Shangying snapped her fingers and casually remarked, "It's exceedingly simple. Just a phone number, a name, or any other information will suffice. Master, you can provide me with any one of them. I assure you, the results will be crystal clear and thoroughly comprehensive." Lin Yu was taken aback by her confidence and pressed further, "Are you not concerned that I might utilize your skills for nefarious purposes?" Mo Shangying smiled. "I know my master well. You are not that kind of person, and I am well aware of this." Moreover, Lin Yu frowned. "Moreover what?" Mo Shangying's smile widened, revealing a hint of cunning. "Moreover, I happen to have a trivial matter for which I seek my master's assistance. If I help you, master cannot disregard his disciple." Lin Yu retorted, "Another trivial matter, is it?" He had completely lost faith in her use of that term. Chapter 42, the stand-in for a world-class powerhouse. "It poses a dilemma for me." Observing her smile, he could tell it was likely not good news. "First, tell me what this trivial matter is. I am all ears," he queried, curious to discover what she would reveal. Mo Shangying moved to sit beside Yi Mengfu, adopting a serious demeanor. "It is genuinely a minor issue. One that should not be difficult for you, master. There are 2 clients who wish to meet with me this afternoon." Lin Yu pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow as he asked, "2 clients? Are they both blind? Can you not distinguish between genders? How am I to impersonate you?" Although he feigned shock in his voice, Lin Yu had a hunch about the situation. Individuals like Mo Shangying, who are top-notch hackers, typically maintain their anonymity online and rarely reveal their true identities in daily life, even in the event of disputes. It is not easy for someone to expose them in reality. Novels and films depict such scenarios as highly mysterious. At just 20 years of age, Lin Yu was but an earnest university student. If he were to express any familiarity with such matters, it would certainly seem peculiar. As Lin Yu surmised. Upon hearing his astonished retort, Imo Xiangying began to explain, the 2 clients sent by this company to meet me only know my online persona. They have no idea who I am in real life. They are unaware of my age or gender. Anyone could substitute for me. The situation is slightly complex, which is why they requested to meet me in person. Xiaofu is too socially anxious. Otherwise, she could stand in for me. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Yi Mengfu quickly shook her head. I cannot do that. After explaining the situation, Lin Yu suddenly recalled something and summoned the information panel regarding Imo Xiangying. This was it. Urgent task. Discourse on formation. The formation hall has been invited by a worldly powerhouse for a discourse, and there is much distress regarding whether to reveal their true identities. The task of impersonating her as mentioned by Imo Xiangying was undoubtedly linked to this urgent task, given that it was marked urgent by the system. Refusing it would be illogical, and the rewards promised would surely be substantial. Even if Imo Xiangying had not approached him, he would have sought a way to complete this task, having returned from his previous life for less than 24 hours. Lin Yu had already grasped the immense assistance provided by the system. Furthermore, considering Imo Xiangying's status as a mysterious hacker, her casual display of 7-digit figures as entertainment suggested that her assets were astronomical. Assisting her could provide leverage for any future clandestine dealings. There was no downside to this arrangement. If the benefits could be augmented, even better. Lin Yu feigned a troubled expression, rubbing his forehead as he said, "Ah, so that is the case. It sounds a bit challenging, Inger. You know me, my acting skills are rather mediocre." He mused. Indeed, it's somewhat of a dilemma. To be fair, Imo Xiangying belonged to the elite echelon of hackers in the country. A collaboration requiring her presence indicated that the clients were likely significant figures. There was a genuine risk of being subjected to background checks after their meeting. Such exposure, without the system's backing, Lin Yu would never agree to undertake. Is it too much to ask for a little extra incentive? Imo Xiangying quickly flattered, Master, your acting skills are merely average? You are practically an award-winning actor. Lin Yu retorted, who are you calling an award-winning actor? That does not sound like a compliment. Imo Xiangying continued to plead, Master, please assist your newly accepted disciple. Surely, the benefits I offer are sufficient? Lin Yu responded, if this is the case, I am not feeling tired at all. Following this, Imo Xiangying added, if negotiations go smoothly, I can offer you a day's wages to help you invest in the next World Cup final. What do you say? Just a small favor for your disciple? Lin Yu's curiosity was piqued. Oh, how much are they offering you? Imo Xiangying raised 3 fingers, 3,000. Lin Yu exclaimed, 3,000 a day? You are quite the earner. Imo Xiangying shook her head. Master, it is not for a day. Lin Yu frowned. 3,000 a month? In dollars? Converted. It is indeed better than a regular job. Imo Xiangying shook her head again. Neither a month nor in dollars, but in soft currency. After a rapid brainstorming session, Lin Yu said, it cannot be an hourly wage, can it? Imo Xiangying responded with a mischievous chuckle. Lin Yu was astonished. Is it truly 3,000 an hour? How can hackers earn so much? Which company is willing to pay such exorbitant rates? Good grief. In his previous life, he toiled diligently for a month and earned less than what Inger made in just a few hours. Jealousy can truly distort perceptions. Imo Xiangying added, however, they only require me to work 10 hours a day. So, that is the daily wage. Do you think it is enough to show respect to you, Master? After she spoke, Imo Xiangying eagerly awaited Lin Yu's response. Had this been before today, the prospect of Imo Xiangying offering 30,000 as a reward to an ordinary male university student for this favor would have been an astronomical sum. But now, Imo Xiangying could not confidently assert that Lin Yu would value this sum of money. After all, he had effortlessly earned over 3 million right under her nose. The ease with which he made his fortune was astounding. Thus, the astute Imo Xiangying did not present the 30,000 as a reward, but rather as an investment in entertainment, a gesture to foster camaraderie between friends and mentors. This approach sounded both amicable and conducive to strengthening their relationship. Moreover, the 30,000 was merely her starting offer. Should Lin Yu find the task bothersome and decline to assist her, she would naturally resort to the means of additional monetary compensation. In any case, Imo Xiangying was resolute in her decision to avoid face-to-face meetings, a principle well understood among world-class hackers. Currently, the 2 individuals she trusted most were right beside her, with Lin Yu undoubtedly being the prime candidate. The hourly rate of 3,000 alleviated Lin Yu's mood considerably. Fortunately, with the support of the system, he no longer needed to harbor excessive envy. The amount of money involved in this endeavor was inconsequential. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu remarked, moderate at best. I am not merely contributing funds, but rather assisting you out of goodwill. As for you, my rebellious disciple, Let us see how you will decline should I require your help in the future. Mo Xiangying raised her tiny fist in excitement, exclaiming, "Hooray! That is fantastic. Master, you need not worry. Tomorrow, the two of us will quietly accompany you, remaining in the periphery, unnoticed by you or your clients. And here, this is for you." As she spoke, Mo Xiangying produced a pair of headphones from her pocket. Lin Yu exclaimed in disbelief, "Again? Where on earth did you pull that from? Surely, her cleavage cannot conceal so many items." Upon opening the case, he discovered a pair of transparent and exquisitely crafted earbuds. He had to commend the young hacker for her sophisticated equipment. In this era, possessing such a pair of invisible headphones was not something the average person could boast. It indeed felt reminiscent of an undercover operation. Would wearing this be uncomfortable? If not, he might as well resort to tapping out Morse code. Meeting a client with such high-tech gear was akin to being embroiled in a scene from a spy thriller. Mo Xiangying smirked mischievously. "What about an implant?" Lin Yu shot back with equal mischief. "Where would you implant it?" At that moment, Yi Mengfu quickly bowed her head. Lin Yu tried on the earbuds and felt no discomfort at all. Unless someone pressed their face close to his ear, it would be nearly impossible to detect anything amiss. "So, tomorrow, you will relay the conversation to me through the earpiece, correct?" Upon receiving Mo Xiangying's nod of affirmation, Lin Yu gestured an OK sign. "Understood. Send me the time and location shortly, and I shall meet with them on your behalf." Mo Xiangying hastily added, "Master, there's one more thing I need you to do." Lin Yu sighed in exasperation. "What now? Can't you just tell me everything at once?" Mo Xiangying made a pleading gesture. I assure you this is the last edition. Before we go, I need you to visit Sister Qi Meng's flower shop. I've ordered a bouquet to present to the woman among the two we're meeting tomorrow. I've checked, and it's her birthday. Quite clever. This is far more than a mere birthday gift. It serves to demonstrate her capabilities, the information she seeks, the gateways she can breach, and the websites she maintains are all within her grasp. Even before negotiations commence, she has already secured the upper hand in the atmosphere. Lin Yu was taken aback by how meticulously Mo Xiangying had planned to fulfill this task and ascend to the position of Sect Master of Huan Sect. He reluctantly agreed. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yu was certain he would not suffer any losses. By the time the two women returned, it was already 6:30 in the morning. Lin Yu felt neither tired nor weary. His spirits were remarkably high. It seemed the effects of the body-tempering elixir were at play. He promptly sent Mo Xiangying as much detailed information as possible regarding the two individuals he needed to investigate, He Jing and Yi Haizhou. In under 15 minutes, 2 comprehensive documents were sent back to Lin Yu's phone. Chapter 43. The background of He Jing and Yi Haizhou, insufficient as it may seem. The documents revealed that Inger was undoubtedly a person of clarity and precision. In such a short time, she had gathered such detailed information. Lin Yu had anticipated receiving a jumbled mass of text, requiring him to sift through to find the pertinent details. To his surprise, Inger had already organized it meticulously. The formatting appeared to have been crafted with some thought as well. The first document contained He Jing's hotel stay records. Lin Yu was taken aback. Could you not find something more appropriate? Is this what you meant? He wasn't prepared for such content. Nevertheless, since it had been sent, he resolved to scrutinize it with a critical eye. Goodness, this is extensive. It was as if he had stumbled upon the chronicles of a desperate housewife. Moreover, this only covered the past 2 years, indicating she had fully embraced her freedom post-divorce. Each entry was meticulously documented, with Mo Xiangying even highlighting the ages of the men involved, ranging from 20 to 52. Lin Yu silently gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. She truly had no qualms about the matter. As long as the mood was right, a hotel rendezvous was in order. After reviewing the hotel records, he noted a final line of red text. Warm reminder from your disciple. The above records only include registered stays. Unregistered encounters may require additional time to investigate. Thoroughness. Those in this line of work were indeed meticulous. The document continued with He Jing's medical examination records from the past 2 years. The latest examination was conducted just last month, focusing primarily on gynecological issues. As Lin Yu puzzled over why such reports were necessary, Mo Xiangying's annotations appeared once more. Warm reminder from your disciple. Though wild, she remains healthy. Master, please proceed after next Thursday. Lin Yu exclaimed, this mischievous disciple. What does she take me for? Does she think I require her to investigate He Jing for the sake of combat? One's thoughts reflect their reality. Lin Yu scrutinized He Jing's medical report more closely before proceeding further. At last, he arrived at the key information he sought. He Jing's financial status. As a divorced woman without employment, her finances were straightforward and transparent, largely comprising transfers from men. It seemed she was adept at making men spend lavishly on her. Recently, a significant portion of her income appeared to be sourced from Yi Haizhou. As noted in the hotel records, most of the recent stays were registered under He Jing's name. It was reasonable to surmise that they were likely shared with Yi Haizhou. This man was indeed cautious, leaving no trace of their pleasures. The reason became apparent upon turning to the next document. Yi Haizhou was married, with a wife and child. He was not a local, but hailed from the south, with his family residing back home, which explained his dalliance with He Jing. His actual occupation was far from that of a props manager in a film city. Instead, I work at an insurance company and have been assigned to the neighboring city as a business manager. Regarding Yi Haizhou's information, there are numerous details that Mo Shangying can highlight. He has lost a significant amount of money online and embezzled company funds, which he has also squandered. Therefore, the most pressing concern for Yi Haizhou now is to fill the financial gap created by his misappropriation. As for why he would extend his deceitful hand towards Aunt Qi Meng, He Jing is likely to be deeply involved. On the surface, she appears to be an ardent friend, yet behind the scenes, she is plotting against you. He Jing's actions are truly malicious and must not be overlooked with such ease. In Yi Haizhou's dossier, Mo Shangying has meticulously highlighted the portion concerning his transactions with Aunt Qi Meng, as well as a pre-drafted order contract. The language within the contract is somewhat intricate, yet Lin Yu patiently read through it all, finally grasping the situation. Simply put, after gaining Aunt Qi Meng's trust through his identity, Yi Haizhou plans to issue a substantial order contract for the procurement of Damascus roses. Should he fail to deliver the floral goods by the stipulated date, he will face exorbitant compensation fees. As a seasoned insurance manager who deals with contracts daily, he undoubtedly knows how to keep the compensation amount within legal limits. As for how Aunt Qi Meng will be unable to deliver the flowers, that will be orchestrated by He Jing. The two conspirators, one driven by the desire for a steadfast partner and the other by the need to repay debts, have colluded to ensnare an ordinary woman without any support. This ultimately led to Aunt Qi Meng's tragic suicide, leaving Lin Yu with an enduring sense of regret. To think that a mere trivial matter could cost a life. These two scoundrels never once considered the victim's feelings, nor did they contemplate the profound impact their malevolent intentions might have on the lives of others. Lin Yu clutched his phone tightly, his anger surging. Merely sending him to prison would not suffice. After closing the dossier, Lin Yu noticed that Mo Shangying had sent him a separate message. Mo Shangying, I understand now why the master wanted to investigate Yi Haizhou. They are conspiring to deceive Aunt Qi Meng. Mo Shangying, Master, you must protect Aunt Qi Meng and prevent her from signing any ridiculous contracts. Mo Shangying, I will send you the detailed records of Yi Haizhou's embezzlement separately so that we can ensure he is imprisoned. Mo Shangying, and as for He Jing, inform Aunt Qi Meng of her true face, though she hasn't technically committed any crime, making it difficult to imprison her. What a pity. Lin Yu took out his phone to reply, typing halfway before deleting everything. After a moment of contemplation, he re-responded, Lin Yu, in addition to sending me the information on my phone, please copy it onto a useless USB drive and bring it to me tomorrow. Thank you. Lin Yu, I will handle these two. They will pay for their actions. In Mo Shangying's room, upon reading Lin Yu's response on her computer screen, she squatted on her chair, displaying an expression of fright. Little Yu is so fierce. These two are truly unfortunate. Why did they have to provoke us? Let Little Yu deal with their punishment. Alas, I can no longer call him Little Yu. After musing to herself for a while, Mo Shangying glanced at her hand, and after this evening, she eagerly anticipated the arrival of the next Thursday. In Yi Mingfu's room, after washing up, she felt slightly fatigued and collapsed onto her bed. Holding the rabbit sticker Lin Yu had given her high in the air, she carefully inspected each small piece. Seeing some charming illustrations made her smile involuntarily. After finishing her examination, she suddenly recalled something and quickly jumped up. She retrieved the sportswear she had worn when visiting Lin Yu from the bag on the floor and hung it on the hanger. After ensuring it was properly placed, she meticulously checked the stickers Lin Yu had applied to see if there were any creases. Satisfied that everything was in order, she sighed in relief, returned to bed, and picked up her phone. After a moment of thoughtful finger-biting, Yi Mengfu opened a shopping app and searched, what gifts are good for boys? Chapter 44. The online girlfriend's secret is revealed. What could be the reason? Since the two girls left the room, Lin Yu had not resumed his slumber. He tidied up his room briefly. At 7 o'clock in the morning, he received a notification sound from the system. Ding. Today is yet another day filled with hope. Please continue to explore the Huan Avenue. Host. Strive to become a pillar of the sect. Friendly reminder. The task list has been refreshed. Hearing the system's melodious voice, Lin Yu first thought, it surely wouldn't he announce every morning at 7 o'clock, would it? If that's the case, how could he ever sleep in again? Couldn't he at least be set to vibrate? After inwardly lamenting, Lin Yu obediently opened the system interface. Host: Lin Yu. Age: 20 years. Sect identity: inner disciple. Number of partners: soul and body cultivation 11. Sect techniques: Huagu Rou Quan. External skill: Sect secret techniques and treasures. Huan Zuyin Fengji. Baishou Ling. Sect contribution: 0. Spirit stones: 650. Current tasks: protect the sect's grand plan. Urgent task: the Huan Sect is not merely a place for cultivation. Discourse on formation: urgent task: inviting the strong of the mortal world to the sect's formation hall. Elder: care for sect's spiritual plants. Daily task: spiritual fields and plants are essential to a powerful sect. Please water the 12 pots of spiritual plants on the balcony in a timely manner. Clean the sect's courtyard. Daily task: if one cannot clean their own room, how can they sweep the world? Cleaning the courtyard in front of the sect is the duty of its disciples. Repair the formation. Daily task: the formation at the entrance of the sect's Great Hall has fallen into disrepair. Please attend to its timely restoration. Host's physical condition: Sheng Yin Yu Sui, Charm 100. Chui Gu Duit, Physique 150. Proxy Sect Master S Dream Entry, all attributes 3. Huan Sect Bellmaster's Sensation, Taste 20. Huan Sect Talisman's Master's Apology, Vision 20. Formation Hall Elder's Covetousness, Speed 100. Lin Yu paid little mind to the updates on the task list, which merely revolved around minor sect-related chores. The plethora of enhancements in the host's physical condition section did surprise him. Could it be that after forming bonds with all the roommates in the apartment, each one contributes to a new attribute? These statuses clearly indicate the attitudes of each female towards him. The added buffs are closely related to their individual traits. Aunt Qi Meng's comprehensive care, Xi Qingqi's gluttony, Yi Mengfu's vibrancy, and Mo Shangying's genius hacker speed. Lin Yu moved his fingers slightly, noticing they felt indeed more agile. Now, heading to the internet CAF to play games should yield quite a few victories. Or perhaps he could invite a roommate to join him for some gaming, which would surely be a lively affair. Ah, what a splendid enhancement this is. Lin Yu mused as he descended from the 3rd floor to the ground floor. Aunt Qi Meng, as always, rises early, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Xiao Yu, you are up so early again today? Apologies, please wait a moment. I will finish shortly. For some reason, she had overslept by 20 minutes. Chen Qiming anxiously gazes at the pot of boiling water, silently urging it to heat faster. Ever since Lin Yu gave her a massage yesterday, she has felt a lightness and comfort that lingered until she fell asleep. Last night was the most restful she had experienced in the past 6 months. She had not even heard the commotion from Lin Yu's room. Should she feel guilty for oversleeping 20 minutes? Aunt Qi Meng, does that mean I owe you an apology for several years? Take your time. There's no rush. I'm not that hungry yet. I'll sweep the yard first. You continue with your tasks. Chen Qiming hurriedly turned around, insisting, No, I'll handle it in a bit. Lin Yu stepped into the kitchen and approached Chen Qiming. Cleaning the yard is certainly a man's responsibility. Now, please turn around. Chen Qiming's pupils trembled slightly as she complied, turning her back to him. Lin Yu tied the apron strings that had come undone, securing it for Chen Qiming. You are always so careless. Huh, I distinctly remember tying it just now. Feeling the gentle touch of Xiao Yu, Chen Qiming unconsciously tilted her head to sneak a glance at him. It seemed that Xiao Yu had grown taller and more defined. He truly resembled a man. She had never experienced the feeling of being cared for by a man at home before. For some reason, at this moment, Chen Qiming's mind suddenly recalled He Jing's playful remark from yesterday, along with the hazy dream from last night. Oh my, what on earth am I thinking? Get a grip. With a notification chime, the impressive and responsible demeanor of a true gentleman makes the proxy sect leader contemplate romantic thoughts. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Lin Yu responded with curiosity. Oh, romantic thoughts? What are you thinking about? All done. Aunt Qi Meng, thank you for your hard work in preparing my meal. As he spoke, Lin Yu gently pressed against Chen Qiming's waist. The slight contact made her body tremble involuntarily, leaving Lin Yu feeling secretly pleased. With someone as caring as Aunt Qi Meng, one must proceed with caution, taking gradual steps. Lin Yu chose not to linger and left the kitchen, preparing to complete his daily tasks. As he stepped out the door, he glanced down at the threshold. The formation at the entrance of the sect's main hall refers to this well-worn doormat, doesn't he? It seems there are no spares at home, so I will have to buy a new one at the supermarket. When he resided in an apartment in his previous life, Lin Yu never perceived the yard as being this large. He had never personally cleaned it, as Aunt Qi Meng had always done so every other day. Now that he was finally taking action, he realized just how expansive the yard truly was. With so many household chores to manage, along with the flower shop and taking care of Lin Yu's daily needs, it was indeed a miracle that Aunt Qi Meng could keep up. As he vigorously cleaned, a young girl entered through the gate, pulling a suitcase. Lin Yu looked up. The morning light danced across the brim of the girl's cap and into her cool eyes. Her chestnut curls were gently lifted by the breeze. She wore a short-sleeved plaid shirt over an immaculate white t-shirt and black denim shorts that accentuated her graceful figure. Her slender calves were clad in classic black canvas shoes. Standing there quietly, she painted a captivating picture. However, direct eye contact revealed a disdainful gaze, reminiscent of an anime queen who coldly regards unfamiliar men. This was Qi Qingshui, the elder sister of the twins and Lin Yu's classmate. Qi Qingshui's appearance was 99% similar to that of her sister, Qi Qingshu. They had even dyed their hair the same shade, making it hard to distinguish between them aside from their differing styles. Of course, their personalities were worlds apart. Regardless, as they would soon be classmates, roommates, and targets of the system, it was essential to foster a good relationship. Lin Yu took the initiative to greet her. Is this the esteemed Qi? Good morning. Xiaoji mentioned you would return tomorrow. You've come back early? With a notification chime, adhering to the rules of inner disciples. Actively greeting the elder of the library. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Lin Yu mused. Why does this reward feel so unsatisfactory? Is it truly that noble to greet an elder? Qi Qingshui paused, one hand resting on her suitcase while she raised the brim of her cap. Has the sun risen in the west? Lin Yu, you actually clean the yard? Their exchange was a simple back-and-forth dialogue, gradually reminding Lin Yu of this old classmate's formidable nature, sharp-tongued, aloof, and tsundere. The tsundere persona had long since faded. Had he not known her temperament, he might have thought she was targeting him. In their freshman year, Lin Yu had witnessed a tragedy unfold. A boy from the adjacent class had pursued Qi Qingshui, delivering exquisite breakfasts to her. Rather than graciously declining, Qi Qingshui had brutally informed the boy, I'm not interested in boys, don't waste your efforts. You'd be better off focusing on your studies. This statement led to 2 years of rumors, with many asking her sister, Qi Qingshu, if their elder sister preferred girls. As for Qi Qingshui, she was wholly indifferent to the gossip. She truly dedicated herself to her studies, consistently ranking first in her major for 4 consecutive semesters. Rumor had it that upon the start of the school year in September, she would be appointed president of the Film Academy's Student Council, a quintessential academic overachiever. The title of elder of the library was indeed fitting for her. Her apartment was filled with books, and Lin Yu often found her either reading or on her way to do so. To her, boys were merely a source of annoyance, and she maintained her distance from everyone. Never mind, Lin Yu thought, I want to stoop to her level. I'll treat her as a task to conquer gradually. He added, welcome back. You've brought so many things, let me help you. Lin Yu naturally extended his hand, hoping to seize the opportunity for physical contact while assisting with the suitcase. However, Qi Qingshui swiftly pushed the suitcase away, lightly stating, no need for your assistance. You can continue cleaning. Instead of dwelling on such thoughts, it would be more prudent to contemplate the theme for the summer vacation filming assignment. Regrettably, I have been grouped with Xiaoqi and you, so please do not lag behind. After speaking, Qi Qingshui pushed her suitcase and departed abruptly, leaving Lin Yu in a state of disarray, exclaiming in frustration that she wished to tear her face off. While doing so, she couldn't help but question, do I owe you money? Do I owe you money? Once Qi Qingshui's emotional outburst subsided, Lin Yu resumed his efforts to complete his daily tasks. He aimed to finish the tasks of cleaning the sect's courtyard and tending to the sect's spiritual plants before Aunt Qi Meng prepared breakfast. After several minutes of cleaning, only the final step of collecting the trash remained. Ding dong. A WeChat message chimed on Lin Yu's phone. He temporarily set down his tools and checked his phone, only to find it was from that woman, Qi Qingshui. Qi Qingshui, Xiaoqi has already confessed. She borrowed money from you to buy merchandise. Qi Qingshui, how much in total? I'll transfer you a red envelope. Upon reading that Xiaoqi had confessed, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Was she truly so ruthless even towards her own sister? This was a severe form of coercion. Lin Yu, consider it a gift from me. Let Xiaoqi go. Mere seconds after sending the message, another notification appeared. Qi Qingshui, no need for gifts. Do not set your sights on Xiaoqi. Mind your own business. Qi Qingshui. So, how much in total? Lin Yu thought to himself, where's my knife? By the heavens, where's my knife? He felt an overwhelming urge to confront her. Is it so hard to speak civilly? Would it truly cause her demise? Lin Yu exhaled deeply, trying to stave off the rage that Qi Qingshui instilled in him. Lin Yu, just transfer me 100. It's not a large sum. Qi Qingshui, okay. Qi Qingshui retracted a message. Qi Qingshui, okay. As the conversation came to a close, Lin Yu locked his screen and put away his phone, not particularly concerned about Qi Qingshui's impending transfer. He was no longer in need of such trifling amounts of money. As he picked up his tools to continue cleaning, a sudden thought struck him. He dropped the broom to the ground, too caught up in the moment to return it to its place. Lin Yu hastily retrieved his phone, scrutinizing the chat history with Qi Shui. Qi Shui retracted a message. Qi Shui. Okay. Lin Yu knew he had not misread anything. The retracted message had indeed been okay. The term okay, which initially emerged within the realms of the ACG community, had gradually permeated mainstream conversations, particularly following a trending topic in 2023. We, the accommodating personalities, even say okay. If we trace back, it is likely that this manner of chatting began to surface 1 or 2 years prior to 2023, perhaps in 2022, or even as early as 2021, 2017, or 2018. However, it could not possibly have originated in 2014. Who would have communicated in such a manner back then? Only Lin Yu. He had sent that very expression at least 7 or 8 times during his conversations with his online girlfriend, Chun Yu, just the day before. His girlfriend likely found it amusing, and after observing Lin Yu's usage, she began to mirror it. More strikingly, Qi Shui had retracted her message. Given her intelligence, she must have realized the implications, hence the swift retraction. How fortuitous. It appears that the girlfriend Lin Yu had been engaging with online was none other than the twin sister, the high-achieving student council president, Qi Shui. Chapter 45. So you wish to play darkly, do you? Let us indulge in some black on black. In the twins' room, Qi Shui sat at her desk, phone in hand, anxiously fixated on the screen, displaying her WeChat conversation with Lin Yu. At this moment, her palms were slightly sweaty, and an unprecedented sense of panic enveloped her. This was so unlike her. How careless to have inadvertently sent okay. Had Lin Yu seen it? What would he think upon viewing it? Could he have suspected something? Otherwise, why had he not yet accepted her red envelope? Was he truly beginning to harbor doubts? An avalanche of questions raced through Qi Shui's mind, rapidly depleting her mental energy. Finally, a new message popped up. Lin Yu. Boss, do you have any cash? Could you spare some for me? I need to buy medicine shortly. Qi Shui furrowed her brows. What medicine did Lin Yu need? Was he unwell? Naturally, they could not discuss too much on this WeChat account. Fortunately, Lin Yu's reaction suggested he had not discovered anything, which was a relief. Initially, when her secondary account received Lin Yu's friend request, Qi Shui had merely added him out of boredom, curious to see if this typically honest boy might engage in some playful banter. To her surprise, not only did such antics not occur, but Lin Yu also exhibited a remarkable level of respect, treating her as if she were a real stranger. Over time, their shared topics of conversation grew increasingly abundant. When a confession request arrived, Qi Shui deliberated extensively before ultimately deciding against meeting in person, opting instead for a lasting online relationship with Lin Yu. Despite her outward demeanor of aloofness and coolness, this youthful girl still harbored a longing for a beautiful romance. Lin Yu's entrance into her life filled a void she had not even realized existed. She could scarcely fathom how naturally their conversations had evolved to such an intimate level. The more this happened, the less she wished for Lin Yu to discover her true identity as Chun Yu. After all, they would still be classmates living together for 2 years. How would they interact if he found out? Qi Shui had even contemplated the worst-case scenario. If Lin Yu confronted her, she would never admit it. As long as she refrained from logging into Chun Yu's WeChat account, Lin Yu would have no evidence. Fortunately, such a confrontation never transpired. Everything could continue as it was. Once her inner turmoil settled, Qi Shui replied to Lin Yu's message, providing a positive response. Why did it seem that since returning from her hometown, Lin Yu had become more talkative? His appearance seemed to have improved as well. Earlier, when they were alone in the courtyard, Qi Shui had not dared to scrutinize him too closely. Sister, it's all here. There's truly nothing left. The younger sister, Qi, gloomily displayed the merchandise she had purchased over the past few days, laying it out on her bed. Aside from a few items gifted by Lin Yu, most of it was bought with her own allowance. Otherwise, she would not have found herself in the position of seeking Lin Yu's company for ice cream. She had originally calculated her sister's return date, planning to hide her purchases today. What she never anticipated was that her sister would return a day early, while Qi was still lost in slumber. She was mercilessly caught in the act. Qi Shui, are you certain? Qi, I swear. Shu, I will assist you in repaying this money. But should you ever dare to borrow again for personal purchases, you shall work to repay it yourself. Chqngch, feeling aggrieved. Oh, thank you, sister. Sister, Aunt Qi Meng mentioned that we would go out for breakfast together today. Shu opened her bag. I have already informed Aunt Qi Meng that we will not be dining out. I have brought you a delicious hamburger with an extra egg. CHQNGCH's eyes instantly sparkled. Long live my sister. There is no one like my sister in this world. CHQangshu, both amused and exasperated. Enough of that. Eat quickly. In the communal activity area on the first floor, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the daily task of cleaning the sect's courtyard, earning 50 sect contribution points and 20 spirit stones. Another notification followed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the daily task of caring for the sect's spirit plants, earning 50 sect contribution points and 20 spirit stones. LNY momentarily suppressed his urge to confront CHQangshu. He was no fool. Given the persona she projected to the outside world, seeking her out now would only lead to disaster, ruining everything. She would never admit to it. There was a risk that his online girlfriend CH and MNGT Ingi might disappear altogether. Reeling her back in would be akin to scaling a mountain. First and foremost, to avoid a repeat of the blunder with YMNGF, he needed to establish contact with CHQangshu for the most crucial confirmation. Speculation was merely speculation, lacking certainty. Exclusive system authentication would lend it greater authority. Once he confirmed her identity, he would engage her at her own pace. For he had already mentally prepared 100 strategies to woo his online girlfriend. With that thought, LNY couldn't help but break into a wicked smile. Fortunately, Aunt Qi Meng had already left for the flower shop. Otherwise, she would surely have a new understanding of little Y upon seeing his expression. After finishing breakfast, LNY sent a WeChat message to CHQangshu. LNY, Big CH, are you free now? I am planning to head to the community hospital to buy some medicine. I am in the cafeteria on the first floor. Within a minute, he heard footsteps approaching. Chapter 46. The T-Art boy has the best fortune. Await your turn. The battle begins. Activate super actor mode. LNY quickly immersed himself in the role, propping his arms on the table, burying his face in the crook of his elbow, resembling a student napping at a school desk. CHQangshu approached LNY's side. Ahem. You seemed so energetic this morning, yet here you are napping at the kitchen table? Her voice was loud, intended to rouse him. However, LNY lazily lifted his head, his expression filled with an unspeakable agony and discomfort, as if merely raising his head depleted all his energy. Hey, what's wrong with you? CHQangshu immediately inquired upon noticing his state. She had been fine when she returned. How could he suddenly appear so unwell? Are you sick? LNY feebly waved his hand. It's nothing. Perhaps I drank too much cold beer yesterday. My stomach has been uncomfortable since then. I can endure it until I head to the community hospital for some stomach medicine. CHQangshu. She had no idea that LNY was acting. Moreover, she knew that he had indeed consumed a significant amount of beer the previous night. Thus, to speak candidly, LNY's stomach discomfort fundamentally stemmed from her presence. Why did you drink so much? Are you trying to show off your drinking abilities? CHQangshu's response was impeccably cautious. A normal person would first inquire why someone who rarely drank had suddenly indulged so much. A diligent student, indeed. LNY continued in a weak tone. It's nothing. It's my own fault. I'll slowly make my way to the community clinic. Big CH, about that cash. CHQangshu, regaining her composure, pulled two neatly folded red bills from her shorts pocket. The items you paid for concerning Xiao CH must be over 100. Here is the cash. If Xiao CH ever pesters you for money again, please don't lend her any, and feel free to contact me directly. LNY nodded, refraining from disputing CHQangshu's words. At this moment, the matters of lending and repaying were trivial. He merely wished to swiftly test whether it was a distortion of humanity or a degradation of morality. A brief silence enveloped them. LNY was lost in his own interpretation of what it meant to suffer from stomach pain. CHQangshu hesitated twice before finally stating, "Please take care of yourself. I will head back now." With that, she turned to leave. Here it came, the first test between online lovers. If CHQangshu were to walk away just like that, even if her current identity was truly LNY's online girlfriend, her mindset would merely reflect a curious fascination with love, unexpectedly finding mutual attraction online, indulging in youthful excitement. However, in regard to the real LNY, she would likely feel indifferent. This indicated that the weight of LNY as her virtual partner was insufficient to transition into reality. To put it simply, she did not regard him as a person. If she could not even pass this initial test, it would be futile to consider capturing her later. CHQangshu's steps were unusually slow. At that moment, her mind was in turmoil, continuously reminding herself, "Don't go back. Sudden concern feels too strange." This is not her style. Having nearly revealed too much in their previous conversation, how could she now willingly place herself in danger? As she approached the corner, CHQ Engshu halted, turning back to ask, "Hey, LNY, are you going to be alright by yourself? The community hospital isn't too far. Do you want me to accompany you?" A notification chimed. Outstanding maneuver. The elder from the library has proactively offered to accompany you in the mortal realm. This is a splendid opportunity to deepen your relationship. Reward, 50 spirit stones. After uttering those words, CHQ Engshu was filled with deep regret, internally berating herself. What was I thinking? Did I actually say that? Surely, LNY wouldn't he agree, right? Under CHQ Engshu's gaze, LNY appeared somewhat troubled as he asked, "Big CH, are you really available? It must be quite a hassle for you." Observing LNY's demeanor, she sensed no suspicion. CHQ Engshu felt slightly reassured, stepping back in front of LNY. "It's not a hassle at all, as classmates and roommates. I can't just let you suffer alone in the cafeteria. Besides, if your health deteriorates, it will definitely hold back your summer project filming. Let's go." I haven't changed into indoor clothes yet. CHQ Engshu thought to herself. I've salvaged the situation. This reason is faultless. LNY internally mused. What a contrived excuse. She's clearly worried I might overthink it. Indeed, the T-Art boy has the best fortune. Pretending to be delicate and pitiful isn't merely a gender advantage. This could prove troublesome. Big Sich LNY slowly rose, feigning weakness as he leaned on the table. With an exceedingly realistic angle of descent, he fell forward. Caution. Qi Shui promptly extended his hands, supporting Lin Yu's shoulder from the opposite side. Qi Shui, age, 20, sect identity, elder of the Tsang Shu Ge intimacy level with host, 72, 7th realm. Emotional threads entwined. Number of Dao Companions, soul cultivation and body cultivation 10, attribute skills, red dust cinematic, beginner. Literary Dao body, great perfection. Other information, soul cultivation Dao Companion, Lin Yu. Current tasks. Medical hall treatment, emergency task Dao Companion suspected of severe injury. Must promptly visit the Chunshur Medical Hall for treatment. Collection of classics, daily task absorbing various genres of classics is beneficial for the expansion of the Tsangshu Ge. Please purchase photography, theory of light and shadow composition in a timely manner. Collection of classics, daily task absorbing various genres of classics is beneficial for the expansion of the Tsangshu Ge. Please purchase photography, practical applications of gold in a timely manner. Warm reminder, daily soul and body cultivation with Dao Companion can expedite the learning of their attribute skills. The learning speed is directly related to the skill level mastered by the Dao Companion, and the Huan Dao requires personal experience. Lin Yu thought, finally, I've caught on. No more guessing. I can now be utterly certain. Qi Shui is indeed Chunming Tingyu, my online girlfriend. Upon seeing the information panel, Lin Yu felt a tinge of nostalgia. In my previous life, I was so close to the twin class flower, yet I remained oblivious, missing out on a fateful connection. In this life, Lin Yu, have you truly reached the age where you require crutches? Steady yourself. Lin Yu, the illusion of a girlfriend shattered instantly. How could someone of 37 utter such cold words? Is my warmth not sufficient? Does a gentle touch on the shoulder pose a threat? Just wait. I must take good care of you. Apologies, I sat too long and lost my balance. I can walk on my own. Could you kindly help me hail a cab? I'll cover the fare. Lin Yu handed the recently received red ticket back to Qi Shui. Chapter 47. Scolded by Lin Yu, but oddly pleased. A few minutes later, Lin Yu and his girlfriend Qi Shui settled into the back seat of a taxi. The apartment was approximately a 15 to 20-minute drive from the community hospital, not too far. Speaking of which, one of the nurses working at the community hospital was their roommate. Once inside the car, Lin Yu seized the opportunity. Time alone with Qi Shui was limited. He must utilize every moment wisely. The next phase required little acting. Lin Yu leaned back in his seat, feigning sleep mode. Moments later, his phone rang with the tune. Spinning a few rounds, transforming into our profound fingerprints, warming the hearts of everyone we've loved. Qi Shui exclaimed. This song was shared with her by Lin Yu just yesterday. How could it be set as his ringtone? She merely wanted him to listen to it together when he stepped out, not to have it on repeat every day. Ding. Remarkable operation. Beautiful memories between Dao Companions reverberate. Reward, 50 spirit stones. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu's heart soared. The reward of spirit stones was evidently no coincidence. Each ripple created on others typically yielded a reward of 20 spirit stones, yet with Qi Shui, it was an astonishing 50. Regardless of whether he could win her over immediately, simply having her by his side as a source of wealth, 500 at a time, was quite delightful. After waiting a while, the song continued to play, and Lin Yu remained still, eyes closed. Lin Yu? Lin Yu, your phone is ringing. Qi Shui tapped Lin Yu's arm, rousing him from his feigned slumber. Lin Yu, feigning surprise, fumbled in his pocket. Oh, my apologies, I almost dozed off, it was my alarm. As he weakly retrieved his phone, it fortuitously slipped to Qi Shui's feet. Without much thought, she picked it up, only to discover the screen was unlocked, revealing a wallpaper photo of the blue sky and white clouds that she had taken just yesterday. Ding! Remarkable operation, beautiful memories between Dao Companions, intricately intertwined visuals. Reward, 50 spirit stones, once again, a double harvest. Qi Shui. This was merely a casual photo taken to avoid revealing her location during their chat. How could Lin Yu deem it worthy of being his wallpaper? Did he truly value it that much? Had she known, she would have taken more care in capturing the angle. Thank you. Lin Yu took back his phone and promptly opened WeChat, muttering to himself, strange, at this hour, they should be awake. Why hasn't anyone replied? Could something have happened? Qi Shui. After all, the space within the car was limited. Even if spoken softly, she could hear him. From Lin Yu's intentionally loaded words, it was easy to discern his insinuations. Not only was it impossible to reply now, but there may not be any opportunities in the foreseeable future. If the environment allowed Qi Shui to reflect calmly, she could easily choose to do nothing or say nothing. Why has Chun Ming Tingyu not responded? She could simply concoct a reason later. Yet, Lin Yu's concern for her stomach ache, coupled with the fact that he had set her gift as his ringtone and made her photo his wallpaper, created a cascade of emotions that made her subconsciously wish to divert Lin Yu's worries or attention. Thinking this way, when it came time to express herself, she resorted to her usual sharp tongue. You're in such pain, yet still have the mind to send messages? I truly don't understand. Perhaps they simply do not wish to reply and are preoccupied with other matters. Qi Shui said casually, not considering the weight of her words. However, the next moment, Lin Yu's hostile gaze locked onto her. Upon meeting Lin Yu's intense eyes, Qi Shui was genuinely startled, as though a lion ready to pounce was intimidating its prey with a fierce stare. Lin Yu, in a serious tone, reproached, Qi Shui. I will say this only once. Do not make such jokes about her, even if it is you. She is someone of great significance to me, and I shall not forgive you next time. Qi Shui blinked, stammering. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She felt reprimanded, and even more so, she was taken aback by the severity of his admonition. Yet, instead of feeling anger, a warmth spread within her. So she holds such importance in Lin Yu's heart? Even a casual jest from a stranger is intolerable for him? Ding! Remarkable operation, expressing her significance in his heart to the Dao Companion, winning deeper affections. Reward, 50 spirit stones, striking gold thrice. Each subtle maneuver yields successful rewards. Ah, my dear girlfriend, let us see how you navigate through this intricate dance. Even a gentle slap must be perceived as an expression of fervent love. In less than a minute, Lin Yu resumed his actions. After delivering a slap, it was now time to offer a sweet date. Lin Yu rubbed his stomach and remarked, Ah, I feel much better now. My stomach doesn't seem to ache as much. He then added, I apologize for my earlier impatience. Qi Shui remained immersed in her significant emotions, unable to extricate herself in a timely manner. Upon hearing Lin Yu's apology, she waved her hand dismissively and replied, It's nothing. I completely understand. Lin Yu's tone regained some strength as he shifted to a serious topic regarding the summer assignments. I will do my utmost to complete them. I feel I haven't grasped the concepts of light and shadow composition and the golden ratio very well in the second semester. I plan to purchase 2 books on these subjects in the next couple of days to catch up and ensure I don't lag behind you and Shaoqi. Once I have the books, I'll share them with you. I know you're a top student and must excel in these areas, so they will serve as a good reference. Qi Shui exclaimed, What a coincidence. I want to buy books on light and shadow composition and the golden ratio as well. Lin Yu and she seemed to be on the same wavelength. My goodness, is this the legendary soul connection? Could it be that their prolonged online romance has fostered some miraculous resonance between them? What a profound feeling. Thus, they could rightfully be regarded as soulmates. Ding. Heavenly operation, resonating with one's partner's soul, achieving the beautiful experience of shared thoughts. Reward, 50 spirit stones. Indeed, as soon as these words were spoken, the system rewards arrived in abundance. It was hard to believe that after several waves of heartfelt persuasion, Qi Shui could still remain unperturbed. Lin Yu grasped his phone and resumed his feigned sleep, granting Qi Shui the opportunity. Just as Lin Yu anticipated, after confirming Lin Yu had his eyes closed, Qi Shui discreetly took out her phone to reply to his messages. She felt compelled to respond. Lin Yu was waiting earnestly. Her sense of guilt surged, nearly overwhelming her. She held significant importance in Lin Yu's heart, yet she had not even replied to his messages. Was that right? Was that reasonable? The first step was to silence her phone and switch to her alternate WeChat account. She barely glanced at the series of messages from Lin Yu, hastily composing her reply. Qin Meng Ting Yu. Good morning, darling. I am helping my family with some tasks. Let's chat later. I miss you, moi. Time was of the essence. And she couldn't even add a kissing emoji. After composing the message, Qi Qingshui did not send it immediately. Instead, she placed her phone close to her leg by the car door. Confirming that Lin Yu showed no signs of awareness, she lowered her head to press the send button, quickly locked her screen, and tucked her phone into her pocket. The next moment, she hurriedly assumed a nonchalant demeanor. Ding dong. Hearing the WeChat notification, Lin Yu opened his eyes. He thought to himself how he would love to interview this individual beside him. What was it like to secretly call someone darling online? Chapter 48. The Angel in White by Day, the Dark Night by Night. Upon arriving at the community hospital, Qi Qingshui followed Lin Yu closely, attentively observing his condition. Compared to the agony he displayed before getting into the car, Lin Yu appeared considerably more at ease. Let us go? I've messaged Sister Weiwei. She said to find her directly when we arrive. She will have a doctor take a look at you, Qi Qingshui reminded him. Sister Weiwei referred to another roommate in their apartment, Xia Yiwei, who worked as a nurse at this community hospital. In her past life, Xia Yiwei was known for her nurturing disposition, always appearing promptly whenever any of the roommates fell ill, often clad in standard nurse attire. Initially, Lin Yu viewed her as a little medical fairy, graceful and gentle. However, one fateful evening in his previous life, he witnessed this little medical fairy clad in black leather, riding a motorcycle at breakneck speed, shattering the enchanting image he held of her. Ding! Time-limited task issued. A crisis has arisen. The elder of Lingyao Hall is attacked by the evil Fire Old Monster. The disciples of the evil Fire Old Monster are formidable. Please protect your fellow sect members within the allotted time and retaliate to safeguard your best companions. Time limit, half an hour. Task reward, 100 sect contributions. 200 spirit stones. The elder of Lingyao Hall? It was not difficult to surmise that this referred to Xia Yiwei. Before encountering her in person, the time-limited task had already arrived. The task description suggested that she was in trouble. A middle-aged couple exited the community hospital. Hey, we haven't picked up the medicine yet. Don't pull me along. What medicine? Can't you see that shirtless man inside? He looks like a lunatic. Let's hurry. A mother hurriedly rushed out with her child. It's all right. Don't be scared. We're heading home now. Remember to keep your distance from bad people. An elderly man with a cane descended the steps, muttering, "These young folks today. Truly outrageous." Another nearby elderly man, slightly more agile, added, "You're right. They must have called the police by now." Qi Qingshui observed the bustling scene at the entrance and inquired, "What is going on? Why is everyone leaving?" Lin Yu did not dwell on it. It was evident that trouble brewed inside. Most likely, this trouble had found its way to Xia Yiwei. To uncover the truth, the most effective way was to enter and take a look. As they approached the entrance, they could already hear shouts and curses from the lobby. "Stop talking nonsense. Was it you who administered the four to my father? His hand is swollen like a balloon. Are you blind? What are you good for? We came here to seek medical treatment, and we didn't even pay." A string of profanities reverberated through the disinfectant-scented lobby, heightening its tension. The man speaking had dark skin and a robust physique, shirtless and clad in a tank top, his arms adorned with dark green dragon tattoos, resembling a caricatured thug. Anyone bold enough to go shirtless in public was clearly not one to reason with. Beside him stood an overweight, bald elderly man, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance as if to say, "Look at my son." In addition to the two of them, the shirtless man was flanked by two young men, one with yellow hair and the other with green hair. It was no wonder that patients were hastily retreating. This scene could easily serve as the focal point for an entire episode of a legal show. Facing these thugs were the staff of the community hospital. The bespectacled doctor at the front appeared to be the one attempting to mediate, while the targeted party was a nurse who had just put down her phone. Positioned a bit farther back, the pristine, gleaming white nurse's uniform worn by the female nurse was utterly immaculate. Beneath her nurse's cap, her hair was styled in a bun, with refreshing bangs that framed her forehead. Her almond-shaped eyes curved into crescent moons, exuding a captivating charm. A light pink lip gloss enhanced her features, adding a touch of vibrancy. She remained composed, responding with a smile, showing no concern for the visibly irate individuals before her. This was Lin Yu's roommate, Sister Xia Yiwei. In the face of accusations from a bare-chested man and subtle harassment, Xia Yiwei calmly tucked her phone into her shirt pocket and spoke without haste. "Indeed, I am the one who administered the four to this patient. He arrived around 6:15 a.m., intoxicated. He insisted on going to the restroom halfway through the first bottle of saline. Despite my 3 reminders to be cautious with the 4-needle and to either push the stand or have a family member assist him, the patient retorted, "Do I need someone to accompany me to the restroom?" At this point, a hint of disdain crept into her smile as she continued, "Strictly speaking, this constitutes harassment during my working hours. However, considering the patient's inebriated state, I chose not to pursue the matter further." He spent approximately 20 minutes in the restroom, prompting our on-duty doctor to check on him. We found him asleep in there and brought him out. The swelling at the injection site was promptly addressed. "May I inquire what I did wrong throughout this process?" Allowing an intoxicated patient to come to a community hospital for N4 alone is a dereliction of duty on your part as his family. Xia Yiwei's eloquent statement left the listeners enlightened. Her thoughts were articulated with clarity and confidence. Each word resonated with conviction, a stark contrast to the typical reactions of female nurses in such situations, who often either retaliate in anger or succumb to tears. She was indeed a fierce warrior in her own right. However, her words ignited a spark in the bare-chested man's ears. "You filthy woman, are you suggesting that our elder deserved this? Come stand before me and say that again. If you're so bold, step up and repeat what you just said." The man lunged forward, attempting to grasp Xia Yiwei's shoulder. The male doctor in front of her exerted every effort to block the advance, but was still unable to restrain the robust figure. Standing nearby, Qi Qingshui exclaimed nervously, "It's Sister Wei. How can that man be so uncouth? Does he intend to assault someone in public? Lin Yu, let's call the police and help Sister Wei." Qi Qingshui snapped back to reality, only to realize Lin Yu's presence had vanished. Chapter 49. The Power of the Transformative Soft Fist, a Need for Locked Doors. Qi Qingshui scanned the area anxiously and finally spotted Lin Yu amidst the chaotic crowd. "Lin Yu, why did you rush over now? Don't you know how dangerous this is?" With the bare-chested man charging forward, the crowd in the hall grew increasingly congested. Another male doctor from the community hospital, along with several taller bystanders, joined in to restrain the man. In a harmonious society, why can't issues be resolved calmly? Moreover, anyone with a modicum of sense could understand Xia Yiwei's explanation. It was clear that the elderly man had ignored advice, resulting in the swelling at the injection site. Is it fair to blame the nurse for this? Xiaowei, please return to the office. I'll handle the family. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. Reasoning alone won't suffice. The police will arrive shortly, so it's best for you to stay out of harm's way. The male doctor, clinging tightly to the man's waist, his glasses askew, still managed to urge Xia Yiwei to retreat. Xia Yiwei, composed as ever, casually placed her hands in her pockets, muttering, "Avoid him? I should back down." Just as she was about to step forward, a familiar figure appeared before the muscular man, halting Xia Yiwei's movements. "Lin Yu, why did you come to the front?" Why had he advanced to the front lines? Clearly, it was for the task at hand. Amidst the chaos of the crowd, Lin Yu seized the opportunity to intervene with a cunning maneuver. Hey, don't be impulsive. Let us talk this out. Big brother, you have quite the strength, but take it easy. Calm down." Outwardly, he spoke soothingly, yet internally, he mused. "So you're the one they call evil fire old monster, huh?" From an observer's standpoint, it seemed as though Lin Yu was caught painfully between the hulking man and his 2 associates. However, Xia Yiwei remained rooted in place, her expression one of alarm. While others might be oblivious, she discerned immediately that Lin Yu was covertly taking action amidst the turmoil. Utilizing the newly acquired skills of the Hua Gu Quan, he executed a series of soft, flowing strikes that belied their potency. The techniques of the Hua Gu Quan had long since become second nature to Lin Yu. Before he could fully complete a sequence, the situation took a sudden turn. Thud! The loudest voice among the crowd, that of the bare-chested man, fell abruptly to the ground. "Who pushed me? Is it you, for eyes?" The man, believing he was a victim of foul play, prepared to rise and retaliate, only to discover that his legs had suddenly betrayed him, rendering him powerless. Had he experienced a sudden numbness? He had never felt such a sensation before. The male doctor hastily adjusted his glasses, gazing at the incapacitated man, fearing the worst. Had he inadvertently become embroiled in a scheme? "What are you 2 standing there for? Hurry up and help me up, blast that 4 eyes." The man's pride was wounded, and he immediately began barking orders at his younger associates. "However, my younger brothers also have matters to attend to," Huang Mao exclaimed. "Yongge, it seems that our arms have just been squeezed to the breaking point." Lu Mao trembled. "Yongge, I can't move my legs. They feel numb." Lin Yu felt a surge of satisfaction within. So this is the true essence of the Hua Gu Quan. The 3 ruffians were, of course, not genuinely incapacitated, but were temporarily weakened due to the precise strikes to their pressure points. After a few minutes, they would fully recover. The external martial arts produced by Huan Sect are indeed imbued with an insidious charm. If confronted by a defiant woman, delivering just a couple of strikes could be quite devastating. Lin Yu was still reveling in the remarkable effects of the Hua Gu Rou Quan when a slender arm forcefully pulled him from the crowd. Lin Yu, come out quickly. It was only when she brought him to the front that Qi Qingshu finally relaxed, rubbing her arms. Upon seeing Lin Yu squeezed amidst the throng, she could not hold back and dashed into the crowd. She was not there to mediate, but to rescue Lin Yu. With his slender physique, how could he possibly contend with such ruffians? He must not fall ill without treatment, only to emerge with injuries. Lin Yu felt another wave of satisfaction. Look at that. She seemed to care after all, despite her usual aloof demeanor and harsh words. Women truly are creatures of contradiction. Xiao Lin Yu, Xiao Qingshui, come over here. A gentle voice called from behind. The two turned to see Xia Yiwei, who without further ado, draped her arms over their shoulders, leading them away from the crowd. Before the onlookers could fully absorb the spectacle, the police arrived at the hospital lobby. What is going on? Everyone disperse. The lead officer commanded, and the crowd quickly parted. Only 3 ruffians remained, along with the inebriated elder. A male doctor promptly stepped forward. Officer, I called the police. These individuals are causing a disturbance in our hospital and we're about to resort to violence. Now that they failed to harm anyone, they are attempting to feign injuries. The shirtless brute shot a resentful glare. Feigning injuries? What nonsense. I can barely stand. With the police present, the brute dared not say more. Once the matter was resolved, he vowed not to let the four-eyed one or that foul woman off the hook. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the time-limited task, subduing the malevolent elder and assisting the Ling Yaotang elder in averting crisis. Reward: 50 contribution points, 100 spirit stones. The arrival of the police significantly hastened the resolution of the farce. A little while later, the shirtless brute was taken back to the station for questioning. Initially, it seemed that Xia Yiwei would accompany them, but after a brief chat, she was allowed to remain behind. Xia Yiwei led Lin Yu and Qi Qingshui to a private examination room. Xiao Qi, could you please find the glasses doctor from earlier and have him issue a consultation number, registering Xiao Lin Yu's name? I will examine him first to ascertain the issue. While washing her hands at the sink, Xia Yiwei spoke. Qi Qingshui nodded obediently. All right, Wei Wei Jia, thank you for your help. I'll go do that right now. After Qi Qingshui left, Xia Yiwei swiftly approached the examination room door. With a click, she locked it from the inside. Lin Yu was taken aback. Is it really necessary to lock the door just for a stomachache? Moreover, Xia Yiwei moved to the window blinds, pulling them shut with a swish. Lin Yu was perplexed. Is it really necessary to close the curtains? Feeling uneasy, Lin Yu stood from his chair and asked, Wei Wei Jia, what are you doing? Xia Yiwei maintained a warm smile as she approached the examination bed, patting it gently. Xiao Lin Yu, come lie down. Let me see where it hurts. Chapter 50. As a nurse, is it not reasonable for me to carry some supplies? Lin Yu was bewildered. What kind of plot was unfolding here? Was Wei Wei Jia attempting to deceive him with some trivial matter? Was lying down necessary for a stomach examination? Even if such a procedure existed, should it not be conducted by a physician? Why would a mere nurse be involved in the examination? Could it be that Wei Wei Jia harbored some peculiar secret? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Yu hurriedly checked Xia Yiwei's information panel. They had interacted in the lobby earlier, but he had not given it much thought at the time. Now, he sensed something amiss. Xia Yiwei, age, 25, sect identity, elder of Ling Yaotang. Inheritor of martial arts, intimacy level with host, 22, second stage, brief encounter. Number of Dao partners, soul cultivation and body cultivation, intimacy level with host not met. Temporarily unavailable for viewing. Attribute skills, host's identity is lowly, temporarily unavailable for viewing. Other information, host's identity is lowly, temporarily unavailable for viewing. Current tasks. Martial arts trial, urgent task subjected to prolonged suppression by powerful martial artists from the Xianmen. Urgently seeking assistance from an extraordinary expert to break through and reshape martial prowess. Sect treasure garment. Daily task, various attribute garments may aid in enhancing enchanting techniques. Please purchase extended versions of fishing net stockings promptly. Hidden injuries. Daily task as an inheritor of martial arts. The elder of Ling Yaotang has endured years of foot ailments due to rigorous training in external arts. Urgent need to unblock meridians, massage therapy. Another dual identity. An inheritor of martial arts? Could it be that the nurse in leather pants is also a martial artist? Lin Yu had discreetly intervened in the lobby, and he must have done so quite subtly, even if one were to call her a martial artist, given Xia Yiwei's physique. She was at most at the level of martial gymnastics. Could she truly fight? What use would fighting be? In this world, one must possess a background and influence. Speaking of which, in the apartment, aside from Lin Yu, all others were officials. He was the only one without a background or power, just a pure outlier. Xia Yiwei's 3 tasks were indeed worth pondering. The first one, seeking assistance in a fight. Was she preparing to call someone? The second was straightforward. Freedom of attire is to be respected. The third one was even clearer. Lin Yu was a professional in that regard. Come on, Xiao Lin Yu. Xia Yiwei arranged the examination linens, urging him once more. Refusing to lie down seemed too distant. Lying down would lead to a look of discovery akin to that of a child with a new toy, which left Lin Yu feeling uncertain. After much hesitation, he suppressed his doubts and approached the examination bed, sitting down beside it. Thank you for your help, Wei Jia. Xia Yiwei waved her hands repeatedly. Not a bother. Not a bother, just lie down quickly. Ding. Just as Lin Yu was about to recline, a pair of medical scissors fell from Xia Yiwei's person. Lin Yu was startled. Xia Yiwei calmly bent down to pick them up. Don't be nervous. I am indeed a nurse, and it is quite reasonable for me to carry a pair of medical scissors. Lin Yu replied, yes, indeed. Ding. In the next moment, a surgical scalpel fell once again from Xia Yiwei's possession. Lin Yu. Xia Yiwei's smile remained unchanged as she picked it up once more. As I mentioned earlier, it is quite logical for a nurse to have a scalpel on hand. Lin Yu awkwardly chuckled. Indeed, indeed. Suddenly, a geological hammer crashed heavily onto the ground. Lin Yu. Xia Yiwei picked it up again, pausing to ponder for a few seconds. It is well known that being a nurse is a perilous profession. Lin Yu interrupted. Yes? Yes, quite reasonable, Sister Wei. I suddenly feel as though my stomach no longer hurts. Perhaps I am not ill, just suffered from a bad meal. A trip to the restroom should do the trick. How reasonable indeed. He had even doubted whether he had been hallucinating. A geological hammer? Who on earth would carry such a tool around? Lin Yu now felt that the burly man causing a ruckus in the hall should be the one to thank him. He had been so considerate, a player with eyes closed, a true good Samaritan. Had he not rushed out, would today have ended with bloodshed? Regrettably, despite Lin Yu's musings, Xia Yiwei offered him no chance to escape. Not only did she stand firmly in front of him, blocking his way, but she also took out an alcohol swab to disinfect her hands. No gloves? A barehanded examination? Little Lin Yu, let me tell you, whether you are ill or not, you may not know yourself, but since you are here, lie down quickly. He was uncertain about his own health, but she was certainly not without her own issues. Lin Yu now harbored doubts about the possibility that the raucous old man had no intention of using the restroom, but was instead forcibly ushered there by Xia Yiwei. What a situation this was. Before Lin Yu could adjust himself, Xia Yiwei had already eagerly begun her examination. The cool, smooth sensation of the alcohol swab glided over Lin Yu's abdomen. He gasped, taken aback by her swift actions. Wait, how did she begin to press down? Do not move. The sudden shout startled Lin Yu. Who would dare to move now? At that moment, Xia Yiwei's mind and body trembled. Her expression changed repeatedly as she gritted her teeth, fighting to suppress her sounds of discomfort. The sensation of power coursing through her fingertips was unmistakable. It could only be the result of special training, manifesting in muscular definition not achieved through protein powder or extreme fat reduction, but rather resembling the delicate ripples created by a boat gliding across a lake. The latent strength was contained within her supple form. At rest, she was as soft as velvet. With the slightest movement, a smooth arc of force would emerge. Nothing short of perfection. Lie down quickly, Xia Yiwei urged, her throat constricting with impatience. It seemed that lying down wasn't so difficult to accept after all. The scales of justice inevitably tip in the end. The cycle of life will eventually come back around. The manner in which one treats others will ultimately return to oneself. In just 2 short days of rebirth, Lin Yu had gained profound insight. Xia Yiwei's examination was nothing if not thorough. Under the pretense of checking for gastric issues, it felt more akin to checking for broken bones. Her methodical kneading was utterly bizarre. Lying on the examination table, Lin Yu was scrutinized for several minutes, during which he began to feel something unusual. Embarrassed, he asked, Sister Wei, isn't that enough? I think. Before he could finish his sentence, he was pressed back down, Xia Yiwei blocking his every movement. The two of them were caught in this struggle. Her nurse's uniform, already loose at the collar, seemed to reveal too much. In contrast, Xia Yiwei appeared oblivious, persistently focusing on his examination. Lin Yu clenched his fists, attempting to recall the sorrowful events in his life. Logically speaking, there was no need for such trials against a vigorous young man of 20. Just then, Xia Yiwei suddenly leaned closer, her eyes filled with an unsettling fervor. Little Lin Yu, hit me. Chapter 51. Your master, Wei Xiaobao. Hit until you say stop. Never had he encountered such an audacious request. Wasn't it merely a gastric check? Did it truly necessitate such theatrics? One might think Lin Yu was unable to afford treatment. Ding. Heavenly operations, a flawless combat physique. Left the elders of Lingyao Hall in awe, exclaiming in wonder. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Xia Yiwei sensed the changes in Lin Yu's body, her gaze gradually descending. Little Lin Yu, I am not referring to that kind of hitting. Lin Yu, I already know. So, she was a muscle enthusiast. His own body was quite uncooperative. He longed to find a crack in the ground and disappear. Fortunately, Xia Yiwei seemed unfazed by these details. With starry eyes, she continued to ask, Little Lin Yu, you have trained, haven't you? For many years, I presume. Where did you learn? Please tell your sister. Simultaneously, Xia Yiwei secretly marveled. This little rascal certainly knew how to hide. After living under the same roof for so long, she had never realized that a skilled practitioner resided within the apartment. Lin Yu was at a loss for how to respond. With the system's hints, he had begun to piece together Xia Yiwei's persistent examination of his body. He shook his head, attempting to deny. Sister Wei, what lineage? I truly do not comprehend what you are saying. Xia Yiwei showed no intention of letting Lin Yu evade her inquiry, directly confronting him. Brother, still trying to play coy? You can deceive others, but not me. I saw everything in the hall. Your every move was clear to me. Thank you for stepping forward to protect me. Lin Yu, had he known that Xia Yiwei's discernment was so sharp, he would have never acted in her presence. Wasn't it better to be a hidden expert? He had no desire to seek the limelight or become the center of attention. Huh, really? What do you mean by hitting? What are you talking about? I was merely breaking up a fight, Sister Wei. Where did you get that impression? Lin Yu continued to struggle for an escape. Regardless of whether Xia Yiwei chose to believe him, it was sufficient to stall for time. However, Xia Yiwei smirked wickedly. Humph, not willing to speak, are we? That's fine. I shall hit you until you confess. Lin Yu. Shouldn't you consider the absurdity of your own words? He had just helped you resolve a problem. How could she threaten him with violence? Lin Yu adeptly stood up, simultaneously ensuring to put some distance between them, wary of any strange actions from Xia Yiwei. He realized that in front of this eccentric woman, playing dumb would not suffice. Even if he were to mix in with the crowd, he still had to give her an explanation. Lin Yu placed his hands behind his back and looked up helplessly, saying, I initially intended to interact with everyone as an ordinary person, but instead, I find myself subjected to scrutiny. Enough pretense. I will once again turn around. Adopting the demeanor of a transcendent being. He widened his eyes. Wei Jia, put down that engineering shovel you are holding. Where on earth did this shovel come from? Is he digging up graves? He is not a Zongzi. Xia Yiwei twirled the shovel in her hand, feeling a bit awkward, and said, Oh, I thought you weren't going to say anything. This is, well, as a nurse. Lin Yu hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt. All right, that makes sense. No issue there. You are right. I indeed have a mentor. My mentor is a physical education teacher. Xia Yiwei stared in disbelief. A physical education teacher? From university? Lin Yu quickly added, Of course not. It is my old physical education teacher from my hometown, an elderly man. Alas, he has been gone for quite some time. A reclusive old man from a small town. No evidence left behind. It would be difficult to investigate. Quite reasonable, right? If I were to randomly fabricate some easily verifiable person, it would only provide Xia Yiwei an opportunity to scrutinize further. It must have started in elementary school. Surely, one must begin practicing at a young age to develop such a magnificent physique. Lin Yu thought to himself. It was the first time he had heard the term magnificent physique used to describe a man. Furthermore, it was applied to him. Merely listening to this made him feel a chill in his heart. Those who are obsessed with extraordinary matters simply cannot comprehend. How could they possibly appreciate muscles? Enjoying feet and legs, is that so wrong? By the way, Xiao Lin Yu, what school do you belong to? What martial art do you practice? You seem to have a rather delicate demeanor, which suits your muscular lines perfectly. Xia Yiwei continued to inquire. Outsiders were unaware that she actually hailed from a family of ancient martial artists. She had inherited and studied various ancient martial arts and combat techniques since childhood. When encountering someone of a similar background, she could usually discern their martial arts lineage with just a glance. However, she could not see through Lin Yu's performance in the hall at all. Ahem, my master didn't specify a school. He simply said this move is called the Hua Gu Mianzhang, the pinnacle of deception. 7 parts truth, 3 parts falsehood. Regarding the effectiveness of the martial art, Lin Yu spoke the truth. Its effects indeed resembled Hua Gu Mianzhang. As for the school and lineage, he certainly could not disclose to Xia Yiwei that he hailed from the Huan Sect and was contemplating making her a furnace cauldron. Xia Yiwei frowned slightly. You little rascal, trying to fool me? Hua Gu Mianzhang. Do you think you are Wei Xiaobao? Hey, you might not be wrong. The broad path he was about to take bore some resemblance to Wei Xiaobao. However, while Wei Xiaobao faced 7 adversaries, he faced 9. Lin Yu, with a helpless gesture, replied, Wei Jia, I have nothing to deceive you about. My physical education teacher taught me just this. Xia Yiwei laughed in exasperation. Huh, good one, little rascal. You thought I would be open with you, but it turns out you were just playing tricks. No worries, today I will beat you until you admit it. Lin Yu's pupils constricted. No, Wei Jia. This time, Xia Yiwei did not give Lin Yu a chance to defend himself and swiftly advanced. Her agile movements and fierce punches were hardly reminiscent of a girl in her 20s. A few minutes later, Lin Yu leaned against the examination bed, looking down at Xia Yiwei, who lay motionless upon it, resembling a paralyzed person. I told you not to, but you insisted on pushing it. This is a hospital. It's not appropriate to disturb others, is it? It would be improper to upset the flowers and grass as well. This was merely a small punishment. Do take heed next time. The perfected Hua Gu Ruo Quan, combined with the body transformation from the Chui Gu Dan, along with various enhancements, rendered the so-called worldly martial artist no different from a doll before Lin Yu. In a matter of moments, before she could even muster her strength, Xia Yiwei was already incapacitated. At this moment, Xia Yiwei was drenched in sweat, lying on the hospital bed. Even though she could not move, she still smiled. Ha! You are so strong and fierce. Xiao Lin Yu, you are amazing. Lin Yu hurriedly covered her mouth. Keep it down, ancestor. If someone hears, what will become of my reputation? What kind of situation is this? Coming to the hospital to see a doctor, and yet, I ended up beating up the nurse. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. At this moment, a phone rang from Xia Yiwei's body. Xia Yiwei exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Lin Yu, quickly help me answer it. It must be my sister. Lin Yu wore a resigned expression. The power of Hua Gu Ruo Quan, when applied to a martial artist, would at least last a few minutes. He had no choice but to comply and help her retrieve her phone. Lin Yu rummaged through her pockets. Wei Jia. Why is your pocket torn? Where is your phone? Xia Yiwei strained to lift her head. Not there. What are you grabbing? Lin Yu gestured for silence. Shu, I am not doing it on purpose. Where exactly are you talking about? Xia Yiwei shook her leg with all her might. It's hanging on the fishing net inside. Lin Yu, whose phone is hanging like that? Does a nurse really wear fishing net stockings? Is she a serious nurse or just cosplaying? After a brief search, he finally found the phone in her pants. Lin Yu swiped the screen to answer the call and brought it to Xia Yiwei's ear. A soft woman's voice came through the phone. Lin Yu swore he hadn't put it on speaker, nor was he eavesdropping intentionally. The voice simply reached his ears. The woman on the phone said, Wei, the trouble you mentioned has been resolved. Xia Yiwei completely ignored what the woman was saying and excitedly declared, Sister, you need not worry about the apprenticeship. I just found a master. She is much more formidable than you. Super impressive. She just conquered me once. I will definitely bring her to meet you and ensure you are thoroughly defeated. Lin Yu's heart and mind were shaken. He wanted to hang up, but it was already too late. Chapter 52. My life, I shall control. On Changhua Avenue, in a temporary parking area, a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class, resembling a steel monster, came to a halt. Inside the car, a woman with exquisite makeup and short hair was on the phone. The woman exclaimed, Are you crazy? Who authorized you to take on a master? Who is this person? The individual on the other end of the line was none other than Xia Yiwei. Xia Yiwei sang playfully on the phone, I won't tell you. The woman tightened her grip on the phone. Oh really? You think you can defeat me? I would like to see who this person is and from where they come. Xia Yiwei replied, My master is from Wei Xiaobao. She practices Hua Gu Mianzhang. You are doomed, sister. Prepare for your neck. The woman retorted, You fool. Have you been watching too many dramas? Get lost. Before Xia Yiwei could finish, the woman hung up. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the car, a burly man in a black tank top gently tapped on the car window. The window slowly rolled down. The bearded man leaned in slightly, respectfully stating, Sister, as per your instructions, they have been taught a lesson. Look now. The woman gazed out at the open space beyond the street barriers. 3 men, 2 robust and 1 slender, lay sprawled on the ground, having been thoroughly beaten. They were none other than the troublemaker, Bang Zigo, and his underlings, who had recently caused a ruckus at the community hospital. Just after their release from the police station, they were brought to this less populated street and dealt with decisively. Upon witnessing this scene, the woman nodded in satisfaction and remarked, A lesson is sufficient. Warn them to keep their distance from medical facilities in the future. You must keep an eye on Wei and ascertain whom she is associating with. She just informed me that she has taken on a master. Please bring this master to the martial arts school. The bearded man nodded in agreement. Ding. Dominant maneuver. Challenging the elder of Lingyao Hall and defeating him, causing great upheaval. Intimacy level with the elder of Lingyao Hall rises to the 3rd realm. Reward. 50 spirit stones. Inside the consultation room of the community hospital, Lin Yu stood at a height, looking down at Xia Yiwei who lay on the hospital bed, his eyes filled with fury. Xia Yiwei, unable to move, met his gaze unwaveringly. Little master, are you going to kiss me now? Lin Yu thought to himself, I would rather kiss someone else. I am merely a well-meaning individual who told a little white lie and pretended to be ill. How did I end up at odds with a martial arts tycoon? Where can I seek justice? Indeed, one cannot lie without facing dire consequences. Lin Yu truly wanted to pull Xia Yiwei up and give her a sound thrashing. He had been too lenient the first time. What kind of world is this where one can take on a master without the master's consent? It was the same with Mo Shangying, and now with Xia Yiwei. Were they selling melons and fish in Huqiang? Xia Yiwei, I have called you by your full name. Stop grinning. Lin Yu said sternly. Xia Yiwei replied with a smile. Wow, beneath the guise of a well-behaved youth lies such a domineering visage. Thankfully, we are in a hospital. If you were to strike me at home, oh dear. How terrifying. I was truly deceived by your university student appearance. The other girls in the apartment must have also fallen for your charm. For instance, what about that little Qing Shui outside? Lin Yu retorted, the nurse is indeed formidable. Who is deceiving whom? You are the one secretly indulging in smoke and drink. The atmosphere was thick with flirtation and veiled threats, leaving Lin Yu at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, in Xia Yiwei's heart, she had already determined that there were not only two-faced individuals, but Lin Yu was also one of them. Little master, you should leave quickly. I can sense your anger. And I will recover shortly. You wouldn't want Qing Shui to discover our secret, would you? I will keep your secret. And you can help me deal with my sister. Isn't that a fair deal? Xia Yiwei attempted to move her arms and legs again. Although she still felt weak, she was beginning to regain basic sensation and movement. Lin Yu leaned against the examination bed, feeling increasingly agitated. A reversal of fortunes? In this rebirth, he did not aspire to be the man she desired, nor would he ever become a pathetic figure she would disdain. Unlike his promise to assist the hacker apprentice, this impudent disciple dared to threaten him? If he succumbed to this humiliation, wouldn't his fate be entirely in her hands from now on? To hell with that. My destiny is my own, not dictated by the heavens. Woman, you are playing with fire. Still lacking strength, Xia Yiwei remarked. Ouch, little master. Your martial arts are truly lethal. I can already envision how my sister will react upon encountering you. Haha. Her laughter was abruptly cut short, as Lin Yu firmly grasped her chin with 2 fingers, lifting her face to meet his. Sister, do you wish to take me as your master? Very well. Just a moment ago, you inquired about my lineage. Allow me to inform you that our school is called Huan Sect. Xia Yiwei attempted to say something, but was rendered speechless, as Lin Yu's forceful imprint had silenced her. Ding! A remarkable performance. Indeed, a superior strategy. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Minutes passed, and the sound of a door lock turning resonated from the entrance. Soon, Qing Shui's voice echoed from outside. Sister Weiwei, the number has been hung up. Is it convenient for me to come in now? Upon hearing the call, Lin Yu released Xia Yiwei, tossing her back onto the hospital bed. Gasping for fresh air, Xia Yiwei inhaled deeply. Just moments before, she had felt as though she could not breathe and nearly lost consciousness. To her surprise, the seemingly docile younger brother had such aggression. The lingering effects of Huagu Wanchuan left her utterly defenseless, resulting in her becoming Lin Yu's oxygen tank for the past few minutes. Reflecting on those moments, she wondered when she had ever encountered such a situation. Could a member of society truly be bullied by a university student? Lin Yu, you rascal. Xia Yiwei fumed, wanting to retaliate. Suddenly, the sound of smacking lips above her head filled Xia Yiwei with trepidation. While she had no fear of the burly man's fists, Lin Yu's smacking made her genuinely anxious. Call me master. Lin Yu leaned down and whispered in her ear. Xia Yiwei instinctively averted her gaze, defiantly stating, mediocre skills. I felt nothing. It was neither an insult nor an enraged accusation, but rather a belittlement of his technique. For a lioness, it was already a sign of being tamed. Lin Yu wiped his mouth, heading toward the door. Before exiting, he reminded her, from now on, you may choose to be a good disciple or continue as Sister Weiwei. The choice is yours. As for my relationship with my roommate's sister, I shall remain that university's student little brother. But as for my disciple, who knows where I may choose to kiss next time. Farewell. Today's elixirs were delectable and effective. Chapter 53. Is that a mobile phone in your hand? No. It's a token of love. In the morning, at a large supermarket near the apartment, Lin Yu pushed a shopping cart, embarking on a shopping spree. Of course, it was not out of a sudden urge to splurge, but rather to purchase items for the apartment's formation. Since he was already there, he decided to buy some snacks and daily necessities as well. With a substantial sum of manuscript fees having recently arrived in his bank account, he felt it necessary to contribute to his family. For a long time, it had been Aunt Qi Meng who had been earning money and taking care of him. Lin Yu intended to seize this opportunity to inform Aunt Qi Meng about his manuscript earnings. A few $100,000 seemed unfathomable, but stating that he earned a few thousand was not too far-fetched. At the very least, it would let Aunt Qi Meng know that she would no longer need to bend over backward for his sake. Not only could he sustain himself, but he could also support her. Big Qi, thank you for accompanying me shopping. Is there any snack you would like? I'll buy it for you, Lin Yu said. Glancing back, Qi Qingshui wore an extremely displeased expression, hands behind her back, following closely behind him. No need. If I want something to eat, I can buy it myself. Is your stomach truly all right? Despite the discomfort I felt earlier, I insisted on going shopping and buying numerous items. After all, it is not my own body. So do as you wish. If it is truly for Lin Yu's benefit, why must it be articulated with a tone of sarcasm? Lin Yu gently rubbed his stomach and remarked, Sister Weiwei is truly remarkable. After she massaged me, the pain has lessened considerably. She advised me to drink more warm water. But I still feel slightly unwell. Could you assist me in pushing the shopping cart? Qi Qingshui chuckled me. Help you with the cart? Dream on. All right. You've become aloof again. If you can't even manage a girlfriend who is inconsistent in her demeanor, can you still call yourself a man? The art of tea. These Italian-flavored chips are a must-buy. And this, the strawberry-flavored candy. Over here, seaweed snacks, but in unique small packages, not the large ones. She had shared something else too. Oh dear, when one is unwell, their memory falters. Oh yes, the strange-flavored crispy noodles. Ding. The treasured moments shared between partners are forever etched in memory. You are in me, and I am in you. Reward, 50 spirit stones. Every snack Lin Yu selected was a reflection of the daily interactions shared with his online girlfriend. Chunming Tingyu, down to the brands and packaging, which he perfectly replicated. If it were not memorized, how could he recite it so effortlessly? Qi Qingshui trailed behind Lin Yu, repeatedly twirling her fingers. This guy appeared quite dull at school, yet in daily life, he was unexpectedly thoughtful. Had she been too harsh in her earlier comments? Would he dislike such a girl? Watching the growing assortment of snacks in Lin Yu's cart, Qi Qingshui felt increasingly flustered. She quickened her pace and approached Lin Yu. Aren't you moving too slowly? At this rate, how long will we be shopping? I can't stand it. Hurry up. I want to go back soon. Saying this, Qi Qingshui naturally took over the shopping cart and briskly pushed ahead. Observing her determined and graceful silhouette, Lin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction as he swayed the drink in his hand. Fortunately, he managed to act in time. Had Qi Qingshui delayed further, he might have faltered. He had memorized 7 or 8 key items from their chat records. Little Qingshui was still too impatient. In the days to come, there would be no shortage of moments where she would be outmaneuvered. Let us see how long you can maintain your bravado. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully completed the daily task of repairing the formation, earning 50 contributions to the sect and 20 spirit stones. After properly placing the mat, all public daily tasks were completed. The clock struck 10:30 in the morning. Lin Yu did not rush to seek out his other roommates to complete their tasks. Life unfolds day by day, step by step. Taking large strides often leads to slips. Growing up, one truly longs for those carefree days when time drifted gently. Rather than engaging in the mundane clamor of the world, why not be a pure-hearted youth? Spend a few hours lying on one's bed. Take out the phone and send a message. What are you doing? To Chunming Tingyu. What are you doing? To Aunt Qi Meng. What are you doing? To Mo Xiangying. What are you doing? To Yi Mengfu. What are you doing? To He Jing. Silently waiting for 30 seconds. Then retracting the message sent to He Jing. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. In an instant, the lively notes filled the air. As if the glowing red dots were not chat notifications, but cards waiting to be flipped. Lin Yu hummed to himself. Who will I meet? And what dialogues will unfold? The person I await. How far into the future is she? I hear the wind from the subway and the crowd as she cues to take this love's number. Oh, the wonders of life. Surprisingly, the first to respond was not his little girlfriend, but rather the young artist. The reply was succinct and precise. Yi Mengfu, drawing. How mundane. With her, face-to-face interaction is far more engaging. The second to reply was Mo Xiangying. Perhaps due to logging in on a computer, her fingers were swift. Mo Xiangying, Master, I'm battling a boss. Want to join me? With your current setup, it's a piece of cake. This game is incredibly fun. Though it does demand good gear, I plan to exploit it in the background. Her typing speed was indeed impressive, capable of crafting such a lengthy response. The spirited gaming life requires no further explanation. One merely needs to flaunt their prowess. The third to respond was still not the little girlfriend, but He Jing. He Jing. Cute. Cute. He Jing. I saw, handsome boy, and you even retracted it, huh? He Jing. I messaged you last night. Why didn't you reply? Just yesterday. They had connected on WeChat. That night, He Jing had taken the initiative to message him. Lin Yu intentionally chose not to respond, teasing her curiosity. Now, sending a message and retracting it, regardless of whether she saw the content, conveyed the same signal: a shy young man, restless and indecisive. Wanting to reply, yet unsure how to begin. He sent a message but felt his words were inadequate. Retracting it, he was left anxious and troubled. Lin Yu. Sister He Jing, are you busy? Not long after Lin Yu sent his message, He Jing replied with multiple messages. He Jing, call me sister. Why so formal? He Jing, how could I be busy chatting with a handsome boy? He Jing, I'm at your aunt's shop, waiting with her for bossy. He Jing, don't worry. She doesn't know we are chatting. This is our little secret. Chapter 54. The Art of Delivering Meals, Different Perspectives Among Colleagues. Truly a chameleon. Every message she sent was laden with significant implications. Lin Yu deliberately referred to her as Sister He Jing, establishing a sense of distance between them. By suggesting she be called sister, she was subtly indicating that Lin Yu should lessen the formality, allowing for a more intimate connection in their clandestine communications. She neither claimed to be busy nor otherwise, indicating that chatting with him was not bound by time constraints. Whether busy or free, she was open to conversation. Her mention of being at her aunt's flower shop implied that they could meet at any time. To reassure Lin Yu about the retracted message, she emphasized that their conversation was a secret from her aunt, encouraging him to speak freely and boldly. This is why some individuals can hit it off in just a day or two, while others may linger for months, still discussing favorite colors. Conversations with the opposite sex often exhibit stark differences in engagement levels. He Jing undoubtedly belongs to the elite tier. Lin Yu's attention was not drawn to the suggestive words, but rather to the crucial information regarding bossy. Earlier that morning, while shopping at the supermarket, Aunt Qi Meng had sent him a WeChat message, informing him to handle his own lunch as she had some matters to attend to at the store. The date for signing the contract was still distant, and it was not the regular delivery time for the rose orders. Would Haijo come to the store during this unusual time? Such oddities often signal something amiss. Fortunately, his idle chatter had led him to obtain such vital information. It seemed that his pleasant afternoon nap would likely be thwarted. To preempt any schemes from He Jing and Haijo, two unusual creatures, he needed to visit the store early today. Moreover, he had to assist Mo Shangying's client in picking up flowers, so arriving a bit sooner would be beneficial. At 11 o'clock, Lin Yu dressed and descended the stairs. At the stairwell corner, he encountered his girlfriend, Qi Qingshui. Although her response time was slow, she had sent him the most messages and engaged in the longest conversations on WeChat, given that she was managing two accounts. The back-and-forth switching was not particularly convenient, so her slower replies were understandable. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Qi Qingshui immediately placed her hands behind her back, stepping aside with a peculiar expression. What was with that guilty look? Had he stolen her money? Lin Yu teased, to which Qi Qingshui retorted sharply, "Who would covet your money? I have my own. You just returned not long ago, and now you're going out again?" Lin Yu casually replied, "Yes, I'm heading to Aunt Qi Meng's store. Would you like to join me?" Qi Qingshui, blinking her eyes and raising her chin with an air of pride, responded, "Why would I follow you to Aunt Qi Meng's? That's absurd." It seemed that after a brief period of hesitation, she had reverted to her haughty student persona. Clearly, the road ahead was long and required perseverance. Lin Yu did not dwell on her intentions. From his earlier conversation with He Jing, he knew that Haijo would arrive around noon, and as a cunning individual, he was likely to be punctual. Lin Yu needed to buy lunch, which would take some time. If he arrived late, who knew what extreme consequences might ensue? Lin Yu declared, "If you don't want to go, then I'm leaving. Please water my flowers when you have the chance." Qi Qingshui responded, "Wait. Why should I water your flowers? That's quite strange." Lin Yu thanked her, and only after he had fully exited did Qi Qingshui reveal her hands, which held two extracurricular books on film studies. She gently tapped the books against her forehead, questioning her own foolishness. What was she even doing? After returning from her outing with Lin Yu, she had impulsively considered delivering the books to him. Fortunately, he had business to attend to. Otherwise, that would have been quite peculiar. As roommates and classmates, they were not yet close enough for such gestures. Was it because she had witnessed Lin Yu's behavior earlier that she felt more assured of her position in his heart, leading to such whimsical thoughts? Qi Qingshui covered her flushed cheeks, muttering to herself, "I shall punish myself by studying for 2 hours." Lin Yu, now outside, was puzzled by the strange thoughts of the young scholar. During his time out to buy lunch, he did not cease his playful banter with He Jing. He mentioned he would be delivering lunch shortly, and took the opportunity to confirm once more whether Boss E had arrived, and if he needed him to bring anything. The answer remained the same. Around noon, he did not need a meal brought to him. As long as the timing was unchanged, he felt reassured. The packed lunch was simple, merely a basic boxed meal. If it were a lavish feast, it certainly would not go to He Jing. Upon arriving at the flower shop, he found it was still 10 minutes to noon. Delivering lunch at this hour would not appear out of place. Indeed, only Aunt Qi Meng and He Jing were present in the shop. Aunt Qi Meng, your young gentleman is quite diligent, He Jing remarked upon Lin Yu's entrance. Oh, Xiao Yu, why are you? Aunt Qi Meng began, but upon noticing the lunch in Lin Yu's hands, her confusion dissipated. Lin Yu raised the 2 boxes of lunch, stating, I knew you were busy and had no time to eat, so I brought you some food. Please eat something. If there are tasks, you can resume after your meal. He Jing quickly set aside the vase she was holding, responding, when the young gentleman gives orders, we must comply. Aunt Qi Meng smiled gently. Thank you, Xiao Yu. You really don't have to bring lunch every day. I won't starve. Lin Yu, before speaking, intentionally glanced at He Jing. Then he placed the lunch boxes down, saying, since I have little to do at home, it's quite convenient for me to come by. Lin Yu's earlier display had deliberately left room for imagination, and Aunt Qi Meng's thoughts were, Xiao Yu has truly become considerate. Previously, she had never received such gestures when she was away from home. How thoughtful of him. Meanwhile, He Jing thought, young man, you are deliberately delivering lunch because I am here, hoping to see me, aren't you? You can't even spin a good lie. You claim it's for Aunt Meng's hard work. Yet why did you buy 3 meals? Thankfully, Aunt Qi Meng was not perceptive enough to see through their private connection. My charm truly remains undiminished. Lin Yu mused, with just 1 lunch delivery. He had successfully infiltrated the hearts of both women, appearing to be a good man in the eyes of both. He should make this a regular occurrence. After delivering lunch to the store, the 3 of them found suitable places to sit and began eating their boxed meals. The lunch of ordinary workers served merely to satiate their hunger, without any pursuit of quality. Yet, He Jing savored her meal, generously praising it. Xiao Yu, you have such good taste. Where did you find such delicious food? Lin Yu did not doubt that if he had brought back 2 buns, she would also praise him for their ability to stave off hunger. Flattering words were merely for show. He hoped she would not take them seriously. He had simply bought what he typically enjoyed eating, unaware of He Jing's preferences. He Jing, holding chopsticks, gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, wonderful. It seems our taste in food is quite similar. Such words, spoken in the presence of her dear friend Aunt Qi Meng, indicated her profound understanding of Qi Meng's character. Recognizing that she was not particularly quick-witted, always perceiving others as kind-hearted, unable to discern the subtleties of conversation. Meanwhile, Aunt Qi Meng was engrossed in her meal, eating with remarkable focus. Was she so carefree that she could show off her food even when the Ning family was on the verge of chaos? Then came a bolder move. He Jing leaned towards Lin Yu, eyeing the half-eaten lion's head meatball, and sweetly murmured, Hey, handsome, this meatball is simply delightful. May I have a taste? She then gestured for silence, signaling him not to let Aunt Qi Meng hear. How audacious. To ask for a bite of a half-eaten meatball was quite the feat. It seemed He Jing was genuinely putting in the effort to catch the attention of a charming man. Had it been a naive boy from a previous life, he would surely have been overwhelmed. In terms of flirtation skills, He Jing was at least on par with Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu hesitated, lowering his head deliberately, avoiding her gaze. It was a contest of the skilled, with each measuring the other's prowess. Thank you. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, He Jing wasted no time and promptly picked up the meatball. This was the correct approach to enjoying tea. Saying, I don't mind, it's no trouble, was merely a misguided attempt to preserve an ambiguous atmosphere. As long as there was no refusal, one should simply indulge. The opportunity to savor his meal now could lead to greater delights in the future. Aunt Qi Meng continued to eat swiftly, yet today, her demeanor towards Lin Yu after finishing her meal was noticeably different. Xiao Yu, I've prepared the flowers that Inger needs. I'll help you pack them in a tote bag for convenience. You must be nearly done, right? Aunt Qi Meng glanced at Lin Yu before quickly averting her gaze. Something was amiss. Given Aunt Qi Meng's nature, she would never be so abrupt in urging him to leave, regardless of how busy she was. There was clearly something she wished to keep from him, undoubtedly related to the imminent arrival of Yi Haizhou. The more she insisted he leave, the more he felt compelled to stay. All right, this is troublesome. Aunt Qi Meng, I will finish up shortly, Lin Yu replied, though his actions contradicted his words. While others savored their wine, he relished his meal at a leisurely pace. Even He Jing, who was usually quite talkative, had finished her meal some time ago, while Lin Yu continued to watch food videos, chewing slowly. Throughout this time, Aunt Qi Meng visibly grew anxious, frequently glancing over, her concern palpable, not wanting to cause her distress. Lin Yu decided to confront her directly. Aunt Qi Meng, I'm becoming dizzy from your insistence. What is so urgent that you need me to leave? Aunt Qi Meng, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, stammered, I'm caught off guard by the unexpected interrogation. She was momentarily at a loss. Was her anxiety that evident? Fortunately, She had the ever-kind He Jing by her side. Oh dear. Qi Meng, I told you before, Xiao Yu is quite perceptive and has surely noticed something is off with you. You wear your feelings on your sleeve. How could anyone miss it? You should have listened to me and confided in Xiao Yu sooner. He is not a child. He is a man now. After a lengthy discourse that conveyed little substantial information, it merely hinted that Lin Yu was regarded by Aunt Qi Meng as a child, while He Jing saw him as a man. Why not seize the moment to converse with this woman as a man? Sister Jing, could you enlighten me about what is going on? Lin Yu asked earnestly, eager to uncover the truth. He Jing had been waiting for the right moment to capture the heart of this promising young man, and now, the opportunity had presented itself. It's not a significant matter, really. Your aunt is just worried about you. It's time to pay the rent for the second half of the year, and Qi Meng is a bit financially strained. Previously, the landlord was quite easygoing, but lately, he has been coming around to demand payment. He claims that he owns all the stores on this block, and if the rent of 30,000 for the next 6 months isn't paid, he'll lease the shop to someone else. He Jing continued to elaborate, and Lin Yu pieced together the sequence of events. The crux of the matter was Qi Meng's predicament. So, we thought of contacting Boss E to see if he could assist. Boss E is quite agreeable, and since we will need a contract for future collaboration, he'll be bringing both the money and the contract shortly. Your aunt just doesn't want you to see her in a tough spot, which I'm sure you can understand. Unfortunately, I've recently lost all my funds to a deceitful friend. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to trouble outsiders. This woman spoke with such heartfelt sincerity. They had thought of Boss E together? If it weren't for He Jing digging the pit, Lin Yu would have devoured every last bit of his meal. Had he not shown up today, the payment would have been made, and the contract signed. The two schemers were in quite a hurry, evidently eager to finalize the contract before any complications arose. Indeed, the flower merchant He Jing mentioned was non-existent. Delaying the contract signing was prudent. If Aunt Qi Meng insisted on a meeting to inspect the goods, it would unravel their scheme. Lin Yu even rationally suspected that the usually agreeable landlord had suddenly become so insistent due to their collusion. Nevertheless, what did it matter? Understanding the situation rendered the backstory irrelevant. Xiao Yu, I didn't mean to keep this from you. It's just that this matter is rather. Qi Meng lowered her head, her face flushed, unsure of how to proceed. It was as if their roles had reversed, and she had become the child caught in wrongdoing. Lin Yu approached her, placing his hands gently on her shoulders, softly reassuring her. Is this matter somewhat disgraceful? There is no need to be anxious or worried. I'm not the only man in the family, am I? Aunt Qi Meng, could you give me the landlord's phone number? Chapter 56, Viewing Xiao Yu as a Man. Eager to sign the contract, Qi Meng and He Jing sat in the shop, observing Lin Yu through the glass window as he spoke on the phone outside. At that moment, Qi Meng was filled with regret. She had inexplicably given Lin Yu the landlord's phone number after seeing his earnest expression. Xiao Yu was merely a university student. What could he possibly accomplish by calling the landlord? As the head of the household, it was her responsibility, and she should not allow Xiao Yu to feel this burden. He deserved to enjoy his university life. He Jing discerned Qi Meng's concerns and gently remarked, Qi Meng, what is there to worry about? I surmise that the young gentleman is merely discussing with the landlord the possibility of a brief extension or a lesser initial payment. Today's youth tend to view matters quite simply. You have shielded him well. He still embodies the innocence of a child. Such words, of course, were not meant for Lin Yu's ears. Earlier, in Lin Yu's presence, He Jing had maintained the notion that he was a man. Now, in the company of only Qi Meng, she was emphasizing the objective reality that he was merely a child. The conversation was entirely hers to navigate. Before long, Lin Yu returned to the shop after concluding a phone call. Noticing the exchanged glances between the two women, he raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, stating, Aunt Qi Meng, please do not regard me that way. I have not caused any trouble. I simply had a brief conversation with the landlord, who mentioned he would be printing some documents and would come to discuss them shortly. Some matters cannot be resolved over the phone. We shall address them face to face when he arrives. Observing Lin Yu's lack of despondency, Qi Meng felt a measure of relief. He Jing's assessment seemed to hold merit. Perhaps Xiao Yu was indeed attempting to persuade the landlord for leniency. She herself had made such attempts long ago. Had her efforts borne fruit, they would not have reached a point of urgent borrowing. Originally, they had agreed to meet the landlord at noon to pay the rent for the coming 6 months. Allowing Xiao Yu to make a phone call would also honor his intentions. What mattered most was the sentiment behind the gesture. The outcome was secondary. Qi Meng refrained from prolonging the subject, fearing that excessive discussion might instill a sense of failure in Lin Yu should his persuasion prove ineffective. After a span of over 20 minutes, the landlord had yet to arrive, but Boss Yi's BMW had already pulled up. Ding! Crisis alert! Wu Xiangxiao and Qinmian Huli have joined forces and taken action. Please be cautious, host, and assist the agent in fulfilling the great protective mission of the sect. The system's notification resonated in Lin Yu's mind at an opportune moment. Indeed, when it came to significant matters involving the deception of the agent, the system provided a crisis alert. Even if he had not conversed with He Jing today, he would still be aware that the other party had taken action. Bossy, I sincerely apologize for troubling you to come all this way. I should have come to find you instead, Qi Meng said, holding the door as she expressed her apologies. When soliciting assistance and borrowing money, one naturally adopts a more humble demeanor. Qi Meng, who does not face difficulties. You help me, I help you. Is that not how it should be? Signing the contract in advance is not a bad thing. We have collaborated for so long. Do I not trust your character? Upon receiving her call, I promptly prepared the contract, and I have also brought the cash. Please review the contract first to ensure there are no issues. We can still make amendments before signing. Boss E was indeed a man of action. He sought no ulterior motives, only financial gain. Upon entering the shop, he wasted no time and swiftly presented the contract. For him, it was not merely a document, but a lifeline. Once Qi Meng affixed her signature, the following month would herald a new chapter in her life. Despite Qi Meng's initial confusion, she approached the task with seriousness, refraining from hastily signing without scrutinizing the contract's contents. Unfortunately, the contract bore no apparent flaws. The two swindlers had no intention of tampering with this agreement. After reviewing it thoroughly, Qi Meng noticed Lin Yu beside her. Recalling He Jing's earlier words about regarding Xiao Yu as a man, she suggested, Xiao Yu, why not take a look as well? I am not well versed in such matters, but you excel in your studies. Please help me scrutinize it. Ding. Exceptional operation. Before the agent makes a decision, priority is given to consulting the host's opinion. The host has become an indispensable cornerstone of the sect. Lin Yu was taken aback by Qi Meng's response. He owed a debt of gratitude to He Jing's unintentional influence. In the past, Qi Meng would never have considered consulting him on such matters. Even if it was merely a procedural formality, it represented a significant shift. Bossy followed her gaze, finally taking a proper look at Lin Yu. Who is this? He inquired. He Jing explained, this young gentleman is Qi Meng's nephew, Lin Yu. Bossy smiled warmly and said, Ah, so he is a relative. He is both handsome and young, a talented individual. It is a pleasure to meet you. I will ensure your aunt is well taken care of. Lin Yu, displaying a hint of youthful awkwardness, scratched his head and replied, Bossy. I was present last time, do you not remember? Bossy chuckled. This lad has a knack for being rather blunt. You were there last time? I recall a young fellow, but I thought he was just a staff member and did not pay much attention. Huh, is that so? My memory fails me. I apologize. Lin Yu, right? Let's review the contract now. Lin Yu nodded with a smile, feigning deep engagement with the document. Goodness, has Bossy developed a case of professional illness? The insurance industry is indeed challenging. One must speak politely to potential clients. The demeanor displayed in the film city is hardly appropriate for such negotiations. When addressing any procurement manager, one would typically receive the response, I meet countless individuals. Who are you? Lin Yu had already perused the contract. Aside from the excessively high penalty for breach, he could not pinpoint any other issues. However, as long as the penalty did not exceed the legal limit, it retained legal validity. If he were to address any concerns regarding the contract, he casually remarked, Bossy, I apologize, but I may not fully grasp this. Should not the company's name be certain film city? Boss E smirked, his expression imbued with subtle disdain. As expected, a student is indeed a student, missing the crux of the matter and focusing on trivialities. The company on the contract is mine. This procurement order will specifically go through my company's accounts. Young man, you are still young and do not comprehend the depths of large corporations. Many major companies operate this way to legally circumvent certain issues. Apologies, but I cannot divulge too much. With that, Boss E raised his hands, attempting to project an air of seasoned expertise, clearly communicating to Lin Yu. You know nothing, kid. Lin Yu pressed further. Oh, how intricate. I truly cannot grasp it. Does this imply that if our floral products encounter issues, the compensation is directed to Bossy? Should the film city breach the contract and reject our flowers, there would be no need for communication with them, as Bossy would compensate for our losses? Upon mentioning compensation, Bossy's expression darkened noticeably. However, he quickly regained his composure, nodding as he replied, Precisely. Your comprehension is commendable. Should an issue arise, the only parties involved are ourselves and no other companies or individuals. Observing that Boss E had begun to elaborate a bit too much, He Jing sensed that something was amiss and hastily diverted the conversation. Everyone here is a person of integrity. Our collaboration will surely be delightful. Qi Meng. Allow me to fetch you a pen. We require a black pen for the signatures. Ehaijo rummaged through his pockets and received a signal of cooperation. No need to trouble yourself. I have one with me. Lin Yu couldn't help but sneer internally. It was evident that you were the ones who wanted to review the contract and pose questions. Now that it was genuinely examined, you seemed displeased. Quite amusing indeed. Nevertheless, the timing was just right, as Lin Yu's distinguished guest had arrived, a middle-aged man with a balding head, adorned in a loose tank top, who strolled into the shop while fanning himself. Xiao Chun, the shop is bustling today, he exclaimed. You've come to a realization, I see. This shop's location is prime real estate on the entire commercial street. Renewing the lease for 3 years is certainly a worthwhile investment. Chapter 57. Not half a year's rent, but a 3-year renewal. Qin Meng, a 3-year renewal? He Jing, a 3-year renewal? Ehaijo, a 3-year renewal? Lin Yu, indeed. Landlord Lao Wang paused momentarily. What is going on? Practicing a few lines here, are we? Qin Meng promptly set down the contract and hurried over to Lao Wang. Brother Wang, is there a misunderstanding? Wasn't it just half a year's rent that was due? How did it turn into a 3-year renewal? It was no wonder everyone reacted so strongly. Even half a year's rent was a challenge for Qin Meng to gather. To pay 3 years' rent all at once would amount to a staggering 180,000. There was no way to scrape that together even if she sold her house. Even if they signed for 3 years, they wouldn't need to pay it all up front. With Lao Wang's temperament, he would at least expect her to pay a year's rent first. Hey, are you playing games with me? Didn't your family say over the phone that it was a 3-year renewal to be paid in full? I even prepared a new contract and wrote the receipt in advance. Are you trying to fool me? We don't conduct business like this. Lao Wang's fan gestured emphatically, his temper rising. Ehaijo, bewildered by Lao Wang's tirade, turned to He Jing. What on earth was going on? Wasn't it agreed that 30,000 would settle the matter? He had borrowed that amount with great difficulty. Now, half a year had turned into 3 years, and suddenly there was a demand for 180,000. How could he gather that amount? Qin Meng and He Jing had caught the key phrase in Lao Wang's words. His family mentioned it over the phone. Both women turned to Lin Yu simultaneously. Lin Yu, calm and composed, stepped forward. It was finally his turn to take charge. Uncle Wang, it was I who called you earlier. They are unaware of the situation. The renewal for 3 years and the rent paid in full is indeed accurate. Qin Meng, He Jing, Ehaijo, Lao Wang. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I may look like a neighborhood uncle, but I possess considerable wealth. In 2nd and 3rd-tier cities, one cannot acquire a row of shops on a commercial street without connections. What storms has he not weathered? What people has he not encountered? He is far more experienced than Ehaijo. He wouldn't underestimate Lin Yu simply because of his youthful appearance. Lin Yu's clear reasoning and eloquent speech during the phone call compelled Lao Wang to regard him with newfound respect. In front of so many people, Lin Yu had the audacity to stand up and take responsibility, marking him as no ordinary naive youth. Qin Meng, being in her 30s, could not have given birth to such an adult son. It was plausible that he was the scion of a wealthy family, seeking to flaunt his riches in this manner. Lao Wang, being seasoned, understood that in the world of wealthy heirs, there are no limits to what they can do. Throwing money at a good family to gain favor is a common occurrence. The videos portray it this way. Lao Wang, however, cared little for such details. He was a man of the world, concerned only with the transaction at hand. All right, young man, you're quite straightforward and generous, which suits my temperament. Xiao Chun is indeed fortunate, haha. The contract is here. Shall we proceed with cash or bank transfer? Lao Wang was well versed in the ways of the world, asking no unnecessary questions and focusing solely on the business at hand. Qin Meng tightly grasped Lin Yu's arm, panic evident in her voice. Xiao Yu, can you give me a moment to speak with Brother Wang privately? Just 2 minutes, please. Lao Wang clapped his hands and readily agreed. I understand completely. You may converse for a few minutes to clarify matters. I'll step outside for a smoke. Call for me when you're ready. With that, Lao Wang sauntered out. Closing the door behind him, Lin Yu silently admired the man's composure. Look at his demeanor. This is the mark of a truly accomplished individual. He spoke no superfluous words, involved himself in no one else's affairs, and was both direct and generous in his dealings. Uncle Wang is indeed impressive. Once Lao Wang left, Qin Meng's eyes glistened with anxiety. Xiao Yu, did you truly convey that to Brother Wang? This isn't just about renting a room. Do you have any idea how much 3 years would cost? I understand you may have good intentions, but the aunt cannot manage that right now. Lin Yu gently patted her hand, chuckling helplessly. Aunt Qi Meng, do you really think I'm just a child? You're treating me like a simpleton. Half a year. 3 years, 180,000. I'm a university student, after all. Do you think I can't do the math? I have the funds. Qin Qi Meng. He Jing. Ihaijo. Qin Qi Meng, momentarily stunned, finally stammered. Xiao Yu, where did you get so much money? 180,000. Don't scare me. In her panic, she lifted Lin Yu's shirt, disregarding appearances to check. Lin Yu, what kind of logic is that? What are you thinking? 180,000 ISN, a trivial amount. Do you think I need to sell a few organs to gather that? Is this really necessary? Aunt Qi Meng, there are others present. This has nothing to do with what you think. It's my manuscript fee. Lin Yu quickly grasped Qin Qi Meng's sweaty hand, preventing her from further embarrassing herself. Upon seeing that Lin Yu bore no injuries, Qin Qi Meng felt a weight lift from her heart. You scared me to death. Xiao Yu, what did you just say? Where did you get the money? Ihaijo and He Jing exchanged glances. He Jing shook her head, indicating she was unaware of the situation. Ihaijo took a deep breath, sensing that today's events were decidedly unusual. Chapter 58. Are you pulling a CEO act? The flames of jealousy ignite. It's from my manuscript fees, not something illicit. Since my freshman year, I've been attempting to write online novels. Aunt Qi Meng, did you really think I was just playing games at the internet CAF? I've actually wanted to help you with family matters sooner. This is the manuscript fee I've earned over the past few months. Take a look. Saying this, Lin Yu opened his mobile banking app and displayed the balance screen to Qin Qi Meng. Qin Qi Meng, with a carefree demeanor, counted aloud. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 100,000, million. Lin Yu deliberately waited until she reached a million before feigning a reminder. Aunt Qi Meng, do not say it out loud. Realizing her faux pas, Qin Qi Meng instinctively covered her mouth. Everything that needed to be said had been articulated, and the intended listeners had indeed heard it. He Jing, fully aware of her role, approached Qin Qi Meng and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Lin Yu did not shy away. Instead, he slightly adjusted the phone screen, allowing He Jing to see it clearly. Ding! Remarkable operation. The wealth acquired through the host's worldly experiences has left the cunning fox astounded, aiding in its prompt subjugation. Reward, 20 spirit stones. He Jing, her pupils trembling in shock, exclaimed. Is writing novels really that lucrative? Little handsome guy, you are my idol. How long has this income taken? A year? 2 years? Lin Yu confidently reclaimed his phone and casually explained. To be precise, it has been over the last 2 to 3 months. I had a stroke of luck. Last month I sold the gaming rights to my novel. Thus, I received a substantial amount in royalties, with the rights fee being the lion's share. While he could have disclosed that the money came from successful betting on a sports match, he suspected that with Qin Qi Meng's limited understanding, she might interpret such actions as a second vice among the 3 harms of society. Not only would it fail to elevate her spirits, but it would also cause her undue worry. By attributing the income to royalty earnings, Lin Yu could both showcase his prowess and ensure a sustainable source of income without needing to explain further in the future. In this context, such an explanation was certainly more appropriate, delivering a small shock to the 2 seasoned tricksters. Still troubled by financial matters, they were consumed by envy. Knowing the money they had schemed for came to him effortlessly. Wasn't it infuriating? After his explanation, Lin Yu keenly observed Ihaijo's expression, which was nothing short of delightful. Even for a seasoned con artist, his face betrayed a moment of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? And what am I doing here? In front of him, Qin Qi Meng looked up at Lin Yu with a gaze brimming with emotion. Little Yu, you have not only grown up, but have also become exceptionally accomplished. I have never witnessed such a feat from a university student earning millions. It undoubtedly signifies that the boy I have cared for over the years is a truly remarkable talent. Ding! Remarkable operation. The wealth acquired through the host's worldly experiences has greatly comforted the proxy sect leader. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Little Yu, you are outstanding and truly impressive. Annie has been running her shop for years and hasn't earned this much. I am genuinely happy for you. Please continue writing. As Lin Yu gazed at Qin Qi Meng's beaming face, he felt a mix of emotions, tinged with a slight bitterness. This simple-minded fool had no doubts about his words. Simultaneously, Lin Yu sensed that Qin Qi Meng was not overly concerned with the amount of money, but rather was genuinely delighted to see him establish a means of livelihood. Even if he had shown a balance of merely 3,000 yuan instead of 300,000, her happiness would remain unchanged. Then, Qin Qi Meng took a deep breath. Her expression suddenly resolute. Lin Yu thought, familiar feelings arise. This fool is probably about to make another nonsensical decision. Qin Qi Meng continued, Little Yu, thank you for offering to pay my rent. Regardless of how much you earn, that money is the result of your hard work. I can imagine the late nights you spent, racking your brain for plots and storylines. It must have been incredibly challenging. I cannot accept this money. Paying 3 years' rent is too reckless. With the current instability in housing prices, what if rent decreases in the future? Wouldn't that be a significant loss? Could you help me cover half a year's rent for now? Once I earn enough, I will pay you back. You must save your salary well so that you won't have to worry about money after graduation. Lin Yu exclaimed, You foolish girl, what nonsense are you speaking? It is not 2024, it is 2014. How could rent possibly decrease? If you don't pay 60,000 this year, it could rise to 80 or even 100,000 next year. There are plenty of clients willing to pay. Continuing to argue politely would lead to an hour-long discussion, and Lin Yu feared that Aunt Qi Meng would remain obstinate. There was no choice but to take a firmer stance. He looked seriously at Aunt Qi Meng and said, Aunt Qi Meng, when you brought me back to raise me, did you ever calculate the costs? What do you mean by my money is my money, and you cannot spend it? Are you now trying to settle accounts with me? Shall we itemize how much I have cost you over the years? Aunt Qi Meng was taken aback, speechless. That was not my intention. Did she truly convey such sentiments to Lin Yu? It seemed the boundaries around money had been clearly defined, but her intentions were for his benefit. Little Yu seems to have called me by my full name for the first time. Is he truly angry? Aunt Qi Meng stammered. I did not mean it that way. Lin Yu forcefully interjected. What do you mean by not that way? If it truly isn't, then there should be no distinction between you and me, should there? But, Lin Yu interrupted again, but what? If this continues, I will feel as though you are implying that since I can earn my own money now, I should not return home. That home is yours, not mine. Aunt Qi Meng panicked. Little Yu, that is not the case. It is certainly your home as well. Lin Yu interrupted once more. Fine, you say that. I will call Uncle Wang in. I will handle matters at home. You need only to sign. Aunt Qi Meng, overwhelmed by his assertiveness, sought to calm Lin Yu's fury. Meanwhile, He Jing and Yi Haizhou watched the emotional exchange between the two with a mix of disbelief. What on earth was happening? Yi Haizhou was utterly stunned. Was this young man really a proper university student? Why was he embodying the persona of a domineering CEO? The irony was that he was pulling it off quite handsomely, painfully highlighting Yi Haizhou's own inadequacies as he was there merely to offer financial support. He Jing bit her finger, desperately managing her expressions as jealousy burned within her, nearly reaching her cheeks. Aunt Qi Meng's innate naivety was a top-tier ability she could never hope to master. Why was this handsome, pure-hearted, and financially savvy young man not in her grasp? Aunt Qi Meng was truly infuriating. She had to devise a plan to secure Lin Yu's affection swiftly. Standing beside her, Yi Haizhou felt completely overshadowed by Lin Yu's charisma. Burdened with debt, he should have been cast aside long ago. He had gleaned no value from Yi Haizhou at all. Now, the primary objective was to make Lin Yu, who valued emotional connections, utterly devoted to her. Chapter 59, A Twist Upon a Twist? Bossy, why are you sweating? A text message arrived. Brother, keep the receipt handy. We'll each have a copy of the contract. And please, do not refer to me as Uncle Wang. I am not that old. Haha, call me Biao Gu. After Wang Biao collected the money, he patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, claiming brotherhood, and took the initiative to add Lin Yu on WeChat. Given such a generous and amicable wealthy brother, Lin Yu was naturally delighted to have him as a friend. In the future, when navigating in Pingchuan, it might prove beneficial to have someone to rely on. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu cleverly said, Biao Gu, our beautiful store manager specifically asked me to bring you a bouquet for your wife. I sincerely thank you for your care all this time, and I hope you will continue to look out for me. Upon saying this, Lin Yu immediately winked at Aunt Qi Meng. Oh, right. Thank you for your support, Wang Gu. I'll go get it. Aunt Qi Meng quickly understood and hurriedly selected a few stems. The flowers themselves held little monetary value. Rather, it was the sentiment that counted. From Aunt Qi Meng's reaction, Wang Biao understood well that this was not merely a request from the beautiful store manager, but rather a covert suggestion from his newly befriended young brother. Wang Biao waved his fan and pointed at Lin Yu, exclaiming, All right, Yuzi, I truly cherish you. What is that saying? Heroes emerge from their homeland. In the future, if you encounter any trouble on this street, feel free to approach your Biao Gu. In this area, no issue is insurmountable with a drink. There was a certain audacity and righteousness in his words, indeed reflecting an age-old truth. Not only do heroes emerge from their homeland, but heroines do as well. His own family was a testament to that. After bidding farewell to Wang Biao, it was time to attend to serious matters. With the assistance of Mo Shangying, Lin Yu had acquired the duo's information and irrefutable evidence of their crimes. He had contemplated various methods to resolve the crisis pertaining to the Huzong Daji. The only variable was the degree of punishment that He Jing and Yi Haizhou would face. The first method involved sending an anonymous email to the headquarters of Yi Haizhou's company, enclosing the evidence of embezzlement. The higher-ups would take care of him, likely resulting in a sentence of 3 to 10 years, unless the amount involved was extraordinarily large, in which case it could exceed 10 years. Naturally, Yi Haizhou would think he lacked the capacity for such maneuvering. Lin Yu swiftly dismissed this approach, as it would leave He Jing unscathed. At worst, the truth would surface, and she would fall out with Aunt Qi Meng, losing a friend. The second method entailed signing the contract, with Lin Yu secretly finding a solution for the flower supply. However, even if a procurement contract was signed with Ehaijo, He Jing would still evade punishment, as she would merely be an intermediary in a non-existent scam. The contract was entirely reasonable and legal. If the goods were not delivered, it would be Aunt Qi Meng's personal responsibility. If they were delivered and Ehaijo's company failed to pay on time, it would lead to protracted litigation. If Ehaijo were to be incarcerated during this time, the flowers Lin Yu procured would also be forfeit, resulting in financial loss when the final judgment was rendered. As for He Jing, she verbally promised to introduce a florist, maintaining assurances throughout and even feigning intentions to invest in a branch store. She would continually delay until no time remained for recourse. Was this illegal? Not at all. One could only say it was a case of misplaced trust. In both scenarios, should anything arise, only Ehaijo would face incarceration, while He Jing would remain pristine and unblemished. Hence, she was emboldened to assist her lover. If it failed, she would suffer no consequences. If it succeeded, she would reap rewards. As long as her morals were sufficiently lax, why not indulge? It appeared that Ehaijo was the perpetrator, but the true devil was among them. Both methods were categorically dismissed by Lin Yu. To simultaneously deal with both of them, the most effective strategy was to incite them to turn against each other. Aunt Qi, you initially intended to borrow money from Boss E to alleviate your urgent situation, right? I was present during the previous discussion about the contract. And today you wish to pre-sign it and accept the procurement deposit? Aunt Qi Meng had nothing to hide and nodded, saying, indeed, that is the case. But now there is the issue of rent. The rent issue had already been resolved. The contract signing was initially scheduled for several days later. In that moment, Aunt Qi Meng found herself at a loss. After all, she had yet to see the samples from the florist He Jing spoke of. Pre-signing the contract carried significant risk. Ehaijo, however, appeared quite generous, adding, I truly did not expect that Manager Qi Meng had a renowned author in her family. No problem. As long as the issue is resolved, we can sign when you finalize the channel. What was meant to be a smooth rescue and a clever maneuver to ensnare Aunt Qi Meng was unexpectedly disrupted by the emergence of an online writer. If the discussion continued regarding the contract, it would undoubtedly convey an air of impatience. A prime opportunity should not raise her suspicions. Even more unexpectedly for Ehaijo, Lin Yu again stepped forward, stating, Aunt Qi Meng, since Boss E has extended his hand in our time of need, how can we allow him to leave empty-handed? The florist introduced by Sister Jing is surely reliable. Let us sign the contract first. Ehaijo, He Jing. Lin Yu's words caught both of them off guard. Such fortunate luck. Was there truly divine intervention from a mysterious force? The urgency behind Ehaijo's push to sign and Lin Yu's insistence carried distinctly different implications. This delighted Ehaijo immensely. Observing the interaction between Lin Yu and the landlord, Old Wang, Ehaijo even began to think he had underestimated this university student. At present, it appeared he had overthought the situation. A young lad who had merely stumbled upon fortune remained just that, a young lad, lacking any wariness. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Seeing this, He Jing raised her thumb, exclaiming, this young gentleman is quite adept at socializing, even more so than our Qi Meng had considered. Aunt Qi Meng could hardly be angered. Lin Yu's assertive presence moved her deeply. Over the years, she had shouldered everything alone, not out of true independence, but out of necessity. If she did not bear the burden, who could she rely on? Lin Yu's display today granted her the comforting sensation of being protected. At that moment, she knew she would heed his words with seriousness. Xiao Yu is right. We cannot let Boss Yi's efforts go in vain. We have reviewed the contract, and it poses no issues. Let us sign it today. A triumphant smile spread across Ehaijo's face as he hastily retrieved the contract, saying, haha, well said, there is no time like the present. Trust is the foundation of our cooperation, and I enjoy working with straightforward individuals. Just then, Lin Yu interjected, by the way, Aunt Qi Meng, before meeting the florist introduced by Sister Jing, how about meeting my friend first? In a gathering of book enthusiasts, I shared a particular matter, and a friend from another province, whose family happens to be engaged in the wholesale flower trade, assured me that they could reliably supply the floral varieties we needed, meeting both quality and quantity on time. He plans to visit us in the next couple of days, bringing samples for a face-to-face discussion. I have known this friend for nearly 2 years, and I am quite confident that there is a 90% chance of success, which would spare us the trouble of involving Jingjia. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence. Ehaijo was taken aback, and He Jing was equally stunned. Haijiao's motion to hand over the contract abruptly halted, his smile frozen in place. Jing, feeling guilty, took a step back, patting her rigid face to conceal any signs of distress. If these words had come from an ordinary university student, Haijiao would have dismissed them as youthful bravado. However, this particular student had just casually spent 18,000. Furthermore, he had earned several million within months, establishing himself as a prolific writer in the copyright business. His words could not be taken lightly. Boss, why are you sweating? Perhaps the air conditioning in our shop isn't functioning well. Let us proceed to sign the contract. Lin Yu urged, suppressing a laugh. Chapter 60, the contract will be revised. As Aunt Qi Meng was about to take the contract, Haijiao swiftly retracted his hand. Aunt Qi Meng's hand lingered in the air, looking puzzled. Boss, is there an issue? Our previous discussions were so smooth. You wouldn't suddenly go back on your word, would you? Unbeknownst to her, Haijiao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him after hearing Lin Yu's casual remarks. He realized that signing was absolutely out of the question. What if this young man was indeed telling the truth? Wouldn't that mean one hole would lead to another? He racked his brain, disregarding reason, and hastily explained. Of course, there is no problem with the collaboration. I almost forgot. Our supervisor just mentioned yesterday that the procurement of floral products would increase by 30%. You see, I was so eager to rush over upon receiving your call that I neglected to include the additional details in the contract. I must return to amend it. So we will have to wait until my next visit to sign. After speaking, Haijiao let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly, and his reasoning was somewhat plausible. Given Aunt Qi Meng's emotional intelligence, she likely wouldn't catch on to the underlying issue. Beep. The plan to protect the sect and eliminate the demon has achieved a significant victory. The sect's base is now secure. Please continue to uphold our sect's reputation and thoroughly eradicate the severely wounded demon. Reward: Sect Contribution 100. Spirit Stones 200. Current data: Sect Contribution 300. Spirit Stones 1570. Listening to the system's notification, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. The sect's base is secure, indicating that through his financial display and subtle threats, Aunt Qi Meng would no longer face the dire straits of selling her house to repay debts or contemplating suicide. However, the task was not yet entirely complete, suggesting that Haijiao and Jing still had further schemes planned for them. Really? An additional 30%. How wonderful. Thank you so much for your consideration, boss. Aunt Qi Meng exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon hearing Haijiao's words. The 30% increase meant a significant boost to her net profits. Lin Yu felt a sense of helplessness. Mengzi, how would you survive without me? You've been sold out, yet still count the money joyfully. Despite this, he maintained a facade of shared happiness. This was indeed momentous news, truly splendid. Boss, it seems we cannot sign today after all. Such a substantial matter must be clearly articulated in the contract. Next week, we will wait for you, boss. Thank you. Haijiao wiped the sweat from his brow, striving to maintain his composure. Not at all. Your shop has an excellent reputation. It is only right to provide care. Thankfully, this fortunate fool seemed to harbor no suspicions. For now, he could only bide his time and devise other strategies later. Aunt Qi Meng, with boss's generous order. Shouldn't we show our appreciation? Hearing Lin Yu's hint, Aunt Qi Meng immediately responded, yes. I will select a bouquet for boss. Haijiao awkwardly attempted to intervene. Me? That really isn't necessary. However, Lin Yu's intention was not genuine gratitude. It was merely a pretext to temporarily distract her. The ensuing battlefield would revolve around the three of them. Lin Yu, brimming with optimism, turned to Jing. Sister Jing, I must also thank you today. Once Aunt Qi Meng finishes selecting, I will personally wrap a bouquet for you. Jing was taken aback by Lin Yu's sudden flirtation. Thank me? I haven't done anything. Lin Yu, resembling a bashful young boy, scratched his head and replied, in my eyes, you have done so much. Thanks to you informing me that boss would come today, I had the opportunity to assist Aunt Qi Meng. Moreover, if you enjoy today's meal, I will continue to bring you food whenever you desire. Let us keep in touch via WeChat later. Jing. Could this charming young man truly speak so boldly in front of Aunt Qi Meng? Were they alone, she might have succumbed to her emotions. Yet, now was not the time. Such veiled flirtations startled Jing, especially with old listening nearby, his face turning pale. Haha, I am a good friend of your aunt. Such trifles do not require thanks. Let us keep in touch. If anything arises at school, feel free to reach out to Sister Jing. I will certainly assist. Jing responded in an entirely composed manner. Lin Yu did not press further. Currently, he merely needed to plant a seed of doubt, which would soon take root and bear fruit. Shortly after boss departed, Jing naturally sought an excuse to leave as well. She drove to the parking lot of a park just across the street. Each time she met with Aunt Qi Meng at the flower shop, they would convene here. Sometimes, when there were fewer pedestrians, they would even perform maintenance on their vehicles. Today, however, the foot traffic was sparse, and regrettably, it was not an opportune moment for cultivation. After parking, Jing sat in the passenger seat beside Haizhou. What on earth is happening? Wasn't everything planned out? Why did you bring in this novelist? What are you trying to achieve? Are you plotting against Aunt Qi Meng or me? You seem pleased watching me flounder. As soon as she entered the car, Haizhou unleashed a furious tirade. Before leaving the flower shop, he had clearly heard that Lin Yu received Jing's message, which explained his timely appearance at the flower shop, the sudden emergence of a substantial sum of money to settle the rent issue, and his uncanny connections to procure floral products. Reflecting on the flirtatious glances exchanged between Lin Yu and Jing, Haizhou felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, as if a shell were about to form on his back. Observing the irate middle-aged man before her, Jing felt a wave of disdain wash over her. Initially, she had perceived him as a golden opportunity, but after extracting a few small coins, she realized he was merely an ordinary turtle at heart. With her arms crossed confidently in front of her, she coolly addressed him. Have you finished your shouting? Did you forget your brain at home? Aunt Qi Meng is unaware of Lin Yu's wealth. How could I possibly know? Today was merely an accident. Is your head filled with nonsense? Without my assistance, would you have ever encountered such a lucrative opportunity? If you wish to turn your fortunes around, mind your tone. Haizhou, his face flushed with anger, felt the fire within him simmer down as Jing's reprimand struck home. Indeed, without her help, this situation would have been impossible. The thought of angering her and risking his future was daunting. Jing, I apologize for my impatience. Please don't be upset. It's merely that I care for you deeply and fear losing you, he stammered, attempting to place his arm around Jing's shoulders. His pitiful demeanor only fueled her revulsion, prompting her to sidestep his advances. Are you suggesting I would pursue younger men? Am I to feast upon your desiccated, unnutritious existence? Jing snapped back. You really ought to silence yourself. It's evident how little you think of me if you suspect I would associate with a child. That's not what I meant, Haizhou protested. Just then, Jing's phone rang, interrupting their exchange. Her heart raced. Could it be? The confined space of the car made it impossible to hide while answering. Anxiously, she retrieved her phone, only to see the name, Xiao Shuaigo Lin Yu. Chapter 61. Even turtles have their limits. Anger them, and they will bite. Maintaining her composure, Jing nonchalantly ended the call, as if dismissing a mere telemarketer. At this moment, answering was out of the question. Lin Yu had been so obvious at Aunt Qi Meng's shop. He was likely still under her spell. There was no telling how intense a young man, suppressed for over 20 years, could become when unleashed. Previously, Jing could have dismissed a call without raising suspicion. But now, the seeds of doubt were beginning to sprout. Jing, why don't you answer the phone? Haizhou inquired tentatively. Ugh, Jing replied, her impatience evident. It's just a sales call. Why should I bother? Shouldn't we be discussing more pressing matters? As she spoke, she discreetly positioned her phone against her thigh, preparing to mute it. However, before she could act, the ringtone blared once more. Just as she was about to disconnect, a large hand swiftly snatched the phone from her grasp. Jing gasped, panic coursing through her. Haizhou, shaking with anxiety, stared at the screen, his complexion paling further. Xiao Shuaigo Lin Yu? What is he trying to sell? Flowers? Jing rubbed her wrist, stuttering. I just didn't want you to misunderstand. Haizhou ground his teeth in frustration. Oh, so you're worried about my thoughts? Fine. Then let us hear what he has to say, and see if I'm overthinking. Without giving Jing a chance to regain control, he answered the call, placing it on speakerphone between them. Jing desperately wanted to curse this rude turtle of a man, but now she had to suppress her fury. The call was connected. She couldn't allow the new target, her little wallet, to catch on. Xiao Shuaigo, what is up? Did I leave something behind at the shop? Jing calmly posed the question, eager to maintain control of the conversation. She feared Lin Yu might blurt out something inappropriate. Thus, she aimed to steer the dialogue. Yet, Lin Yu's reply swiftly eliminated her guiding intentions. Sister, if I said you left me behind, would that make me seem childish? Jing. Haizhou. While in the shop, Haizhou had entertained suspicions, but he never anticipated they had reached a level where such flirtation was possible. Lin Yu's words struck Haizhou like a sharp dagger, piercing his heart. Jing was equally taken aback by the implication behind his statement. If only this conversation hadn't involved Haizhou, perhaps this afternoon could have brought about a deeper connection between them. The perfect opportunity to ensnare a new prey had slipped through her fingers. Now, out of consideration for her current partner's feelings, She couldn't acknowledge Lin Yu's insinuation, at least not overtly. Provoking the turtle could lead to unpredictable consequences. Haha, Xiao Shuai Gu, you're quite humorous. If you truly took me away, Qi Meng I wouldn't let me off easy. After all, we're such good friends. Sister is still driving. And the traffic is a bit heavy. He Jing hoped Lin Yu would be considerate enough to end the call promptly. Later, she might still have the chance to continue their conversation. Yet, Lin Yu did not hang up. Instead, he continued in a self-indulgent manner. Sister, this is the first time. Today is the first time. He Jing. Yihai. Damn the ambiguous phrasing. It was driving He Jing to the brink of insanity. What did he mean by first time? They had barely known each other for 2 hours. There had been no intimacy whatsoever. Observing the veins bulging in Yihai's neck and the bloodshot hue of his eyes, He Jing could no longer concern herself with opportunities and urgently pressed, Xiao Shuai Gu, you mustn't speak half-truths. It can lead to misunderstandings. Ha ha ha, don't be silly. Jingjia hasn't he done anything today? Are you referring to the first time spending so much money? In He Jing's estimation, Lin Yu should not possess such profound experience in these matters. His coyness mirrored the tactics she often employed on others. Today, however, she found herself ensnared by a college student while her current partner listened in. On the line, Lin Yu's tone grew increasingly anxious. Sister, I'm not joking. In my life, it's the first time someone has voluntarily wanted to eat the dumplings I've eaten. He Jing. Yihai. The sheer effort required to endure this conversation was all that remained of Yihai's sanity. The two of you are still sharing a meatball, aren't you? I have spent so much money on this woman, and she dares to sneak off to flirt with some street mongrel behind my back. Even if He Jing tries to explain herself now, Yihai will never believe her deceitful words. Can I not fathom her intentions after all that we have been through? This turtle of a man has his limits. If he won't allow me any respite, then let none of us live. Yihai flung open the car door and rushed to the trunk. The clattering sounds from within startled He Jing. Oh, this isn't anything. I have a call coming in. Handsome. We'll talk later. He Jing hurriedly finished her sentence and hung up the phone. Now is not the time to ponder how Lin Yu would react. If this drags on, it could be a matter of life and death. As He Jing opened the passenger door just a crack, the door was abruptly kicked shut by Yihai from outside. The force sent He Jing sprawling onto the center console. Frowning, she was about to hurl some harsh words, only to find Yihai brandishing a large wrench, angrily pointing it towards her inside the car. You dare come down and try it. Yihai's furious roar sent her heart racing. She kept telling herself, stay calm. He Jing, you can handle this. He is merely a cowardly man, not daring to act. Steady yourself. Chapter 62, The Hacker Meeting, Lacking Any Class. Beep. Outstanding maneuver. The host subtly executed a ploy, successfully creating a rift between Wuxiang Xiao and Qianmian Huli. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Beep. Outstanding maneuver. The host spoke astonishingly. Successfully widening the fissure between Wuxiang Xiao and Qianmian Huli. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained at the flower shop, tidying up while comfortably enjoying the system rewards. It seems this phone call truly had a remarkable effect. A man, unless he possesses some peculiar fetish, cannot accept being overshadowed by someone wearing a hat. Of course, Lin Yu did not believe it would be so simple to resolve matters between the two. Given He Jing's exceptional skills, even in dire straits, she could still manage to handle the foolish Yihai. This was merely the prelude. Genuine retribution was yet to come. The call was not only intended to stir discord, but also to let them know he had leverage. If they had not parted ways yet, the next step would surely involve him. The days ahead are long. First, the contractual crisis must be resolved, ensuring Aunt Qi Meng's safety. After that, Lin Yu would have ample time to engage them leisurely. Compared to manipulating the two, it was evidently far more challenging to handle Aunt Qi Meng. After Yihai and He Jing departed, Lin Yu mentioned wanting to pay off the remaining mortgage on the apartment in one go. However, this was met with Aunt Qi Meng's staunch refusal. All her temper and capability were directed at her own. Lin Yu was eager to amass a large sum of money simply to alleviate her financial woes. Now, he had only managed to address half of the issue. There was no choice but to wait until their relationship progressed further before discussing the other half. In the parking lot of the park, inside Yihai's car, the two had been at a standstill for over a minute. He Jing, with her eyes shut, leaned toward the driver's seat. Come on, hit me. Don't you want to strike me? Go ahead, let us see if beating me will resolve anything. If Yihai had been provoked by Lin Yu's words, he might have truly struck out in anger. However, after entering and returning, confronted by He Jing's unwavering confidence, Yihai shrank back. Noticing his inaction, He Jing crossed her arms, sitting upright. He truly is a coward. Thank goodness he is a coward. In that moment, when she had leaned in, Her heart raced with fear. Such a man must be cut off early. Otherwise, should he discover something later, the consequences would be dire. As for now, she had just delivered a verbal slap to Ihaijo, and it was time to offer him a sweet date to keep him steady. Look at you. A man in his 40s, still envious of a mere child? I only took a bite of his food. I wasn't he full, was I? Jing adopted her usual teasing tone, transforming the highly contradictory situation into Ihaijo being jealous and caring for her. She relished this psychological implication of concern. Ihaijo tossed the wrench down in frustration, gasping for breath. What are you, not full? Upon hearing this, Jing immediately understood she was safe. Thus, she raised her hand and playfully poked Ihaijo on the head. With you around, why would I need to go elsewhere for food? Your woman is so charming that she has captivated a foolish boy. Shouldn't that make you happy? Look at how flustered you were back at the shop. You could hardly string together 3 sentences. With just a few words and clever manipulation, Jing successfully redirected the conversation from her and Lin Yu back to the matter Ihaijo cared about most, the contract. Ihaijo spread his hands and said, what else can I say? The whole is already several million. If I sign, won't it just get bigger? This isn't even your fault. Aunt Qi Meng's people didn't do their due diligence. Jing leaned slightly closer to Ihaijo, coyly saying, how can you place the blame on a woman, Mr. E? Now isn't the time to rush. I see that the foolish boy writing novels may truly have a crush on me. Why not use him to continue playing out the contract drama? Ihaijo warned, you're not thinking of seducing him, are you? Jing pinched Ihaijo's arm. What are you thinking? I promise I won't let him take advantage of me. Ihaijo asked, what's your plan? Share it with me. Jing replied, it could work like this. Meanwhile, on Lin Yu's side, things were looking grim. After acquiring the flowers Aunt Qi Meng prepared for Mo Xiangying, Lin Yu arrived at the designated location 40 minutes early. He thought, surely a prominent figure from a large company would have the habit of arriving early, right? However, for the entire 40 minutes, he strolled around the vicinity, encountering neither the so-called client nor Mo Xiangying and Yu Mengfu. Instead, they only communicated with him over the headset, shrouded in mystery as if they were a gang preparing for a shipment. Inger, what exactly is your plan? Are we still negotiating the deal? Now I find myself in a state of utter boredom. What about you and Xiaofu? Is it not possible for the 3 of us to meet? After Lin Yu's lament, the voice of Mo Xiangying echoed in his ears. Master, do not be anxious. Meeting now could easily expose us. Among the 2 individuals who arrived today, one is a rather skilled troublemaker. However, there is no need to worry, for with me around, no one will discover your identity. Lin Yu mused. To be considered skilled by someone like Mo Xiangying, who holds a world ranking among hackers, is no small feat. It is safe to assume that this person is at least a top-tier professional in the realm of cyberspace. It seems there might be some past grievances between her and Mo Xiangying. No wonder this rebellious disciple did not mention whom she intended to meet. Had I known I was encountering such a perilous individual, I would have demanded additional remuneration. Truly, you are a commendable disciple, keeping secrets so well. You are not afraid of revealing my identity in front of professionals. Your heart is indeed bold. If I am not mistaken, this bouquet I hold is intended for the troublemaker you mentioned, right? Mo Xiangying's voice returned. Master, you truly understand your disciple. Last year, I opened her information box to offer an apology. Chapter 63, The Encounter with an Online Friend. What is verbal torture? Lin Yu felt a chill at her words. Open the box? Not only did you track her down, but you also subjected her to online harassment? Mo Xiangying hurriedly clarified. Not quite. I was the sole perpetrator. Lin Yu retorted. Is this truly a client meeting? It seems more akin to a confrontation between foes. At this moment, she is likely lurking with a group of associates, preparing to teach you a harsh lesson. He questioned sharply. Inger, you are quite ruthless. How much do I even earn? Am I here to risk my life? Mo Xiangying gently reassured him. Master, do not fret. I assure you, there will be no issues. Trust me. Lin Yu clenched his fists. I trust you? Where are you? Let us have a word. You have offended someone, and now you dare not show your face? You are content to hide online. Not only did you agree to meet in person, but you also chose to do so right at her doorstep. Why? Is it because the rewards offered were too enticing? The assurance of Mo Xiangying resonated in his ears. Absolutely not. I have no interest in money. Since my debut, I have rarely encountered it. Lin Yu replied. Very well. What a remarkable figure in the realm of the internet. What a formidable hacker you are. The next words from his apprentice left Lin Yu utterly astonished. Master, the reason I agreed to meet offline this time is that the company that hired me and her has a rather unique background. You must know about 860, right? Lin Yu exclaimed. The client you wish to meet is 860. 860 security guard, 860 antivirus software, 860 browser. Who in the world does not know of them? In 2006, a free security guard burst onto the scene. Within just over a year, it captured a substantial portion of the paid antivirus software market. As of 2014, its penetration rate has reached 99.7%. In the market, there are no competitors left. Today, in the small city of Pingchuan, the client Mo Xiangying is set to meet is indeed 860. For the next 5 minutes, Mo Xiangying recounted the entire background of this meeting to Lin Yu in a jargon-laden manner. Even so, it sounded rather convoluted and lengthy. In simple terms, this April, 860 Cloud officially launched. Besides providing services to large corporations and small to medium enterprises, it also opened connections above. This move has resulted in 860 Cloud facing frequent foreign attacks in the past 2 months, suffering relentless assaults around the clock. Over a month ago, 860 Cloud experienced a brief 2-day period of stability. During those days, no matter the volume of attacks, they were efficiently resolved. The headquarters of 860 realized that a world-class expert was assisting them. In reality, it was a fierce online duel between Mo Xiangying and her adversary. They were akin to 2P shooters in Plants vs. Zombies, competing to see who could defeat more zombies. The ultimate outcome was nearly indistinguishable. The network experts at 860's headquarters discovered the communication channels between the two online and extended an invitation for network security management. Mo Xiangying and her rival, both too proud to concede, decided to accept the invitation together to help 860 Cloud navigate through the peak of attacks. They even pledged to determine who was superior. Whoever reneged would be labeled a coward. Lin Yu had envisioned hacker battles akin to those depicted in films, swift keystrokes, lines of code flashing across multiple screens, and then, in a corporate building, the internet would falter, power would fail, and phones would lose signal. Aircraft would malfunction, missiles would launch automatically, and countless inboxes would receive the same email warning of a traitor, halting transactions. However, the reality of hacker confrontations resembled nothing more than children arguing and bickering. 860 had established connections with major corporations and could not operate as hackers in collaboration with them. They specifically dispatched personnel from the corporate headquarters to invite the two for an offline discussion. The subsequent office location would not impose any restrictions. As for why they chose to meet in Pingchuan, it was due to the excessively high frequency of encounters between Mo Xiangying and her rival last year. In various online competitions, they were evenly matched. Both sought to uncover the other's identity first. After a chaotic and indescribable battle, Mo Xiangying managed to acquire a portion of her rival's personal information. The adversary confirmed her location in Pingchuan. Since that encounter, the two young women had reached a gentleman's agreement not to investigate each other further. This is also why Mo Xiangying could guarantee Lin Yu's identity information would remain absolutely secure. The act of sending flowers as an apology to her rival was Mo Xiangying's way of asserting her position as the victor after having accessed some of the opponent's information. A hand should not strike a smiling face. Even if the rival still harbored anger, receiving a gift made it difficult to express it openly. After such a lengthy period of online competition, they could be regarded as both enemies and friends. This convoluted plot, if placed in an online novel, would require millions of words to narrate, leaving Lin Yu's head spinning. This is the last time. Any further requests from this rebellious disciple shall never be granted. Master, someone is approaching. On the second floor of the CAF, by the window, at table 01. Without giving Lin Yu a moment to express his frustration, Mo Xiangying alerted him that the target had appeared. Lin Yu raised his gaze towards the CAF across the street. Indeed, there was a figure in the first segmented seat from the left. The distance was too great, and the reflection in the glass made it impossible to discern the person's features. As he walked toward the CAF, Lin Yu inquired, "Is there only one person? Is it someone from 860, or is it your troublemaker?" Mo Xiangying. The early arrivals are undoubtedly the obnoxious ones. Those with 860 points would not arrive so early. Lin Yu, I am truly astounded by your antics. And how should I address her? I cannot possibly call her the obnoxious one, can I? What a name that is. So steeped in nostalgia. Mo Xiangying, my name online is 0. Lin Yu, wouldn't she be called 1? Such an extravagant pairing. Mo Xiangying, her name is Mao Mao, which refers to the cat in Chinese. Lin Yu, that name truly lacks any elegance. At least Ning is someone who aligns with international standards. Couldn't a more dignified name have been chosen? Furthermore, two legendary hackers meeting up, and they cannot even be bothered to find a private room. Lin Yu felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Following Mo Xiangying's instructions, Lin Yu finally arrived at the designated seat in the CAF. The meeting with the online acquaintance had officially commenced. Mao Mao? You must be Mao Mao, right? After greeting her, The girl seated with a coffee turned around. She had short, icy blue hair adorned with a rather discordant lettered hairpin that looked as though it might fall off at any moment. Beneath the blue locks, one could faintly discern a base of black hair. So, she is wearing an icy blue wig. A pair of white sports headphones hung around her neck, and she donned a loose, abstract watercolor t-shirt dress. This attire certainly matched the style of a tech genius. Her almond-shaped eyes were bright and clear, exuding an air of sophistication that felt oddly familiar to Lin Yu. Upon seeing Lin Yu approach, Mao Mao, whose age was difficult to gauge, initially displayed a look of confusion. "A man? You are Zero? Zero is a man?" Mao Mao asked, her shock evident. It was only natural for her to harbor such doubts. Since he was here, he might as well see this performance through to the end. Lin Yu confidently took a seat across from her, temporarily placing the flowers aside. He picked up the untouched cup of coffee at the table. "This cup of coffee is for me, right? Thank you. Why can't Zero be a man? Did I ever claim to be a woman?" As he spoke, Lin Yu took a delicate sip of the coffee, feigning a casual demeanor. Mao Mao's astonishment did not wane as she continued to inquire. "Are you truly Zero? This is utterly absurd. Are you saying that the Zero who harassed me for 3 days after checking my information, threatening to have his way with me in my bedroom, dining room, car, bathroom, bed, and on the stove is a man?" Lin Yu nearly choked on his coffee. What the heck? So this is the verbal torture I've been subjected to? The stove is truly over the top. Chapter 64. The stove is excessive, and Lin Yu, who refuses to listen. "You know, you really shouldn't say that." This is a statement that Mo Xiangying would absolutely make. She is someone with no practical experience. Merely a loudmouth who revels in sharing odd knowledge to belittle those around her. The stove? That knowledge is truly a muddle. Meanwhile, across the CAF, in a room on the second floor of a budget hotel, Mo Xiangying scratched her head awkwardly while holding a high-performance telescope. Beside her, Yimingfu, clad in a hooded sweatshirt, blushed at the questions Mao Mao had sent through the cash register. Indeed, it was typical of Inger. She privately adored speaking some rather unseemly intimate phrases. To her surprise, she was so candid even with her rival. Mo Xiangying pressed the call button and timidly said, "Master, forgive my intrusion." After a prolonged battle, suddenly catching her felt like a thrilling "I won tea let you escape." "I hope you can understand. Thank you for your hard work." After Mo Xiangying finished speaking, she released the call button. Yi Mengfu pulled down her hood and whispered conspiratorially, Is it really okay?" Mo Xiangying understood what Yi Mengfu was implying. She was concerned. Given such a troublesome situation, can Lin Yu manage? Mo Xiangying continued to hold the telescope in one hand while signaling an okay gesture with the other. "Don't worry, Master is no ordinary person. Such matters are trivial for him. As for you, Xiaofufu, we aren't even there to witness their conversation. It's just the two of us here. Is it necessary for you to be so fully equipped, as if you might be discovered at any moment?" Yi Mengfu's behavior was a perfect externalization of her inner nervousness. If not for Xiaofufu's extreme introversion, Mo Xiangying might have considered bringing her in to play Zero. After being called out by Mo Xiangying, Yi Mengfu finally removed her hood and took off her mask. After completing this series of actions, she seemed to lose her camouflage like a chameleon. Yi Mengfu instinctively edged closer to Mo Xiangying. In the CAF, Lin Yu finally swallowed the coffee in his mouth. With the utmost self-control, he maintained a composed expression. He spoke as calmly as he could. "My past actions were somewhat driven by a competitive spirit. Please do not take offense. As we gradually interact, you will come to realize that I am, in fact, quite easy to get along with. That's enough." Lin Yu had exerted himself. How could one possibly retrieve the situation after suggesting to take someone to the stove? It was utterly unthinkable to apply Mo Xiangying's direct approach to Mao Mao, who wore a wig. After speaking, Lin Yu held his breath, focusing intently on every minute detail of Mao Mao's movements. Should a coffee cup be hurled his way unexpectedly, he wanted to be prepared to evade it. As Lin Yu entered a state of concentration, he detected a faint sound wave or electrical current that he clearly picked up from his headphones. It didn't seem familiar. Before Lin Yu could ponder further, Mao Mao spoke again. "It is hard to believe that you do not harbor any ulterior motives. Perhaps excessive interaction is unnecessary. This collaboration with 860 is a battleground for us to determine superiority. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Lin Yu, ulterior motives? Such a refined way to insult someone. It seems that altering his image is a distant dream. Following the words from Mo Xiangying that echoed in his ear, Lin Yu replied, "Of course, I have not forgotten. We must determine the victor this time. If you do not face defeat amidst the blooming peach blossoms, you will never understand why the flowers are so red." Lin Yu thought, what a wonderfully juvenile and wicked line. The original phrase in Mo Xiangying's ear was not about peach blossoms, but rather about chrysanthemums. It appears that she is unconcerned about the consequences, as the person in front of her is not her. What a line to deliver. Is this polite? He was unleashing unrefined remarks at the girl with the wig, and surely, if she reported him for harassment, he would be in serious trouble. Even Lin Yu's polished version of the dialogue was a severe test of his composure. Any slip in confidence would reveal his true self. Once again, the peculiar sound wave reverberated, occurring right after Lin Yu had finished speaking. Lin Yu discerned the direction from whence the sound waves emanated. It was none other than the wig-wearing cat before him. Could it be that her enhanced physique had elevated her hearing to an extraordinary level? Previously, in the tranquil confines of his bedroom, he had clearly overheard the exchange between Mo Xiangying and Yi Mengfu at the door. Yet now, the source of these exceedingly faint sound waves remained elusive. The cat supported herself on either side of the chair, her expression calm as she remarked, "There's no need to boast prematurely. The outcome is yet uncertain." Lin Yu rested his arms on the table, his gaze fixed intently on the cat. Seemingly flustered, she averted her eyes. Almost immediately, a faint buzzing sound filled the air. Lin Yu silently counted the oscillations of the sound waves, 5 times. In the next moment, the cat turned to Lin Yu's discarded words and inquired, "What do you need the flowers for?" Just 5 words, neither more nor less. A daring hypothesis blossomed in Lin Yu's mind. From the hotel room across the way, he mused, the flowers are an apology for our earlier encounter. Master? Why the silence? Surely, the signal is fine. You must be able to hear me, right? Allow me to reiterate. The flowers are to express my remorse for what transpired. Master, what is going on? Mo Xiangying anxiously dispatched dialogue commands. It was not only the recording device that failed to capture Lin Yu's voice, even through the telescope. His expression appeared serious and motionless. Beside her, Yi Mengfu clenched her small fists, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. "Lin Yu, what is the matter?" Yi Mengfu asked, her voice trembling. Mo Xiangying bit her lip and shook her head, straining to observe the two. She too was bewildered by the unfolding events. At the CAF table, after a tense half-minute, Lin Yu rubbed his nose and reclined lazily. The friendly smile that had graced his face was replaced with a serious demeanor as he queried, "What do you need the flowers for? Is it necessary for me to disclose that?" The cat's expression turned to one of shock, a flicker of displeasure crossing her brow. She responded incredulously, "Zero." "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow and pointed towards her ear, asking, "Was that her question or yours? Do you lack conviction? You ask questions, seek answers, and yet you must also manage your expression. It's quite a hassle." Miss Standen. Chapter 65. The Standen sister is extraordinary. Can I bring friends to dinner? Lin Yu's sudden bombshell left the wig-wearing cat momentarily speechless. This time, her expression management was impeccable, as the faint sound waves continued to emanate from her. The cat replied, "Zero. It seems you have a penchant for jest. I cannot comprehend your words." Lin Yu countered, "Am I jesting? What is my current world ranking? What was it last time? How many ranks separate us? What competition was our first encounter? In which match did I first best you? At what age did you first compete? And what are the last 6 digits of your ID?" The cat's brow furrowed in a tangle. Lin Yu extended his hand, counting down, 5, 4, 3. She was utterly at a loss. Within 5 seconds, the answers to so many questions were overwhelming, even if she could hear them. Retaining every detail was another matter entirely. The act of listening while speaking made it all the more likely that she would miss vital information and become incoherent. Crucially, Lin Yu had begun to harbor suspicions. The slightest hint of hesitation would render her unable to persuade him of her complete sincerity. Exposed, completely exposed. At that moment, a voice crackled through the cat's earpiece. "Sean, I'll handle this. He onto us. Give me a minute. I'll be right there." Upon hearing this, the cat removed her wig, the head-mounted headphones, and the concealed in-ear devices. She gently shook her head, allowing her sleek black hair to fall gracefully. "Impressive, little brother. Thanks to you, I can remove these things early. It seems I'm not very adept at acting. I'm curious, how did you discover my ruse?" With her disguise shed, a cold and regal aura enveloped her. Her exquisitely refined features contrasted sharply with her attire, dispelling any prior sense of dissonance. This was her true essence. When adorned with the wig, her age was indiscernible. Now, she appeared at least a few years older than Lin Yu. In Lin Yu's earpiece, Mo Xiangying's voice erupted in furious indignation. This wretched fraud has the audacity to send a stand-in to meet you. Master, thank goodness you're astute enough to uncover her scheme. What kind of person is she, when I approached her with earnest intentions to meet you? How dare she send a decoy without a word?" Lin Yu retorted, "How can the little hacker speak such words? Did you not also seek me as a stand-in? You can still talk tough now, but that is only because of my unique abilities and intellect that I've taken the reins. Without me, how would you manage? Lin Yu sat upright, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he confidently remarked, there are numerous reasons for my realization that you are a stand-in. Subtle movements, micro-expressions, pauses in your speech, wandering gazes, and your overall demeanor, among others. To be frank, to excel as a network professional, one must possess an unshakable psychological fortitude. The stand-in sister mused, those in your line of work are truly fascinating. I reside in Pingchuan. We may indeed cross paths again. Lin Yu was taken aback. What? Are you trying to toy with me? A stand-in is one thing, but you're also a local? He did not wish to engage in further conversation with a local. The city of Pingchuan was small. It was entirely possible they might encounter each other again on some street corner. The stand-in sister continued, rest assured. I'm not involved in your line of work. I won't be investigating anyone. Mo Shangyin commanded through the earpiece. Master, confront her. Remind her that those in our profession also have their demands. As Lin Yu was about to respond, a petite young girl approached the table. Without needing her to answer any confirmation questions, Lin Yu was convinced that the cat was indeed her. Her extraordinary ice blue short hair was accented with a streak of white, and a lettered hairpin adorned her locks, adding a touch of cuteness. Matching sporty headphones rested around her slender neck. The identical abstract watercolor t-shirt dress accentuates a petite and slender figure. In terms of overall demeanor, she appears several years younger than her stand-in sister, resembling a peer of Lin Yu. Not only is Lin Yu convinced that she is indeed Mao Mao, but he also firmly believes that she must possess a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Seeking a stand-in, she insists on adopting an identical style, down to the finest details. A pure embodiment of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Upon encountering the true subject, the stand-in sister gracefully rises and states, I apologize, Mao Mao. This young gentleman's powers of observation are somewhat alarming. I did not expect to be discovered so swiftly. Please continue your conversation. I shall await you downstairs. Should he dare, feel free to summon me. Before departing, the stand-in sister does not hesitate to issue a veiled threat. She arrives at the parking area of the CAF, slips into a black G-Class, and retrieves her phone. 3 missed calls from Xia Yue. The woman dials back. Xia Shan, have you perished outside? Why are you not answering your phone? I have yet to find someone to take you out. Do not take matters into your own hands. The younger sister, Xia Yue, greets her as usual with queries of life and death. Xia Shan, accustomed to this, quickly addresses the main point. Mao Mao has come to Pingchuan. I was just with her. She is currently meeting an important client. On the other end, Xia Yue exclaims with excitement and shock. Mao Mao is here? What about Aunt Shui? Has she arrived? Why did you not mention such an important matter sooner? Sneaking off to meet Mao Mao is utterly despicable, elder sister. Xia Shan, touching up her makeup, replies, Shui is not here. Only Mao Mao is present. Regardless of your schedule tomorrow, make sure to free up some time for dinner with Mao Mao. There is a possibility that Mao Mao will bring along a local friend. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Yue asks, all right, may I bring a friend as well? In the CAF, the genuine Mao Mao sits gracefully, smoothing the hem of her dress. With a slight nod, she speaks softly, it has been a while since I have ventured out, and I am unaware of your true identity. Hence, I sought a local friend to meet with you first. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. Her demeanor is courteous and composed, though her voice is soft. She displays no signs of timidity. She perfectly embodies Lin Yu's latent impression of a genteel lady. The somewhat ostentatious hair color and attire do not detract from her inherent grace. Should the Mao Mao before him be performing, one must concede that her acting skills are exceptionally refined, devoid of any sense of incongruity or theatricality. Mo Shangyin is indeed furious about Mao Mao's use of a stand-in, yet she has belatedly realized that she too is playing the role of a substitute. Resigned, she remarks through her earpiece, forget it, master, accept her apology. She comes across as a bit obsessive online, yet she is surprisingly polite. The discovery that Mao Mao's stand-in has been revealed stems from the stand-in's sister's anxiety about potentially botching the situation, leading her to articulate every word in line with Mao Mao's intentions. Lin Yu's ability to remain undetected is attributed to his refusal to comply entirely with remote guidance. To forgive her? Wouldn't that squander the advantage he had just secured? Yinger's intellect may be adept at coding, yet discernment and understanding human nature are clearly beyond her capabilities. I come sincerely to meet you, and you, in turn, send a stand-in to host me? You do not regard me as a person. I even remembered today is your birthday and brought you flowers. Apology? I refuse to accept it. I am currently quite irate. Accepting an apology would merely equalize our standings. Currently, the fault lies with you. I shall dominate this cat. The look of astonishment in Mao Mao's eyes swiftly vanishes. It is entirely reasonable not to accept. This is indeed Zero's characteristic style. Seizing even the slightest psychological advantage, he strikes hard against the opponent. Now that they are face-to-face rather than online, Mao Mao's social decorum forbids her from losing composure in public. She continues in a gentle tone. Today does indeed mark the date registered on my ID as my birthday. But it is not my actual birthday. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, and I am the one who was presumptuous. Additionally, your previous statement originates from Gu Mao Mao Jiren Zaijiang Hu at 12 minutes and 20 seconds. I comprehend your subtle expression, Lin Yu. The fact that it is not her birthday is of little consequence. The subsequent statement is the true revelation. A casual remark can pinpoint a film's timing to the precise second. This cannot be true. Mo Xiangying's commanding voice echoes once more in her earpiece. Here we go again. Master, she is definitely not a stand-in. She is Mao Mao. What irks me most about her is her deliberate flaunting of her memory. I challenge you, Master, to ask her, I am the last great silver demon. Today I shall duel you, the last great silver, and inquire where it is from. Lin Yu, disciple. What nonsense fills your mind? Is this suitable for public discourse? Ignoring Mo Xiangying, Lin Yu nods in appreciation. Your memory remains impressive, doesn't it? Mao Mao responds at lightning speed. 5th, 4th, 6th place, CTNY competition, 12 years old, 095532. Those are all the answers to your previous questions. Lin Yu, who asked you? It appears that Mao Mao not only possesses an excellent memory, but also a formidable competitive spirit. Perhaps it is due to facing Zero that she is even more reluctant to yield. What is more alarming is that after providing her answers, a slight smile graces Mao Mao's lips, as if to convey to Lin Yu, in terms of momentum, I am not at a disadvantage. The initiative is mine. Even if she were not Zero, no ordinary person would wish to be easily outmaneuvered by a younger girl. Lin Yu, caught off guard, slams the table. I went to the community convenience store to buy something. The total was 39 yuan and 80 cents. I handed him 2 20 yuan bills. What did he give me in return? Mao Mao clenches her fist. 2 1-jiao coins? Lin Yu. He gave me a piece of bubble gum. Mao Mao. Lin Yu leans slightly forward. To fish for fish, one must fish for knife fish. To fish for knife fish, one must go to the island. Repeat that 3 times. Mao Mao's throat tightens. To fish for fish, one must fish for knife fish. To fish for knife fish, one must go to the island. My memory only pertains to the realm of film and television. This is against the rules. Lin Yu moves even closer to Mao Mao. You dare claim I am breaking the rules? I cannot agree. In the 3rd season, 6th episode of Mountain Village Love Variations, what is Lu Neng's first line? Mao Mao's eyes widen. I have not seen that. Lin Yu. Ah, so you are but a novice. Mao Mao. That is not the line. This line is the atmosphere suddenly falls silent as Mao Mao gazes at Lin Yu, triumphantly returning to her seat. In her mind, the derisive mockery of Lin Yu continued to reverberate. It was not merely a test of dialogue, but a personal attack. Zero in reality was 100 times more formidable and overbearing than online. In the room of the adjacent budget hotel, Yi Mengfu adjusted her black-framed glasses, which nearly slipped down her nose, and let out a long sigh. The audio quality of the recording equipment was so exceptional that it felt as if she were experiencing it firsthand, stirring memories within her. The sense of immersion was so profound that it was as if she herself had just been subjected to Lin Yu's aggressive questioning. The assertive Lin Yu was truly terrifying. Fishing, one must catch the knife fish. Yi Mengfu attempted it with a timid voice, but decisively abandoned the idea, temporarily setting aside her binoculars. Mo Xiangying revealed a triumphant smile. Impressive. Master is indeed extraordinary. Why do I feel he resembles Zero even more than I do? Upon reflection, she considered that if she were to retire in the future, perhaps Master could inherit the mantle of Zero. Yi Mengfu was left with a face full of questions. Who is the Master? Who is the disciple? Just as Mo Xiangying was indulging in her musings, her phone chimed with a text message. An identical message had also been sent to Lin Yu's phone. In the CAF, the simultaneous ringing of Lin Yu and Mao Mao's phones interrupted their mental duel. The sender, naturally, was a representative dispatched by Headquarters 860. Lin Yu glanced at the content of the message and, in a cheerful tone, remarked, Ah, the people from Headquarters 860 are arriving. It seems today's verbal battle will once again be my victory. As soon as he finished speaking, a creaking sound pierced the air as everyone clenched their fists, producing a clear sound. The refined young lady's cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. Though her voice was quiet, she spoke with great determination. I shall not be defeated. Lin Yu stared in disbelief. Oh? Is her competitive spirit this intense? Still the ever-fighting cat? For goodness sake, I am an undefeated tiger. Mao Mao's fierce demeanor lasted only for a moment before she reverted to her usual self. Apologies for the boldness. 0. May I ask if you are available tomorrow? Chapter 67. Boys are indeed strange creatures, capable of changing their expressions. Lin Yu's brows furrowed slightly as he replied without hesitation. I am not available. He initially thought Mao Mao would succumb to her temper once again. However, she merely nodded calmly and softly replied, all right. Whether it was for a date or a duel, Lin Yu would not acquiesce. He had put forth a performance worthy of an acting emperor to convince Mao Mao that he was indeed 0. Any excessive interaction could easily reveal his true identity. Henceforth, it would be best if the two had no further entanglements. How they fought online was their affair. He had no concern for their battles. Ding dong. Ding dong. A WeChat message chimed from his phone. Lin Yu picked it up to see that the sender was the nurse sister from the apartment, Xia Wei. Oh, I can hardly keep up with the flowers at home. When would I have time to pay attention to the wildflowers outside? Even the most diligent gardener has limits. Xia Wei. Little master, you kiss and run? Xia Wei. Do you think I would be intimidated by your pretense of being a socialite? Xia Wei. I'll join you and your disciple for dinner tomorrow. I'll notify you of the time and place. Xia Wei. Consider it a compensation for your disciple. Xia Wei. Animated image of a couple passionately kissing. Lin Yu truly wished to show the chat history to Mao Mao. See, this is the sophisticated way to arrange a meeting. Asking if someone has time? How childish. A sensible girl simply sends a notification. Lin Yu typed quickly in response. I'll get you an egg. Subsequently, he silenced his phone. Whatever Mao Mao wanted to discuss, he was unaware. Xia Wei was genuinely looking to stir up trouble. How could Lin Yu, a paragon of the new century, casually follow the nurse into a brawl? Moreover, the target of the conflict was her sister. Was their sibling relationship so strained that it had to be severed? Would they still celebrate the new year together? A few minutes later, the group manager from Headquarters 860 arrived at the CAF to discuss business. The newcomer was a middle-aged businessman with an oil-slicked side part, appearing to be around 40 years of age. Approaching the table, the manager politely inquired, "Are you both 0 and Mao Mao?" Upon receiving confirmation, he began a lengthy self-introduction. For over 2 minutes, Lin Yu hardly paid attention to what was being said. The collaboration was with Ing Er, not him. He had no interest in such specialized knowledge. He only needed to remember one thing. He was the financial backer. Well, if neither of you have any questions, shall we? The manager stood awkwardly at the table, uncertain of where to sit. The seating arrangement consisted of long benches facing each other. Lin Yu and Mao Mao, however, had a tacit understanding, occupying the aisle-side seats directly across from each other. It was Lin Yu who graciously stood up, taking a seat opposite. Manager, please take this side. I will sit over here. After all, he had to show respect to the financial backer. How annoying that Mao Mao was so heavy in the rear. Didn't she understand etiquette? Giving the financial backer a seat wouldn't kill her. Mao Mao scooted inward, feeling a small thrill. This round is mine. 0 yielded first. After Lin Yu sat down, he simply placed the flowers he had brought in front of Mao Mao. They were intended for her, after all. Regardless of her reaction, it was a hassle to keep passing them back and forth. However, at the moment the flowers touched the surface, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Quality prodigy detected, meeting sect inclusion standards. Time-limited mission issued. Recruit the talented. Target individual, do meow meow. Time limit, 72 hours. Recruit the talented. This woman possesses extraordinary potential and is undoubtedly a rare talent in the art of harmony. Please ensure her inclusion in the sect within 3 days. Mission rewards. Complete skill acquisition upon inclusion, 200 sect contributions, 400 spirit stones, and 2 free draws in the system marketplace. Friendly reminder. Failure to meet the time limit will result in the forfeiture of the talent slot, precluding any chance of inclusion in the sect. Lin Yu. What on earth? The system has such hidden functions? Why can't it provide a complete manual detailing all its capabilities? Why must it make me stumble upon these surprises? Yesterday, interacting with someone outside the apartment hadn't triggered any system prompts. Lin Yu instinctively believed that all individuals of the opposite sex beyond the apartment were outside the system's judgment. However, it now seemed that a select few prodigies indeed qualified for inclusion. Moreover, among the rewards for completing the task, the most captivating undoubtedly lies in the inclusion of the complete skill set. This means that without any need for a change in intimacy levels, one can flawlessly replicate the repository of skills she possesses. It is indeed akin to receiving a boon from the heavens. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, it becomes apparent that this young lady, raised in a formidable family, possesses remarkable foundations. In terms of beauty, she could easily rank among the top 10 in the apartment. Do meow meow, tsk tsk tsk. The feline, cradling the flowers on her lap, noticed the change in Lin Yu's expression. Previously, he had displayed a look of disdain towards her. At this moment, however, his gaze was imbued with inexplicable emotions. Based on the feline's uncertain judgment, this was most likely Inxia. The unabashed scrutiny made the feline uneasy, prompting her to divert her gaze. Yet, she recalled a saying, when two individuals meet each other's eyes, the one who looks away first is the loser. Creak. The feline clenched her fist and quickly looked back. Lin Yu, shifting from his previous tone, inquired, "What were you just asking me about tomorrow?" The feline, perplexed, responded, "Ask you? Are you free tomorrow?" Lin Yu swiftly replied, "I am free." The feline, not only puzzled but also somewhat astonished, thought, "What on earth are boys?" Just moments ago, he was earnestly rejecting her. How could there be such a stark contrast within a mere 2 minutes? In the room of the adjacent budget hotel, Emo Xiangying hastily set down her binoculars, her demeanor turning serious. This is bad. The master intends to deal with her. From such a distance, Emo Xiangying had been unable to discern the feline's true appearance. Although she had opened some information boxes, she had not accessed a photo of the individual. As she adjusted her position, the feline drew closer to the window. It became evident that she was indeed a captivating young lady. Beside her, Yi Mengfu exclaimed, "Huh? Deal with her? You mean to beat her?" Emo Xiangying waved her hand dismissively. Suddenly, she fixed a sharp gaze on Yi Mengfu, raising one corner of her lips. Yes, to beat her. But not in the way you suggested, little Fu-Fu. Yi Mengfu tilted her head, confused. Emo Xiangying then freed her hands and began to clap, the rhythm increasing rapidly. Yi Mengfu nearly lost her glasses down her nose. Chapter 68. Bringing friends? Can I bring my apprentice? The feline took a moment to regain her composure before continuing. "Oh, if you are free, may I invite you and my friends to dinner?" Lin Yu's mind raced. Her friends must be the substitutes from earlier, right? If he could return and have Inger investigate their identities and backgrounds, then during the dinner, they could avoid discussing anything too technical. If necessary, someone could always help steer the conversation. Dining together seemed feasible. Fortune favors the bold. It is not an easy task to deceive a young lady of considerable standing into a shared accommodation. What opportunity might arise? He could only wait for a chance to connect privately. To refuse the dinner invitation would be to undermine his own efforts, thereby losing the opportunity on the spot. 72 hours. That was the limited time he had. Resolving within himself, Lin Yu replied, "Of course, bringing friends is no problem at all. Can I bring my apprentice?" Emo Xiangying. Yi Mengfu. The feline was left speechless in astonishment. "You have an apprentice?" Lin Yu spread his hands. "I possess a wealth of skills. They must not be lost. Engaging in this field, especially when one's expertise reaches a certain level, often entails spending more time alone at home." The feline was astonished that Lin Yu even had time to teach an apprentice. Had she misjudged his character during their previous online encounters? Was he not a tech enthusiast with a routine akin to hers? "Certainly, I can bring my friends. And it is only reasonable for you to bring someone as well." Upon reflection, it was indeed unreasonable to not allow her to bring an apprentice to dinner. Lin Yu's thoughts were straightforward. He had only come to know this promising individual through Inger. He could not simply bypass her and meet the feline alone. For how could he face Inger afterward? If she inquired, he would have no excuse to offer. By bringing Inger along to dinner, he could both prevent any slip-ups and keep Inger from being overly inquisitive. Across from them, the male manager remarked, "Isn't it rumored that the two of you are rivals? Yet, you seem to get along quite well." Since he had sat down, the two had continued their conversation as if he were inconsequential. He had come specifically from headquarters, bearing an important task. The male manager continued, "Shall we now discuss business?" Lin Yu replied, "Certainly." The feline added, "Yes." The male manager noted the unexpected camaraderie. The male manager dispatched from 860 headquarters came with an impressive skill set. He briefly analyzed the challenges faced by 860 Cloud and succinctly outlined how Zero and the feline could collaborate to counter high-frequency attacks. Such specialized content was indeed within the comfort zones of Zero and the feline. If they lacked capability, they would not have been chosen as partners. The relentless high-frequency attacks from abroad could not persist indefinitely. The security department within 860 Group was not inept. Given time to address the system's operational bugs, they could resolve the current challenges within a time frame ranging from 10 days to a month. As external temporary workers, the preliminary cooperation period agreed upon between 860 headquarters, Zero, and the feline was set for 2 weeks. After this period, if the issues were comprehensively resolved, the collaboration would conclude, accompanied by generous additional compensation for both parties. During these business negotiations, Lin Yu fully utilized the professional skills he had honed during his school years. With a vibrant demeanor, he nodded at appropriate intervals, attentively listening to the manager's explanations, while his mind wandered to thoughts such as, what shall I eat tonight? Should I extract a bit more money from my apprentice? What brand of tarot cards does little Fu have? What other daily tasks are pending? Is there still a free lottery draw I haven't used? When will the elementary school teacher sister return from her summer trip? Which street is the antique sister's workplace on? On the gas stove? Does that count as playing with fire or extinguishing it? As long as it had no relevance to the monotonous business discussions, it was fair game for contemplation. After a lengthy 40 minutes, the two symbolically signed a contract. When it came time to write their real names, they again shared an unspoken understanding, akin to diligent students protecting their answers during an exam, ensuring nothing was exposed. Once all matters related to 860 had been settled, the system's notification chime echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the urgent task of the array theory discussion. In place of the elder of the array hall, you engaged in a discourse with the powerful in the mortal realm and reaped substantial rewards. Rewards: Zoman contribution 300, Lingshire 600. One free lottery draw in the system mall. Ah, indeed, the rewards for urgent tasks surpassed those of daily tasks by a significant margin. The generosity of the rewards filled Lin Yu with immense joy. The current environment was not conducive to focusing on a lottery draw. It was imperative to conclude matters here quickly and seek a quieter place for the draw. The male manager was well versed in the nuances of business meetings. After fulfilling his responsibilities, he did not linger even for a moment. Mao Mao did not engage in prolonged conversation with Lin Yu either, merely reminding him that the location for tomorrow's dinner would be communicated through their usual online messaging method. The cautious Mao Mao did not exit the coffee shop through the main entrance, but took a side street instead. Lin Yu had no reason to follow or obstruct her. To lure the little cat into the apartment, he naturally could not be too forceful at first. 10 minutes later, at the door of the nearby budget hotel. Knock, knock, knock. After several knocks, the door finally opened. Observing the tightly drawn curtains and the disheveled bedding, Lin Yu remarked with irritation, "Am I to toil outside while you two come here to take a room? Is that appropriate?" Mo Shangying, disregarding Lin Yu's complaints, excitedly hooked her arm through his. Long live master. Your portrayal of Zero was extraordinary today, truly deserving of an award-winning performance. My goodness, had I been an unsuspecting audience member, I would have been utterly convinced. Lin Yu straightened his posture, feeling a sense of pride as he replied, Ahem. It was rather average. Do not act as if you have never seen the world. However, after a slight pause, he continued, the situation was quite complex. Initially, I declined that little cat's invitation for a private meal, but then I realized, wait, I am Zero now, representing you. Inger, you understand me. Therefore, I assessed the circumstances, considered the bigger picture, and reluctantly agreed to her invitation in the persona of Zero. Following this explanation, the two women exchanged wide-eyed glances, momentarily falling into silence. Lin Yu, do you not believe me? Mo Shangying grinned mischievously. Of course I believe, master. Xiaofu, pay up. Yimingfu, looking quite aggrieved, silently fished out 50 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Mo Shangying. Lin Yu, Chapter 69. Leaving just the two of us in the hotel is rather inappropriate. Is it not? This scene stirred a sense of discomfort within Lin Yu. Inger, return the money to Xiaofu. What is this? Are you both betting against me? Upon hearing this, Mo Shangying's smile grew wider. As expected of master. Xiaofu and I wagered that you would return and say it was for me that you agreed to dine with the smelly cat. Lin Yu, the girls in the apartment are truly not easily deceived. Are they this clever? With Inger speaking first, how could I maintain any face? Is it written on my forehead that I am easily seen through? Inger, you must take responsibility for your words. I had the best intentions. I was merely considering. Mo Shangying interrupted. Master, I understand. Lin Yu, you understand what? You clearly do not trust me. However, Master is fine with your date with the smelly cat. But if you say you want a disciple, I can only assist you remotely, just as I did today. I do not wish to make an appearance. If I wanted to show my face, why would I ask you to go in my stead? Mo Shangying, looking quite troubled, spoke, indeed. Even if the little cat believes Lin Yu is Zero, it won't be easy to convince the little hacker to join for dinner. Alas, but I have already promised to bring a disciple. If you do not go, Lin Yu had already devised a plan to elevate Mo Shangying's status. Having made a promise, what excuse could he use to retract it? Yet, Mo Shangying clapped her hands, analyzing shrewdly. So master was worried about this? This is easily resolved. Just tell the smelly cat that your disciple is ill, had an accident, or was beaten up, and is currently incapacitated. Any excuse will suffice to get by? Lin Yu, You are truly ruthless towards yourself. To avoid showing my face, you would say anything. It seems my plan to have Inger accompany me to the banquet has utterly failed. Being able to assist remotely is acceptable. At least it ensures I do not expose my identity. With the guise of zero, I am confident I can create the right opportunity to lure the little cat to the apartment. Once inside the hotel room, before Lin Yu could even take a sip of water or catch his breath, Mo Xiangying eagerly declared, "Master, Xiaofu, you two wait here for me. To celebrate today's successful negotiations, I ordered a cake, crayfish, and a whole bunch of food. It's south, just across the street. I'll go get it." The exuberant girl hardly paid attention to their responses as she excitedly bounced towards the elevator. Lin Yu stood at the door, peering outside, and mockingly exclaimed, "Hey, Inger, what kind of arrangement is this? You leave us two here in the hotel room. How inappropriate." Click. As he called out, Lin Yu casually shut the door behind him, taking a couple of deep breaths to manage his expression. He must not appear overly sinister. Behind him, Yi Mengfu remarked, "Oh no, that familiar feeling has returned?" As Lin Yu turned to look at her, Yi Mengfu wished to pull up the hood of her pink sweatshirt. She raised her hand only to let it fall again, ultimately refraining from doing so. After a moment of thought, she dashed to the TV stand, grabbed the sketchpad resting atop it, and showcased it to Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, not this again." On the sketchpad was yet another illustration of a rabbit holding a sign that read, "Thank you for your hard work." Compared to Mo Xiangying's fiery enthusiasm, Yi Mengfu's earnest rabbit was like a gentle brook, flowing into the heart, sweet and comforting. Lin Yu, feeling warm, waved his hand and said, "It's not hard work. One must fulfill their promises. You see, this room is also lacking. There is only one chair prepared. Who sits and who does not? How about we sit on the bed and chat?" Upon hearing this, Yi Mengfu's legs trembled slightly. Lin Yu's every utterance left her with a peculiar sensation. However, if she did not delve deeply into it, at first glance, it seemed quite reasonable, with no apparent flaws. Having misunderstood Lin Yu once before, she could not allow a similar situation to arise again. Lin Yu took the initiative to approach the bed, his thoughts beginning to race. Arriving at the bedside, he discovered that the bed was covered with a disposable sheet. Lin Yu turned in astonishment to look at Yi Mengfu. "Did you prepare this?" Yi Mengfu nodded, directly flipping to the second page of the drawing paper. The rabbit on the paper was diligently making the bed, with the words clean written on the sheet. The prepared sketchpad was clearly intended for the moment Lin Yu would inquire, "What an extraordinary treasure of a girl." Lin Yu's casual jest seemed to resonate deeply within her. If only there were more girls like her, those who speak less and act more, life would be utterly perfect. "Xiaofu, thank you for remembering my habits. Let us sit together." Lin Yu gestured towards the edge of the bed, graciously offering her some space. Yet, Yi Mengfu remained standing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at the bed, showing no signs of moving. Lin Yu, puzzled, followed her gaze and was astonished to discover a gift box adorned with butterfly ribbons resting atop the bed. Yi Mengfu remained unfazed, seemingly waiting for Lin Yu to notice it. Ding! An extraordinary act. The Huan Sect's charm bearer has willingly presented a gift to the host. Reward, 20 spirit stones. "Is this for me?" Lin Yu inquired, pointing at himself. Yi Mengfu turned to the next sheet of drawing paper. It was divided in the middle, revealing two illustrations. On the left, a little boy was placing stickers on a bunny's shoulder. On the right, the bunny was presenting a gift box to the boy. It was indeed a gift meant for him. Lin Yu gasped in astonishment. "Please, not like this. It's almost too much for me to bear. Such a delightful girl." How could he continue to act aloof towards her? Among the many girls around the height of 1.60 meters, it was rare to find one with such long legs. Today, she had donned a sweatshirt as if it were a dress. "Just look at those legs, more upright than he was. I must tell you, Xiaofu, do not be overly kind to me," Lin Yu remarked. Yet his body obediently reached for the gift box. Yi Mengfu, nervously clutching her drawing board, observed the changes in his expression. Since returning from Lin Yu's room the previous night, she had spent over an hour contemplating what to gift him in return. Even if she was uncertain whether Lin Yu would appreciate her gift, she was determined. Chapter 70. The Heartfelt Gift of a Young Artist. The pinnacle of borrowing flowers to present a Buddha. Upon opening the gift box, Lin Yu found a transparent plastic case inside, filled with cards the size of a mobile phone. He lifted the lid and was astounded by the cards before him. The Fool, the Magician, the High Priestess, the Empress, the Emperor, the Hanged Man, Death, Temperance, Justice. These were tarot cards. If they were merely an ordinary set, it wouldn't have been enough to astonish Lin Yu. What made it remarkable was that each card was meticulously hand-drawn and customized. Crafting a complete set of tarot cards would require an immense investment of time and effort. Any minor error during coloring could render an entire card unusable, necessitating a complete redo. The inscriptions confirmed they were indeed tarot cards, but the illustrations were uniquely conceived by Yi Mingfu. Rabbits, tigers, puppies, kittens, polar bears. These designs were a far cry from the conventional tarot imagery. Even the most stoic individual would feel a flutter upon receiving such a unique gift. It reminded Lin Yu of the daily tasks associated with Qi spirit artifact, tarot cards identical to those in room 202. Surely, this was the very set in his hands. This was not something one could simply purchase. It was a one-of-a-kind treasure in the world. Did you create all of these yourself? Lin Yu asked incredulously. Yi Mengfu nodded gently, her heart fluttering with trepidation. From Lin Yu's expression, she could not ascertain whether he truly liked it or not. Having no prior experience gifting boys, she had researched the 10 best gifts for them online. Among the top contenders, the fourth-ranked option was a handcrafted DIY gift. When it came to DIY, Yi Mingfu was quite adept. The tarot cards she was most proud of, and which had taken her the longest to complete, were these. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before stepping closer to Yi Mingfu, sincerely stating, "Thank you, Xiaofu. I will treasure this gift dearly. It holds immense value for me. Beyond monetary worth." Yi Mengfu puffed out her cheeks, suppressing her small triumph, and nodded again. How wonderful. Lin Yu truly appreciated the gift she had given him. In that case, the sentiment behind the bunny stickers could be considered repaid, right? Lin Yu leaned in and asked, "Do you know much about tarot card divination?" Yi Mengfu shook her head. "No, not really." Lin Yu continued, "You simply enjoy drawing, correct?" Yi Mengfu nodded. "Yes, that's right." "Then that simplifies things," Lin Yu replied. As he sifted through the tarot cards, he drew one out. There are a total of 78 cards in a tarot deck, divided into the major arcana and the minor arcana. Do you know which card is the most special among these 78? Yi Mingfu appeared slightly taken aback. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Lin Yu would possess knowledge about tarot cards. This meant she had fortuitously gifted him something that resonated with his interests. Though she was unaware of which card was unique, she joyfully shook her head. Of course, she had no idea that in his past life, Lin Yu could effortlessly engage in discussions about tarot cards, zodiac signs, MBTI, the 5 elements, and even the art of divination. Did he truly understand? Not at all. Did he not? He was merely playfully teasing the inexperienced young lady, leaving her bewildered. The so-called high emotional intelligence and intriguing soul were merely a reflection of one's breadth of knowledge and willingness to invest time in listening to trivial banter, subsequently weaving in unfamiliar perspectives that could easily shatter one's limited imagination. In this regard, Lin Yu was a true expert. He showcased the card he had just drawn to Yi Mingfu. Even without understanding the gameplay or calculations of tarot, she could immediately recognize the artistry of her own labor. The Wheel of Fortune? Lin Yu closed the distance between them, elaborating, "Indeed, the most special card in the tarot, and my personal favorite, is the Wheel of Fortune. At its center lies a circular wheel, with the corners originally depicting a jackal, a sword, a lion, and a serpent, symbolizing 4 different elements. Your chibi-style illustrations are also exceptionally charming and delightful. Do you know that tarot cards can be interpreted in both upright and reverse positions? This signifies that when the Wheel of Fortune begins to turn, whether it brings fortune or misfortune remains uncertain. Much like encounters between people, they can be destined connections or unavoidable tribulations. Now, pay close attention to what I'm about to say. I will cherish all the other cards, but this one, I wish to gift to you." Upon hearing Lin Yu's intention to give her something, Yi Mengfu instantly entered a heightened state of concentration. Not even taking the time to reflect carefully, Lin Yu's gift was a small portion taken from one of the presents she had previously given him. His charming words had stirred his thoughts profoundly, leaving him curious as to why Lin Yu had specifically chosen the Wheel of Fortune to bestow upon her. He approached her, closing the distance between them entirely, and gently placed the Wheel of Fortune card into the kangaroo pocket of her sweatshirt. After ensuring the card was secure, he lightly patted the pocket, reassuring himself that it would not fall out. YMNGF, having been playfully tapped on her belly, felt a flush of warmth spread across her cheeks, yet she did not display any signs of rejection, for this was a gift being offered to her. Lin Yu had perceived YMNGF as innocent and pure, earnestly expressing that it was now the time for fate to unfold, as ordained by the heavens. For the moment, their interaction remained heartfelt yet respectful, preserving his virtuous image as a gentleman. After placing the Wheel of Fortune card, Lin Yu pointed to the pocket and said earnestly, "This is just right. From now on, the direction in which the Wheel of Fate turns shall be entirely in your hands. Little Fu, I hope your future life is not constrained by rules, but rather embraces the elements of freedom, romance, tranquility, and enduring peace." Chapter 71, 5 Consecutive Draws, Earth Grade Inner Power Technique. dream entry technique. With a notification, the system acknowledged his impressive maneuver of turning a passive situation into an active one, unlocking the heart of the talisman user once more, rewarding him with 20 spirit stones. Another notification followed, congratulating him on deepening his relationship with the talisman user to the 3rd level, granting him an additional 50 spirit stones. Lin Yu withdrew his hand with satisfaction, realizing that he had not only received a gift, but had also, in a sense, returned the favor with a gift of his own. The irony of the situation amused him, given YMNGF's character. He surmised she would spend the next couple of days pondering what to gift him in return. YMNGF gently cradled the kangaroo pocket, her heartbeat accelerating. She was certain that this was not anxiety or fear, but rather an intricate mix of emotions that left her feeling disoriented. Just yesterday, she had instinctively resisted Lin Yu's physical contact, yet now, when his hand slipped into her pocket, she felt no objection. The weight of the card was negligible, yet it felt as though a heavy burden had been placed within her pocket. Wasn't today meant to be her day to give a gift as a token of gratitude? How had she ended up feeling indebted for an even greater favor? The phrases Lin Yu spoke, freedom, romance, tranquility, and enduring peace, were like sweet confections melting upon her heart, filling her with warmth. Thank you, I will cherish it, YMNGF said, instinctively gripping the sides of the kangaroo pocket, as if to prevent the card from slipping away. Lin Yu, with a gentle hand on her back, chuckled, why thank me, little foo? It is I who should express my gratitude to you for this uniquely special gift. Let us sit and talk. We can't remain standing here forever, can we? Under the spell of Lin Yu's charm, the little artist had no will to resist, obediently following him to the edge of the bed. The ensuing moments were naturally filled with pleasant conversation and the joy of companionship. The little artist, unlike a small hacker, required a more delicate approach. Rushing or making inappropriate jokes would only jeopardize the fragile bond they had just begun to forge. In the meantime, while MSH Ing was out fetching their meal, Lin Yu busied himself with another pressing matter, the system mall lottery. After completing MSH Ing's urgent task, he had accumulated 600 sect contributions, not to mention the 2 complimentary draws awarded by the system, leading to a thrilling 5 consecutive draws. Such an exhilarating experience deserved to unfold in a serene and tranquil setting. As he entered the lottery interface, Lin Yu swiftly maneuvered, watching as 5 pointers spun rapidly on the virtual wheel. Soon, a notification chimed, congratulating him on obtaining the secret treasure, Ghost Hand Talisman 1. This was followed by another notification heralding the acquisition of a tangible reward, Earthly Lacquerware. Next, he received the Inner Power Technique, Dream Entry Technique. Each notification continued to reveal treasures, including the recipe for a nourishing spiritual porridge and the secret technique, Drunken Flower Chant. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu endeavored to maintain calm composure, mindful of the little artist beside him, as excessive excitement would be unbecoming. The thrill of the 5 consecutive draws rekindled the joy he once felt while opening card packs, eagerly anticipating the appearance of a golden legend within a single draw. Reviewing the system records, he noted that the descriptions of the rewards remained enigmatic, compelling him to deduce their meanings one by one. He began with the 5th item, the robust description suggesting the essence of Drunken Flower Chant. It implied a joyous celebration where the more one drank, the more exuberant the revelry became. A fine technique indeed. The 4th item he bypassed, as it required no further deliberation. Directing his attention to the 2nd item, he recognized Earthly Lacquerware as a tangible reward. He could feel the presence of a lacquered plate within his system, likely an antique of considerable value. While its worth remained uncertain, he knew that within the apartment resided a mysterious antique expert. Perhaps she could provide insight and an appropriate valuation. The rewards worthy of scrutiny are solely numbers 1 and 3. Gui Shoufu 1. Just by observing this talisman, one can discern that it is a single-use item. From the description, it appears to be a talisman designed to steal and replicate the skills of fellow disciples. Given Lin Yu's current intimacy level with his companions, he can only see the attribute skills of 2 partners. The Gui Shoufu needs to verify 2 points. First, whether it can extract skills from disciples whose attributes are not visible. Second, whether it can specify which skills to replicate from multi-skilled partners or if it randomly selects. Lastly, we come to the 3rd reward, Nigong Xinfa, Ru Mengju. Merely looking at the name and description, Ru Mengju was initially the most intricate reward to ponder. However, upon seeing his attribute panel, the greatest enigma transformed into a straightforward answer. Nigong Xinfa, Ru Mengju, beginner, can designate 1 dream target per night. 1 person, friendly reminder. Rumengju is a foundational internal cultivation method of this sect, which will improve with the host's overall strength and sect status. At the beginner stage, the dream type cannot be specified. The system's clarity succinctly articulates the essence of the matter. Thus, at present, he can randomly designate a female roommate to dream of him tonight. As for the nature of the dream, it is entirely left to fate. Naturally, it might also relate to events occurring during the day. After all, one dreams of what they ponder during the day. With this thought, Lin Yu couldn't help but glance at the petite artist beside him. Chapter 72. Antique Sister Shunbu Yao, the shop that dares to light up in the ghost market. A daily opportunity for one person to enter a dream. According to the priority order of Tu Tu Lu, Ying Er does not require entering the dream, as she is already a prospective joy. Qi Qing Shui is the first in line for the dream, with a soul cultivator transitioning from online to offline, perhaps able to exert some influence. The second in line should be Aunt Qi Meng and Xia Yue, who are tied. The former has a sufficiently high intimacy level and had the dream enhancement this morning. The latter just completed an intimacy interaction, and another dream might yield extraordinary results. Hence, Lin Yu chose to enter the dream of the petite artist Yi Meng Fu. There was no convoluted logic behind this choice. It was simply because Yi Meng Fu was right beside him, conveniently close. This ability, available once daily, is not an extraordinary treasure that requires excessive deliberation before usage. With a long-legged beauty sitting next to him, what rationale is needed to discreetly inject something of his own into her? The immediate pleasure he envisioned is the greatest justice. Rumengju activated. Tonight, the host will appear in the dream of the Huan Sect talisman user, dream type random. Lin Yu beamed at Yi Meng Fu. Tonight, let the petite artist have a date with spring. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, in a hotel room. Dining with 2 high-ranking sect members, laughter and conversation abound. The host's sect status is soon to be elevated. Reward, 20 spirit stones, after savoring the sumptuous meal packed by Mo Xiangying. Lin Yu hesitated for a while, but ultimately chose not to use the Gui Shou Fu on Mo Xiangying. What if he inadvertently attracted something undesirable? It would be wiser to test its effects on a safer individual. During the post-meal rest period, Lin Yu subtly inquired about an important matter. Ying Er, where does our apartment sister who deals with antiques operate her shop? It seems we rarely see her around the apartment. It is not that Lin Yu's memories from his past life are unclear, but rather that he seldom interacted with the antique sister. Second only to the socially anxious petite artist beside him. Mo Xiangying swallowed her milk and replied, "You mean Sister Yao Yao? She, of course, is someone you wouldn't encounter often." Lin Yu curiously pressed for details. "What do you mean by that? Why are you so certain?" Mo Xiangying lowered her voice ominously. "She is in the ghost market." In an instant, Lin Yu understood. Pingchuan Ghost Market. It has a long-standing history in the area. It is called the Ghost Market because the vendors and shop owners only open their stalls in the dead of night and vanish at dawn. Hence, it earned its name. Ghost markets exist across the country, with varying operating hours and items available. Through Mo Xiangying's thorough explanation, Lin Yu fully grasped that the operational hours of the Pingchuan Ghost Market are from 9 in the evening until 3 in the morning. The curious antique sister Shunbu Yao has not just a stall, but an entire shop on Shiping Street, also known as Ghost Market Street. Master? Your eyes are sparkling. Are you seeking Sister Yao Yao for a watch repair or some treasure? Mo Xiangying leaned closer to Lin Yu, scrutinizing him with keen interest. Lin Yu snapped back to reality and clarified. "Oh, it's nothing particularly valuable. I have an old item that I would like the antique sister to appraise, to see if it holds any worth." In such matters, Lin Yu opted for transparency. While others might have been able to deceive, Mo Xiangying, who could easily discern the value of items, would undoubtedly see through any pretense. If the Fanshun Isu Wu he obtained were to be sold, one day, if Mo Xiangying whimsically checked his bank balance and discovered a significant sum, it would be hard to explain. It would be better to be forthright from the beginning. Embracing sincerity, Mo Xiangying showed little interest in the treasures of others. A few casual words were easily brushed aside. She also thoughtfully informed Lin Yu that Shunbu Yao's shop is called Wu Bao Ge. The name suggests a certain creativity reminiscent of the saying "no silver here." After happily parting ways with Mo Xiangying and Yi Meng Fu, Lin Yu did not return home. Instead, he hurried to the dimly lit, bustling street of Ghost Market Street, eager for its opening at 9 o'clock. It is unclear whether the atmosphere is deliberately crafted or if the street's lights genuinely go unfixed, but from outside looking in, the most striking sights are the glaring flashlights. There are always some players who come with the hope of unearthing treasures in the ghost market. However, the number of players who genuinely find something of value is exceedingly rare. Most are merely sellers, leading naive buyers to part with their money. Being early is not as advantageous as being lucky. There is no need to seek out old items actively. Young man, are you buying or selling? How about a limited edition GB handheld console? Hey there, university student, stop and take a look. It won't cost you anything to glance. Young man, do you have any old money? I offer high prices for professional buybacks. Take a look. If you see something you like, just name your price. I've got what you fancy. Before coming here, Lin Yu pretended to buy a high-lumen flashlight. He had read about certain rules in books. Don't look at people, only at goods. Do not stop easily, do not inquire about prices, and certainly do not ask about the source of items. After circling around, he found that there were indeed some small toys that he couldn't help but want to examine further. In addition to selling antiques, many vendors offer secondhand goods, retro toys, and limited edition gaming consoles with minor defects. If one merely seeks to wander, he may well return home with an abundance tonight. Excuse me, could you kindly direct me to Wubaogo? I couldn't locate it on the map, Lin Yu inquired, halting his steps to ask a seemingly friendly young man for directions. Upon hearing the name Wubaogo, the young man appraised Lin Yu from head to toe. Brother, is this your first visit to Ghost Market Street? Lin Yu awkwardly nodded, pondering the implications of not knowing Wubaogo. Was the antique's sister so haughty, a true leader? Soon enough, Lin Yu understood the young man's remark. The young man gestured towards the street. Brother, look at the stalls and shops along this street. Any place that dares to keep its lights on is Wubaogo. It's remarkably easy to find. Lin Yu was perplexed, for as an outsider, he had no knowledge of what it meant to dare to keep the lights on. He felt inexplicably intrigued. Thank you, brother. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude and followed the light. Just as the young man had indicated, upon arriving at the brightly lit storefront, he glimpsed the antique sister, Shun Bunyao, through the wide-open wooden window, with her softly curled long hair secured by a wooden crescent hairpin. Neatly tied at the back of her head, she possessed a delicate beauty and a petite visage that exuded a sense of national tranquility. Illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, her loose white collared shirt shimmered with a silky sheen. The embroidered details at the cuffs and collar enhanced her gentle and retro charm. At that moment, Shun Bunyao was gracefully rolling up a scroll of paintings under the warm light, with a male customer seated opposite her, whether a buyer or seller. This serene and delightful scene compelled Lin Yu to approach the window for a closer inspection. Indeed, the tranquil girl was even more captivating than he had anticipated. He was utterly enchanted by her. As she fully rolled up the scroll, Shun Bunyao abruptly hurled it forward, her voice rising to a thunderous pitch as she berated the man in the store. How dare you bring such worthless trash to deceive your sister? I curse your entire family. Chapter 73, Husband and Wife? The disillusioned, traditional girl. Lin Yu was left dumbfounded. Was this a dream? Moments ago, he had perceived Shun Bunyao as a gentle, traditional girl, yet now she unleashed a torrent of fury akin to a celestial deity, leaving him utterly bewildered. This was surreal. He had never even resorted to such verbal assaults, even when discovering a deceptive online acquaintance. It seemed that this was merely her everyday demeanor. Upon reflection, the young man's reaction when Lin Yu asked for directions bore deeper significance. Inside the store, the man who had been scolded retrieved the scroll from the ground and, lacking confidence, murmured, Yao boss, this should be an authentic piece, right? Shun Bunyao seized a stone ink slab from the counter, poised to throw it, causing the man to twist and retreat like a snake. This is real mud. The paper you brought, cooked with gardenia red tea, is so shoddy that your sister can tell just by touching it. You can't even differentiate between single and double silk of royal silk paper, and you dare come here to swindle. Get lost. The man, rendered speechless by her tirade, walked toward the door, still managing to say, I'm leaving now, Yao boss. Wishing you abundant wealth, and I'll return next time if I find some good stuff. As the man exited, Lin Yu was once again taken aback by his appearance. The scolded man bore the visage of a middle-aged individual, at least 35 years old. Could Shun Bunyao even be 25? From their brief exchange, Lin Yu gleaned an abundance of information. First, Shun Bunyao's expertise was undoubtedly formidable. The man accepted her assessment of the artwork as counterfeit without a hint of skepticism. He either knew the truth or entirely trusted Shun Bunyao's judgment. Either way, it indicated that Shun Bunyao possessed remarkable skills. Second, Shun Bunyao held immense respect within this street. The older man, despite being verbally chastised, did not retaliate and even wished her well upon leaving, revealing her stature and standing. Third, from the synthesis of the previous 2 points, it was evident that Shun Bunyao possessed substantial backing. She must have an unimaginable background to conduct business with such confidence. A common person would not dare to run a stall or open a shop so brazenly without facing dire consequences. While Lin Yu contemplated the departing figure of the man, a voice erupted from within. Hey, you outside. Yes, you. What do you want to buy? Lin Yu, feeling awkward, glanced toward the window. Standing before the stall beneath the windowsill, he was the only one present. Naturally, the inquiry was directed at him. At that moment, he desperately wished to ask, how much for the beans? But feared that the antique sister would unleash her wrath upon him. Before Lin Yu could gather his thoughts on how to respond, Shin Bunyao leaned out of the window, scrutinizing him with keen interest. A university student. Aren't you that student from our apartment? What was your name again? Shower. Lin Yu chuckled. Haha, it's Lin Yu, not Shower. I can't believe you got it wrong after living under the same roof for so long. After mentally rolling his eyes, he put on a smile. Sister Yao, it's indeed me, Lin Yu. Lin from Forest and you from Feather. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Shun Bunyao, visibly delighted, rested her arms on the wooden frame of the window. Huh? It really is you. I'm not senile. Of course I would recognize you. Are you here at the market with your classmates? Lin Yu glanced around, wishing he had a classmate to conjure up as a buffer in case Shin Bunyao decided to unleash her temper. Unfortunately, he was alone. Reluctantly, Lin Yu replied, no. Sister Yao, I came by myself. Upon hearing this, Shin Bunyao touched her crescent hairpin, seeming to ponder something. Noticing the cloth bag Lin Yu held, she nodded thoughtfully. Oh. Then come in and take a look. Lin Yu had not overthought it. He had come with a specific purpose. Regardless of Shun Bunyao's peculiar temperament, he simply needed to get things done. Upon entering Wu Bao Go, the decor aligned perfectly with his preconceived notions of an antique shop. The orderly shelves exuded the unique fragrance of sandalwood. Within the varying compartments of different sizes on the shelves lay an array of antiques of assorted dimensions and conditions. In one corner of the store, a quaint tea table accompanied by an exquisite tea set added to the ambience. Besides the antiques, several vintage clocks and display cases ticked rhythmically. As Lin Yu approached the display cases and observed closely, he noticed many items bore signs of repairs. He had heard of such practices. Shin Biao possesses not only the expertise in antique restoration, but also the skill to repair vintage clocks. As she approached the counter, her gaze was immediately drawn to the wall behind it, where 4 keyboards were prominently displayed. Keyboards? Indeed, keyboards. Lin Yu scrutinized them closely, momentarily questioning his own vision. Could it be that, in addition to restoring antiques and timepieces, this antiquities enthusiast also dabbles in computer repairs? Upon moving closer, Lin Yu made another astonishing discovery. The brands and models of these old keyboards varied greatly, yet the location of the damage was remarkably consistent. The spacebar. Lin Yu was taken aback. Could it be? Surely not. Just as he found himself engulfed in confusion, the speaker from the side of the counter emitted a playful yet urgent voice. Prepare, prepare, prepare. Yao Yao's husband, get ready. I need to complete a traditional mode task. It requires couples to work together, and I've been waiting for you forever. Lin Yu was stunned. Shin Biao was about to step out from behind the counter to greet the university student in their apartment when she heard her partner's voice from the computer, prompting her to return to the back. Immediately, Shin Biao, as though Lin Yu were invisible, spoke fiercely into the microphone. Hurry, hurry, hurry. What are you dawdling for? A fool just came by and wasted some time. There's still a pocket watch to repair. Can't your husband wait a few minutes? What task is this anyway? 10 stars, Shui Xian. Can you even jump over that? The speaker continued. You don't need to jump. Just score points, and the task can be completed. Yao Yao's husband. How much longer do you need? I'm in a hurry. Lin Yu wondered if this was some sort of program he could listen to for free. Why not just buy a pair of headphones? Noticing the battle-scarred keyboards hanging on the wall, Lin Yu deduced the general situation. It was either JY or XW. Based on his recollections of his past experience with 3-star XW, it was undoubtedly XW. If any girl in the apartment had uttered those lines, Lin Yu would not have been so astonished. Hearing them from Shun Buyao, adorned in traditional attire, was utterly disillusioning. Without granting Lin Yu further time to ponder, Shun Biao pounded on the counter and called out to him. University student, do you know where the up, down, left, right, and space keys on the keyboard are? Chapter 74, Girlfriend at Home versus Game Wife. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, within the apartment, at the threshold of Lin Yu's room, Qi Qingshui held a plastic bag containing 3 or 4 types of stomach medication, which she had specifically purchased from the pharmacy that afternoon. After hastily returning from the community hospital, Lin Yu had claimed to be fine, but Qi Qingshui was unconvinced. How could he be all right after appearing to suffer so much in the morning? She was unaware of what Sister Wei Wei had told him. The diligent student even began to doubt whether Lin Yu, in an effort to save money, would neglect his own health. Qi Qingshui had a clear understanding of Lin Yu's relationship with Aunt Qi Meng over the years. From her sister, she learned that Lin Yu was working part-time writing novels and had earned some payment. However, the exact amount remained a mystery to both her and her sister. A boy who had been fostered for an extended period must have developed a strong desire for independence and earning money, hence his part-time writing. Saving money seemed to be ingrained in his very being. When Qi Qingshui heard her sister mention this, a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. How could her sister know something that she, as the official girlfriend, did not? Nevertheless, Qi Qingshui was an exceptionally disciplined young woman. She allowed herself only a fleeting hour of melancholy regarding the ethereal nature of online romance. 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Well, even at this moment, she had yet to extricate herself from the depths of her disappointment. Yet, despite her emotions, she did not allow them to lead her to foolish actions. For instance, she repeatedly searched online for remedies for stomach issues caused by alcohol consumption. After conducting her research, she promptly purchased the medication that afternoon. By 9 o'clock that evening, Qi Qingshui had not yet dared to deliver the medicine. During this time, her mood became increasingly agitated, leading her to punish herself with 3 hours of study until the clock struck 9. It was maddening. Qi Qingshui must be losing her mind. Did she really just buy medicine for a boy and personally deliver it? Stealthily, as if committing a crime, she tiptoed towards Lin Yu's door. Upon reaching it, she attempted to knock. However, she found herself caught in a cycle of raising and lowering her hand, lacking the courage to deliver the medicine face to face. Ultimately, she hung the bag of medicine on the doorknob of Lin Yu's room and swiftly dashed down the stairs. Returning to her and her sister's room, she quickly locked the door behind her. At that moment, Qi Qingshui's sister, Qi Qingqi, who was sitting in front of her laptop watching an anime, noticed her sister's unusual demeanor. She promptly removed her headphones and asked, "Sister, did you go steal something?" Qi Qingshui, trying to control her rapid breathing, frowned and replied, "Steal? Nonsense. I just want to take out the trash." Qi Qingqi tilted her head, keenly probing, "Didn't you just take out the trash this afternoon? The new trash bag is still on top of the bin." Qi Qingshui's heart skipped a beat, and her response became stuttered. I just gathered some waste paper. Is it a problem to throw away waste paper? Are you going to monitor me now?" Qi Qingqi chuckled innocently and quickly said, "I wouldn't dare." With that, she put her headphones back on and resumed watching her show. Such an explanation could hardly quell her sister's suspicions. They were twins, after all. Having lived together for so many years, they could easily discern if one was lying. "Sister is acting strange. She must be secretly doing something behind my back." Based on the time elapsed from when she left to when she returned, it was clear that this covert operation did not require leaving the apartment. What could it possibly be? A seed of suspicion was planted deep within Qi Qingqi's heart. After changing into her pajamas and lying on her bed, Qi Qingshui's mood settled slightly. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided to send a message to Lin Yu via WeChat. If the situation turned into a mystery where someone delivered the medicine and Lin Yu discovered it was her, the outcome would be even worse. It was better to find an appropriate reason to be proactive and clarify that she was the one delivering the medicine. After careful consideration, Qi Qingshui finally sent the message. "Qi Qingshui, Sister Weiwei reached out to you, wanting to inform you about what medicine to take. But she couldn't find you and happened to run into me, so she asked me to convey it. Qi Qingshui, since I was going to the pharmacy anyway, I picked it up for you. Take care of your health. Don't wait until you're sick during the filming assignment. Qi Qingshui, you don't need to pay me back for the medicine. Consider it a favor I'm doing for my sister, and we're even." At the same time, in the Guisher Street, within the Wubao Pavilion. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the urgent task of medical treatment. The Dao partner has entered the mortal realm, personally seeking spiritual medicine for the host. Truly an enviable confidant. Reward: 300 Zoman contributions, 600 Lingshire, and 1 free lottery draw from the system marketplace. Lin Yu. What could my little girlfriend be secretly engaging in at home? Earlier in the day, Lin Yu had been curious as to why the urgent task assigned to Qi Qingshui had not yet been settled. It turns out that the requirements for treatment had yet to be met. From the perspective of rewards, having a girlfriend is indeed quite delightful. There is no need for Lin Yu to plead relentlessly at home. She will take the initiative herself. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Immediately, his phone buzzed incessantly with WeChat notifications. It goes without saying that these messages were undoubtedly from his little girlfriend's alternate account. However, this was not an opportune moment to check his messages, as he had already seated himself before the computer at the counter. Shen Buyao's tactics are exceedingly cunning. Without inquiring whether he is familiar with this game, she directly addresses him as if he were a simpleton, asking if he knows how to type on a keyboard. What else could he possibly respond but affirmatively? As a university student, let me assure you that you will undoubtedly grasp it after a single demonstration. Follow the sequence of arrows that appear on the screen and press as quickly as you can. Bring forth your youthful dexterity. While you are engaged in this manual endeavor, do not overlook one crucial detail. There is a small ball moving above as well. When you perceive it rolling into the circle, that is when you should press the spacebar. Do you understand? Lin Yu. Shun Buyao's instruction is truly professional. However, without any prior knowledge of the game, one cannot discern whether she is discussing the game or something entirely different. After you assist your sister with a round, we can discuss your matters, Shun Buyao added. There was no way to refuse. It was evident that Shun Buyao had discerned Lin Yu's purpose for visiting Guishe Street was to seek her assistance. And the only way to obtain her help was to first aid her in her endeavors. From the speakers, the sweet voice of his wife resounded once more. Yao Yao. Darling, where did you find this university student? Oh ho ho, are you having an affair? In an instant, Shun Buyao seized the microphone, retorting, shut your mouth, hey. This is the new husband I arranged for you tonight. Lin Yu. Goodness, this statement is not to be taken lightly. Following this, his wife continued to laugh, saying, all right. As long as the task can be completed, that's what matters. University student, is this your first time? Shouldn't I prepare a red envelope for you? Oh ho ho, Lin Yu. Goodness, this person on the other end is no pushover either.